Chapter 1. At the concert, Jiao Jiao accidentally stepped into thin air and fell from the lofty stage. In a haze of consciousness, intermittent electronic sounds suddenly emerged. Congratulations, host. You are the chosen 1088th individual. In this lifetime, the system will transport you to the beast world, where you shall bask in the company of handsome men. Due to the low reproductive capacity of females in the beast world, the male-to-female ratio stands at 50-1. The host possesses formidable reproductive abilities, and we anticipate your remarkable contributions to the propagation of the beast world. Every male in the beast world is exceptionally capable and strikingly handsome. Unlike the current world, this realm practices polyandry, allowing the host to choose as many beast husbands as she desires. To ensure your safety during pregnancy and childbirth, the host will experience no discomfort and will recover at an accelerated pace post-delivery. To enhance your living experience in the beast world, the system has prepared an eternal space and a newcomer gift pack for you. Wishing you a delightful adventure, host. By the time Jiao Jiao regained her bearings, she found herself amidst a dense forest. The realization that she had fallen off the stage during her own concert made her instinctively rub her forehead. What a stroke of bad luck. It seemed she had inexplicably crossed over, having worked tirelessly to ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. How could she find herself back at square one? Recalling the fragmented messages she had heard during her disorientation, Jiao Jiao tentatively called out, "System?" As time ticked by, aside from the occasional calls of birds flying overhead, there was no response. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but rub her forehead again. Could it be that she experienced hallucinations at the brink of death? And what of that system space? Lost in thought, a sudden flash of white light appeared before her. When she regained her senses, the dense forest had vanished, replaced by a small, square room no larger than 4 or 5 square meters. In one corner lay a pile of snacks and a medical kit. Remembering the newcomer gift pack she had heard before, Jiao Jiao's lips twitched. What kind of unreliable system only provided snacks in a newcomer gift pack? As she pondered, a tremendous roar echoed, startling her back to reality, and the forest reappeared before her eyes. Could it be that the so-called space was controlled by her consciousness? Jiao Jiao tried again, and indeed, it worked as she had surmised. The roar grew increasingly nearer, sounding as if animals were fighting. Though fear gripped her, curiosity eventually triumphed over her trepidation. Jiao Jiao pushed aside the nearby bushes to peek through the gap. What she saw nearly made her cry out in fright. Not far away, a massive black serpent as thick as a well was engaged in a fierce battle with several white tigers, all of which bore various degrees of wounds. The black serpent, though injured, appeared far less worse for wear than the tigers. Suddenly, the black serpent seemed to sense something, turning its head to gaze in Jiao Jiao's direction. At the moment their eyes met, she clamped her mouth shut, hurriedly hiding herself, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest at any moment. System, help! Yet no matter how desperately Jiao Jiao cried out, there was no reply. What kind of system was this, leaving her to fend for herself after bringing her here? I am invisible. I am invisible. Jiao Jiao, self-hypnotized, curling her body as tightly as possible, trying to conceal herself within the thicket. The sounds nearby grew increasingly loud, punctuated by explosive noises. Time passed, and, eventually, the cacophony subsided into silence. Jiao Jiao kept her eyes closed, listening to the serene stillness, thinking the beasts must have departed. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt something wrap around her waist, and suddenly she was lifted off the ground. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but scream when she realized the tail of the massive serpent was coiling around her waist, prompting her to struggle even more fiercely. "Don't move," Ran said with a hint of exasperation. In the next instant, Jiao Jiao covered her mouth in disbelief, realizing that the voice had indeed come from the serpent. But after the Republic, weren't animals prohibited from becoming sentient? The serpent's round head inched closer to her, and as its forked tongue brushed against her face, Jiao Jiao's fear peaked, and tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. In just one glance, Ran saw a beauty unlike any he had ever encountered. Her long black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, and her fair skin glowed under the sunlight. Her large, watery eyes evoked an instinctive urge to protect her. "I know nothing. Please don't eat me." Jiao Jiao gazed fearfully at the enormous serpent's head, her body stiffening despite having weathered numerous storms in her previous life. "I do not eat humans." Ran furrowed his brow, perplexed. When had serpent beastmen acquired such a reputation? Really? Jiao Jiao bit her lip, her disbelief evident. To prove his words, Ran carefully set Jiao Jiao back down on the ground and transformed into his human form, approaching her. "I am a serpent beastman, and I do not eat little females." "Serpent beastman?" Jiao Jiao recalled the system's earlier words during her haze, finally realizing she was in the beast world, and this must be a male. A male of that world. Before her stood an extraordinarily handsome man, towering around 2 meters tall, with flowing black hair and a pale complexion that seemed almost sickly. His well-defined abs were undeniably enticing, and though his waist was wrapped in animal skin, it still hinted at a shapely figure, complemented by long legs that were the epitome of perfection. Jiao Jiao was momentarily stunned the system had not deceived her. Males of the beast world were indeed breathtakingly beautiful. They surpassed even the popular idols of her previous life. "Which tribe are you from? Let me take you back," Rand said, lifting Jiao Jiao into his arms. "Back home." Jiao Jiao sighed, worried about what had happened after she fell from the stage. Seeing the little female's reaction, Rand mistakenly believed she had fled a troubled past in her former tribe, deepening his feelings of compassion. "In that case, let us return together." Jiao Jiao did not refuse, merely nodding gently. Given the uncertainty of her situation, it was best to observe the unfolding events for now. "The tribe is still some distance away. If I carry you like this, it may well be dark by the time we arrive. I will transform back to my original form and carry you. Does that sound agreeable?" Rand's gentle demeanor was a sight to behold. If the others in the tribe witnessed this, they would surely be astonished. It was known that many females in the tribe had once vied for Rand's attention, but he had never even spared them a glance. Now, however, he was treating this little female with such tenderness, which was truly remarkable. Jiao Jiao initially intended to refuse, as she harbored a genuine fear of snakes. Yet, concerned that being too troublesome might lead this male to abandon her in the forest, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Thus, Rand transformed back into his serpent form and swiftly headed toward the tribe. Jiao Jiao experienced a speed unlike any she had felt before. It was akin to riding a high-speed train. However, while riding a train posed no discomfort, riding a serpent was an entirely different matter. In just over 10 minutes, the serpent beastman came to a halt, and Jiao Jiao, feeling dizzy, nearly fell off Rand's back. Fortunately, he reverted to his human form just in time to catch her. Jiao Jiao felt utterly drained, and Rand gently guided her to sit on a nearby stone, allowing her to lean against him. "Ugh!" Jiao Jiao clutched her chest, retching several times. "Shaman!" Rand called out to the stone hut nearby, and immediately an older beastman emerged. His furry ears and goat-like beard made his species quite apparent. Rand, you brought back a female?" The shaman looked astonished as he glanced from Rand to the pale-faced beauty leaning against him. Perhaps too worried about the young female, he completely overlooked her white dress. "Shaman, please take a look at her." Though he knew females were delicate, he had not anticipated that the one he had rescued would be so fragile after carrying her at a slightly faster pace. She was already struggling. The shaman understood and promptly approached, placing his hand on Jiao Jiao's wrist. A green light emanated, and Jiao Jiao felt a cool sensation seep in her body from his fingertips, which was quite soothing. In no time, the nauseous feeling dissipated. The petite female is fine. She merely experienced a fright and will recover with some rest. The goat shaman turned to leave, and in that instant, Jiao Jiao caught sight of the shaman's fluffy little tail. It appeared that even when beastmen transformed into human forms, they retained their animal ears and tails. But why did Mo Rand not possess these features? Could it be that as a snake beastman, he lacked such traits? Upon hearing the shaman reassure that the petite female was unharmed, Mo Rand felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stood up, intending to assist Jiao Jiao in rising from the ground. Jiao Jiao placed her hand in Mo Rand's palm and looked up to stand, but the next moment, she froze in astonishment. Being diminutive in stature, she appeared even smaller when crouched, and as she lifted her gaze, she inadvertently glimpsed the view beneath Mo Rand's bee-skin skirt. To her surprise, it was completely devoid of coverings, despite having weathered many storms. Even Jiao Jiao could not suppress the swallow that escaped her throat upon witnessing such a sight. Noticing that the petite female was staring blankly at him, Mo Rand mistakenly assumed she was still unwell and was about to speak when he heard the voice of the clan leader approach from behind. The news of Mo Rand bringing a female back to the tribe reached the clan leader's ears promptly, prompting him to arrive with several elders at the fastest pace possible. Upon learning that Mo Rand had gone to the shaman immediately upon returning to the tribe, the leader feared the petite female had sustained severe injuries. However, upon their arrival, they found her sitting there quite well, a suspicious blush adorning her cheeks. What was going on? The clan leader, appearing quite aged with his grizzled beard twitching as he spoke, looked somewhat comical. Mo Rand hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events, including the shaman's diagnosis. The arrival of a new female in the tribe was a tremendous blessing thus. The clan leader cared little for the origins of this female. Since she had come to their tribe, she was now one of them. Petite female, what is your name? The clan leader approached, and as Jiao Jiao stood up, the expressions of all the males present shifted upon seeing her face. Particularly, the younger males who had accompanied the clan leader, all of whom were in bonded, found it difficult to divert their gazes from the enchanting Jiao Jiao. Some even began to exhibit their strength, seemingly eager to display their prowess. I'm Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao easily discerned the intentions of the young males, but as she had only just arrived, she preferred not to dwell on those matters for the time being. Since you have been brought back by Mo Rand, you shall stay in the tribe to rest. Fear not, the tribe will take good care of you. This petite female appeared in bonded, and the clan leader contemplated ways to facilitate her selection of several mates from the tribe, ensuring the potential for offspring. Petite female, I am by she allow me to escort you below to rest. A male resembling the clan leader approached and spoke gently to Jiao Jiao, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that suggested he might pounce at any moment. According to the customs of the beast world, whoever found a female claimed her as their own. However, Mo Rand, being a cold-blooded snake beastman, despite his formidable combat prowess, had never been particularly favored within the tribe. Thus, the clan leader's initial thought was to have Jiao Jiao choose from the other beastmen of the tribe. But clan leader, Mo Rand grew anxious having reached adulthood. He had no reason to relinquish the petite female he had found. Mo Rand, you should return. The old clan leader was resolute in denying Mo Rand this opportunity, waving his hand dismissively. Frustrated, Mo Rand realized that if he wished to remain in the tribe, he had no choice but to heed the clan leader's words. Observing Mo Rand's expression of reluctant grievance, Jiao Jiao began to piece together the situation and shook her head at she. Thank you, but I will simply accompany Mo Rand back to rest. The clan leader had not anticipated Jiao Jiao's response, instinctively exclaiming, but Mo Rand is a snake beastman. I am aware. Having interacted with Mo Rand earlier, Jiao Jiao recognized that he was not a malicious individual. In fact, had he not been there, she truly would not have known how to survive in the perilous forest, especially given the dangers that lurked in the beast world at night. Most importantly, the gaze with which she regarded her was exceedingly unsettling. Are you truly intending to follow Mo Rand back to his cave? The clan leader's displeasure was evident. He sought to confirm once more, for it was exceedingly rare for a female to actively choose a snake beastman in the tribe or throughout the beast world. Yes, Jiao Jiao nodded emphatically. It was clear the clan leader was reluctant to see her with Mo Rand, yet Jiao Jiao felt it was unjust to Mo Rand. Although she feared inciting the clan leader's ire, she still wished to take a chance. The clan leader considered further persuasion, but, after a moment's thought, refrained, instead advising Mo Ran, take good care of the petite female. Mo Ran was taken aback by her unwavering choice of him, although his appearance left much to be desired. Her resolute expression stirred something within him, causing his gaze toward Jiao Jiao to transform. Following closely behind Mo Ran, Jiao Jiao could distinctly sense Mo Ran's gaze fixed upon her. However, whenever she turned to meet his eyes, he had already averted his attention elsewhere. Truly, a peculiar serpent beastman. After a laborious journey, upon reaching a cave, just as Jiao Jiao was about to enter, Mo Ran abruptly halted her steps. On his return journey, Mo Ran had contemplated. He was unwilling to forfeit the presence of this female. Moreover, the petite female had just forsaken the son of the clan leader in favor of him. Jiao Jiao, would you consent to mate with me? Suddenly, an unexpected force swept Jiao Jiao off her feet, propelling her towards a nearby stone bed. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself pinned beneath Mo Ran. Do you truly wish to become my partner? Mo Ran's voice was laced with urgency, tinged with a huskiness that belied his current distress, yet he felt compelled to seek affirmation once more. Upon witnessing Mo Ran's demeanor, Jiao Jiao felt a flicker of trepidation. However, what if she rejected him, and something untoward befell him? After much internal conflict, she bit her lip, nodded gently, and offered a soft reply. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. Joy radiated from Mo Ran's voice as he could hardly contain his excitement, leaning in for a kiss. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao felt a sharp pain on her lips, followed by the metallic taste of rust flooding her mouth. Jiao Jiao could not restrain herself and let out a pained sound. Mo Ran's rationality was pulled back as he gazed at Jiao Jiao's swollen lips. A deep sense of guilt washing over him. How could he have lost control just now? It was truly excessive. Observing the guilt in Mo Ran's eyes, Jiao Jiao felt a pang of sympathy. He was already in such discomfort yet was still able to regain his composure, which clearly indicated how much he truly cared for her. I'm fine. Jiao Jiao raised her hand, her delicate fingers as white as lotus roots, gently looping around Mo Ran's neck. Mo Ran's kiss descended once more, this time imbued with unparalleled tenderness. As their kisses continued, their breaths grew heavier, and their bodies became frighteningly warm. With each fervent kiss, Jiao Jiao felt as though her body had been ignited by fire, a wave of heat surging within her. Desperately seeking an escape. Jiao Jiao, may I? In such a moment, there was no room for hesitation, and Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson. She buried her face in Mo Ran's chest, shyly responding. After a tempest of passion, they finally united as partners. Jiao Jiao finally comprehended the meaning behind the phrase the nature of the serpent is lewd. Had it not been for her tearful cries awakening Mo Ran, she might have truly perished. After the incident, Jiao Jiao fell into a deep slumber. Observing the beauty nestled in his arms, Mo Ran felt an overwhelming joy. Gently caressing Jiao Jiao's delicate, fair face, the rosy hue upon it not yet fully dissipated, rendering it irresistibly alluring. Yet, Mo Ran was acutely aware that his little female was quite fragile and could not endure further turmoil. He had finally become a man with a home. Although the tribe had taken him in, he had never felt a true sense of belonging until now, having found a partner. In her dreams, Jiao Jiao sensed an itch on her face and uttered a soft protest, causing Mo Ran to immediately cease his actions and withdraw his hand. Upon awakening, she discovered that the sun had risen high in the sky. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed out of the stone bed, gazing at the empty cave. Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows. A glance at herself revealed that the garments she had traversed into this world with had been violently torn apart, leaving her utterly unclothed. You're awake, Mo Ran exclaimed, holding leaves from an unknown plant that encased freshly roasted meat. Jiao Jiao hurriedly covered herself with animal hides, exposing only her head. This is the meat I just roasted. You must be hungry, right? As if on cue, her stomach emitted a loud growl, leaving Jiao Jiao feeling quite embarrassed. Yet in Mo Ran's eyes, her reaction was endearingly charming. Please, have a taste. As she beheld the roasted meat that Mo Ran had meticulously cut into pieces, her heart softened. He was genuinely attentive to her needs. Jiao Jiao picked up a piece of food and tossed it into her mouth. It was not as delectable as she had imagined, yet it was not entirely unpalatable either. After all, she found herself in a world dominated by beasts, and her expectations for food were rather modest. Is it unappetizing? Mo Ran had been keenly observing Jiao Jiao's reaction. He had heard that females, much like cubs, were notoriously difficult to sustain and had exceedingly refined tastes. When Jiao Jiao was eating, she did not appear to be relishing it. It's not bad. Just a tad fishy. Fishy? Mo Ran inquired, skeptically picking up a piece and tasting it himself. The meat was quite aromatic, and he discerned no unpleasant flavors. However, since Jiao Jiao mentioned a fishy taste, it must indeed be so. He resolved to consult some of the other males in the tribe who had females, seeking their insights on the matter. Jiao Jiao swiftly grasped Mo Ran, who was preparing to depart, shaking her head with a smile. It's nothing. I'm not that hard to sustain. Having previously navigated the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry, she had endured countless hardships. Later, in her quest to maintain her figure, she had subsisted on boiled vegetables. So what were these tribulations in comparison? Mo Ran furrowed his brow. Although he refrained from voicing his concerns, he was resolutely determined to address the issue of meat consumption later on. After finishing her meal, Jiao Jiao wrapped herself tightly in a nearby animal hide, attempting to rise. However, as she exerted herself, a sharp ache coursed through her waist, nearly causing her to topple over. Fortunately, Mo Ran, with quick reflexes, caught her in his embrace. Yet, the tightly wrapped hide slipped away, revealing Jiao Jiao's fair, delicate shoulder, marked with traces left by someone. An intimate reminder that appeared exceedingly suggestive. Are you all right? Mo Ran's heart raced upon witnessing her near fall. I'm fine. Jiao Jiao hastily rewrapped herself in the hide. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully punched Mo Ran with her petite fist. It's your fault from last night. Mo Ran was taken aback, suddenly realizing the cause of her flustered demeanor, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Where do you wish to go? I shall carry you. With that, he effortlessly lifted Jiao Jiao into his arms. I want to take a bath. After a night of slumber, she felt quite uncomfortable. Mo Ran nodded, cradling her as they made their way to the stream. He now understood that his beloved Jiao Jiao was someone who cherished cleanliness. Henceforth, he would need to ensure she was promptly cleaned after their encounters, or else she would be left feeling quite uneasy. By noon, the sun blazed overhead, and the stream was devoid of any onlookers, with the water no longer chilling, perfect for a refreshing wash. After placing Jiao Jiao down, she insisted vehemently that Mo Ran turn around. Hearing the splashes behind him, Mo Ran's mind conjured the image of Jiao Jiao's blushing face from the previous night. A warmth surging from his lower abdomen. This one do, he exclaimed, shaking his head, striving to regain his composure. Yet, the inevitability of the serpent beastman's mating season, lasting 3 to 4 days, coupled with the enticing sounds emanating from behind him, rendered him increasingly restless. Finally, this feels wonderful. Jiao Jiao, blissfully unaware of the impending peril, emerged from the water feeling significantly rejuvenated. However, when she turned around, the unusual state of Mo Ran caught her attention, prompting her to voice her concern. Mo Ran, what is wrong? Jiao Jiao gazed at Mo Ran, who was already crouched on the ground, trembling incessantly, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Instinctively, she intended to wade ashore to check on him, but in the next moment, Mo Ran plunged into the water with a splash. By the time Jiao Jiao regained her composure, she had already been enveloped in a fervent embrace. Jiao Jiao instinctively let out a startled cry, quickly realizing she was outdoors, and hurriedly covered her mouth. Mo Ran, you. Upon catching a glimpse of the desire flickering in Mo Ran's eyes and recalling his earlier explanations, Jiao Jiao ceased her resistance. Instead, she bit her lower lip with great effort, fearful that any sound might attract other beastmen. After another round of passionate entanglement, unlike their encounter in the cave, Jiao Jiao was on edge, anxious that someone might pass by, which only heightened her excitement. When they eventually emerged from the water, Jiao Jiao found her legs weak and unable to support her. Thus she was once again carried back to the cave by Mo Ran, wrapped in animal skin. This is a skirt I made for you. Do give it a try. After setting Jiao Jiao down, Mo Ran blushed deeply and presented the meticulously sewn animal skin to her. It was his first attempt at crafting a female skirt, and he was uncertain whether his beloved Jiao Jiao would appreciate it. When did you manage to make this? Jiao Jiao picked up the animal skin skirt in astonishment. Although the stitching was not particularly exquisite, it was evident that it was quite sturdy. However, upon examining the two pieces, she realized that there was only the bandeau and the animal skin skirt, with no undergarments in sight. It then dawned on her that in this primal world, one fought entirely in the nude. Feeling somewhat bashful, Jiao Jiao hesitated, for these were intimate garments. If it were not for her own lack of skill, she would not have asked Mo Ran for assistance. I would like you to help me create something, she finally said. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Ran readily agreed to He Jiao Jiao's request. He Jiao Jiao sketched her desired design on the ground with a twig, then selected a relatively softer piece from a pile of animal hides prepared by Mo Ran and handed it to him. Mo Ran, being remarkably astute, merely glanced at it. With He Jiao Jiao's brief explanation, he swiftly deduced where this hide was intended to be worn. Without further ado, he set to work, skillfully cutting and stitching the hide with a stone knife. He Jiao Jiao, feeling utterly fatigued, continued to recline upon the stone bed, allowing herself the luxury of rest. Upon awakening from her slumber, she discovered that the customized undergarment had been completed. Seizing the opportunity while Mo Ran was absent, He Jiao Jiao donned the garment for a trial. To her surprise, it was not as uncomfortable as she had anticipated. After fully dressing in the ensemble, she took a moment to examine herself, only to notice an intriguing detail around her ankle. However, the dim light within the cave rendered it difficult for her to discern clearly. After changing into a leather skirt, she ventured barefoot to the cave entrance. There, she beheld a miniature snake tattoo encircling her ankle, its head and tail intertwined, resembling a delicate serpent-shaped anklet. He Jiao Jiao gently touched the surface, only to realize it was not merely painted on, which deepened her sense of curiosity. Before long, Mo Ran hurriedly appeared before her. Upon seeing her safely seated at the cave's entrance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dropped the wild chicken he had just caught onto the ground and approached He Jiao Jiao, squatting down before her. Why aren't you resting properly? What brings you outside? He Jiao Jiao pointed to the pattern on her ankle and asked, What is this? This is a beast mark, Mo Ran replied, gently tracing the mark as he explained. After a successful bond, the male S beast mark will appear on the female S body. The marks vary among different types of beastmen, and their locations are random. A male possesses only one beast mark throughout his life, and from now on, I shall be your beast husband. As he spoke, Mo Ran planted a tender kiss on the corner of He Jiao Jiao's mouth, enveloping her in warmth. The appearance of the beast mark on the female is also a symbol of identity, revealing the type of beastman to whom she is bonded. Most importantly, should you find yourself in peril, your beast husband will sense it and can locate you through the beast mark, rushing to your side with utmost swiftness. I never imagined the beast mark held such advantages. It's practically a human GPS. He Jiao Jiao exclaimed. So, when I just touched the beast mark, you sensed it and hurried back, thinking I was in danger, didn't you? He Jiao Jiao had just wondered what had caused Mo Ran to be in such a hurry. And now she realized it must have been because she had just pressed the beast seal. Mo Ran nodded, reluctantly placing He Jiao Jiao's small foot down. The sunlight outside is quite harsh. You should rest in the cave, he suggested, attempting to carry her inside, only to be gently declined. He Jiao Jiao felt it unnecessary to be carried about, as she had legs of her own, which she found rather embarrassing. A fleeting sorrow crossed Mo Ran's eyes at her refusal. He could not comprehend why, despite their bond, she would reject his touch. Did she regret their union? Observing the discomfort in Mo Ran's expression, He Jiao Jiao pondered if serpent beastmen were inherently sensitive. The cave is quite smooth and does not hurt my feet at all. I can walk by myself, she finally explained. Perhaps sensing the caution in his gaze, she felt a pang of empathy for him. What had he endured to become so sensitive? Yet, having chosen him, she resolved to be the warmth he needed. Jiao Jiao in the beast realm. It is rare for females to actively choose serpent beastmen as partners. If you have any regrets, I can. He Jiao Jiao hurriedly tiptoed and covered Mo Ran's mouth. You wouldn't think of abandoning me after obtaining me, would you? Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of abandoning after obtaining, the expression on He Jiao Jiao's face clearly indicated that it was not a pleasant remark. Mo Ran, in a state of urgency, quickly began to explain, Jiao Jiao, a male can only have one partner for life. My beast mark has already appeared on you. You are my one and only companion in this lifetime. Observing Mo Ran's anxious demeanor, He Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. The sound of her melodious laughter left Mo Ran momentarily stunned as he gazed at her, captivated. She was truly beautiful, no matter the time. He Jiao Jiao always seemed to embody the essence of beauty. Mo Ran, I am truly happy to have met you. I hope we can always be together. He Jiao Jiao spoke softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently pulling him down, whereupon Mo Ran bent at the waist to receive her kiss. Jiao Jiao, encountering you has been my fortune. I vow to protect you with all my might. The two remained in the cave, resting until dusk, only stirring when voices began to drift in from outside. He Jiao Jiao slowly opened her eyes. After an exhausting night and an additional ordeal during her bath, She felt as though her very bones were on the verge of disintegration. What could that sound be from outside? Jiao Jiao noticed Mo Ran standing nearby, and thus inquired, "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. I'll handle it," Mo Ran replied, having recognized the voice from outside. Mo Ran felt a surge of possessiveness at the thought of other males coveting Jiao Jiao. He could not suppress the desire to claim her for himself, wishing to shield her from the gaze of other suitors. Very well then. Jiao Jiao pondered that since she was not well acquainted with the others, and they belonged to the same tribe, there should be no cause for concern. Thus, she reclined once more, intending to rest a little longer. However, in the next moment, a resounding masculine voice erupted, nearly deafening her. "Mo Ran, come out." "What do you mean, Buck?" Mo Ran immediately transformed into human form, enveloping Jiao Jiao in his embrace, his gaze brimming with hostility as he regarded Buck. "Who obstructed their path? Have you two become mates?" Buck's keen eyes noticed the beast mark on Jiao Jiao's ankle and the unmistakable scent of Mo Ran, the serpent beastman, that clung to her, stirring a wave of discontent within him. "This is none of your business," Mo Ran retorted, swiftly lifting Jiao Jiao in preparation for their departure. "Mo Ran, the rainy season is fast approaching. You cannot possibly care for the female alone." Buck once again positioned himself in their way, his tone decidedly grim. "What does that have to do with you? I have made it clear that I am not interested in you." Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of annoyance, believing that Buck was exceedingly difficult to deal with, and her tone naturally lacked courtesy. However, to Buck, this was merely commonplace, for few females in the tribe possessed a gentle disposition. But Mo Ran held a different perspective. He understood that sustaining a female required more than just his solitary efforts. After all, he could not refrain from hunting, as tribal expeditions typically lasted at least 3 to 4 days. Leaving Jiao Jiao alone in the cave made him uneasy, noticing Mo Ran's hesitation. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but tug at him and subtly shook her head. "I have no interest in you. If you continue to bother me, I won't hesitate to challenge you," Mo Ran declared sternly, intending to bypass Buck and depart. Among the younger generation, Buck was regarded as a notable figure, and after being publicly humiliated by Mo Ran repeatedly, he felt a loss of face. Moreover, several orcs nearby had witnessed the scene, prompting him to feel compelled to regain his dignity. "Stop!" Buck instantly transformed into a leopard, blocking the path once more. Mo Ran, now irked, promptly set Jiao Jiao down and used his abilities to lift her to a more distant position. Jiao Jiao was aware that the males in this beastly realm possessed extraordinary abilities. After all, the last time that sheep beastman had seemingly utilized his powers to heal himself. Not far away, Buck and Mo Ran had transformed into their beast forms and were engaged in fierce combat. This was the first time Jiao Jiao had witnessed males using their abilities in such a direct manner. While it was fascinating, it also instilled a sense of fear within her. This was not akin to the brawl she had seen in her previous life. Here, even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. What was happening? Upon hearing the commotion, the clan leader hurried over. Upon seeing Mo Ran and Buck already locked in battle, and noticing Jiao Jiao nearby, he quickly grasped the situation. "Clan leader, could you please intervene and stop them?" Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety. She currently had only Mo Ran by her side. Should he encounter any mishap, even if it were merely an injury, her situation would become exceedingly precarious. In the beast world, skirmishes among males were commonplace. Do not fret. They possess a sense of restraint and will not take each other's lives. Yet, her concern for Mo Ran's safety lingered. Jiao Jiao's gaze remained fixed upon the two combatants not far away, her tone imbued with worry. It was uncertain whether Mo Ran had heard her words. But scarcely had she finished speaking when he surged forth, his serpentine jaws snapping around the leopard's neck, hurling him away with formidable strength. Buck was no match for Mo Ran. The chieftain remarked with a placid demeanor, inwardly reflecting that, in truth, there were hardly any beastmen in the tribe capable of rivaling Mo Ran. Jiao Jiao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the clan leader spoke again. "Little female, the rainy season will soon arrive, followed by the cold season. Mo Ran, being a serpent beastman, will find it exceedingly difficult to care for you during the cold season. Even if he endures the winter without hibernating, his agility will undoubtedly be compromised." Jiao Jiao bit her lower lip in silence. She understood that having arrived in the beast realm, it was inevitable to confront the possibility of multiple beast husbands. However, she had yet to fully acclimatize and was reluctant to choose a lifelong companion in a state of ignorance. Noticing Jiao Jiao's reticence, the clan chief refrained from further commentary and quietly observed the fierce battle between Mo Ran and Buck. Before long, Buck found himself ensnared by Mo Ran's serpentine form. constricted around his throat, rendering him breathless. Just as he felt the grip of death approaching, Jiao Jiao released him, transforming back into human form to stand beside Jiao Jiao. You have lost. Jiao Jiao's voice was devoid of emotion, icy enough to send a shiver down Jiao Jiao's spine. Buck remained silent. In the beast realm, to be bested by a female partner meant forfeiting any right to pursue her further. Jiao Jiao, your beast husband is truly formidable. Ali, having appeared unexpectedly, startled Jiao Jiao with her sudden exclamation. Jiao Jiao cast a glance at her, noticing a fleeting look of melancholy on the large rabbit beneath Ali. Jiao Jiao recalled that Ali had previously claimed those little rabbit offspring as her own. Therefore, at this moment, this large rabbit must be Ali's beast husband. To extol another male in the presence of her beast husband is quite audacious of Ali. Your large rabbit is quite remarkable, appearing very gentle. Jiao Jiao remarked casually, unsure of how to respond. However, these words reached Jiao Jiao's ears as a veiled insinuation that he lacked gentleness. Infuriated, he uttered not a word, transforming into a serpent and swiftly whisking Jiao Jiao away. Jiao Jiao's speed returned to its previous swiftness as he carried Jiao Jiao through the forest, arriving at a dense thicket. Do you favor long-eared beasts? Jiao Jiao inquired. Having overheard Jiao Jiao's praise for Ali's beast husband, a flicker of jealousy gleaming in his eyes. While long-eared beasts are indeed gentle and nurturing, they lack in combat prowess. Upon finishing his statement, Jiao Jiao scrutinized Jiao Jiao, eager to observe her reaction. To his surprise, she appeared indifferent to such matters. Jiao Jiao understood that some females genuinely do not prioritize a male's strength as long as he embodies her preferred beast form. If you truly admire long-eared beasts, I shall keep an eye out for you. What began as a mere casual conversation had not even crossed Jiao Jiao's mind in such a manner. Noticing Jiao Jiao's misunderstanding, she felt utterly powerless. That's not what I meant, Jiao Jiao exclaimed, gesturing repeatedly. Having you as my beast husband is sufficient for now. I do not wish to entertain other thoughts. What I said to Ali was merely mutual flattery, devoid of any ulterior motive. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's explanation, Jiao Jiao's expression softened slightly. However, recalling her earlier doubts about his strength, he furrowed his brow once more. Do you believe my combat abilities are lacking? Fearing I may one day fail to protect you? Jiao Jiao, feeling powerless, rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Why is this snake so sensitive? Seeing that Jiao Jiao offered no explanation, Jiao Jiao, in a fit of anger, forcefully whipped his tail, causing a tree as thick as a whale's mouth to crash down right in front of her. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, fearing that Jiao Jiao was exceedingly angry and might take action against her. Just as she was about to explain, she noticed a sudden change in Jiao Jiao's expression, who swiftly moved to shield her behind him. What is happening? Jiao Jiao could discern that Jiao Jiao was on high alert, as if something dangerous lurked nearby. Was there a ferocious beast approaching? Jiao Jiao felt a pang of regret. He should not have acted so impulsively by leading Jiao Jiao away from the tribe. The imminent arrival of a fearsome creature posed a grave threat. A ferocious beast? What could that possibly be? Before Jiao Jiao could voice her curiosity, the answer materialized before her eyes. A colossal black creature loomed, its features reminiscent of a beast with sharp fangs, yet it defied categorization, embodying an amalgamation of attributes that left Jiao Jiao baffled, lacking any clear resemblance to a specific animal. Just as she stood there in a daze, the monstrous beast lunged forward, its gaping maw agape. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao was no stranger to such encounters. He transformed into a serpent, coiling his tail around Jiao Jiao and casting her to a safer distance before engaging in battle with the ferocious creature. Jiao Jiao fell to the ground, momentarily disregarding her pain as she swiftly rose to assess the battle unfolding not far away. Unlike her encounters with the tribe's males, this time Jiao Jiao exhibited a fierce and lethal prowess, rapidly conjuring numerous ice spikes with his powers and relentlessly launching them at the ferocious beast. It turned out that Jiao Jiao possessed the ability of ice manipulation. Jiao Jiao found this supernatural ability rather impressive. With such a power at her disposal, she need not fret about the heat in the future, for she could simply summon a large block of ice to cool herself down. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Jiao Jiao fixated intently, anxious that Jiao Jiao might encounter some unforeseen danger. Perhaps her concentration was so profound that she remained oblivious to another ferocious beast that had appeared behind her. It was only when Jiao Jiao sent the beast before him flying and turned to check on Jiao Jiao that he noticed the creature lurking behind her. In that instant, Jiao Jiao felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Be careful, he shouted, rushing towards Jiao Jiao. At that moment, she too sensed something amiss. When she turned around, she saw the ferocious beast was already perilously close, its raised claws reaching out towards her. Jiao Jiao instinctively crouched down, protecting her head, yet the anticipated pain did not come. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a shield resembling ice that enveloped her securely. In the next moment, Ran appeared by her side, swiftly coiling his serpentine tail around her and fleeing with great haste. Under ordinary circumstances, Ran might have chosen to confront two ferocious beasts alone. However, with Jiao Jiao present, he dared not take such a risk. Typically, ferocious beasts would seldom engage in prolonged battles, yet today, for reasons unknown, these two creatures relentlessly pursued them, occasionally unleashing their extraordinary powers to attack. In an instant, the path they traversed was consumed by the black flames spewed forth by the beasts. Jiao Jiao first realized the perilous nature of the beast world. Shivering as she clung tightly to Ran's tail, terrified that the black flames would consume her and extinguish her life. Ran, sensing Jiao Jiao's fear, exerted all his strength to flee. Yet, inexplicably, a number of ferocious beasts seemed drawn to them, converging from all directions, until 4 or 5 menacing creatures appeared in no time. What was happening? This was Ran's first encounter with such a situation, and for the moment, he could only continue to lead Jiao Jiao in a desperate escape. Just when Jiao Jiao feared that their fate was sealed, suddenly, 5 or 6 majestic white tigers emerged, each confronting a fierce beast and engaging in battle. With the pursuers momentarily vanquished, Ran halted, gently setting Jiao Jiao down to inspect her. To his dismay, he discovered a cut on her paw, oozing blood. "You are injured." Ran transformed back into his beastman form, tenderly cradling Jiao Jiao's small foot, his eyes filled with concern and regret. If only he had not acted so impulsively and had refrained from leading her out of the tribe, they would not have encountered the ferocious beasts. "I am fine." At that moment, Jiao Jiao's attention was entirely captivated by the distant white tigers. Their fierce battle against the beasts suggested they were akin to Ran, beastmen as well. As for her injury, it was not severe. A simple bandage would suffice. "Would you like to assist them? After all, they are fighting to save us." Ran glanced towards the fray. "All right, you stay right here and do not wander off." Jiao Jiao nodded obediently, urging Ran to hurry over. Ran, feeling uneasy, turned back repeatedly, only to see Jiao Jiao sitting quietly in place without any intention of moving. With that reassurance, he transformed into a serpent and swiftly rushed to assist. Ran's combat prowess was already formidable. Even when facing 2 assailants, his chances of victory were promising. Previously, he had chosen to flee with Jiao Jiao in mind. Now, unencumbered by concerns, he unleashed his full strength and swiftly joined forces with the white tigers, eliminating the assailants in no time. Witnessing the gruesome scene, despite the distance, Jiao Jiao could not hold back her nausea. "Jiao Jiao." As soon as the battle concluded, Ran returned to Jiao Jiao's side, and, upon seeing her pale complexion, felt a surge of concern. However, mindful of the beast's blood that stained him, he refrained from reaching out to support her, instead crouching nearby with a watchful gaze. "I am fine." Jiao Jiao wiped her mouth and forced a smile. "This female is truly beautiful." Zi was momentarily entranced, for although her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, there was an endearing beauty about her that stirred an instinctive desire to care for her. Particularly captivating were her eyes, reminiscent of an abyss, which deeply ensnared Zi's attention. "Are you all right?" Jiao Jiao glanced at the several white tigers standing not far away. Their physiques were considerably larger, at least twice the size of those she had seen in the zoo. The white tigers shook their heads and then transformed into human forms, approaching Jiao Jiao. "Thank you so much for your help just now. Otherwise, we might have truly fallen prey to those ferocious beasts." Jiao Jiao spoke with a lingering sense of trepidation. "It's all my fault." Ran lowered his head. If it weren't for him, how would Jiao Jiao have had to endure such trials? He truly was not a competent beast husband. "I do not intend to blame you." Jiao Jiao gently patted Ran's head, smiling as she shook her head. "I know you did not act with malice. Encountering these perils was not our desire. It was merely an unfortunate accident." "An accident?" Ran furrowed his brow, unconvinced that this was mere happenstance. He had encountered ferocious beasts before, but never had he been pursued so relentlessly by one after another. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts to Jiao Jiao, fearing they would only cause her distress. The onlooking white tiger beastmen were taken aback. This female was remarkably gentle, showing no inclination to blame her beast husband for the danger they faced, instead offering soft words of comfort. "Hello, little female. We are from the nearby white tiger tribe. It appears you have sustained an injury. Perhaps you would allow us to escort you to our tribe for the shaman's care?" Zi stepped forward, crouching before Jiao Jiao. Upon closer inspection, Jiao Jiao noticed that this white tiger beast man had striking violet eyes and an undeniable beauty. Seeing the awe in her gaze, Zi subtly smiled. "Jiao Jiao, what do you think?" Mo Ran, having just made a mistake, noticed that Jiao Jiao seemed quite taken with this white tiger beast man. Realizing he could not adequately protect her alone, he thought it wise to let her choose among those she favored, ensuring her safety. Of course, Jiao Jiao was eager to explore other tribes, and without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Mo Ran glanced at the bloodstains on his clothing and turned to Zi. "Why don't you carry Jiao Jiao?" Zi was taken aback. He had just spotted the serpent beastman's mark on the little female's ankle, along with the lingering scent of their union. It was said that serpent beastmen were selfish and domineering, reluctant to share their mates with others. Yet here was one who proactively suggested such a thing, truly a surprise. All right. Though he did not fully understand why the serpent beastman named Mo Ran would make such a request, Zi nodded in agreement and transformed into a white tiger, lowering himself before Jiao Jiao. Observing the majestic white tiger, Jiao Jiao bit her lip, yearning to reach out and pet him, but she restrained herself, aware that he was not merely an animal, but a beast man. Zi crouched as low as possible, yet for the petite Jiao Jiao, climbing onto his back remained a challenge. Just as she felt she might slip off, she sensed a sudden force around her waist. Looking down, she saw the great tiger's tail wrapping around her, successfully lifting her onto his back. Perched atop the tiger, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of pride. If only she had a phone at that moment, she would capture dozens of photos and share them on her social media. "My name is Zi. Should you need anything, feel free to call me," Zi said in a deep voice, offering his assurance. Jiao Jiao nodded sweetly in response. Mo Ran transformed back into his serpentine form, following closely beside her, and instructed Zi, "Please slow down a bit." Zi acknowledged with a nod, and the serpent and tiger dashed forward, while the remaining white tiger beastmen hurriedly reverted to their beast forms to give chase. Riding a serpent differs significantly from riding a tiger. Despite the serpent's slippery exterior, it provides a stable ride, alleviating any concerns of falling off. In contrast, the tiger's movements are quite jarring, prompting Jiao Jiao to instinctively grasp the white tiger's fur tightly, lowering her body further for stability. Noticing her actions, Zi decelerated slightly, making an effort to run more steadily. Before long, they came to a halt, and Jiao Jiao gazed at the tribe before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. Compared to the previous tribe, this one was immensely larger. The stone houses stretched endlessly in a harmonious arrangement, and the paths of the tribe were impeccably clear, devoid of any debris. "Zi, who are these two?" An older beastman approached, his gaze immediately brightening upon seeing the female seated on Zi's back, but his expression darkened as he noticed the serpent beastman beside her. "Chieftain, they encountered a fierce beast in the dense forest, and the young female sustained some injuries, so I brought them to seek the healer's assistance." Zi maintained his white tiger form. "Injured?" The chieftain then noticed the blood staining the young female's foot and quickly stepped aside, allowing Zi to escort them to the healer's dwelling. In the beast world, a female's injury is a matter of great concern, as they are inherently more fragile. If wounds are not treated promptly, the situation can become perilous. Males, on the other hand, possess strong self-healing abilities and typically recover with mere rest. Only in severe or life-threatening cases do they seek the healer's aid. As before, the healer employed an unknown ability, emanating a green glow, and Jiao Jiao felt her wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. "What is this? How marvelous!" Observing Jiao Jiao's fascination with his wood-based ability, the healer generously offered her an introduction. It turned out that the wood ability in the beast world possesses regenerative capabilities, which is why it is predominantly used for healing. If utilized for cultivation, it should yield remarkable results as well, correct? Jiao Jiao pondered silently, refraining from voicing her thoughts, uncertain of their feasibility. Could the shaman doctor assist in examining Mo Ran? Previously, Mo Ran had been covered in blood, and Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of concern. The shaman doctor cast a glance at the silent serpent beastman standing nearby, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, yet he approached to examine Mo Ran's injuries. I am fine. Mo Ran waved his hand dismissively. But you are covered in blood. Jiao Jiao remained uneasy. After all, she had witnessed the ferocity of the fierce beasts firsthand. This is the blood of the ferocious beasts. Jiao Jiao could hardly fathom such an answer. Clearly, the great tigers had also slain the ferocious beasts, yet they remained unscathed, while Mo Ran was completely covered in filth. Your companion. I wonder what has possessed those ferocious beasts. They fight as if driven mad. Zi could not help but tease. I see now. Such behavior must not be repeated. Jiao Jiao understood that Mo Ran must have been driven to rage by the previous near-fatal encounter with those ferocious beasts. However, his reckless disregard for everything was indeed worrisome. Mo Ran obediently nodded in agreement. Just then, a few white tiger beastmen approached from a distance, waving towards Zi. Zi glanced at Jiao Jiao before making his way over. Before long, he returned, wearing a somewhat troubled expression. What happened? Upon witnessing Ziyi's demeanor, Jiao Jiao mistakenly believed that the tribe did not welcome them. Concerned about causing any inconvenience, she suggested departing. It is not so, Ziyi hastily clarified. It is the chieftain. The chieftain has arranged a bonfire gathering to honor your visit to the tribe. We should proceed to the square shortly. However, if you prefer not to attend, it is perfectly acceptable. I will convey your sentiments to the chieftain. Perhaps out of concern for Jiao Jiao's discomfort. Ziyi added this reassurance. Jiao Jiao looked at Mo Ran in surprise. Noticing that he had no intention of refusing, she nodded in agreement despite her profound confusion. Please take care of Jiao Jiao for a moment while I go wash by the water, Mo Ran said to Ziyi. Of course, Ziyi replied without a second thought, eagerly nodding in affirmation and even directing Mo Ran towards the water. Mo Ran acknowledged him with a nod and departed without looking back. Observing Mo Ran's retreating figure, Jiao Jiao felt an indescribable sensation. She couldn't shake the feeling that Mo Ran was deliberately orchestrating an opportunity for her to interact with the formidable Ziyi. But why? Noticing that Jiao Jiao appeared somewhat displeased, Ziyi cautiously inquired, Would you like to join me for a moment to rest and wait for him to return? Jiao Jiao nodded and followed Ziyi to his stone dwelling. The stone house was impeccably tidy, and in stark contrast to the dimly lit cave. It was significantly more spacious and luminous. Please have a seat. I shall fetch you some water, Ziyi said, lifting the curtain as he stepped outside. Jiao Jiao obediently settled onto the stone bench, observing everything within the abode, contemplating whether she could persuade Mo Ran to construct a similar stone house upon her return. After all, she truly did not relish residing in the dark, damp cave. Before long, Ziyi returned, carrying a water pouch, which he graciously offered to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao glanced at the water pouch, which resembled the stomach of some creature, yet it had been cleansed so thoroughly that not a trace of odor remained. For this, she could not help but admire the ingenuity of the beastmen. After drinking, Jiao Jiao found herself with nothing to do. She sat quietly in her spot, while Ziyi remained silent, transformed into the form of a white tiger, resting peacefully not far from her. When Mo Ran arrived, following the beast tracks, he was greeted by the sight of one person and one tiger in serene stillness, a far cry from the scenario he had imagined. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. After all, Jiao Jiao likely held no such thoughts regarding the white tiger. Mo Ran reassured himself silently as he strode towards Jiao Jiao. You're back. Upon seeing Mo Ran approach, Jiao Jiao promptly rose to greet him. The bloodstains on Mo Ran had been entirely washed away, and after a careful inspection, she found no injuries, which set her mind at ease. Ziyi had already reverted to his human form by the time Mo Ran returned, and witnessing Jiao Jiao's deep concern for her companion filled him with envy. How wonderful it would be if such a gentle and delicate female were his. I'm fine. Mo Ran grasped Jiao Jiao's slender hand, holding it gently in his palm, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. That's good. Seeing Mo Ran return to his former self, the tension in Jiao Jiao's heart finally dissipated. She nestled her soft, fragrant body comfortably into Mo Ran's embrace. As twilight descended, Ziyi rose to lead them to the square, where this time, it was Mo Ran who cradled Jiao Jiao in his arms, entering the gaze of all present. Previously, it had been Ziyi who carried the small female. leading them to believe that the serpent beastman and the little female were unrelated. After all, females in the beast world seldom chose serpent beastmen as mates. Even if they did, they would not flaunt such a relationship before everyone. Moreover, this little female was extraordinarily beautiful. However, with the serpent beastman openly holding the little female, it unmistakably announced his identity. Could it be that the little female was coerced? Yet, in the next moment, that thought was dispelled. For the little female nestled contentedly in the serpent beastman's arms, showing no signs of reluctance. The so-called square was merely an expanse of open ground, at the center of which stones were arranged in a circular formation where a bonfire blazed. Under Z's guidance, Mo Ran and He Jiao Jiao took their seats. He Jiao Jiao initially intended to rise from Mo Ran's embrace, but he stubbornly refused to let her go, insisting she remain nestled in his hold. Considering they were outside, He Jiao Jiao reluctantly acquiesced to stay in Mo Ran's embrace. The bonfire gathering, purportedly a welcome for He Jiao Jiao, was essentially a casual affair where everyone gathered around the fire to eat and drink, lacking any particular significance. Ze busily grilled meat nearby, presenting it to He Jiao Jiao once it was ready. After Mo Ran cooled the meat with his icy breath, he sliced it into thin pieces before offering it to her lips. He Jiao Jiao had a modest appetite, having merely nibbled a few bites before feeling satiated. However, the soiree showed no signs of concluding. With a languid yawn, she nestled against Mo Ran. Feeling tired? Mo Ran immediately discerned her state and promptly lifted her, intending to depart. Hello, little female. I am Bai Yun. May I join you in play? Suddenly, a white tiger beastman approached, positioning himself in front of Mo Ran. The male, named Bai Yun, appeared to be a white tiger beastman like Ze, yet his gaze was exceedingly brazen. This was not an innocent invitation to play. It was a blatant proposition of something far more intimate. He Jiao Jiao instinctively nestled closer to Mo Ran, exhibiting a demeanor of refusal to engage. Jiao Jiao has no interest in you, Mo Ran remarked with an icy tone, his dark eyes glancing at Bai Yun. Bai Yun, clearly unwilling to concede, cast a disdainful look at Mo Ran. How can you presume to speak for her when she has not uttered a word? In an instant, Mo Ran's eyes transformed into vertical slits, and the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. As the tension between the two escalated, He Jiao Jiao quickly reached out to clasp Mo Ran's neck, compelling him to lower his gaze to meet hers. At the moment their eyes locked, the frost in Mo Ran's gaze evaporated, replaced by warmth. He is my partner. His words reflect my sentiments. He Jiao Jiao glanced at the orc named Bai Yun, fully acknowledging Mo Ran. Bai Yun was taken aback by how fiercely the little female defended the serpent orc, feeling a pang of envy while simultaneously growing more resentful towards Mo Ran. It was often said that serpent orcs were selfish, and this instance seemed to confirm that notion. Bai Yun muttered under his breath, though not softly enough to escape the ears of He Jiao Jiao and Mo Ran. Just as He Jiao Jiao was about to stand up for Mo Ran, the latter gently set her down and strode directly towards Bai Yun. If you are dissatisfied, you may challenge me. With so many witnesses present, to refuse a challenge would be rather humiliating. Moreover, Bai Yun had always looked down upon Mo Ran, naturally wanting to assert his own prowess. Perhaps, he thought, the little female would be swayed by his abilities. Bai Yun raised an eyebrow and stepped towards the perimeter of the campfire, an unmistakable indication of his intent to accept the challenge posed by Mo Ran. Just as Mo Ran prepared to approach, He Jiao Jiao's delicate hand grasped his large one. I have no interest in him. Why would you fight? This statement extinguished all of Bai Yun's hopes. If she claimed to have no interest, there was no need for a confrontation. And Mo Ran promptly sat back down beside He Jiao Jiao. Bai Yun attempted to persist, but a stern glance from the approaching tribal leader silenced him. Little female. The leader approached with a forced smile, saying, I've heard you currently have only Mo Ran as your serpent orc partner. Yet many warriors from our white tiger tribe remain single. Would you consider giving them a chance? Unlike the males, the leader chose a more straightforward approach, as matters concerning the tribe's propagation demanded a clear stance. It turned out that the so-called bonfire gathering carried such implications. He Jiao Jiao cast a glance around, observing that the unpartnered males were indeed gazing at her with intense interest, as if the mere inclination of her head would prompt them to rush forward at once. Mo Ran. He Jiao Jiao, filled with apprehension at the thought of a refusal leading to potential difficulties with the clan leader, instinctively grasped Mo Ran's arm. Fear not, Mo Ran. Sensing Jiao Jiao's unease, gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Indeed, you have but me as your sole companion, which is rather scarce. Nonetheless, I wish for you to choose those whom you genuinely admire, rather than being compelled to acquiesce. By the way, if memory serves me right, you seem to have a penchant for those of striking appearance? Jiao Jiao gazed at Mo Ran in disbelief, reflecting on his series of peculiar reactions. And only then did she comprehend his true intentions. What do you think of Ziyi? Mo Ran cast a glance at the males around, ultimately resting his gaze upon Ziyi, who stood aside. He had observed that this tiger was rather straightforward, despite the opportunities he had provided. Ziyi had not employed any cunning tactics. Most importantly, it was evident to him that Jiao Jiao seemed quite fond of this furry beastman. Jiao Jiao was utterly bewildered by Mo Ran's series of actions. How could this fool still be pushing herself away? Initially, she had accepted Mo Ran in a fit of impulsiveness, and now, merely a few days later, she had not even considered seeking another partner. Having you is sufficient for me. Jiao Jiao, with a hint of playful charm, wrapped her slender arms around Mo Ran's lean waist, tilting her delicate face upwards. Her eyes filled with a pleading glimmer. Such a gaze is irresistible to any male, and Mo Ran swallowed hard before leaning down to kiss her. Jiao Jiao felt as if something had exploded in her mind, her smiling face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. I understand. After enough kisses, Mo Ran released Jiao Jiao, cradling her in his lap. However, Jiao Jiao, what transpired today truly frightens me. I fear that I cannot adequately care for you alone. Sensing Mo Ran's turmoil, Jiao Jiao was at a loss on how to console him. Indeed, little one, the rainy season is approaching, and after it comes the cold season. If you have but one partner, it will be quite challenging to endure the winter. Moreover, your only companion is a serpent beastman, who will enter a deep slumber during the cold months. Serpent beastmen, much like snakes, hibernate. Previously, Jiao Jiao had not considered this aspect, but it is evident that if she wishes to survive peacefully in this beastly world, she ought to seek additional protection. Yet, she is, after all, a soul from the modern era. It is indeed a considerable challenge for her to adapt to the ways of the beast world. If she must choose one, then I would select Ziyi. Jiao Jiao raised her arm, pointing towards the downcast Ziyi. The dimness in Ziyi's eyes was instantly rekindled, and he hurriedly strode towards Jiao Jiao, reverently lifting her hand and lowering his head to kiss it. Thank you for choosing me. In truth, with Ziyi's capabilities, he was quite popular among the females in the tribe. However, he never cast a glance at them. Initially, the chieftain was concerned that Ziyi might be disinterested in females, but now he could finally rest easy, realizing that it was merely a matter of Ziyi's high standards. Jiao Jiao awkwardly withdrew her hand and reached out to help Ziyi up. Previously, she had not paid much attention, but now she noticed that Ziyi's physique seemed even sturdier than Mo Ran's, standing at around 2 meters tall, boasting similarly impressive long legs. However, that was not the focal point. The emphasis lay on his face. In contrast to Mo Ran's gentle beauty, Ziyi exuded a manly charm, reminiscent of a bright, sunny, youthful boy. His golden short hair paired with violet eyes was so captivating that one could not help but be drawn in. Those violet eyes were now fixed on her, unwavering, making it difficult for her to maintain her composure. Perhaps due to Jiao Jiao's decision, the others soon dispersed in unison. Let us return. Today had been overwhelming. And at this moment, Jiao Jiao was utterly exhausted, extending her hand toward Mo Ran. Without hesitation, Mo Ran scooped her up and headed toward the stone house. Ziyi, the clan leader, called out from behind. Mo Ran glanced back, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before continuing on with Jiao Jiao in his arms. Now that the little female has chosen you, you must take good care of her and strive to ensure she bears you a litter of offspring soon. Ziyi did not respond but merely nodded slightly. Observing Ziyi's seemingly lackadaisical demeanor, the clan leader felt a mix of exasperation and relief. At least the female had chosen him, and bearing offspring was merely a matter of time. Upon returning to the stone house, Mo Ran looked at the peacefully sleeping Jiao Jiao in his arms, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Ziyi's stone house lacked a stone bed, offering only a grassy nest. Without a second thought, Mo Ran placed Jiao Jiao into the nest, covering her with a hide for warmth. When Ziyi returned, he found Jiao Jiao nestled in his grassy nest, while Mo Ran stood nearby, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him to arrive. Jiao Jiao did not eat much earlier. I worry she might awaken hungry during the night. Prepare some food to keep warm. She should have something to eat as soon as she wakes. Also, her teeth are not in the best condition, so please cut the meat as thin and small as possible. Z attentively committed this to memory. Noticing that Ran had no further instructions, he hurriedly went to prepare the food. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Jiao Jiao stirred awake. Earlier. During the bonfire gathering, she had consumed a fair amount of roasted meat and had now awakened from thirst. With the moonlight illuminating the room, she could vaguely make out the silhouette of a large white tiger guarding the entrance. Z? In truth, Z had sensed her awakening but hesitated to approach, fearing that his sudden movement might startle her. Are you hungry? Z transformed back into human form and approached her, raising his right hand, with a flicker of firelight dancing in his palm. No, I'm just a bit thirsty. Jiao Jiao shook her head. Z quickly retrieved the water pouch, concerned that the water might be too cool for her, and thoughtfully used his abilities to warm it up. Jiao Jiao took a sip of water and, upon placing the water bag down, curiously gazed at Zi's right hand. Noticing her intrigue, Z drew the flames in his palm closer, allowing Jiao Jiao to observe more clearly. Are you a fire elemental? Jiao Jiao found it quite fascinating that Ran possessed ice-based abilities, capable of instantly freezing water into ice. Meanwhile, Z seemed to wield fire powers, conjuring flames out of thin air. Indeed, Z nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao was overwhelmed by curiosity and reached out to touch the small flame, only for it to extinguish in an instant. Be careful, it's hot, Z said with a look of indulgence. He had not anticipated Jiao Jiao's insatiable curiosity, had he not acted swiftly just now. Her fingers would surely have been scorched. You wouldn't let me get hurt, would you? Jiao Jiao blinked her eyes playfully and smiled as she spoke. Z nodded eagerly, affirming her request. May I take another look? In response to Jiao Jiao's request, Z was more than willing to oblige. He revealed a small flame that flickered to life in his palm, this time slightly larger than before, illuminating the entire stone room. Observing the glow emanating from Zi's hand, Jiao Jiao mused that having such an extraordinary individual by her side was indeed advantageous, as it alleviated her worries about lacking fire during their outings. Noticing that Jiao Jiao was fixated on the flame in his palm, Z swallowed nervously and hesitantly spoke. Jiao Jiao, may I call you that? Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Of course, I would love to. Are you truly willing to become my partner? Z struggled to suppress the excitement within him. He pursed his thin lips, his gaze fixed intently on Jiao Jiao, fearful of missing even the slightest change in her expression. Absolutely. Jiao Jiao responded succinctly, seizing the opportunity to make a request. Moments later, with a look of sheer contentment, she affectionately stroked the head of the large white tiger beside her. The sensation of its fluffy fur was simply exquisite. In her previous life, Jiao Jiao had longed to raise a kitten, but due to work commitments, she was unable to be home frequently, leaving her to wistfully admire the furry companions of others. Now, although she could not have a cat, she had a magnificent white tiger instead. Not only was the tactile experience equally delightful, but she could also ride it. How exhilarating! Jiao Jiao, lost in thought, suddenly broke into a joyful smile. Initially, Z felt perplexed as to why Jiao Jiao chose to transform into her beast form without explanation, and he was further annoyed by the disheveled state of his own hair as she playfully tousled it. However, upon witnessing her exuberance, the clouds of his earlier gloom dissipated in an instant, and he found himself yearning to draw closer, eager to indulge in her playful affection. After engaging in this delightful interaction for a while, Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled another presence. But where was Ran? Jiao Jiao then realized that Ran was not in the stone house. He had returned to his previous tribe, claiming he needed to retrieve some belongings. Z quickly explained. Oh. Jiao Jiao felt a sense of relief, reflecting on the previous tribe's less than favorable treatment of Ran. The prospect of remaining in the White Tiger tribe appeared to be a commendable option. However, she was uncertain whether Ran would be willing to stay with her. You didn't eat much before bed. Are you feeling hungry now? Z inquired, recalling Ran's previous admonitions. Initially, Jiao Jiao did not have a strong sensation of hunger, but after Zi's repeated questioning, she genuinely began to feel a pang of hunger. Yes, I would like to have something to eat. Z promptly transformed back into her human form and went to another room, using a stone bowl to serve the freshly cooked meat soup from the stone pot. She heated it to a perfect temperature with her abilities and presented it before Jiao Jiao. I can manage it myself. Jiao Jiao reached out her hand to grasp it, but the moment her fingers brushed against the stone bowl, she recoiled. Ah, it is so hot. Jiao Jiao, pinching her earlobe, spoke with a tone of grievance. She had witnessed Ze handling the situation with ease and never anticipated that the stone bowl would be so scalding. What happened? Ze hastily set aside the bowl of meat slices soup to examine Jiao Jiao's injury. Upon seeing her fingers redden from the burn, Ze was filled with remorse. How could he have forgotten that females are inherently more delicate, not possessing the rugged toughness of their male counterparts, and are easily susceptible to harm? I am so sorry, it is entirely my fault, Ze lamented, wishing he had been more cautious to prevent Jiao Jiao's injury. For the first time, the usually audacious big tiger felt a sense of defeat. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Jiao Jiao is not an unreasonable person. It was she who insisted on seizing the opportunity, and thus, it is not at all fair to blame Ze. Allow me to feed you, Ze said, her heart still fluttering with trepidation. Ultimately, it was under Ze's attentive care that the bowl of meat slice soup was finally emptied. Jiao Jiao gently caressed her round belly, reflecting on her past life when she refrained from indulging in food to maintain her figure, only to ultimately meet a tragic end by falling off the stage. It was indeed a bittersweet realization. In this lifetime, she resolved to no longer deprive herself. You may rest a little longer. Rest assured, I shall keep watch by your side. Upon observing Jiao Jiao's satiated yet weary expression, Ze could not help but speak. Jiao Jiao nodded slightly and continued to lie down to sleep, observing the little female nestled in the grass. Sleeping so soundly, Ze felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. So this is what it feels like to have a female companion. Jiao Jiao slept until the sun was high in the sky, and when she awoke, the great white tiger was still quietly resting beside her. However, the stone house remained devoid of Moran's presence, causing her to grow anxious. Ze, Jiao Jiao exclaimed anxiously. Ze immediately rose and transformed back into human form, coming to Jiao Jiao's side. Why hasn't Moran returned yet? Could he be in some danger? Ze shook his head, gesturing for her to observe the beast mark on her ankle. The mark still emitted a faint chill, indicating that Moran was not in any mortal peril. Yet, a lingering worry troubled her. Could you take me to the entrance of the tribe? Seeing her distressed demeanor, Ze realized that even if he opposed her, she would likely venture there on her own. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement and subsequently transformed into a large tiger, allowing Jiao Jiao to climb onto his back. Concerned that she might not be able to maintain her balance, Ze walked slowly. However, Jiao Jiao could hardly contain her impatience. Can we go a bit faster? For reasons she could not quite comprehend, a sense of unease gnawed at her. She yearned to reunite with Moran as swiftly as possible. Then hold on tight. Jiao Jiao hurriedly grasped the beast fur beneath her, prompting Ze to hasten his pace towards the entrance of the tribe. In the distance, she noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, causing her heart to skip a beat. Before she could utter a word, Ze instinctively quickened his steps. Your female is in the tribe. Who can attest to that? A piercing voice echoed, clearly belonging to an unsavory character. Indeed, after all this time on this continent, I've never heard of a cold-blooded beastman having a female willing to be with him. Are you perhaps daydreaming in broad daylight? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Jiao Jiao approached, overhearing those individuals mocking Moran, and her expression instantly transformed with anger. Ze, Jiao Jiao gently patted Ze, causing her to halt in her tracks and allow Jiao Jiao to slide down from her back. Ze could discern the anger radiating from Jiao Jiao and, concerned for her well-being, promptly transformed into her human form to accompany her closely. Who dares to claim that he lacks a female counterpart? I am indeed his female, Jiao Jiao exclaimed loudly, and upon hearing her voice, the crowd turned their heads to see a petite and fair female speaking with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's voice, Moran's face flickered with a hint of panic. Through their time together, Moran realized that Jiao Jiao had likely been overly sheltered in the past. She was unfamiliar with many customs of the beast world and seemed not to comprehend the matters concerning snake beastmen. Otherwise, she would not have so naively chosen him as her partner. The more he recognized this, the more he felt that his current happiness was undeserved. Fearing that one day Jiao Jiao might discover the truth and reject him, leaving him behind, the instigator was named Shuedo, a notorious scoundrel within the tribe. Though he was of age, he had never participated in a single tribal hunt, always managing to concoct excuses to evade his responsibilities. Over time, everyone realized he was merely a freeloader, and thus they tended to keep their distance from him. Today, Shuedo was loitering near the tribe's entrance when he fortuitously encountered the returning Moran. Spotting a snake beastman, he felt a surge of malice. Thinking that even if he couldn't overpower Moran, the warriors at the entrance would not stand idly by while he was bullied. Moran initially wished to ignore such a person, but Shuedo was relentless. Eventually, he revealed that his female companion was visiting the tribe. To Imoran's dismay, Shuaido not only refused to step aside but also brazenly mocked him. "Zi, where did you find this female? She is truly stunning." Shuaido squinted at Jiao Jiao, his expression growing increasingly lewd. When had such a beautiful female arrived in the tribe without his knowledge? Zi narrowed his eyes. He had grown up alongside Shuaido, who was abandoned by his mother for his father's perceived uselessness. After Shuaido's father perished during a tribal hunt, he became an orphan. This was why the tribe turned a blind eye to his avoidance of hunting. Yet, Shuaido was not one to be underestimated. He often engaged in absurd antics within the tribe. Once, he even attempted to exploit the innate strength disparity between males and females to coerce a female. Had he not been discovered, he might have succeeded and faced severe repercussions. Eventually, that female left the White Tiger tribe with her companions. The chieftain had considered expelling Shuaido, but each time he would wail and lament the tragic fate of his father, evading punishment yet again. "Was it you who was bullying Imoran just now?" Jiao Jiao strode directly to Imoran's side, shielding him behind her, and faced Shuaido with sharp words. Shuaido was taken aback by the unexpected intimidation from a female, momentarily stunned before resuming his playful demeanor. "Little female, are you perhaps deceived by this serpent beastman?" Historically, no female has willingly accepted a serpent beastman. They are inherently cold, selfish, and prone to violence. "Silence!" Jiao Jiao bellowed, startling Shuaido into momentary silence. "My male, you have no right to dictate to me. I warn you, should I hear another disparaging remark about Imoran, do not blame me for your demise." Though Shuaido's combat prowess among males was indeed lacking, he could not bring himself to be intimidated by a female, especially with so many witnesses present. He simply could not swallow his pride. However, this petite female was exceedingly attractive, particularly her lips, which appeared soft and inviting, compelling Shuaido to muster his patience and continue speaking. "Little female, I am looking out for your best interest. You are unaware, but this snake beastman," smack. The resounding sound of a slap echoed through the air. Everyone stood in stunned silence, astonished that such a seemingly delicate female would resort to physical confrontation. Shuaido, recovering from his shock, seethed with anger and raised his hand toward Jiao Jiao, but in the next instant, his body was sent flying like a withered leaf. Seeking death, Imoran retracted his foot, gazing at the prostrate Shuaido as though he were a mere insect. It was one thing to bully him, but to dare lay a hand on Jiao Jiao was utterly intolerable. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, but soon realized it was the hand of Imoran that had moved, and she felt a sense of relief. She could dominate her own, but outsiders were absolutely off limits. Indeed, she was fiercely protective. The onlookers, witnessing the fallen and unconscious Shuaido, instinctively took a step back. Their gazes towards Imoran shifted from mockery to palpable fear. Jiao Jiao cast a glance at the crowd, and upon perceiving the expressions in their eyes, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, prompting her to make a bold decision. "Zi, I no longer wish to remain in your tribe. If you..." she began, but before she could finish her sentence, Zi hastily declared his stance. Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded, initially concerned that Zi might be reluctant to accompany her, considering they had yet to become true partners. "Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly to gather a few belongings," she stated. Without awaiting Jiao Jiao's response, Zi transformed back into a majestic tiger and swiftly dashed toward his stone dwelling. The crowd murmured in surprise, not anticipating that Zi would leave the tribe. It was well known that Zi was an exceptional warrior, and his presence during hunts instilled confidence in everyone. While waiting for Zi, someone discreetly informed the chief, prompting him to hurriedly make his way over. This individual had approached the chief during the altercation between Jiao Jiao and Shuaido, concerned that Jiao Jiao, a female, might find herself at a disadvantage. Thus, the chief was unaware of the subsequent developments. "My dear young female, I hear you intend to depart from the tribe?" The chief, panting from exertion, gazed at Jiao Jiao. He had already heard of the earlier incident on his way there, which he deemed trivial. After all, Shuaido was a mere pest. If sacrificing him meant retaining the presence of this young female, the chief would do so without hesitation. "If this is due to Shuaido, I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." With that, the chief commanded his guards to seize Shuaido and expel him from the tribe, loudly proclaiming to those present, "From this day forth, Shuaido no longer belongs to the White Tiger tribe." Unbeknownst to the unconscious Shuaido, upon awakening, he would find himself a wanderer. "Chief, my departure is not solely due to Shuaido." Jiao Jiao spoke slowly after the chief dealt with Shuaido. "What, then, is the reason?" The chief, now anxious, recognized the rarity of a female in these times and had discreetly inquired with the shaman who had previously treated Jiao Jiao. The shaman confirmed that her health was exceptional, clearly indicating her potential for prolificacy. Such a precious female was not one he wished to relinquish easily. Chief, what brings you here? Z, having gathered his belongings, hurried back only to find the chief engaged in conversation with Jiao Jiao. What is the meaning of this? Since Jiao Jiao has chosen me as her partner, if she wishes to leave, I shall accompany her without hesitation, Zi declared. His demeanor exuding an air of certainty that made the chief wish to deliver a sharp rebuke. Was Zi truly so naive? Rather than persuading the female to stay, he insisted on departing with her. The chief pulled Zi aside, and the two conversed in hushed tones for an extended period. Ultimately, the chief sighed in resignation. While Zi remained resolute, Jiao Jiao was filled with curiosity about what the clan leader had whispered to Zi, yet she was powerless, lacking any extraordinary abilities to overhear their conversation. However, her inability to hear did not extend to Ran, who was keenly attuned to their exchange. Let us depart, Zi declared with nonchalance, slinging his bundle over his shoulder as he addressed Jiao Jiao. Clan leader, I am deeply grateful for the care provided by the tribe over the past few days. Jiao Jiao expressed her gratitude and promptly departed with the two companions. Not looking back. Upon leaving the White Tiger tribe, she found herself at a loss as she gazed at the dense forest before her. With Ran having left his original tribe, as had Zi, she pondered their next destination. Let us head south, Ran suggested. I have heard from other traveling snake beastmen that the further south we go, the warmer it becomes. The rainy season is approaching, and once it passes, we will face the cold season. We should seek a warmer place to endure the cold season. What do you think, Jiao Jiao? While the rainy season was easily comprehensible, Jiao Jiao could not fathom why these individuals appeared to dread the cold season so profoundly. To her, the cold season simply represented winter, just a bit chilly. Could it truly be that terrifying? Yet, when the cold season truly arrived, she would come to understand the pain it could inflict. Of course, that was a matter for another time. At present, they indeed had no better alternatives, so Jiao Jiao resolutely decided to journey southward. It was already past noon when they exited the tribe, and though they had not traveled far, the sky began to darken. Fortunately, this area was familiar to Zi, and before long, he located the cave they had discovered during their previous hunting expedition. After tidying it up a bit with Ran, he carefully carried Jiao Jiao inside. Jiao Jiao sat on the floor, adorned with thick animal hides, observing the two individuals who were tirelessly engaged in their tasks. Instead of feeling a sense of disappointment, she experienced an unexpected joy. Jiao Jiao, Ran will remain in the cave to keep you company while I venture out to procure some game. In this vicinity, Zi was more familiar than Ran, and he took it upon himself to undertake the hunting task. Ran, indeed, preferred to stay by Jiao Jiao's side and thus refrained from saying much. Once Zi departed, Jiao Jiao's gaze fell upon the ever-busy Ran. Ran, come here. Jiao Jiao called out to Ran and beckoned with her finger. The large black serpent hesitated for a moment, yet obediently approached and settled beside Jiao Jiao. Today, you have endured grievances, but rest assured, I shall pay no heed to those words. In my view, having chosen you, you are my companion. Furthermore, I only trust what I see. In my eyes, you are the finest. Jiao Jiao understood that Ran was quite sensitive. If she did not clarify certain matters, he would likely fall into a whirlpool of nonsensical thoughts. Indeed, after hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Ran's eyes turned red. All right, you needn't continue with your tasks. Sit beside me for a while. With that, Jiao Jiao gently tugged at him, and Ran naturally settled down beside her. Jiao Jiao rested her head on Ran's shoulder, her laughter sweet and melodious. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, just retaliate directly. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, I will enlist the help of our companions. Ran couldn't help but chuckle, his mirth illuminating his previously somber expression. Excellent. In that case, Jiao Jiao must seek formidable companions, so I can act without reservations. What began as a light-hearted exchange took an unexpected turn when Ran suddenly uttered those words, leaving Jiao Jiao blushing fiercely as she playfully punched his chest in mock annoyance. I mean it. Ran's demeanor shifted to seriousness. In this land, with just the two of us, myself and Zi, we cannot adequately protect you. Back in the tribe, things were somewhat safer, but now we truly cannot guarantee your safety. Gazing into Ran's deep, dark eyes, Jiao Jiao sensed the gravity of his words. Perhaps she had underestimated the dangers lurking beyond the tribe. But his concern was undoubtedly warranted. Let us take things as they come, she thought, unwilling to dwell on such troubling matters. Jiao Jiao, would you allow Zi to keep you company tonight? Imo Ran cradled her face in his hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. She could not fathom why Imo Ran was so insistent on urging her to seek a new companion. Could it really be solely due to that unfortunate incident? After all, it was merely an accident, and she emerged unscathed in the end. Only by allowing Zi to become your true partner can he pledge his unwavering loyalty to you. Though Imo Ran was reluctant to share Jiao Jiao with anyone, he found himself bereft of a better solution at this moment. However, Jiao Jiao wished to express more, yet her words were silenced by Imo Ran's kiss. As the kiss deepened, Jiao Jiao felt her mind becoming a void, as if she were on the verge of drowning in the depths of Imo Ran's embrace. It was only when she sensed the little figure in her arms become utterly limp that Imo Ran reluctantly released her. Jiao Jiao inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Just as she managed to steady her breath, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "I'm back," Zi announced, entering with a wild mountain goat clutched in his mouth, which he unceremoniously tossed at Jiao Jiao's feet. "Jiao Jiao, I've caught a goat. This meat will be incredibly tender when roasted." The moment Jiao Jiao noticed the goat was drenched in blood, she instinctively recoiled into Imo Ran's embrace, burying her face in his chest. "Take it outside first," Imo Ran promptly instructed Zi. Zi stood there, momentarily stunned. He had intended to showcase his prowess, but he was taken aback by her reaction. The defeated tiger could only retrace his steps, carrying the goat back out of the cave. Once Jiao Jiao was calmed, Imo Ran stepped outside. Jiao Jiao is afraid of blood. In the future, ensure that any prey is cleaned before presenting it to her. Moreover, do not be fooled by her fierce demeanor when she defends me. She is quite timid, likely to be startled by even a small insect. Barely had Imo Ran finished speaking when a startled scream erupted from the cave behind them. Almost simultaneously, Imo Ran and Zi reacted, rushing back inside. Before they could inquire, Jiao Jiao dashed towards them, leaping directly into Imo Ran's arms. "What's wrong?" Jiao Jiao clung tightly to Imo Ran, casually pointing to the spot where she had just been seated. There. The cave was dimly lit, and as she sat comfortably, she suddenly felt something wriggling beneath her feet. Upon lifting the animal hide, she struggled to discern what it was, so she leaned in closer, only to discover an exceedingly thick earthworm. Heaven knows how much she detested such slimy creatures, prompting an instinctive scream to escape her lips. When Imo Ran and Zi caught sight of what Jiao Jiao had indicated, they exchanged a glance, both displaying expressions of shock. Just moments ago, Imo Ran had merely speculated that Jiao Jiao was fearful of insects, hoping to ensure that Zi would exercise caution when caring for her. Little did they anticipate that they would witness the truth of it so soon. "I will take Jiao Jiao outside. Remember, you possess fire abilities. Use your flames to cleanse the cave, ensuring those creatures do not return," Imo Ran instructed as he carried Jiao Jiao out of the cave. Zi, observing the writhing earthworm still in situ, recalled how frightful it had been for Jiao Jiao and immediately conjured a fireball in his palm, hurling it towards the creature. In an instant, the worm was reduced to ashes. To guarantee absolute safety, Zi intensified the flames, engulfing the entire cave in fire, and after a thorough inspection, he finally called the two outside to re-enter. "You stay here to maintain the fire while I handle the prey." Imo Ran organized the task efficiently, allowing Jiao Jiao to have company while ensuring they would soon savor meat. Imo Ran worked swiftly, returning shortly with a thoroughly clean goat. Zi immediately took charge of preparing the meat for roasting, but Jiao Jiao, gazing at the goat meat, suddenly craved soup. "I want to drink soup." Imo Ran and Zi exchanged uncertain glances before hesitantly responding. Making a soup from goat meat may impart an unusual odor that most beastmen find unpalatable. "Should I go catch another animal instead?" Jiao Jiao smiled, likely aware that the peculiar odor mentioned by Imo Ran and the others was the gamey scent. In a world devoid of ginger and cooking wine to mask such flavors, it was only natural for the meat to possess a certain gaminess. However, if blanched properly, it should improve significantly. In her previous life, had she not found immense success in the entertainment industry, Jiao Jiao might have chosen the path of a chef. For she truly relished the hustle and bustle of the kitchen, taking delight in witnessing the food she prepared being devoured with gusto. "I want to give it a try." With Jiao Jiao expressing her enthusiasm, Imo Ran and Zi had no choice but to comply. Thus, Imo Ran remained behind to cut the goat meat into small pieces as per Jiao Jiao's instructions, while Zi ventured out in search of a larger stone. With his sharp claws, he hollowed out the stone, fashioning it into a makeshift cooking pot. By the time Zi returned with the clean stone pot, Imo Ran had already sorted and cut the goat meat. Jiao Jiao initially intended to come alone, but Zi, concerned about her safety from burns, insisted that she supervise from the side while he took charge. As for Imoran, he had already begun roasting a leg of lamb. With the meat and broth being prepared by others, Jiao Jiao found herself seated nearby, occasionally offering guidance. Following her instructions, Zi poured water into the stone pot and placed the meat directly inside to boil. After a while, he removed the meat, discarded the water, and then sauteed the meat in the stone pot for a brief moment before adding more water to commence boiling anew. Although Zi was perplexed by the process, he complied without uttering a single complaint. On the other hand, Imoran's method was far simpler. He impaled the leg of lamb on a branch and roasted it by the fire, occasionally turning it until it was nearly done, sprinkling a bit of salt to finish. The stone pot, being thicker than a metal one, required considerable time to bring the broth to a boil, yet after a while, the soup gradually transformed into a milky white hue, astonishing both Imoran and Zi. They had never encountered such a color when preparing this broth before. What surprised them even more was that Jiao Jiao, the female, could indeed cook. It was well known that females were precious and such perilous tasks were generally entrusted to males. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of lamb broth wafted from the pot, causing even Imoran and Zi to swallow in anticipation. However, to achieve tender and delectable lamb, it needed to simmer for a longer duration. While the broth cooked, Zi busied himself by the stream where they had washed the goat, gathering several suitably sized stones to craft a few stone bowls, and casually breaking off some branches to use as chopsticks. When he returned, the broth in the stone pot was nearly ready. Zi filled a stone bowl to the brim, wrapped the exterior with animal hide, and then presented it to Jiao Jiao. When Jiao Jiao received the bowl, she momentarily froze, only to meet his violet gaze, which prompted a gentle smile from her. Leaning in to savor the fragrant lamb broth, she took a small sip. The milky broth flooded her palate with an enticing aroma. A bite of the lamb, having been stewed to perfection, melted in her mouth, rich and sweet. Truly delightful. Jiao Jiao squinted her eyes in contentment, never having anticipated that her cravings would be unexpectedly fulfilled in this primal world. Observing Jiao Jiao's delightful feast, Zi and Imoran found their spirits lifted and shared joy. Jiao Jiao had a rather small appetite, after slowly finishing a bowl of mutton soup. She felt utterly stuffed. Noticing her reluctance to eat any further, Imoran and Zi swiftly devoured the remaining portions. Once satiated, Jiao Jiao instructed Imoran to place a large stone at the cave's entrance. With her eyes narrowed, she seated herself upon it, gazing at the sun that had already begun its descent. At that moment, the sun had transformed into a beautiful crimson hue, and the western sky was painted in shades of orange and red, a sight of unparalleled beauty. In her past life, Jiao Jiao was perpetually occupied with work and immersed in her passion for music, often rushing from one engagement to another, scarcely having taken a moment to truly appreciate the sunset. You two need not busy yourselves any longer. Jiao Jiao watched the two who were still tidying up and waved them over, inviting them to sit with her for a moment. The amber-hued sunset bathed Jiao Jiao in a warm glow, as if she were adorned with a radiant aura. Facing the light, she smiled exuberantly, resembling a celestial being that captivated the gaze of onlookers. Look. As Jiao Jiao pointed to a particular direction, Imoran slightly curled his lips, remaining silent. He had been perpetually occupied over the years, fearing that a moment's pause would lead to disapproval from the tribe. And it had been ages since he last took the time to gaze at the sky like this. In contrast, Zi appeared utterly bewildered, failing to grasp what Jiao Jiao wanted him to observe. Unable to contain her laughter at Zi's perplexed expression, Jiao Jiao's amusement was infectious, even drawing a smile from Imoran. It was only when the sun had completely set that Jiao Jiao stretched lazily and stood up. Just as she was about to return to the cave, a sudden howl of wolves echoed through the forest. Having spent her life in the city, Jiao Jiao had never encountered such a terrifying sound. Instinctively, she cast a wary glance at the woods, her heart racing with trepidation. Do not be afraid. Imoran stepped forward, enveloping Jiao Jiao in his embrace, then turned his gaze towards Zi. However, at the moment Jiao Jiao was drawn tightly into his arms, Zi had already dashed out into the wilderness. Moments later, a thunderous roar of a tiger resonated through the forest. Listening to the ferocious roar, Jiao Jiao blinked at Imoran, as if seeking confirmation. With a smile playing at his lips, Imoran nodded, affirming her thoughts. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the usually gentle Zi could produce such a fierce roar, reverberating through the entire forest. The mere thought that such a valiant tiger belonged to her filled her with pride. As she contemplated how to commend the mighty beast upon his return, she caught sight of Zi emerging from the shadows of the trees. By that time, the moon had risen, casting a brilliant light, allowing her to spot him immediately. And she rushed towards him without hesitation. Ze, you are truly remarkable for driving away the wolf pack so swiftly. Hearing her generous praise, Ze bashfully scratched his head, causing his tousled golden hair to resemble a nest of feathers. In the beastly realm, it was customary for males to serve their female counterparts, and it was rare to find a female, like Jiao Jiao, who freely expressed her admiration. Most others regarded such acts as mere obligations and felt no need to acknowledge them. Although Ze felt a surge of happiness, the nearby Mo Ran couldn't suppress his jealousy, particularly when he noticed the sparkle in Jiao Jiao's eyes as she gazed at Ze. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward and send Ze flying with a flick of his tail. At that moment, however, Jiao Jiao remained blissfully unaware of Mo Ran's discomfort, laughing and chatting merrily with Ze as they entered the cave together. It was only when she reached out to beckon Mo Ran that she realized he was still standing at the entrance. Mo Ran, Jiao Jiao sweetly called out. The frost that had just covered his face melted away the moment he heard her voice. As he turned, a smile returned to his face, and he walked towards her. After spending the night in the cave, when they awoke, Mo Ran and Ze had already packed everything. After a simple breakfast, the trio resumed their journey southward. However, they had not traveled far when dark clouds appeared overhead, and the humidity in the air intensified, causing numerous flying insects to hover low, much to Jiao Jiao's annoyance. After the nth insect collided with her forehead, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. What's wrong? Mo Ran sensed something amiss and immediately instructed Ze, who was carrying Jiao Jiao, to halt. It hurt so much. Jiao Jiao, feeling aggrieved, pressed her forehead with a delicate hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Mo Ran. Witnessing her pitiful demeanor, Mo Ran's heart softened instantaneously. He swept her into his arms and seated her on his lap, gently inspecting her forehead injury. Upon observing the reddened and swollen area, an overwhelming sense of tenderness surged within him. It's about to rain. Perhaps we should find shelter, suggested Ze, his concern evident. However, as he was not yet Jiao Jiao's partner, he could only stand by and watch. Indeed, Ze promptly lifted Jiao Jiao into his arms and began searching for a place to shield them from the impending rain. They moved swiftly, reaching the edge of the dense forest. With just half a day's journey, they could emerge from the thicket. Yet, with the rain drawing near, the males were not overly concerned, but it was imperative that the females avoid getting wet. Otherwise, they risked falling ill, which could prove fatal. Mo Ran and the others dared not take chances and thus sought shelter. After a considerable search, they discovered a tree hollow, so vast that it would require several individuals to encircle it. Jiao Jiao, accustomed to the grandeur of the beast world, was unperturbed by the sight of such a colossal tree. The hollow was surprisingly clean, as though it had been previously inhabited. However, with the torrential downpour approaching, they paid little heed to other matters and ushered Jiao Jiao inside. Just as they set her down, the heavens unleashed a deluge. What a close call! Jiao Jiao gazed out at the torrential rain, a shiver of apprehension coursing through her as she spoke. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she would surely have been drenched like a soggy chicken. The downpour was so intense that the outside world had transformed into a hazy white blur, rendering everything indistinct. Jiao Jiao, are you hungry? Mo Ran continued to cradle Jiao Jiao in her lap, and Jiao Jiao nestled into Mo Ran's embrace, appearing particularly diminutive. Jiao Jiao nodded slightly. Suddenly, Mo Ran sniffed, then looked at Jiao Jiao in astonishment. What happened? Jiao Jiao instinctively raised her hand to shield her forehead, believing the bump there to be unsightly. Jiao Jiao, you. Mo Ran was somewhat incredulous. His clan faced considerable challenges in procreation, leading him to adopt a detached view on offspring. Yet now, he sensed the faintest essence of progeny emanating from Jiao Jiao. Although it was but a whisper, he truly felt it. What's wrong? Ze anxiously scrutinized her, but failed to discern anything amiss, redirecting his gaze to Mo Ran. Thank you. Suddenly, Mo Ran enveloped Jiao Jiao in his arms, burying his face in the crook of her neck, tears cascading down. He never anticipated that he would have the opportunity to possess his own offspring in this lifetime, a thought that once seemed utterly beyond reach. What is happening? Jiao Jiao wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. She turned towards Ze, who merely shrugged and shook her head, indicating her own lack of understanding. You are pregnant. Mo Ran exclaimed, gripping He Jiao Jiao's shoulders with excitement, her voice trembling with emotion. Mo Ran's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving He Jiao Jiao in a state of shock, her mind racing. She tentatively placed her hand on her still flat abdomen. A wave of panic washing over her. Could it truly be? How was that even possible? In her previous life, He Jiao Jiao had a clandestine boyfriend. Yet due to her polycystic ovary syndrome, conceiving seemed an insurmountable challenge. Despite her flourishing career in the entertainment industry, her boyfriend had sought solace in another woman. After that woman became pregnant, he had callously ended their relationship, mocking He Jiao Jiao as a mere chicken that couldn't lay eggs. Are you certain that I am pregnant? He Jiao Jiao still found it hard to believe. After all, she had heard that pregnancy could be quite severe, yet she felt absolutely nothing at this moment. Mo Ran nodded slightly, his warm hand gently resting on He Jiao Jiao's lower abdomen. I can sense the power of my bloodline within you. He Jiao Jiao, overwhelmed with joy, could not contain her tears as they streamed down her face. However, to Mo Ran, this reaction signified her reluctance to bear his offspring, causing his heart to sink. Suddenly, a familiar electronic sound echoed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conceived the first offspring of beast husband Mo Ran. The system rewards you with 500 points. Would you like to upgrade the space, host? He Jiao Jiao was taken aback. It turned out that there really was a system. The events that had transpired were not merely figments of her imagination. But why had this insufferable system only manifested now? A system? He Jiao Jiao attempted to communicate through thought, and indeed, she received a response from the system. Hello? Upon receiving the reply, He Jiao Jiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She had previously felt as though she were fighting a solitary battle. But now that the system had made its presence known, albeit through a cold, mechanical voice, she felt a considerable sense of comfort. Why did you not respond no matter how I called before? He Jiao Jiao recalled her initial arrival in this world, a time fraught with fear. No matter how fervently she called out, the system remained unresponsive. Why had it suddenly manifested now? Previously, the host lacked points to activate the system. But with the current detection of her impending motherhood, the main system bestowed a reward, thus reactivating the system. He Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in an instant. So, regarding the spatial upgrade you just mentioned, what advantages does it entail? Once the space is elevated to level 2, it will double in size, allowing for the storage of a greater quantity of items, and it will also feature land suitable for cultivation. Cultivation? He Jiao Jiao spent her childhood in the countryside, living with her grandparents, where cultivating the land was second nature to her. As for the next upgrade, it requires 2,000 points. He Jiao Jiao could not help but press her forehead in exasperation. How can one acquire points? Upon mentioning this, the system seemed to suddenly come alive. Although the electronic voice remained unchanged, He Jiao Jiao discerned an unmistakable sense of excitement. Points are generated through pregnancy and childbirth. For instance, the main system awarded 500 points for this current pregnancy and upon the birth of a child. The points rewarded will vary depending on the number and innate talents of the offspring. The host is encouraged to seek numerous partners and bear a multitude of offspring, thereby accumulating an abundance of points. He Jiao Jiao could not help but roll her eyes, feeling as if this insipid system regarded her as a fool. After a lengthy discourse, it became abundantly clear that no matter how high the space upgraded, it seemed to offer her no tangible benefits. Noticing her silence, the system paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, the points have other uses. They can be exchanged for any items the host desires, such as pain relief pills for 200 points, painless delivery pills for 300 points, and rapid recovery pills for 500 points, among others. Subsequently, a marketplace will be opened where the host can browse at their leisure. Meanwhile, He Jiao Jiao was perusing the system's marketplace, all the while grumbling about how the system seemed intent on pricing even the most trivial of items absurdly. Just as she was venting her frustrations, it suddenly dawned on her that Mo Ran and Ze were still outside, causing her to panic and hastily exit the marketplace. If you do not wish to have children, I will not hold it against you, Mo Ran finally articulated after a prolonged contemplation. What do you mean by not wanting children? He Jiao Jiao felt somewhat bewildered. What had she missed? Yet, observing the expression on Mo Ran's face, it did not seem like he was merely jesting. Could it be that he truly did not desire a child? He Jiao Jiao could not help but scowl. Indeed, all men were the same. Even in this savage world, one could still encounter scoundrels. The child is mine. If you do not desire him, leave at once. He Jiao Jiao exclaimed in anger. Are you willing to bear children? Mo Ran looked at He Jiao Jiao in astonishment. Just a moment ago. Her expression was filled with sorrow and tears. How could it change so abruptly? But just a moment ago, you were. Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows, pondering deeply. Surely, she had not uttered anything that could lead Ran to misunderstand her intentions. Ran. I believe Jiao Jiao does not harbor any reluctance towards having children. Perhaps she simply finds the situation overwhelming. Although aware that this was a matter exclusively between the two of them, Ziyi couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. As an observer, he could see clearly that Jiao Jiao had said nothing and had made no indication. It was Ran's heightened sensitivity that led him to perceive Jiao Jiao's disinterest in bearing children. System. Is there a danger associated with pregnancy and childbirth in the beast realm? Jiao Jiao had no desire to squander her prime years only to meet a tragic fate of dual demise. Rest assured, my dear host, once you conceive, the system will ensure your safety and will categorically prevent any such calamities from occurring. What foolish thoughts are you entertaining now? With the system's assurances, Jiao Jiao felt liberated from her concerns. Moreover, there were numerous life-preserving items available for exchange in the marketplace, alleviating her worries entirely. Jiao Jiao reached out to gently stroke Ran's head, pondering what kind of shampoo this man used, as his hair was remarkably smooth. Alas, she inadvertently wandered off track. Jiao Jiao cleared her throat, cradling Ran's face in her hands, and earnestly declared, I deeply cherish our little ones. They will surely be born safely. A flicker of disbelief crossed Ran's eyes, and in the next moment, he fervently embraced Jiao Jiao, unable to restrain his tears. At this opportune moment, Ziyi stealthily withdrew from the hollow of the tree, transforming into a majestic white tiger, guarding the entrance and leaving the space within solely for the two of them. Feeling the dampness on her shoulder, Jiao Jiao tenderly held Ran's head close. When Ran finally lifted his gaze, Jiao Jiao fixed her eyes upon his, reiterating that she did not wish to have to explain such matters to him in the future. Ran, having chosen you, I will remain by your side always. As for having children, I am not averse to it. In fact, I find great joy in the thought of little ones. She continued. I hope you will no longer doubt me over such matters. With reddened eyes, Ran nodded emphatically and then leaned down to kiss Jiao Jiao's pouting lips. Jiao Jiao was initially filled with anger and wanted to push him away. However, she found herself powerless against Ran's overwhelming strength. And being so close to him only heightened her perception of his handsomeness. As the kiss deepened, Jiao Jiao succumbed to the moment, her body growing weak until she finally melted into Ran's embrace. Observing the flushed face of the little female nestled in his arms, Ran's mood lifted. He leaned down and gently placed a kiss on her forehead before laying her down in the grassy nest he had prepared in the tree hollow. Holding Ran's broad hand, Jiao Jiao pressed her face against it and drifted off to sleep. Once she was soundly asleep, Ran stepped out of the tree hollow and glanced at Ziyi, who instantly reverted to his beastman form and approached. Is Jiao Jiao asleep? Ziyi stretched his neck to peek inside and, upon seeing the little one sleeping peacefully, he let out a sigh of relief. We've been taking turns caring for Jiao Jiao. Once her pregnancy stabilizes, you should bond with her, Ziyi suggested with a smile. All right. With Jiao Jiao now expecting a snake offspring, it typically took about 2 months for snake babies to be born. However, unlike other beasts, they emerged from eggs and required a male, which meant that Ran himself would need to incubate them. Through the inherited memories, Ran understood that even if the snake offspring were to be safely born, any issues during hatching could lead to the eggs becoming stillborn. This was precisely why offspring were exceptionally rare in his lineage. To ensure that Jiao Jiao would receive the best care when it came time for him to incubate the eggs, the matter of bonding with her needed to be prioritized. Ziyi was naturally delighted at the prospect of bonding. In his current form, he had no official standing beside Jiao Jiao, but once bonded, his beast mark would appear on her, signifying him as her true partner and granting him rightful recognition. Interestingly, after discovering her pregnancy, Jiao Jiao found herself increasingly drowsy with each passing day. At times, even when being carried by Ziyi, she would doze off against his back. To prevent any potential injuries from her inadvertently falling, Ziyi and Ran decided to find a tribe to temporarily settle in. Jiao Jiao held no objections to this. Indeed, she harbored her own concerns. After all, she had never experienced pregnancy. Upon reaching the tribe, perhaps she could consult with other females and learn what precautions to take during this significant time. Once they emerged from the dense forest, they were greeted by an expansive and boundless grassland, a sight Jiao Jiao had never encountered before. Standing upon the hillside, she gazed upon the endless sea of verdant grass, feeling the gentle breeze that caressed her face. It was an indescribably delightful sensation. What lay below? Jiao Jiao squinted her eyes, observing the white dot that suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain, bent by the wind, and curiously inquired, "In the beast realm?" The females possessed rather ordinary eyesight, unlike the males who could see great distances, unaffected even at night. That was a bleeding sheep. Its meat was exceptionally delicious, resembling the wild goats captured in the dense forest, though their horns differed. In terms of tenderness, the meat of the bleeding sheep was superior. Emma ran, standing nearby. Kindly elucidated. And what about those darker ones? Jiao Jiao pointed at the scattered black dots among the flock of sheep and inquired, "Moo moo, cows? Does that mean there are steaks to be had?" Jiao Jiao visibly brightened with excitement, clutching her belly and pointing towards a distant dark spot. "I want to eat the moo moo beef." Observing her eager expression, Emma Ran couldn't help but chuckle. After entrusting Jiao Jiao's care to Ziyi, he swiftly transformed into a large black serpent and darted down the hillside towards the moo moo cattle. "Wow, that speed is astonishing." Jiao Jiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. How marvelous. Such swift speed was attributed to Emma Ran, and Emma Ran belonged to her. Before long, Emma Ran had captured a mooing cow. Knowing that Jiao Jiao feared blood, Emma Ran chose to suffocate the cow with her serpentine body, thus avoiding any bloodshed. Upon seeing the cow brought back by Emma Ran, Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. As she drew nearer, she realized that this mooing cow was indeed colossal. At least twice the size of any she had encountered in her previous life. Such a large creature, surely the three of them could not consume it all. Considering that one was her partner and the other would soon follow suit, Jiao Jiao felt it was time to reveal some of her secrets. "You two handle the cow. I have something to discuss with you later." Emma Ran and Z exchanged glances, remaining silent as they quickened their pace. Following Jiao Jiao's instructions, Emma Ran meticulously sliced the cow's meat into portions and then procured broad leaves, washing them before wrapping the meat. Once the enormous cow had been reduced to a pile of flesh, Jiao Jiao finally stood up. She bent down to pick up a piece of meat and, with a mere thought, transferred it into her spatial realm. Emma Ran and Z watched in as the piece of meat vanished into thin air, their expressions turning to astonishment. "As you can see, I also possess a special ability. Mine is spatial manipulation." "Spatial ability?" Emma Ran and Z could hardly contain their excitement, with Z eagerly grasping Jiao Jiao's hand. "Are you a holy female?" It was rumored that only a holy female could possess such powers, a gift bestowed by the beast god and the female deity. Due to the challenges of reproduction in the beast realm, a holy female would emerge every 5 years. Typically, females bore no special abilities, yet the holy females did. A protective endowment from the female deity. However, each holy female possessed unique abilities. The last report from Central Continent spoke of a holy female who not only had extraordinary reproductive capabilities but also wielded wood-based powers. Yet her abilities differed from those of males. She could manipulate any plant at will, but lacked the capacity to heal others with her powers. Jiao Jiao's swift pregnancy initially seemed a stroke of luck to Emma Ran and Z. However, in retrospect, it may be intricately linked to her identity. System. What is a holy female? In a moment of urgency, Jiao Jiao found herself seeking assistance from the system. Upon discovering that the holy females of the beast realm possess extraordinary abilities, she readily embraced this identity, for there was perhaps no explanation more fitting. Surely, she could not reveal to them that she was not of this world, and that this space was merely a construct bestowed upon her by something called a system. Indeed, Jiao Jiao nodded. What was initially thought to be a joyous occasion, however, visibly troubled Emma Ran and Ziyi. Jiao Jiao is the sacred maiden. Once her identity is revealed, individuals from various tribes will come forth to vie for her, and with only the two of them, it would be utterly impossible to safeguard her. Why does it seem that you are not content? Jiao Jiao grasped Emma Ran's hand, her expression tinged with concern as she inquired. "It's nothing," Emma Ran replied with a smile. "We were merely taken aback." Indeed, Ziyi concurred. Who would have imagined our fortune would allow us to bond with the sacred maiden? Although the matter had been clarified, Jiao Jiao still sensed an underlying insincerity in their words. Nevertheless, given that they had just unveiled their secret, it was only natural for them to struggle with acceptance. "I'm hungry," Jiao Jiao pouted, playfully touching her belly. "I crave a pan-seared steak." Although the nature of the pan-seared steak remained a mystery to them, both companions eagerly agreed to her request. Jiao Jiao selected several pieces of meat, storing the remaining ones into her spatial realm. She had previously discovered that time within this space could be manipulated by her will. Thus, even if steaming hot food were placed inside for a year, it would emerge exactly as it was when first stored. The stone pot, which Ziyi had been carrying, was essential since Jiao Jiao could not consume raw meat. And despite the inconvenience, he deemed it necessary to bring along. After cleansing the stone pot, Jiao Jiao directed Mo Ran to chop the fat from the moo cow into small pieces. Then added a bit of water to the pot and commenced rendering the lard over high heat. The earlier meat had been rather unpalatable. It was only upon noticing the fat on either side of the cow's belly that she recalled the oversight of not including oil. Now that she had the opportunity, it was imperative to experiment. As the water in the stone pot began to evaporate, Jiao Jiao hastily instructed Mo Ran to lower the flame and continue the process. Meanwhile, Zi found a relatively flat stone, cleaned it, and, following Jiao Jiao's instructions, placed a chunk of fatty meat upon it to render the fat before laying the prepared steak on top to sear. The moment the steak touched the surface, a sizzling sound erupted, splattering oil, prompting Zi to instinctively shield Jiao Jiao with his body, thus preventing her from being scorched. "Are you all right?" Zi inquired, glancing back at Jiao Jiao, who appeared startled yet shook her head to indicate she was unharmed. "Stay back a bit, you might get burned," he cautioned, still shaken by the incident. Admittedly, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of fear. Although her theoretical knowledge was commendable, her confidence in practical application was lacking. Once assured that Zi was unscathed, she prudently stepped back. Under her remote guidance, a steaming, succulent steak was freshly prepared to facilitate her dining experience. Zi thoughtfully sliced the steak into smaller pieces before presenting them to her. The tender steak melted in her mouth, and Jiao Jiao could not suppress a blissful smile, nodding enthusiastically with delight. "Is it good?" Zi asked with concern, as this method was entirely new to him, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. "Indeed," Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction, although there were no other seasonings, just a sprinkle of salt before serving. The meat from the beastly realm, untouched by any contamination, was remarkably fragrant in its purest form. Zi, somewhat skeptical, pinched a piece and popped it into his mouth, and was instantly enlightened. Who knew that the meat of moo cattle could be so delectable? No. It must be attributed to Jiao Jiao's unique culinary method that rendered it so exquisite. Truly, she was deserving of the beast goddess favor, possessing knowledge of many things unknown to them. Meanwhile, Mo Ran was still fixated on the beef fat in the stone pot. For Jiao Jiao had instructed him to monitor the heat meticulously, lest it be overheated and the residue turn bitter. Jiao Jiao held a steak, savoring a few bites before approaching Mo Ran's side and gently placing a piece into his mouth. Mo Ran felt a surge of joy at this unexpected offering, yet he concealed his delight behind a mask of indifference. As he savored the morsel that Jiao Jiao had provided, he realized it was truly more delectable than anything he had tasted before. Jiao Jiao truly knows how to surprise him in delightful ways. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, perhaps due to her pregnancy, a wave of drowsiness gradually enveloped her. However, this vast expanse of grassland offered no place to rest, prompting Mo Ran to carry Jiao Jiao as they set forth. Since becoming pregnant, Jiao Jiao had been sleeping more soundly, rarely waking up midway through her slumber unless she had not rested sufficiently. Thus, when she finally awoke, the sun was already setting, nestled in Mo Ran's embrace. Gazing at the vibrant hues of the evening sky, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but express her longing. If only time could remain this tranquil forever. No sooner had she spoken than she sensed the tension in Mo Ran's muscles, and following the direction of his gaze, she found nothing amiss. However, she knew he would not react without cause. "What is it?" she inquired. Jiao Jiao, feeling somewhat anxious, clasped her arms around Mo Ran's neck. "Come out." With a swift motion, Mo Ran raised his hand, instantly condensing the moisture in the air into an ice spear that pointed menacingly at the nearby thicket. Jiao Jiao tilted her head, gazing at the patch of grass that reached half her height. Suddenly, the grass rustled and a serpentine head emerged. Unlike the others, this snake bore intricate patterns, adorned with spirals of crimson. Although its species remained a mystery, its venomous nature was unmistakable. Hiss. Who would have anticipated that a mere hunting excursion would unveil a female? Her skin was remarkably fair, her hair exuded a silky sheen, and her delicate features captivated the gaze of all who beheld her. Observing her gentle demeanor as she nestled in the embrace of the male snake stirred an irresistible longing within. How wonderful it would be if such a female were one's own. Noticing the snake beast across from him fixating on Jiao Jiao, Mo Ran's expression darkened, and he swiftly assumed a defensive posture. "Little female, what is your name?" Mo Ran tilted his head, gazing dreamily at Jiao Jiao. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of the two males, Mo Ran and Zi, Jiao Jiao nestled within Mo Ran's embrace, casting merely a fleeting glance at the serpent. An instant aversion blossoming in her heart, prompting her to disregard Mo Fei's words. Noticing the little female's indifference, Mo Fei felt no ire. Instead, a thrill surged within him. You, a stray beast, dare to covet Jiao Jiao? You seek your own demise. In an instant, Ziyi transformed into a magnificent white tiger and charged toward Mo Fei. The serpent's form was substantial, comparable in girth to Mo Ran, and he possessed the formidable power of fire. Although Ziyi was no weakling in combat, he found himself at a disadvantage against Mo Fei, the serpentine beast. Recognizing that Ziyi was no match for this rogue creature, Mo Ran gently placed Jiao Jiao aside for her safety. Jiao Jiao, I must assist Ziyi. Please wait here patiently for us, all right? A flicker of concern crossed his mind, leaving Jiao Jiao alone filled him with unease. Yet, the rogue beast's combat prowess was formidable, and Ziyi stood little chance alone. If Mo Ran joined the fray, they might swiftly resolve the conflict. Otherwise, if he delayed until after Ziyi was bested, it would only squander more time. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Jiao Jiao nodded obediently, signaling Mo Ran to hurry over and assist. Despite his lingering apprehensions, Mo Ran swiftly dashed forward, conjuring a multitude of ice spikes that surged towards the wandering beast. Following this, he transformed into a colossal black serpent, his massive tail crashing down fiercely upon the creature's head. In a moment of carelessness, the beast was struck and sent flying, creating a substantial crater upon impact. How intriguing! Mo Ran's wicked smile deepened, his gaze sharpening with intensity. That had merely been a warm-up. Now the real contest was about to commence. Ziyi, keep an eye on Jiao Jiao. I shall handle things here. Mo Ran remained uneasy, aware that wandering beasts were often cunning. Leaving Jiao Jiao unaccompanied would be perilously reckless. Glancing toward Jiao Jiao in the distance, Ziyi immediately sprinted in her direction. As Ziyi approached, Jiao Jiao stood up, concern etching her features. Why are you coming over here? The great white tiger slowly advanced to stand protectively in front of Jiao Jiao, vigilantly observing the ongoing battle. Mo Ran suspects treachery. Allow me to safeguard you. Yet, Jiao Jiao was in a state of great anxiety, wanting to step forward, but fearing that it would distract Mo Ran, so she could only pace back and forth in agitation. Rest assured, Mo Ran will surely triumph over that fellow. We will do everything in our power to protect you, Ziyi comforted her. Jiao Jiao nodded slightly on the surface, yet summoned the system with her thoughts. System, what is the origin of the other party? The system replied, Host. The individual is a serpentine vagrant beastman of fire elemental abilities, possessing formidable combat prowess. According to the classification of the beast realm, they can be regarded as a 5-star beastman. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. To what star level do Mo Ran and Ziyi belong? Mo Ran is also a 5-star, while Ziyi is a 4-star. Upon hearing this response, Jiao Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Being of the same 5-star rank suggested that Mo Ran should possess comparable strength to the other. However, the system felt compelled to remind the host that despite both being 5-star combatants, the opponent was a wandering beast, seasoned by countless battles since childhood, and thus their combat prowess would likely surpass that of a 5-star individual raised in a tribe. Consequently, the system urged the host to depart swiftly to avert potential danger. What? I had thought they were evenly matched, only to discover a disparity instead. This revelation left Jiao Jiao restless. Ziyi, please assist Mo Ran. Jiao Jiao said to Ziyi, who was guarding her. Ziyi certainly wished to assist, yet he was genuinely concerned for Jiao Jiao's safety. Gritting his teeth, he shook his head, declaring, No, your safety is of utmost importance to us. But Mo Ran is equally significant to me. Jiao Jiao was on the verge of tears. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Mo Ran being injured. Ziyi, I implore you, please go assist Mo Ran. I am the Holy Maiden, protected by the Beast God. I shall be fine. In any other circumstance, Ziyi would have readily acquiesced to her request without a second thought, but in this instance, he found himself at a loss. If you do not go, I shall venture forth myself, for that stray beast is indeed drawn towards me. Seeing Ziyi's indecision, Jiao Jiao threatened helplessly. I shall go, with no other recourse. Ziyi glanced around, confirming the absence of any beastmen, but you must remain here, and if any danger arises, scream at the top of your lungs. Jiao Jiao nodded vigorously, urging, You must go quickly. Reluctantly, Ziyi dashed towards Mo Fei. Fortunately, Ziyi arrived just in time to intercept Mo Fei's lethal strike, allowing Mo Ran a moment to breathe. What brought you here? Mo Ran shouted anxiously, intensifying the assault. Jiao Jiao was extremely worried about you. I had no choice. Ziyi was aware that this course of action was perilous, but if Mo Ran were to be defeated, he alone could not protect Jiao Jiao. They had no option but to gamble on the hope that the wandering beast had no allies. Imo Ran understood that this was their only recourse and coldly declared, "Let us strike with all our might and vanquish him." With Ziyi's assistance, the wandering beast quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Imo Fei, catching sight of Jiao Jiao in the distance, suddenly conceived a plan. While engaged in battle with Imo Ran and Ziyi, he subtly maneuvered towards her. As soon as Jiao Jiao fell within his range of attack, a smirk crossed his lips. "Two fools," Imo Fei sneered, conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it towards Jiao Jiao. Imo Ran and Ziyi were alarmed, realizing the fireball was on the verge of striking her. With remarkable speed and without a moment's hesitation, Imo Ran soared forward, using his body to shield her from the impending fiery assault. Jiao Jiao never anticipated that the stray beast could be so despicable as to use her to severely injure Imo Ran and the others. She watched helplessly as Imo Ran, in an effort to protect her, was struck by a colossal fireball, causing him to spit blood and collapse at her feet. Run! The gravely wounded Imo Ran could no longer maintain his serpentine form and reverted to his beastman appearance. He looked at Jiao Jiao not far away and forced two words from his throat. "Jiao Jiao, you must flee." As the stray beast turned its serpentine body towards Jiao Jiao, Ziyi's heart shattered with despair. He shouted at Jiao Jiao and recklessly charged forward, sinking his teeth into the stray beast's tail. How infuriating! Imo Fei growled, violently swinging his tail, yet Ziyi clung on tenaciously, determined to buy Jiao Jiao more time to escape. "You seek death," Imo Fei sneered. Although he found these two males commendable, he was resolute in claiming the little female, thus he had no choice but to eliminate them. Imo Fei's tail slammed down repeatedly, and despite Ziyi's fierce grip, he was relentlessly slammed against the ground, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet he refused to let go. "Stop!" Witnessing Imo Ran's severe injuries, and now seeing Ziyi in peril, Jiao Jiao could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed before the stray beast, shouting, "Isn't it me you want? I will go with you." At that moment, preserving the lives of Imo Ran and the others became her utmost priority, overshadowing all else. "Don't." Imo Ran struggled to rise, but his injuries were too grave. Before he could stand, his body collapsed once more. "Jiao Jiao, please don't." His eyes brimmed with longing as he implored Jiao Jiao. As a male, how could he allow a female to protect him? It would be a more merciful fate to die than to endure that shame. Seeking death, Imo Fei's eyes transformed into golden slits, brimming with murderous intent. "If you dare to harm him, I will take my own life right now," Jiao Jiao declared, retrieving the stone knife she had previously placed in her spatial pocket, and positioned it against her neck. "Very well, little female, I shall spare him," Imo Fei remarked with a slight smirk. This little female was indeed unlike any other. Had it been a different female, she would have been reduced to tears, terrified and vulnerable, rather than confronting danger to save the male. "Now, if you slowly approach me, I shall release them," Imo Fei continued, forcefully whipping his serpent-like tail, casting Ziyi beside Imo Ran. Ziyi succumbed to unconsciousness, reverting to his beastman form, his body drenched in blood, and his breath growing exceedingly faint. "All right, I agree to your terms." Jiao Jiao glanced at Imo Ran and Ziyi, biting her lip as if she had made a resolute decision. She then strode towards the stray beast with determination. As she passed by Imo Ran, he suddenly grasped her ankle, his eyes pleading as he looked up at her. "Jiao Jiao, do not acquiesce to him. I would rather perish." Jiao Jiao gently squatted down and stroked Imo Ran's head, saying, "What nonsense. You must live well so that you can protect me in the future." Imo Ran's eyes turned slightly red. At this juncture, Jiao Jiao was still willing to place her faith in them. Yet, once Jiao Jiao and this stray beast departed, they would truly lose her. "Come here quickly." Imo Ran, clearly displeased by such an entangled scene, grew increasingly agitated. Jiao Jiao gently pried open the hand of Imo Ran that was gripping her ankle, softly patting it to signal him not to worry. Then, she lifted her foot and approached the stray beast. "Your abilities are indeed formidable, but I have a preference for aesthetically pleasing males. Might I behold your beastly form?" Jiao Jiao smiled faintly, as if in that fleeting moment, the world had lost its hue, and all he could perceive was that petite female. Well, the two males had already been stripped of their combative prowess, and before him stood only this defenseless little female, hardly a cause for concern. Observing the transformation of the stray beast into a humanoid form, Jiao Jiao harbored a silent scoff within, yet feigned astonishment on the surface. What could it be? Was he perhaps quite confident in his own appearance? Coupled with his formidable abilities, how could it be that no female was enamored with him? Were it not for the constraints of his identity? Indeed. Jiao Jiao feigned shyness as she nodded gently, then approached the stray beast before her. "I am not yet acquainted with your name," she exclaimed, tilting her chin slightly and bending down to scrutinize Jiao Jiao with keen interest. Jiao Jiao curled her lips into a slight smile, her crimson lips parting as she uttered, "My name is." In the next instant, a sharp dagger plunged into Mo Fei's heart. The playful smile on his face froze, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the delicate female before him, until his eyes fell upon the hand that gripped the dagger. "With just you are unworthy of knowing my name," Jiao Jiao spoke coldly, then forcefully plunged the dagger into the heart of the stray beast until the blade was completely submerged. Could you have ever imagined that one day you would meet your demise at the hands of a female, and one who had triumphed over 2 males at that? As the dagger was withdrawn, scalding blood sprayed across Jiao Jiao's face, yet she did not blink, her eyes fixed on the stray beast as it collapsed. "Jiao Jiao." Mo Ran struggled to rush over, enveloping Jiao Jiao in an embrace. Jiao Jiao lowered her gaze to her blood-soaked hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jiao Jiao herself was unaware of the source of her newfound courage. All she comprehended was that if she did not slay the rogue beast, she would inevitably fall victim to its grasp. In the world of beasts, if a female were to be captured by a rogue, her fate would either be forced reproduction or death. She had no desire to perish, especially as she carried a child. Her will to survive was resolute. Thus, she struck a pact with the system, advancing her points to procure a modern dagger. Seizing the moment while the rogue beast was unguarded, she plunged the dagger into its heart. I'm sorry. Sensing Jiao Jiao's trembling form, Mo Ran, filled with sorrow, embraced her tightly, repeatedly uttering apologies. Jiao Jiao's eyes were filled with the haunting gaze of the stray beast in its final moments, and her hands were stained with blood. She had actually taken a life. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted into Mo Ran's embrace. Within the cave, Jiao Jiao remained in a deep slumber, her face and body cleansed of blood by Mo Ran. At this moment, Mo Ran sat quietly beside her. Not far behind him lay a bloodied Ziyi on a fur mat. As he gazed at the flickering flames, a sense of unease washed over Mo Ran. The image of Jiao Jiao, her face smeared with blood and her body trembling, replayed in his mind, tightening around his heart with a painful grip that made even breathing feel excruciating. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao's damp eyelashes fluttered, and Mo Ran sprang into action. Kneeling beside her and grasping her hand tightly. "Jiao Jiao, you're awake." His eyes were red, his once smooth hair now tousled, and he appeared utterly exhausted. "You finally awakened." Without a second thought, he enveloped Jiao Jiao in his arms, for he had truly believed he was on the verge of losing her. He had contemplated that if anything were to happen to her, he could not bear to live on. "I'm fine. How about you?" Jiao Jiao reached out and encircled Mo Ran's waist, obediently resting against him. "I'm fine." Mo Ran shook his head. His foremost concern was still Jiao Jiao. Indifferent to his own condition, Jiao Jiao discerned that Mo Ran was lying. She detected a strong scent of blood emanating from him. However, her primary concern was the condition of Ziyi, as she had not seen him since her arrival, which was quite unusual. "Where's Ziyi?" Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's inquiry, Mo Ran appeared somewhat troubled. He was aware that although Ziyi and Jiao Jiao had yet to become partners to Jiao Jiao, he had already assumed that role. Mo Ran found himself at a loss for words and could only turn slightly to reveal the bloodied and unconscious Ziyi lying on the other side. The sight of Ziyi, covered in blood and still unresponsive, compelled Jiao Jiao to struggle to rise. Mo Ran initially intended to dissuade her, but recalling that Ziyi had sustained such injuries for Jiao Jiao's sake, he lifted her and brought her closer to Ziyi. How could this happen? Jiao Jiao reached out to probe Ziyi's breath, only to find it exceedingly faint. His injuries were far too severe. Even with a shaman present, there was little hope. The words that followed remained unspoken by Muron. In the past, there had been orcs in the tribe who suffered grave wounds, and despite being taken to the shaman, there was nothing that could be done, that could only succumb to their fate gradually. Jiao Jiao shook her head in disbelief. How could the gentle and kind-hearted big tiger possibly perish like this? "System," Jiao Jiao cried out in her heart. Recalling that she had previously seen numerous medicinal items in the System-S marketplace. "Host, what is wrong?" The system promptly appeared upon hearing Jiao Jiao's urgent voice. "I want to save Ziyi. I need a healing potion." The system fell silent. Previously, in a moment of crisis, it had permitted Jiao Jiao to advance her points to exchange for a dagger. Although the marketplace indeed offered life-saving potions, Jiao Jiao currently lacked any points. "You must have a solution, right? Please tell me. I will agree to any price." At that moment, Jiao Jiao's sole thought was that she could not allow Ziyi to perish, since the system had previously extended credit for her dagger to preserve her own life. Could it not also extend credit for a life-saving pill now? "Host, the marketplace does indeed have healing pills capable of swiftly curing even the gravest of wounds. But you currently possess no points, the system reluctantly informed her. Is there truly no other way? You allowed me to advance points before. Why can't you do it this time? Jiao Jiao was overwhelmed with despair, gripping Ziyi's hand tightly. The thought of the great tiger possibly perishing was beyond her comprehension, leaving her to ponder her future without him. The system remained silent, seemingly contemplating Jiao Jiao's words. After a considerable pause, the system's voice finally returned. Do you truly wish to prepay for a healing pill? With the system showing leniency, Jiao Jiao dared not hesitate. Affirmatively responding, of course. If the host agrees to swiftly bond with Ziyi upon his recovery, and to conceive a litter of little tigers after laying the serpent egg, the system will consider advancing you a healing pill, expecting to encounter insurmountable conditions. Jiao Jiao was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the proposal and immediately acquiesced without a second thought. In the next moment, a dark pill materialized in the palm of her hand. Jiao Jiao, please do not be too distressed. It is all my fault. If I had been stronger, this would not have happened, Ran lamented, kneeling before Jiao Jiao. Although Ziyi had yet to formally bond with Jiao Jiao, he was willing to risk his life to protect her under these dire circumstances. By this mere act, Ran had already acknowledged him as a suitable partner for Jiao Jiao. Ran, is there any water? Jiao Jiao tightly clutched the healing pill in her palm and turned to Ran beside her, inquiring. Ran promptly retrieved the water pouch, opened it, and handed it over. Please assist me in lifting Ziyi. Jiao Jiao took the water bag and continued speaking to Ran, observing Ziyi's cracked lips. Ran remained silent, gently lifting him up to lean against himself. Seizing the moment while providing water, Jiao Jiao discreetly slipped the healing pill into Ziyi's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, swallowed down with the water. After administering the water, Ran carefully repositioned Ziyi, adjusting the animal hide to cover him better. Jiao Jiao. Ran understood that there was little hope for Ziyi in his current state. He wished to take Jiao Jiao away, believing that if she did not witness this, perhaps her heart would not ache so profoundly. However, in the next instant, Ziyi suddenly opened his eyes. He began to cough violently, expelling a large amount of blood. Ziyi. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, promptly stepping forward to support Ziyi, allowing him to lean against her. I am fine. Ziyi glanced at Jiao Jiao, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and managed to force a smile. He couldn't shake the feeling that she had fed him something, which was why he had awakened. Fine? Now it was Ran's turn to be astonished. Ziyi had suffered such severe injuries and had just been on the brink of death, yet suddenly he seemed perfectly all right. Yes, I just drank some water. And I feel much better. Ziyi remained still, gazing at Jiao Jiao, trying to discern any anomaly on her face. But who was Jiao Jiao? In her previous life, she had thrived in the entertainment industry, showcasing her undeniable acting prowess. Truly, the beast god must be watching over me. I knew you could never bear to leave my side. Jiao Jiao, in a moment of emotional upheaval, flung herself into Ziyi's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside them, Ran stood still, observing Jiao Jiao with a knowing gaze. He was aware that she harbored a secret, one that likely played a role in Ziyi's awakening. Ziyi, taken aback, gazed down at the girl nestled in his arms, then met Ran's eyes, sharing a knowing smile. If that were the case, they would safeguard this secret together. After a full day and night of slumber, Jiao Jiao felt the weariness within her begin to dissipate. Stretching languidly, she rose only to discover that she was alone in the cave. How peculiar. Where could Ran and Ziyi have gone? Jiao Jiao rose, barefoot, and stepped outside the cave, just in time to see Ran and Ziyi approaching. How did you come out? Ran hurried forward and, upon noticing Jiao Jiao standing barefoot on the ground, swiftly lifted her into his arms. Where have you two been? Snuggling in Ran's embrace, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of security. We just took a little stroll. Ran replied softly, then carried Jiao Jiao back into the cave. Very well. Jiao Jiao harbored no doubts. She trusted Ran and Ziyi completely, certain that they would never act against her interests. Are you hungry? Ziyi inquired, approaching her with a bowl of soup that had been simmering for some time. He had set it aside while Jiao Jiao remained unconscious, only recently warming it with his abilities. Jiao Jiao nodded with a sense of grievance, having just been awakened by hunger. In this manner, she nestled in Ran's embrace, savoring the nourishment provided by Ziyi, feeling an unparalleled comfort. In the past, a mere bowl of soup would have sufficed for her. Yet now, perhaps due to her pregnancy, she found herself consuming not only a bowl of soup but also a bowl of meat before feeling satiated. As she indulged in such feasting, she couldn't help but wonder if she would gain weight. Jiao Jiao anxiously caressed her flat abdomen, relieved to find no trace of excess flesh. Jiao Jiao, you must eat more. The serpent offspring require energy to grow. If you consume too little, they will draw upon your own vitality, Imoran gently remarked, having sensed that 3 serpent eggs resided within her. In their black serpent clan, it was rare to have even twins, let alone 3, making Jiao Jiao's situation unprecedented. Does this mean that no matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight? Initially, Imoran had worried about the potential harm of carrying 3 offspring. But he was taken aback by Jiao Jiao's unique perspective. She was relieved at the thought of not gaining weight. Is that so? Noticing Imoran's silence, Jiao Jiao gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, prompting him to respond once more. Logically, it should be so. Understanding her concern for her figure, Imoran smiled as he embraced her, whispering in her ear, Jiao Jiao, you are still too slender. It would be better if you gained a bit more. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. As she laughed, her gaze fell upon the quietly seated Ziyi beside her. He seemed to have always been this way, exuding a remarkably low presence. It was almost impossible to sense his existence unless one deliberately sought him out. Ziyi, how's your injury? Suddenly receiving her concern, Ziyi was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. I am fine now. Perhaps the beast god spared our lives, fearing that without us, you would be saddened. Jiao Jiao was contemplating what excuse to concoct, but unexpectedly, with Ziyi's words, she found herself relieved of that burden. Indeed, you are my companions, and thus, you shall naturally be under the protection of the beast god. Observing Jiao Jiao's assertion, which seemed so self-evident, Imoran and Ziyi exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Imoran, I wish to speak with Ziyi privately for a moment. Jiao Jiao cast a glance at Ziyi and gently patted the ink-dyed figure she held. Imoran was aware of Jiao Jiao's intentions and felt a tinge of concern. However, he realized that continually obstructing her would indeed be unfair to Ziyi. I shall venture out to hunt, Imoran declared, setting Jiao Jiao down before striding out of the cave. Outside, dusk was rapidly approaching, and just as Ziyi intended to intervene, he realized that Imoran had already departed. Ziyi, come here for a moment. Jiao Jiao patted the space beside her, beckoning Ziyi to take a seat. After a moment of hesitation, Ziyi complied and sat down obediently. As you can see, my status is rather unique, and being by my side may expose you to various dangers. Given this, do you still wish to remain by my side? Jiao Jiao contemplated that, as long as Ziyi nodded in agreement, she would become his partner. Jiao Jiao, are you trying to drive me away? Ziyi's eyes instantly filled with emotion, for he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. His strength was indeed too feeble. If it were not for this, they would not have found themselves at a disadvantage against the wandering beasts. Yet he truly cherished Jiao Jiao, relishing the sound of her softly uttering his name, the way she gazed at him, and he genuinely adored her. No. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Ziyi could harbor such thoughts. She hastily reached out to grasp Ziyi's hand. But I am truly too weak, Ziyi murmured, his head bowed. In the past, he had perceived himself as quite formidable, yet when faced with the feral beasts, he realized he was, in fact, the weakest of them all. He couldn't even protect Jiao Jiao. You foolish idiot. Observing Ziyi's despondency, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. She gently cradled Ziyi's face, urging him to lift his gaze. But what can I do? I truly adore the great tiger. Riding atop its soft form is such a majestic experience. Jiao Jiao feigned distress as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Ziyi's heart ached even more, and tears as large as beans streamed down his cheeks. It was all his fault. He was just too weak. If it were another white tiger beastman, perhaps they could have safeguarded Jiao Jiao. Oh dear, you foolish tiger. You seem so clever on ordinary days, yet how is it that you cannot see the truth at this moment? Jiao Jiao approached and pressed her lips against Ziyi's, leaving him momentarily stunned. He gazed at her, bewildered and unsure of how to respond. Jiao Jiao, you foolish girl, she exclaimed, as she playfully pushed him down and leaned in for another kiss. Upon feeling the softness of her lips, Ziyi finally reacted, taking the lead as he grasped her head and kissed her fiercely in return. However, his inexperience rendered his kisses rather clumsy, akin to a novice attempting to devour a feast. By the end, Jiao Jiao felt her lips swell from the intensity. Jiao Jiao. Ziyi's voice turned husky, the desire in his eyes unmistakable. Lying beneath him, Jiao Jiao nodded slightly and wrapped her arms around his neck, effortlessly drawing him back to her. After their encounter, Jiao Jiao looked up at the contented big tiger with a hint of grievance. if it weren't for her pregnancy. She feared she might not survive the night in this cave. The stamina of this big tiger was indeed intimidating. She felt as if her waist might break. Observing her discomfort, Ze tenderly pulled her into his embrace and softly reassured, "Jiao Jiao, please don't be angry. I promise to be more careful in the future." When Mo Ran returned, the lingering scent of intimacy still hung in the air of the cave. He discreetly frowned, fully aware of the outcome, yet upon witnessing it unfold, a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Jiao Jiao had donned her animal skin skirt once more, yet an uncomfortable sensation lingered. How she longed for a bath. Alas, the frigid temperatures of the beast realm's night deterred her from venturing out in search of water, as she feared succumbing to the cold. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over her as she reminisced about the cozy, temperature-regulated bathtub at home. This thought sparked a brilliant idea within her. However, darkness had already enveloped the land, and she resolved to put her plan into action at dawn. That night, it was naturally Ze who held her close, coaxing her into slumber, while Mo Ran voluntarily stationed himself at the cave's entrance to keep watch. In the dead of night, Mo Ran was startled by a commotion from within the cave. Instinctively, he considered entering, but upon discerning the sounds, he halted in his tracks. The noise was all too familiar. How could that insufferable tiger be so inconsiderate of Jiao Jiao's condition, especially since she was with child? It appeared he needed to have a serious conversation with him. What was intended to be a restful night for Jiao Jiao turned into yet another encounter with the formidable tiger, leaving her feeling as though she had been trampled by a train, her entire body aching. The culprit was promptly taken by Mo Ran to a nearby location for a thorough reprimand, while he cautiously remained by Jiao Jiao's side. Upon her awakening, he pitifully approached her, saying, "Jiao Jiao, you're awake. I'll fetch water for you to wash your face, and the food is already prepared." Ze diligently brought water to help her cleanse her face, and promptly served the already cooked steak. As Jiao Jiao gazed at the neatly cut pieces of steak, she felt a flicker of emotion. She had initially wanted to chastise the tiger, but seeing his remorseful demeanor, she chose to forgive him and indulged in the meal instead. Observing her ravenous consumption, Ze felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed held her closely throughout the night, yet somehow lost control in the end. Once satisfied, Jiao Jiao let out a loud belch, covering her mouth in disbelief as she glanced at Ze. He merely smiled faintly, offering no further comment, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. How could a lady belch in front of others? While Mo Ran and Ze busied themselves with tidying up, Jiao Jiao conducted a thorough examination of herself, yet she still did not see Ze's beast mark. A frown creased her brow. Could it be that the imprinting had failed last night? What could be the matter? Mo Ran approached to inform them that it was time to depart. But upon seeing Jiao Jiao's furrowed brow, he sensed she was troubled by something. "Why can't I see Ze's beast mark?" Jiao Jiao once again examined her arms and legs, even checking her abdomen and chest, but found nothing. With a hint of sorrow in her voice, she wondered if her efforts had been in vain. Observing the adorably naive Jiao Jiao, Mo Ran couldn't help but chuckle, then pointed to the area just behind her shoulder, exclaiming that the beast mark of Ze was located there. How surprising that it was in such a position. Jiao Jiao raised her hand to touch her shoulder, and indeed, she felt a warmth there. No wonder she had trouble finding it just now. She felt foolish for her own oversight. After all the commotion last night, how could it have not been successful? Sigh. They say that one becomes foolish for 3 years after pregnancy. Could it be that her time had already begun? Are we to continue our journey south today? After preparing, Mo Ran approached Jiao Jiao and swept her into his arms. "I want to create something." With the thought of a large bathtub, Jiao Jiao realized that making a bathing tub was an urgent matter. She certainly did not wish to remain sticky and unclean after their endeavors. All right. Jiao Jiao's request was certainly not met with refusal from Mo Ran and Ze. Following her instructions, they swiftly made their way to a grove of trees, where Jiao Jiao immediately began her careful selection. "Jiao Jiao, what do you think of this tree?" On their way, Jiao Jiao had already expressed her desires for the creation she envisioned, and Mo Ran paid particularly close attention. Upon first sight of this immense tree, requiring the embrace of 2 individuals, he felt it was remarkably suitable. Jiao Jiao glanced and nodded repeatedly. This thickness should be just right. Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Mo Ran was about to set her down to chop wood when Ze took over the task of crafting a bathtub from the logs, instructing Mo Ran to take good care of Jiao Jiao instead. Observing the industrious and agile tiger, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. The tiger worked swiftly, felling the tree in a matter of moments, and with Jiao Jiao directing from the side. Before long, a brand new bathtub stood before her eyes. Jiao Jiao, brimming with eagerness, attempted to leap inside, only to be gently scooped up by Ran and placed inside with care. You are with child. It is best to refrain from such perilous actions. You can always instruct us to assist. Ran observed Jiao Jiao with concern, sensing that she seemed to have yet to fully acclimate to the reality of her pregnancy. Each time a thought crossed her mind, she acted impulsively, offering them no opportunity to respond. Jiao Jiao instinctively shrank her head in embarrassment. Could she confess that she had completely forgotten she was pregnant? It was indeed peculiar. She had been with child for some time now, according to Ran, for at least over a month. Yet, why had she not experienced any signs of pregnancy thus far, apart from an insatiable appetite and overwhelming drowsiness? System, surely, I am truly pregnant, am I not? Jiao Jiao silently pondered. Host, you are indeed pregnant. The reason for the absence of pregnancy symptoms is that the system has shielded them for you. The system seemed to anticipate Jiao Jiao's thoughts and proactively explained. Jiao Jiao opened her eyes wide, astonished by the unexpected advantages of the system. Moreover, during the period of pregnancy and childbirth, the host would face no dangers, as the system would ensure her safety. Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Initially, she harbored concerns about giving birth, as she was accompanied only by the two males, Ran and Ziyi, who likely lacked the knowledge to assist in delivery. However, it now appeared that the system was willing to ensure her safety, dispelling any worries regarding complications during childbirth. How does Jiao Jiao feel? Is there anything that needs alteration? Ziyi gazed eagerly at Jiao Jiao, who was seated in the bathtub, his expression filled with anticipation. Excellent. My magnificent tiger has done remarkably well. Swiftly preparing the bathtub I desired, it is truly impressive. Jiao Jiao's generous praise left Ziyi feeling somewhat bashful. He scratched his slightly tousled hair and said to Jiao Jiao, in a moment, I shall use my extraordinary abilities to heat the bathtub thoroughly, inside and out, ensuring that no pests remain. It must be said that Ziyi is indeed a meticulous male, having thought of even this detail. Jiao Jiao stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Ziyi's neck, and planted a grateful kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Ziyi. After stowing away the large bathtub into her space, the trio resumed their journey. According to Ran, the rainy season was fast approaching, and if they did not hasten their pace, they would soon find themselves unable to proceed once the rains began. Jiao Jiao had little understanding of the rainy season, thinking it might be akin to the plum rain season. In a world where sustenance depended on hunting and travel relied on foot, incessant rain would indeed pose considerable inconvenience. As the trio continued their journey, they arrived at the bank of a river. Gazing at the crystalline waters, Jiao Jiao felt a stirring within her. It had been several days since she had enjoyed a proper bath. The previous resting places lacked rivers, and she had hesitated to trouble Ran and the others for water. Now, confronted with such pristine river water, she could no longer contain her desire. Shall we rest here for the night? She proposed. Jiao Jiao playfully tugged at Ran's arm, swaying back and forth. All right. Ran, slightly annoyed, reached out to tap Jiao Jiao's nose, then glanced around in search of a relatively flat area to set her down. I will gather some hay to lay beneath, and later we can spread the animal skins to rest. All right. Jiao Jiao nodded obediently, expressing no objections to Ran's arrangements. After exchanging greetings with Ziyi, Ran transformed back into a serpent and departed. Ziyi set aside his tasks and hurried to sit beside Jiao Jiao. Observing Ziyi's intense scrutiny, Jiao Jiao felt a sense of helplessness. Ziyi, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Please prepare something to eat, she said as she stood up. I'll go take a shower over there. It will be fine. Ziyi glanced at the distance, noting it wasn't too far, and nodded. All right, just call out if you need anything, and I'll come right away. Surprised by Ziyi's easy agreement, Jiao Jiao nearly leaped with joy, watching her radiant happiness. Ziyi was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly so easily satisfied? Jiao Jiao retrieved the beast skin skirt she had previously placed in the space and selected a clean piece of beast skin to use as a towel, then joyfully entered the water. The river was shallow, reaching only to her chest, allowing her to immerse herself without concern for danger. Upon witnessing Jiao Jiao in the water, Ziyi busied himself with preparing beef, her favorite meat, which he had become quite adept at cooking. While waiting for the meat to simmer in the pot, he decided to check on Jiao Jiao's progress with her washing. Approaching the riverbank, he found her sitting patiently, drying her long hair, which dripped with water. Without hesitation, Zi stepped forward, took the beast skin from her, and began to help her dry her hair. I believe I spotted some fish in the river while I was bathing. Shall we catch a few to make a stew? Jiao Jiao looked up at Zi, who was diligently drying her hair. Against the light, he possessed an indescribable charm that momentarily captivated Jiao Jiao, causing her to forget to look away. All right, Zi chuckled, affectionately ruffling Jiao Jiao's hair before transforming into a playful tiger and leaping into the river. Look, there's one. When Mo Ran returned, he beheld Jiao Jiao standing by the riverbank, laughing with abandon as she directed the antics of the drenched tiger, which appeared somewhat disheveled, splashing about in the water without a clear purpose. Mo Ran, you're back. Jiao Jiao immediately spotted Mo Ran approaching her and, with a cheerful smile, ran over to link her arm with his, leading him to the riverside. What are you doing? Mo Ran gently brushed aside the stray hair from Jiao Jiao's forehead, his expression imbued with tenderness as he inquired. I discovered fish in the river while bathing and suddenly fancied a fish soup. However, these fish are quite elusive. Despite Zi's repeated attempts, he was unable to catch any. A certain large tiger standing in the water wore a sorrowful expression. Although he was competent in swimming, he truly struggled in the art of hunting underwater. The fish were too slippery. His claws simply couldn't grasp them. You wish to have fish soup? Mo Ran asked, gazing at Jiao Jiao with affectionate indulgence. Yes. After a moment's reflection, Jiao Jiao shook her head. It's not an absolute necessity. If I cannot catch any, then so be it. Allow me to catch them. Compared to the large tiger, serpents are far more agile in the water. In no time, Mo Ran emerged from the river, and with a swift motion of his mouth, several large fish tumbled down at Jiao Jiao's feet. Staring in astonishment at the lively fish, Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Mo Ran, you are truly remarkable. Jiao Jiao joyfully stepped forward to embrace the newly transformed beastman. Mo Ran, showering him with generous praise. From now on, the task of fishing shall be entrusted to me, while the prey on land can be left more to Zi, as he is accustomed to hunting on solid ground. Jiao Jiao then realized that the gloomy tiger, henceforth, should catch other small creatures for her, while the task of fishing would be entrusted to Mo Ran. This principle illustrates the notion of specialization, suggesting that individuals should engage in activities where they excel, thereby enhancing efficiency. Grateful, Zi cast an appreciative glance at Mo Ran and then nodded emphatically at Jiao Jiao. I shall handle these fish, Zi declared, stepping forward to scoop up a fish. However, once he held it in his hands, he found himself at a loss. How does one process this? He pondered. In the tribe, no one had ever consumed such a creature. This thing, known as a fish, requires the use of a stone knife to remove the scales, followed by a careful incision along the belly to discard the innards, after which it must be thoroughly cleaned. Jiao Jiao spoke as she demonstrated a process. All right, now it's my turn. Zi gently set Jiao Jiao aside and bent down to tend to the remaining fish. Mo Ran had caught numerous fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. Jiao Jiao retained one, while the rest were salted by Zi and strung together with vines, hanging them on a nearby branch. Once all the fish were prepared and the beef in the stone pot was done, Zi ladled the beef into a larger stone bowl, cleaned the pot, and began to prepare the fish soup according to Jiao Jiao's instructions. Due to the absence of ginger, Jiao Jiao decided to pan-fry the fish a little longer in oil to mitigate the fishy odor. When the fish turned golden brown on both sides, she poured in boiling water, transforming the broth into a rich, creamy white. The fish soup needed to simmer on low heat for a while to enhance its flavor. So Jiao Jiao, not in a hurry, sampled some beef to quell her hunger. Finally, when the fish soup was ready, she sprinkled salt on top before serving. Observing the slightly yellow salt in Zi's hand, Jiao Jiao felt the necessity to refine the salt further. Jiao Jiao, give it a taste and see if it's to your liking, Zi said as he cooled the soup slightly before placing it in front of her. Gazing at the creamy broth and inhaling its enticing aroma, Jiao Jiao felt her mouth water and eagerly took a sip. The robust flavor flooded her palate, surpassing even the fish soup she had prepared in her previous life. It was simply exquisite. Seeing Jiao Jiao relish several more sips, Zi felt a wave of relief. He had been anxious that his cooking might not please her, but her evident enjoyment deeply touched him. Why don't you both try some? Jiao Jiao urged Mo Ran and Zi, noticing their gazes fixed on her. They nodded and served themselves a bowl of fish soup. After just one sip, They understood why he Jiao Jiao craved it. It was utterly delightful. Would you like some of this fish? Mo Ran asked, noticing he Jiao Jiao had finished her soup, as he pointed to the fish in the pot. Although the fish meat cooked in the soup is usually less flavorful, he Jiao Jiao was curious to try it. So she asked Mo Ran to fetch a bit from the belly of the fish. While extracting the fish meat, Mo Ran noticed the numerous bones and meticulously removed them before presenting the flesh to he Jiao Jiao. Come, eat up. He Jiao Jiao nodded. Once I finish this, I'm nearly done. With that, Mo Ran and Zi finally felt at ease to enjoy their meal. In the beast world, they would never waste food. Typically, if a female couldn't finish, the males would take responsibility for the leftovers. Only he Jiao Jiao permitted the males to dine alongside her. Unlike other females who would wait until they were finished before allowing the males to eat. This leniency only deepened Mo Ran and Ziyi's affection for her. After satisfying their hunger, he Jiao Jiao expressed a desire to explore the surroundings. Having been carried by Mo Ran and Ziyi in turns during their journey, she had not had the chance to truly appreciate the beast world. Neither Mo Ran nor Ziyi ever refused her requests. So they quickly tidied up and accompanied her on a leisurely stroll. The grassland bordered a forest, and the trio walked along its edge. Oh, as they walked, he Jiao Jiao's attention was captured by a peculiar plant. She approached it, picking up a twig to examine. What is it? Ziyi tilted his head, puzzled by he Jiao Jiao's actions. He Jiao Jiao toiled for quite some time, managing to excavate only a small pit. With a sigh of resignation, she abandoned the twig and remarked to Ziyi, this plant bears a striking resemblance to one I encountered previously. I wish to unearth it and confirm. Realizing the significance, Ziyi transformed into a fierce tiger, swiftly clawing at the earth until the plant, along with its roots and fruits, was uprooted. Upon beholding the round, golden potato, he Jiao Jiao eagerly approached to collect it. After bringing it closer to her nose and confirming its identity, she could no longer contain her joy and burst into laughter. This is edible. Let us search the vicinity for more. We ought to gather a substantial amount to fill our stomachs. With the thought of the ample beef stored in her space, the prospect of stewing it with potatoes filled her with delight. The mere idea caused her smile to stretch from ear to ear. Upon learning of its edibility, Ziyi and Mo Ran immediately began surveying the area, and indeed, they discovered numerous similar plants. Ziyi acted swiftly, soon unearthing all the potatoes in the vicinity, while Mo Ran took charge of the collection. He Jiao Jiao stood by, watching as they forbade her from assisting, fearing she might soil herself. Gazing at the mound of potatoes before her, he Jiao Jiao was overwhelmed with happiness. These are called potatoes. They can be stewed with the meat of the moo cows, roasted directly, or steamed, each preparation utterly delectable. Having spent several months in this beastly realm, her diet had consisted solely of meat, with no grains or staples to speak of. Now, the sight of these potatoes filled her with genuine joy. Moreover, the discovery of potatoes sparked thoughts of the myriad undiscovered foods that might exist in this world. If they could locate more, they would have no fear of enduring the harshness of the impending cold season. After he Jiao Jiao collected all the potatoes into her space, she eagerly continued her journey forward. The sensation was akin to treasure hunting, a thrill that was undoubtedly exhilarating. Observing he Jiao Jiao's uncontainable joy, Mo Ran and Ziyi naturally refrained from voicing any objections, content to accompany her. Soon after, he Jiao Jiao spotted a chili pepper. It is well known that she is a person who relishes spicy food. Upon confirming her discovery, she nearly burst into tears. Heaven knows how bland her meals had been during these past few days. However, even if she were to gather all the chili peppers, they would hardly last for more than a few meals. System. He Jiao Jiao bit her lower lip, crouching before the chili peppers, silently calling upon the system. Within the confines of her space, there lay an expanse of land. Could it be used for cultivation? She had long wished to inquire about this matter. Yet each time she emerged from her space, it slipped her mind. Now, driven by her desire to ensure a continuous supply of chili peppers, she finally recalled this issue. Host, the system replied, the vacant land in your space can indeed be cultivated, and the survival and growth rates far exceed those of the real world. With the system's assurance, he Jiao Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning to Ziyi beside her, she said, Ziyi, please help me uproot this plant along with its roots, but be careful not to damage them. I wish to attempt planting it in my space. He Jiao Jiao possesses a space capable of storing items, a fact that both Ziyi and Mo Ran were aware of. However, they were astonished to discover that she could also cultivate within it. Regardless, since he Jiao Jiao wished to experiment, Ziyi was more than willing to oblige. Thus, he unearthed the chili plant by its roots as per her request. The moment the chili seedling was handed to Jiao Jiao, it vanished into thin air. Mo Ran and Zi had long since grown accustomed to such phenomena. Nevertheless, they remained profoundly intrigued by the space that Jiao Jiao commanded. Fortunately, the space could be entirely controlled by thought alone, with just a slight mental effort from Jiao Jiao. The chili seedling was promptly planted in the vacant plot within her realm. I still require a bit of water. Jiao Jiao recalled her childhood in the countryside, where everyone needed to water the crops after planting them. Jiao Jiao, hand me an empty water bag. I shall fetch some, Mo Ran immediately replied. Previously, it had been Zi who had done the digging, but now that Jiao Jiao had a need, Mo Ran seized the opportunity to speak up. Moreover, he remembered that they had recently passed a puddle, and with his speed, he could reach it in mere moments. Jiao Jiao promptly retrieved an empty water bag from her space and handed it to Mo Ran, saying, I appreciate your help. Please be careful on your journey. Zi and I will await your return here. Gazing at Jiao Jiao's sweet smile, Mo Ran leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, replying, Wait for me. Mo Ran was remarkably swift. Hardly had Jiao Jiao settled down when he returned. He successfully watered the chili plants in his space and retrieved the unused water bag. By then, twilight had begun to descend, and the perils of the forest after dark were not lost on Jiao Jiao. She could discern the dangers without needing Mo Ran's warnings. Thus, she decided to return to the spot where they had enjoyed fish soup, postponing other matters for later. Due to her pregnancy, riding on Z's back proved to be a bit jarring, so Mo Ran took it upon himself to carry Jiao Jiao. Previously, she had lain on Mo Ran's serpentine form, but with her abdomen now slightly rounded, that position was no longer suitable. Consequently, Mo Ran coiled his tail around her and placed her atop his head. The head of the great black serpent provided a steadier perch than its body. Even in rapid motion, its head remained remarkably still. Moreover, Jiao Jiao noticed two prominent bumps on Mo Ran's head, which served as perfect handholds, offering her even greater stability. Before long, they reached the riverbank. Mo Ran transformed back into his beastman form, cradling the already slumbering Jiao Jiao and gently laying her in the makeshift grass nest. Tonight, keep her company, he instructed Zi, who had transformed into a majestic white tiger and settled down on a slightly elevated earthen slope nearby. Watching over the sleeping Jiao Jiao, Mo Ran silently reverted to his great black serpent form, coiling around her in the center. He gently opened his mouth, and his forked tongue brushed softly against her delicate features. In her dreams, Jiao Jiao felt a tickling sensation, prompting her to reach out and crack her eyes open slightly. Upon realizing it was Mo Ran, the great black serpent, she smiled and affectionately stroked his head before drifting back to sleep. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening, Jiao Jiao was greeted by the familiar aroma of fish soup, reminiscent of the previous evening. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply. It truly smelled delightful. You're awake. Mo Ran approached, carrying a bowl of fish soup. Jiao Jiao's voice was still slightly muffled from sleep as she rubbed her eyes, nodded, and extended her hand toward him. Mo Ran smiled as he stepped forward, lifting her from the grass nest and guiding her to the riverbank. There, he used a clean piece of animal hide to wet and gently wash her face before bringing her to sit by the fire. This morning, I wandered nearby and found the potatoes you mentioned yesterday, so I dug some up. You said they're delicious when roasted, so I tossed a few into the fire. Give them a try, Mo Ran said, stirring the fire with a stick to reveal several charred potatoes. He picked one up, peeled off the ashy skin, and after blowing on it to cool, offered it to Jiao Jiao's lips. Seeing the golden brown potato, Jiao Jiao wasted no time in taking a hearty bite. The fragrant, tender potato burst in her mouth, and the familiar flavor nearly brought her to tears. It had been such a long time since she had tasted something so comforting. Though it was somewhat bland, the starchy texture provided an undeniable sense of solace. Jiao Jiao consumed half of a baked potato and felt satisfied, for she still had the fish soup to savor, an exquisite dish that Zi and the others had laboriously caught and prepared early that morning. While Jiao Jiao relished her fish soup, Zi and Mo Ran also seized the opportunity to taste a potato. Upon their first bite, astonishment sparkled in their eyes. They had not anticipated that this humble tuber could be so delectable, fragrant, sticky, and remarkably filling. Shall we explore the vicinity later and gather more of these delightful potatoes? Zi proposed, noting Jiao Jiao's enjoyment and the undeniable deliciousness of the tubers. He considered stockpiling some in her space, alleviating concerns for the impending cold season. No need. Jiao Jiao replied with a cheerful shake of her head. We already unearthed quite a few yesterday, and there are plenty of edible offerings outside. We can gradually discover more as we go. A shadow of regret flickered in Ziyi's eyes. After all, these were provisions. Each year, numerous beastmen perished from hunger during the cold season, and his worry was genuine. However, Jiao Jiao remained oblivious to his concerns, feeling that while the potatoes were indeed enjoyable, indulging in them daily was beyond her tolerance. Moreover, if potatoes existed in this world, surely there were other sustenances to be found. They could store a variety, ensuring they would not face scarcity. Let us hasten our journey, urged Mo Ran, flicking his serpent tongue as he sensed the rising humidity in the air. Rain was imminent, with no caves nearby. They needed to depart swiftly and find a suitable place to shelter from the downpour. The trio, a person, a tiger, and a snake, swiftly traversed the grassland, arriving at a dense forest. This woodland was unlike the previous one. The trees appeared to be of a singular variety, seemingly growing horizontally. Could it be that this was, in fact, a single colossal tree? Jiao Jiao recalled having previously perused a book that introduced various scenic spots, which mentioned a forest that appeared to be a thicket. Yet in reality, it consisted of a single main trunk, while the others had sprouted from branches that had fallen to the ground and taken root anew. If this forest indeed comprises only one tree, then this singular tree must be at least several hundred, if not 1,000 years old. Let us settle here. Mo Ran came to a halt and gently set Jiao Jiao down. Jiao Jiao cast a glance and discovered a cave not far away. She pointed at it and exclaimed, "Why don't we take shelter in the cave? It would be splendid. We need not worry about rain leaking in." Meng ran. This rain is expected to last for 2 days and will be quite heavy. The cave is situated too low. If water accumulates, it will surely flood, he replied, uncertain if his words would displease her. After all, in the beast world, females typically disregard the opinions of males. Very well then. In this realm, it was prudent to heed the arrangements of the locals. Jiao Jiao was amenable to advice and would not question any decisions made by Meng Ran or Ziyi. Meng Ran and Ziyi hastily constructed a simple treehouse, elevated nearly 10 meters above the ground. They felt reassured that even a torrential downpour would not pose a threat of flooding. Inside the treehouse, they laid a thick layer of leaves, topped with animal skins that Jiao Jiao had retrieved from her space, ensuring comfort and evenness for her feet. Just as they completed their preparations, the rain began to pour down. Compared to the previous shower, this deluge introduced Jiao Jiao to the true meaning of a torrential downpour. The raindrops were so large they seemed capable of causing harm, and soon the surroundings became a white blur, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Observing the opaque view outside the treehouse, Jiao Jiao felt fortunate for her trust in Meng Ran and the others. Otherwise, they might have faced grave danger. The heavy rain persisted throughout the day. Yet Jiao Jiao felt little discomfort. After satisfying her hunger, she grew drowsy, while Meng Ran and Ziyi remained tense and furrowed their brows. The rain was heavier than they had anticipated, and although their treehouse was sufficiently elevated, unease lingered in the air. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived, causing Meng Ran and Ziyi to brace themselves defensively. The sudden intrusion startled Jiao Jiao from her impending slumber. A fiery red figure burst in, exclaiming, "You must leave at once. This area is on the verge of flooding." Upon closer inspection, she realized that the vibrant figure was a red fox. And those urgent words had indeed come from its mouth. "What do you mean?" Meng Ran inquired anxiously. "The terrain here is too low. This area is prone to flooding. Today's rain is excessive, and soon, a flash flood will ensue. Even though your treehouse is high enough, once the flood begins, this place will transform into a vast sea." In light of the urgent situation, the red fox hastily summarized its warning. It then transformed into its beastman form, its fiery red hair capturing Jiao Jiao's attention. Normally, such an unconventional hair color would have elicited her scorn, yet the fox's striking appearance was undeniably captivating. With its vibrant hair and an extraordinarily handsome face, it was mesmerizing. Most notably, 2 fluffy fox ears atop its head rendered it irresistibly adorable. "Jiao Jiao, we must leave immediately." Meng Ran recognized the gravity of the situation and knelt before her earnestly. "All right." Jiao Jiao withdrew her gaze and, upon seeing the anxious expression on Mo Ran's face, nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. "I am Qian, and our tribe is nearby. You may take the female with you to seek refuge." Qian's eyes briefly lingered on Jiao Jiao, and in that fleeting moment, a spark of astonishment flickered within them. The fox tribe was naturally endowed with enchanting features. Yet this female surpassed even their allure. Rather than merely captivating, she evoked an overwhelming urge to protect her. Let us depart. Imo ran swiftly, lifted Jiao Jiao into his arms and addressed Qian. If Qian spoke the truth, then their departure was indeed urgent. Every second counted. As Qian leaped from the treehouse, he transformed into his fox form, a fiery red figure that could be discerned even amidst the heaviest rain. Imo ran squinted, noticing that Jiao Jiao was intently gazing at this male. Setting aside other considerations, this fox was undeniably handsome, and Jiao Jiao had a penchant for beauty. Furthermore, he observed the beast markings on the fox's arm. He was of the 7 stars, a rank surpassing his own. If he were to remain by Jiao Jiao's side, Imo ran resolved to seize an opportune moment to test this red fox's capabilities. The instant they stepped out of the treehouse, Jiao Jiao felt the weight of the deluge bearing down upon her. The raindrops struck her with painful intensity. Just as she was about to speak, a vast leaf unfurled above her head, providing shelter from the relentless downpour. Jiao Jiao turned around and beheld a fox clutching a leaf in its mouth. Thank you. Jiao Jiao reached out to grasp the large leaf, but alas, its size rendered her slender arms and legs utterly incapable of lifting it. Zi. Imo Ran called out, and immediately Zi reverted to his beastly form, leaping onto the head of Imo Ran's formidable black serpent. He received the leaf from the fox's mouth and held it above Jiao Jiao's head. Upon noticing this, Qian swiftly understood the situation. He jumped down from Imo Ran's head and quickly advanced ahead, leading the way for Imo Ran and the others, with Zi safeguarding Jiao Jiao. Imo Ran followed the fox at an impressive speed. To shield Jiao Jiao from the rain, Zi arched the leaf into a canopy, encircling her within its protective embrace, ensuring that even if Imo Ran sprinted at full speed, she would remain unharmed. Before long, they emerged from the forest and arrived at the foot of a mountain. Our tribe lies just ahead, Qian declared, not pausing in his stride as he spoke to Imo Ran beside him. He had not anticipated the remarkable prowess of the great black serpent, despite his own swiftness. The masculine creature kept pace effortlessly. Indeed, Imo Ran responded, following Qian up the mountain and into the tribe. Qian led Jiao Jiao and her companions into a spacious, deep cave, which was even cleaner than Imo Ran's serpentine dwelling. Unlike the serpent slayer, this fox den appeared to have been deliberately arranged. One stone wall even featured several chiseled holes, each holding fresh flowers. Unbeknownst to them, the fox possessed a keen sense of aesthetics. I came across these during my previous hunt and found them quite lovely, so I picked some. Noticing Jiao Jiao's fascination with the flowers adorning the wall, Qian took the initiative to pluck a bouquet and handed it to her. Startled by the sudden gift of blossoms in her hands, Jiao Jiao paused, looking up at the fox. Thank you, but I do not yet know your name. In her haste earlier, she had neglected to inquire about the fox's name before following him to the fox tribe. I am called Qian, an 8-tailed red fox. Jiao Jiao nodded, seemingly understanding, and introduced herself. I am Jiao Jiao. These two are my companions. He is Imo Ran, and this one is Zi. When mentioning her companions, an unmistakable pride illuminated Jiao Jiao's face, bringing joy to Imo Ran and Zi. Greetings. Qian nodded, acknowledging them. Make yourselves comfortable. I have matters to attend to and must step out for a while. With that, Qian transformed back into a fox and dashed into the rain, departing swiftly. Jiao Jiao shrugged her shoulders and turned to find a place to sit down. Jiao Jiao, your animal skin is a bit soiled. Allow me to fetch some water for you to bathe, and then we can change into a fresh one. Imo Ran observed the specks of mud on Jiao Jiao's animal skin skirt, aware of her penchant for cleanliness. Jiao Jiao glanced at the mud stains on her attire and nodded. Zi hurried to the cave entrance to keep watch, while Jiao Jiao swiftly retrieved a bathing tub from her space, along with several water buckets she had prepared earlier, which she handed to Imo Ran. The cave of Qian consisted of 3 levels. They were currently on the first level, with a second level below that appeared shrouded in darkness, concealing all within. Imo Ran ascended to take a look upstairs, discovering one room cluttered with miscellaneous items and another vacant, so he placed the bathing tub in the empty space above. You stay here and keep watch over Jiao Jiao. I will fetch water. Given that Imo Ran's serpent tail could easily coil around the water buckets, and considering the inconvenience Zi faced in his tiger form, the task of collecting water generally fell to Imo Ran. Zi nodded and scoured the cave for some dry twigs, igniting them to provide warmth for Jiao Jiao. As the rain outside intensified, Jiao Jiao felt fortunate to have encountered Qian. Otherwise, seeking refuge in the treehouse might have posed a genuine threat. Zi, how much do you know about the Fox clan? Jiao Jiao was taken aback upon hearing Chyan declare himself as an 8-tailed fox. Yet, what does the number of tails signify? In her previous life, Jiao Jiao had watched numerous fantasy dramas, and she was only familiar with the legendary nine-tailed fox. Unsure if it bore any resemblance to the Fox clan in this beastly realm. It was said that the Fox clan once boasted 9 tails at its pinnacle. But that was millennia ago. Presently, the most one could encounter were 8-tailed foxes, with Chyn proclaiming himself as an 8-tailed fox. He must indeed be a formidable presence within the Fox clan. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable fox possessed such extraordinary prowess? Jiao Jiao was suddenly filled with curiosity about the fox with 8 tails, envisioning the scene when all those tails were revealed. Imagining the vibrant red fox with its 8 swaying tails behind it, Jiao Jiao inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. She resolved to find an opportunity for Yin to show her all the tails. Noticing that Jiao Jiao's thoughts were clearly not focused on Yin's prowess, Ziyi chose not to pursue the conversation further. While Jiao Jiao was lost in her daydreams, Ran had already returned with water. After filling the bath with water, Ziyi used his abilities to heat it to a suitable temperature before lifting Jiao Jiao into the bath. "You don't need to stay here with me," Jiao Jiao said, feeling a bit shy when she noticed that Ran and Ziyi had no intention of leaving. Although they were already companions and had been candid with each other, she found it impossible to ignore their unabashed gazes while she bathed. "Absolutely not," Ran and Ziyi replied without a moment's hesitation. This was the first time they had so directly rejected her, leaving Jiao Jiao feeling somewhat perplexed. "In our tribe, there have been instances of females drowning while bathing. One must always have someone nearby," Ran explained. "Oh, I see. But with you both staring at me, I truly..." Jiao Jiao began, feeling flustered. Seeing her discomfort, Ran contemplated for a moment. "What if we stand by the door, turning our backs to you? Would that suffice?" This concession felt like a significant step back compared to their current scrutiny. Jiao Jiao could only nod in agreement. Watching them exit and turn their backs before she felt at ease to untie her animal skin skirt and step into the bath. As she submerged herself in the warm water, an unprecedented sense of comfort washed over her. Jiao Jiao closed her eyes in satisfaction, relishing this delightful moment. If only there were some bath salts or soap, she thought wistfully. Jiao Jiao, pouting in contemplation, suddenly recalled from her childhood textbooks the soapberry tree, which could provide a solution to her current predicament in the absence of soap. Yet, she pondered, did such trees exist in this beastly world? With this thought, she resolved to venture into the nearby woods once the rain ceased, hoping to discover the elusive soapberry tree. If successful, not only would it be a boon for her, but it would also benefit the entire beastly realm. The mere notion of potentially contributing to the welfare of the beast world filled her with joy, prompting her to hum a cheerful melody. Outside the door, Ran and Ziyi stood guard, captivated by the enchanting melody that wafted from within. They were well aware of Jiao Jiao's melodious voice, which stood in stark contrast to the more rugged tones of other females. Yet they were taken aback by the exquisite harmony she produced, surpassing any sound they had ever heard. Unbeknownst to Jiao Jiao, who was blissfully unaware of her newfound admirers, she continued to sing her signature tune with great enthusiasm. Upon emerging from her bath, she glanced down at her slightly protruding belly, although she did not wish to resemble the heavily pregnant women she had seen in her past life. It was evident that she was indeed with child. Her gaze fell upon a beast-skin skirt beside her, crafted from a type of hide she had never worn before. Intrigued, she picked it up, admiring its lightness and softness, which she found quite appealing. Only upon closer inspection did she realize that the hide was made from Ran's shed snake skin. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately convinced herself to wear it. The slightly translucent snake skin had been expertly tailored by Ran, fitting her perfectly and accentuating her fair complexion beautifully. All done, she called out to the two waiting at the door. They turned simultaneously, both struck by the stunning sight of her in the snakeskin skirt. "Is it beautiful?" Jiao Jiao asked shyly, tugging at the hem of her skirt. "Indeed, it's absolutely stunning," both companions affirmed enthusiastically, which eased her self-consciousness. Ran, "My belly appears quite large now. Am I nearing the time of delivery?" In this beast world, devoid of a mobile device to track her pregnancy, she was oblivious to the passage of time. She only knew that carrying a snake egg took 60 days, which suggested she was close to giving birth. Yet, she felt no signs, leaving her unsure of what to expect. "In 10 days, Ran replied with certainty, then gently carried Jiao Jiao downstairs. As soon as he set her down, Yin returned, carrying a sizable piece of meat. Upon entering the cave and catching sight of Jiao Jiao, he froze momentarily. The post-bath glow on her face, combined with the new beast-skin skirt, rendered her irresistibly alluring. Suppressing the heat rising within him, Qi Yin presented the meat. The chieftain knew I had guests, so he generously provided extra. Jiao Jiao gazed at the familiar meat in Qi Yin's hands, momentarily lost in thought. What kind of meat is this? Qi Yin glanced at the chicken he held, unable to discern any issues, but the uncertainty in her question made him hesitate. We foxes have a penchant for chicken. The tribe, for the convenience of the females, has taken to raising captured wild chickens. Over generations. They have bred and evolved into the chickens you see now. To her astonishment, Jiao Jiao realized that the fox tribe's livestock practices were far more advanced than those of other tribes. These chickens bore a striking resemblance to modern domesticated varieties and appeared quite plump and appetizing. How do you typically prepare them? Jiao Jiao's mind has already raced through several methods, though some remain unfeasible due to material constraints. Thus, she yearns to observe how the fox tribe partakes in their meals. The males of our fox tribe consume their food whole, while the females prefer their fare roasted before indulging. Roasted chicken. The mere thought evokes a delightful image, causing Jiao Jiao to nearly salivate. I wish to taste roasted chicken. Jiao Jiao raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent drool, eagerly exclaiming, although she couldn't indulge in fried chicken paired with beer. The prospect of roasted chicken was equally delightful. The mere thought of the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken made her swallow hard. Indeed, the fox tribe truly had a penchant for chicken. Qi Yin swiftly prepared the bird, and after stuffing it with an assortment of fruits and mysterious leaves, he secured it with twigs before placing it over the fire to roast. What did you put inside? Jiao Jiao inquired with great curiosity. It was a fruit with a tangy flavor. Rest assured, we have all sampled it, and once added, it renders the chicken exquisitely tender and fragrant. As for the leaves, they are merely ordinary savory leaves combined with a few that enhance the flavor. To her surprise, the fox tribe indeed possesses a discerning palate regarding their cuisine, a quality that Jiao Jiao truly appreciates. Jiao Jiao quietly crouched to the side, captivated by the scene before her, unable to tolerate it any longer. Mo Ran approached and lifted her into his lap. Startled by the sudden movement, Jiao Jiao relaxed only upon recognizing him. However, Mo Ran's mood soured. He felt a pang of jealousy at her rapt attention towards another male, sensing a potential threat. Jiao Jiao, are you tired? Would you like to take a short rest? Mo Ran gently brushed his hand across her delicate face, his tone tender. Yet, at that moment, all of Jiao Jiao's focus remained on the roasted chicken before her, leaving no trace of drowsiness. She shook her head defiantly, exclaiming, I'm not sleepy. Mo Ran's grip instinctively tightened, leading to discomfort for Jiao Jiao, who furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze from the roast to the man holding her. What's wrong? The once sullen expression on Mo Ran's face vanished the instant Jiao Jiao looked at him. I'm fine. I'm just concerned that you will give birth in 10 days. You should be resting more. Jiao Jiao gazed at the uncolored roast chicken, contemplating that it would require more time. She nodded obediently and said, I will take a short nap in your embrace. Remember to wake me when the chicken is ready. Observing Jiao Jiao's eager expression, Mo Ran realized that he might have misunderstood something, and he couldn't help but chuckle. All right. In truth, Jiao Jiao was somewhat fatigued, having just experienced a harrowing escape. After a warm bath, her body felt weary, yet she was so preoccupied with thoughts of the roast chicken that she overlooked her fatigue. It was only upon Mo Ran's remark that she recognized her own drowsiness. Leaning against Mo Ran, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Qi Yin merely glanced up without uttering a word, focusing intently on roasting the chicken in his hands. He could tell that Jiao Jiao had a particular fondness for chicken, which was quite similar to the preferences of their fox clan. Meanwhile, Ziyi was not idle. Concerned that Jiao Jiao might find Qi Yin's roast chicken unpalatable, he sought a clean stone slab and began to cook the beef chunks that Jiao Jiao had retrieved from the space before Qi Yin's return. Adding a potato to the pot, Jiao Jiao was awakened by the fragrant aroma wafting through the cave. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into the inky depths of Mo Ran's eyes, prompting an involuntary smile. To her surprise, she was still nestled in his embrace, which made her feel a tad bashful as she scratched her head. Why didn't you wake me? She inquired. Mo Ran, with a gentle smile, helped her sit up, replying, I couldn't bear to disturb you, for you were sleeping so peacefully. Jiao Jiao smiled. She had indeed slept soundly during this slumber, to the extent that not a single dream graced her mind. I'm hungry. Jiao Jiao nestled against Mo Ran's neck and playfully exclaimed, the roast chicken is ready. And so is the beef that Ziyi is stewed. Mo Ran embraced Jiao Jiao and brought her to the bonfire. There, upon a stone beside the flames, lay a large leaf previously used by Qi Yin to shield her from the rain, on which rested the fragrant roast chicken, tender beef, and potatoes. However, The potatoes appeared somewhat overcooked, sticky and unappetizing. Since the stone bowl's contents remained in the spatial realm, it was not appropriate to retrieve them in front of Qi. Fortunately, Z and the others had anticipated this and had already crafted several new bowls. They reasoned that if it could be fashioned into barrels, it could also be sculpted into wooden bowls. Thus, the bowls for this occasion were made of wood. Jiao Jiao was astonished by the ingenuity of Z and the others. Gazing at the delicate wooden bowl, she felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Now, she would no longer suffer from sore hands due to the weight of the stone bowls. This wooden bowl was crafted by Qi, whose extraordinary ability lay in the mastery of wind, allowing him to create such items with remarkable swiftness. Z did not claim credit for the creation of the wooden bowl, but instead candidly acknowledged Qi's effort. Qi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Zi's humility. He had merely lent a hand while observing Zi at work. Furthermore, upon seeing the finished product, he was thoroughly impressed and contemplated asking Jiao Jiao, once she awoke, if she would permit him to teach the tribe the art of crafting wooden bowls. Thank you, Jiao Jiao expressed her gratitude with great enthusiasm. Jiao waved her hand dismissively, yet a suspicious blush crept onto her face. No need to be so polite. Jiao Jiao is truly beautiful, and her smile enhances her charm, leaving Qi, the solitary fox, unable to suppress his shyness. By the way, Jiao Jiao, may I request the tribe to produce more of these wooden bowls? Qi inquired with utmost seriousness, as this matter holds great significance for the tribe and cannot be taken lightly. Certainly, Jiao Jiao regarded the matter with indifference, perceiving it as a triviality. Since she had created these items, she was naturally prepared for the possibility of imitation. Moreover, Qi had assisted her, and she would not decline his help. To her surprise, Qi did not anticipate her swift agreement. He had been prepared to negotiate should she propose any conditions, provided they were not excessive. Jiao Jiao, aren't you hungry? Please eat. Z, still unaccustomed to using chopsticks, struggled to lift a larger piece of beef, which he eventually managed to place in the wooden bowl before Jiao Jiao. Observing the clumsy antics of the big tiger, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle, and she took it upon herself to teach Z the proper technique for using chopsticks. Her delicate hands enveloped his larger ones, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within Z. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Give it another try? As Z seemed to grasp the technique, Jiao Jiao released her hold. Instantly, Z felt an emptiness in his heart where her touch had been, and he gazed at his own hands with a hint of reluctance, managing a smile. When he successfully picked up a piece of potato, Jiao Jiao couldn't contain her excitement and clapped her hands. Z, you are truly clever. You learned so quickly. Flattered by her praise, Z scratched his head bashfully, his face visibly flushed, not wanting to be outdone. Imo-ran mimicked Jiao Jiao's earlier method and effortlessly lifted a piece of beef. Wow, Imo-ran, you are amazing. Jiao Jiao extravagantly praised Imo-ran, who raised his eyebrows with pride shimmering in his eyes. Sitting nearby, Qi observed their camaraderie and felt a twinge of envy. He had never imagined that a female would commend a male for such trivial matters. He recalled that in their tribe, no matter how much a male contributed, it seemed to be expected by the females, who rarely offered even a single compliment. In stark contrast, this female before him was truly exceptional. Today's beef stew was incredibly delicious, and the potatoes were equally delightful. Jiao Jiao took a bite and nodded continuously, saying, "This is delightful." Z, slightly embarrassed, lowered his head, silently contemplating that since Jiao Jiao enjoyed it, he would prepare it for her more often in the future. As everyone indulged in the beef, Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. Just when Qi thought that Jiao Jiao did not genuinely relish roasted chicken and was merely making conversation, Jiao Jiao had already torn off a chicken leg with her bare hands and was savoring it with great pleasure. Well, this roasted chicken is even more delicious than I imagined, Jiao Jiao exclaimed, unable to resist taking another generous bite of the exquisitely roasted chicken. Its crispy exterior and tender interior truly astonishing. Hearing Jiao Jiao's praise, Qi's eyes lit up, and he promptly tore off another chicken leg to offer her, saying, "I'm glad you enjoy it." Jiao Jiao smiled as she accepted the roasted chicken, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Qi. This is the most delicious roast chicken I have ever tasted." Furthermore, she gestured towards the chicken, inviting Imo-ran and Zi to partake. "You should try it. It's truly delectable." Earlier, when Qi was preparing the dish, Zi and Imo-ran had paid particular attention to the cooking method, contemplating that if Jiao Jiao enjoyed it, they could prepare it for her in the future. Now, witnessing her delight, they were determined to personally roast another chicken for her. Jiao Jiao, oblivious to their thoughts, fervently encouraged the two of them to indulge. Imo Ran showed little interest in the chicken after taking a small bite. He chose not to continue. In contrast, Zi appeared to relish it, devouring the majority of the roasted chicken, leaving only 2 drumsticks for Jiao Jiao. I apologize. Your roasted chicken is simply too delectable. I ended up consuming it all, Zi remarked, noticing that Qi Yin had not eaten a single bite. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he added, however, my braised beef is quite delightful as well. You should give it a try. Qi Yin had longed to taste this so-called braised beef and, encouraged by Ziyi's suggestion, he boldly grabbed a piece and popped it into his mouth. The melt-in-the-mouth texture was far superior to the roasted variety, and it was utterly tender. He recalled having tried Imo Nyo's meat before, which had turned out tough and unpalatable. This is also delicious, Qi Yin exclaimed after swallowing the morsel, addressing Ziyi. Observing Ziyi's naivety, who seemed to get along remarkably well with the cunning fox, Imo Ran felt an overwhelming urge to approach and deliver a sharp reprimand, urging him to recognize his true companions. Fortunately, although Ziyi was not the quickest thinker, he remained attentive to Imo Ran's demeanor and, sensing her displeasure, promptly suppressed his smile. Having eaten to their fill, Jiao Jiao began to feel drowsy. Why are you so sleepy already? Jiao Jiao could not help but murmur, having just awakened and had a meal. Why was she already feeling drowsy again? Because you have only 10 days left until your delivery. For the next 10 days, you shall likely remain in this state, Imo Ran explained patiently, holding Jiao Jiao tenderly. Throughout her long pregnancy, Jiao Jiao had never felt this uncomfortable, in disbelief. She inquired whether this cycle of eating and sleeping would persist until her delivery. Although Imo Ran did not fully comprehend why Jiao Jiao was so agitated, he nonetheless nodded in affirmation. Jiao Jiao suddenly felt as though the sky were collapsing. With such a lifestyle of incessant eating and sleeping, would she not end up as round as a ball? Although she indeed desired to gain a bit of flesh, becoming excessively plump would not be favorable. System. Is there any way to expedite the progress of pregnancy? Jiao Jiao, in her helplessness, could only seek assistance from the system. Host. The system's marketplace offers pills that can shorten the gestation period, but alas, you currently lack the necessary points. Jiao Jiao immediately realized upon entering the marketplace that she would have to forego purchasing the pills upon seeing their exorbitant price. What kind of ridiculous pills demand a staggering 2,000 points? Why not just seize them? Reflecting on her own predicament of owing the system 1,000 points, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. How had she ended up in such debt? Is there no alternative method to earn points besides coupling and procreation? If it solely relies on that, how many offspring would she need to bear? Jiao Jiao certainly does not wish to become merely a vessel for childbirth. She still yearns to savor the joys of life. The host can also earn points through achievements. In simpler terms, if the host applies the knowledge acquired in her previous life to benefit the beast realm, she will attain various levels of achievement, which in turn will reward her with corresponding amounts of points. Jiao Jiao's eyes suddenly brightened. If she were to promote the wooden bowl, would that not earn her points? Indeed. With the system's affirmative response, Jiao Jiao felt invigorated. Armed with the intellect she had honed in her previous life as an academic elite, she was resolute in her belief that she would achieve success in this beastly world. She could almost envision the points accumulating in abundance, which filled her with an indomitable spirit. Jiao Jiao, I am so sorry. If I could, I would rather endure all this hardship myself. Imo Ran gazed at Jiao Jiao with a look of deep remorse, fearful that she might harbor resentment towards him because of this. If that were the case, he would gladly forsake the prospect of having offspring for a lifetime. Upon concluding her dialogue with the system, Jiao Jiao appeared bewildered. Seeing Imo Ran's self-reproachful demeanor, she tenderly cradled his face, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? How could I possibly blame you? Moreover, I cherish the thought of little ones." As she spoke, Jiao Jiao gently caressed her abdomen with affection. Seeing no deception in her eyes, Imo Ran finally felt reassured. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, during this time, I will take turns hunting with Ziyi, and I will make sure to take good care of you. Regarding the matter of self-care, Jiao Jiao had complete faith in Imo Ran and his companions. Nodding in agreement, this grass nest shall serve as your resting place, Jiao Jiao. Qi Yin pointed to the grass nest nearby as he spoke to Imo Ran. Originally intended for his own repose, the unexpected arrival of Jiao Jiao amidst the rain had left him unable to construct a new nest, thus necessitating that Jiao Jiao make do with this temporary arrangement. Jiao Jiao remained unfazed, merely taking advantage of Imo Ran's insistence to discreetly retrieve several pieces of beast skin from her spatial storage, while Qi Yin was momentarily distracted. Only then did she feel at ease to drift into slumber upon them. Observing the suddenly materialized beast skins, Yin thought little of it. After all, it was not uncommon for beings in the beast realm to possess spatial abilities. However, he did not realize that it was not Ran who held such powers, but rather Jiao Jiao herself. You two rest here. I shall make a brief visit to a friend, Yin declared. Transforming into a fox and casting a glance at the slumbering Jiao Jiao before disappearing into the rain without a backward glance. Once he was certain Yin had ventured far, Ran's expression darkened. Beside him, Ze sensed the shift in Ran's demeanor and immediately looked over with concern. What do you think of this fox? Ran inquired directly. Ze, taken aback by the sudden question, responded candidly. He is quite powerful and handsome, and it seems Jiao Jiao has taken a liking to him. In the beast realm, it was quite disgraceful for a female not to have multiple companions. So as long as Jiao Jiao was willing, Ze cared not how many partners she chose. However, Ran was different. He possessed a strong sense of possessiveness. Had he not been concerned about his hibernation and its potential impact on Jiao Jiao's well-being, he would have been reluctant to share her with Ze. Unfortunately, Ze's abilities were not particularly formidable, and this fox. It seemed imperative to quickly ascertain the fox's true strength. Unbeknownst to them, they had resided in the fox den for 3 days. On the 3rd day, the relentless rain finally ceased. Glancing at the sun now rising outside the cave, Jiao Jiao felt an irresistible urge to venture out. Previously, the torrential downpour had obscured her view of what the fox tribe's settlement looked like. Moreover, considering that Yin had graciously brought them to the fox tribe and provided them with meat daily, she felt compelled to show her gratitude. Thus, Ran set out early to hunt, intending to present a game as a token of appreciation to the tribe. Do you wish to go for a walk? Ze asked upon noticing Jiao Jiao's eagerness to step outside. He promptly transformed into a magnificent white tiger and settled at her feet. Allow me to escort you. In the current circumstances within the fox tribe, there was no need for concern regarding safety, and Ze was eager to fulfill Jiao Jiao's wishes as much as possible. Jiao Jiao contemplated her circumstances. Being pregnant, she could manage a few steps, but wandering around the tribe would likely exhaust her. Consequently, she decided to climb onto the back of the great white tiger. After spending several days together, mounting the tiger was no longer a clumsy affair for her. She effortlessly settled onto its back. However, noticing the tightness of her animal hide skirt due to her position, Jiao Jiao wisely chose to place her legs on one side, sitting sideways atop the tiger. Ze had no objections to her posture. As long as he walked slowly and steadily, there would be no issues. Upon exiting the cave of Yin, they discovered that it was situated at a notably elevated terrain, which explained the absence of other foxes in recent days. Descending the slope, they spotted a group of fox cubs playing nearby. Upon noticing the great white tiger, the cubs halted their antics and turned their gazes toward the duo. When they realized a small female was perched upon the tiger's back, they were momentarily taken aback. After the rain, as the sun emerged, the area was bustling with not only the cubs but also several adult beastmen from the tribe, among whom were numerous females who also observed Jiao Jiao on the tiger. When had a new female arrived in the tribe, one female with fiery red hair cast a challenging glance at Jiao Jiao, making her feel quite uncomfortable. At her feet lay a flower leopard, a white fox, and a northeast tiger, evidently her companions. Previously, there had been whispers of Yin bringing back a female, a timid-looking silver-haired female beside her. Speaking in a soft voice, inquired, "Hey, what is your name? How did you come to reside in Yin's cave?" The fiery-haired female spoke to Jiao Jiao with little regard for politeness. Jiao Jiao had no desire to engage with such an impolite individual. Moreover, why should it matter to her whose cave she resided in or what relation it bore to the female before her? "Greetings, I am Ling. And this is Tu Na. We are both females of the tribe." The silver-haired female approached with utmost courtesy. "Hello." Since Ling had extended a polite greeting, Jiao Jiao had no reason to ignore her. With a smile, she responded, "I am Jiao Jiao. Previously, while traveling with my partner, we encountered a torrential downpour. Yin, concerned for our safety, offered us shelter in his cave." "Impossible!" Tu Na exclaimed sharply. "How could Yin possibly take a female back to the tribe and allow you to stay in his cave?" Jiao Jiao originally had no intention of clashing with Tu Na, for this was indeed the territory of the Fox clan. However, Tu Na's intentions were all too apparent. If she continued to yield without resistance, she would inevitably be seen as an easy target. Yet, the matter at hand seemed to bear no relevance to her. As far as she was aware, Yin was not anyone's partner. Ziyi had initially harbored concerns that Jiao Jiao might be bullied, but to her astonishment, Jiao Jiao responded with such sharpness that it startled Tu Na into standing abruptly, observing Tu Na's slightly rounded belly. Jiao Jiao could not help but roll her eyes. Here was a woman carrying another beast child, yet still fixated on Qi Yin. Truly, who in the tribe did not know that Qi Yin was the one coveted by Tu Na? What was she to dare compete with her? Jiao Jiao was utterly amused by the brazen actions of Tu Na. Did she truly believe that her infatuation would claim possession of Qi Yin? How could she still assert her affections? Oh, has Qi Yin indeed consented to be her companion? Jiao Jiao possesses a remarkable ability to pierce the heart. It is well known that the reason Qi Yin remains unattached is due to his disdain for everyone, including Tu Na. Although Tu Na did not respond, the reactions of the onlookers made Jiao Jiao aware of the answer. She could not suppress her laughter, realizing that it was merely her own delusion. Alas, how regrettable. For I was genuinely concerned about not being able to savor the roasted chicken prepared by Qi Yin. After all, it is rather inappropriate to command the partner of another. However, it seems I need not worry any longer. What? Qi Yin prepared roasted chicken for you? I must say, Tu Na is adept at seizing the crux of the matter, as she exclaimed in surprise and could no longer contain herself, launching directly toward Jiao Jiao. In the beastly realm, the females are inherently larger and stronger, making Jiao Jiao appear quite diminutive in comparison. Ziyi's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed Tu Na's hand nearing Jiao Jiao, prompting him to transform into his beastly form and shield her in his embrace. Tu Na's nails were long, and with that previous strike, she had exerted her full strength, leaving Ziyi to feel a searing pain spread across his back. How dare you harm my partner? Jiao Jiao cast a glance at Ziyi's back, where several vivid red scratches marked the surface, and her anger flared up instantly. She strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Tu Na. You seek death. Tu Na was taken aback. An outsider dared to lay hands on her. In the Fox clan, she was accustomed to wielding power and had never encountered anyone bold enough to confront her in such a manner. You fools. Are you just going to stand by and watch me be bullied? Tu Na scolded her companions vehemently. Nana, we. Her companions transformed into their beastly forms, their expressions troubled. According to the customs of the beast world, fights between females were strictly off-limits for males. Otherwise, they risked being cast out of the clan and becoming wanderers. Useless trash. Tu Na glared fiercely at them before turning her attention back to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, if you offend me, the Fox clan will never allow you to stay here any longer. I see you are close to giving birth, aren't you? You may very well end up abandoned and possibly meet your demise. It must be said, Tu Na's words were truly venomous, capable of uttering such cruel threats. Nana, Silver Bell, who had remained silent until now, approached Tu Na anxiously and tugged at her. Get away. Tu Na, in a fit of rage, shoved Silver Bell aside, who stumbled and fell onto her backside. You unreasonable female, Silver Bell merely wished to advise you, yet you are so ungrateful. Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss for words. She stepped out of Ziyi's embrace and helped Silver Bell to her feet. Are you all right? Silver Bell shook her head and softly replied, Jiao Jiao, please do not oppose Nana. She is the holy female, and if this escalates, the clan will undoubtedly side with her. This was the first time Jiao Jiao had encountered a true holy female. One would think that the holy female, chosen by the beast god and the female god for the purpose of propagation in the beast world, would be amiable like Silver Bell. How could someone as overbearing as Tu Na possibly qualify as a holy female? Reflecting on her previous pretense of being a holy female, Jiao Jiao began to regret. If this was what the holy female was like, she would never have claimed to be one. Yet, what of it? It was understandable that a female like her would not be favored by Qi Yin. Jiao Jiao's imposing presence remained undiminished, which left Ling feeling quite astonished. Typically, when ordinary females discover they have offended a sacred female, they are filled with trepidation, often resorting to kneeling in apology. For no one desires to be exiled from the tribe. Are you all dead? I have been bullied to this extent, and yet you remain idle? Must I sever my bond with you? Tuna exclaimed in exasperation, directing her fury at her companions. The leopard, the white tiger, and the Siberian tiger immediately rose to their feet and approached Ziyi and the others. According to the rules, males were indeed prohibited from striking females. However, Jiao Jiao possessed a male of her own. Though there was only one, if she could defeat the white tiger, Tuna would likely be appeased. Sensing the aura of hostility, Ziyi shielded Jiao Jiao and whispered, Jiao Jiao, step back. They are coming for me. With 3 opponents confronting him and only himself for support, Jiao Jiao anxiously tightened her grip on Ziyi's arm. No, They outnumber us. You cannot fight them. Yet the trio showed no sign of hesitation, advancing directly towards Ze. Just as they were about to reach him, a ferocious beast descended from the sky, nearly crushing them. The sight of the massive creature caused the faces of the individuals to pale, and the onlookers were equally terrified. What do you intend to do to Jiao Jiao? Moran's voice resonated, prompting the crowd to part and create a path. Spotting the diminutive Jiao Jiao in the midst of the throng, Moran felt a sharp pang in his heart and quickened his pace towards her. Jiao Jiao, are you all right? Initially, she was unscathed, but upon witnessing Moran's genuine concern, Jiao Jiao felt a wave of emotion wash over her, and tears streamed down her face. They are bullying me and Ze. Tuna had not anticipated that Jiao Jiao would be accompanied by a 5-star beastman. Her own partners were only 3 and 4-star, incapable of contending with a 5-star beastman. Who dares to bully my Jiao Jiao? Moran exuded an air of menace, the overwhelming pressure rendering Tuna's 3 companions incapable of lifting their heads. The surrounding crowd was equally astounded. They had not expected this serpent beastman to be so formidable. Most notably, he was the partner of the newly arrived female. Who are you? Tuna cast a disdainful glance at her ineffectual companions before fixing her gaze on Moran. Though she felt no palpable pressure, she sensed a noticeable drop in temperature around him. I am Moran, Jiao Jiao's beastman, he declared with authority. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered in Tuna's eyes. After all, she was a sacred female, surrounded by partners of no more than 4 stars. What was Jiao Jiao to possess a 5-star beastman? I am Tuna, the sacred female. Before Tuna could finish her sentence, a mere glance from Moran rendered her words unspoken. Stunned, she realized she had perceived a murderous intent in the gaze of a male. In the past, regardless of the male, upon hearing her title as sacred female, they would eagerly approach her, yet this serpent beastman appeared intent on her demise. At that moment, the tribe leader and Yin arrived on the scene. What is happening here? The elder, with his grizzled beard, appeared aged, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Leader. This outsider female arrived and immediately instigated trouble. She even incited her male to attack me. Upon seeing the leader, Tuna felt as though she had found a savior and rushed forward, grasping his arm while spilling her grievances. Jiao Jiao offered no explanation, merely patting Moran's hand gently to signal him not to be upset. Yin furrowed his brow, aware that Tuna was not someone to be trifled with. On the contrary, she thrived on bullying others. Jiao Jiao, are you all right? Yin stepped forward, scrutinizing Jiao Jiao to ensure she was unharmed, and sighed in relief upon confirming her safety. I am fine. It was merely that Ze got scratched by Tuna while trying to protect me. Initially, Jiao Jiao contemplated leaving with Moran and Ze if Yin rushed to defend Tuna without understanding the situation. However, she was taken aback when Yin's first concern was for her well-being. It was clearly you who instigated. Tuna quickly defended herself, exclaiming, she said you were pursuing her and even let her stay in your cave. One must admit, Tuna possessed a remarkable talent for twisting the truth. Yet Jiao Jiao remained unperturbed, curious to see how this cunning fox Yin would respond. I was initially worried you might not grasp my intentions, but it appears you were quite aware, Jiao Jiao. In recent days, Yin had been making overtures towards Jiao Jiao, yet she had not reciprocated, leading him to believe she was indifferent or perhaps that his hints were too subtle for her to comprehend. Now, it seemed, Jiao Jiao was indeed cognizant, merely observing him. What do you mean? Tuna, feeling anxious, realized her intention was simply to provoke Yin into anger and drive Jiao Jiao away. I am indeed pursuing Jiao Jiao, wishing to become her mate. Yin's declaration sent ripples through the onlookers, ever since his coming of age. Numerous females had sought to claim him as their partner, yet he had rebuffed them all. Even the clan leader harbored concerns, fearing Yin might not favor females. For it would be a great pity if such exceptional genes went unpassed. Impossible. Tuna shook her head in disbelief, stepping forward to grasp Yin's hand, only to have him evade her touch. How could you possibly fancy a female like her? She appears so frail, surely she would struggle to conceive. In the beast realm, offspring were of paramount importance. A female deemed difficult to bear children would seldom attract a male's affection. I am not overly concerned about progeny. Yin promptly asserted his stance. If that is the case, little female, would you be willing to become Yin's mate? The elder clan leader stepped forward at the opportune moment, locking his gaze onto Jiao Jiao's eyes. In the next instant, Moran raised his hand to cover Jiao Jiao's eyes, glaring fiercely at the elder leader. What do you mean by that, clan leader? Jiao Jiao felt somewhat bewildered, attempting to extricate herself from Moran's grasp. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Mo Ran promptly wrapped his arms around her waist, stabilizing her stance. Chieftain, you. Chi Yin was taken aback. Realizing that the chieftain had employed his abilities on Jiao Jiao, he quickly positioned himself between the chieftain and Mo Ran. Chieftain, do not forget how you just promised me. The elder chieftain smiled faintly, retracting his powers. I mean no harm. It is merely that the young female you have taken an interest in warrants a closer examination. Initially oblivious to the unfolding events, Jiao Jiao grasped the situation after hearing their exchange. The elder chieftain had indeed employed his methods to probe her true nature, explaining her sudden bout of dizziness. This elder chieftain was truly a piece of work. Jiao Jiao glanced up at Mo Ran, signaling him to loosen his grip. Chief, setting aside the fact that I have not yet consented to Chi Yin becoming my partner, isn't your action somewhat excessive? The old chief smiled as he stroked his beard. Yet internally he was taken aback. He had never anticipated that a female would instill such fear in him. I apologize for my oversight and hope you will not take offense. The old fox, true to his nature, quickly assessed the situation and was not hesitant to offer an apology. Chief, how could you possibly agree to let Chi Yin bond with this mysterious female? Upon hearing the chief's support for Chi Yin, Tu Na was immediately flustered. Tu Na, it is not for you to meddle in whom I choose as my partner. Initially, Chi Yin had tried to avoid confrontation with Tu Na, considering her status as a female of the clan and a sacred one at that. However, as Tu Na persisted, Chi Yin resolved to draw a line between them. Yet, before Tu Na could voice further objections, the old chief interjected, You are with child. It would be unwise for you to roam about. Return home and rest. With the chief's command, Tu Na, albeit reluctantly, departed with lingering glances back. After bidding farewell to Tu Na, the old chief donned a smile once more and approached Jiao Jiao. I have heard that you two are expecting and that your delivery is imminent. In that case, why not stay with us in the tribe until after you have given birth? Jiao Jiao initially intended to refuse, believing that Tu Na would not relent and might seek to trouble her further. However, Mo Ran preemptively agreed to the chieftain's request to remain in the tribe for production purposes. This ferocious beast is a gift to the tribe, a token of our gratitude. Mo Ran declared, gesturing towards the beast lying on the ground as he spoke to the elder chieftain. The elder's eyes brightened instantly, for he knew that the beast contained precious crystals, which could enhance male prowess. While the fox tribe could also hunt such beasts, it typically required 3 or 4 males working together. The fact that Mo Ran managed to hunt one single-handedly truly impressed him. Upon returning to the cave, Jiao Jiao sat in silence, and Mo Ran understood that she must be upset with him for taking matters into his own hands. Jiao Jiao, are you angry? Mo Ran inquired, kneeling before her, the earlier sternness dissipating entirely. Please do not be upset. Mo Ran merely feared that if we left the tribe and you faced danger during your delivery, neither he nor I would be able to assist you. Z observed the situation clearly, as he too was concerned about this matter. Indeed, giving birth in the beast realm is fraught with peril. Although the system assured Jiao Jiao that she would be safe, Mo Ran and the others were unaware of this. Their primary concern was her safety. Yet she was still upset. I'm not angry. I am simply a bit worried. Jiao Jiao grasped Mo Ran's hand. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on Tu Na and ensure she has no opportunity to disturb you. The speaker was Chi Yin, who had just entered the cave after escorting the elder chieftain, arriving slightly later than the others. Very well. Jiao Jiao reluctantly nodded. Jiao Jiao, are you hungry? Seeing that Jiao Jiao was not angry, and considering the earlier turmoil, Mo Ran looked at Jiao Jiao with some concern. It seems I really am hungry. Jiao Jiao, feeling somewhat bashful, gently caressed her abdomen and spoke. Today, I hunted 2 ferocious beasts. The other one is outside. Once I have prepared it, I shall bring it in and cook it for you. You have yet to taste it, so let us see if you can appreciate the flavor of beast meat. Excellent. Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Beside her, Chi Yin was taken aback. He was aware that Mo Ran was a 5-star beastman, but he had not anticipated that he could single-handedly hunt 2 ferocious beasts. Even he himself would not have returned unscathed. I will take care of it right away. Concerned that Jiao Jiao might go hungry, Mo Ran promptly turned and exited the cave. Z washed the meat he had left outside and prepared to cook, as he was uncertain whether Jiao Jiao would consume the flesh of the beasts. Thus, he decided it was safer to prepare something she had eaten before. Noticing that both Mo Ran and Ze had walked away, Chi Yin realized they were deliberately giving him an opportunity. Jiao Jiao, I apologize for today. Chi Yin lowered his head, his once vibrant, fiery red hair now flat against his scalp, devoid of its usual vigor. What happened today has nothing to do with you. It was that tuna who instigated trouble. Jiao Jiao idly fiddled with the pebbles at her feet, speaking with an air of nonchalance. If it weren't for me, tuna would not harbor any animosity towards you. At this point, Yin felt a sense of helplessness. He had already turned down tuna on multiple occasions. Yet she continued to entertain notions about him. Then let me ask you, Jiao Jiao raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Yin. Have you ever given her the slightest impression that you might consent to be her partner? Without a moment's hesitation, Yin shook his head. Well, there you have it. Jiao Jiao shrugged. This matter does not concern you. Nevertheless, despite her words, Yin felt a lingering sense of responsibility if he had been more considerate. Jiao Jiao would not have become the target of tuna. All right, let this matter be behind us. Let us not speak of it again. Jiao Jiao, somewhat irritable, waved her hand dismissively. She detested the repetitiveness of discussing a matter ad nauseum, finding it utterly tedious. All right. Yin obediently nodded, then quietly sat beside Jiao Jiao. The two remained silent until Mo Ran returned after preparing the meat. Yin, step outside for a moment. Mo Ran felt it necessary to assess Yin's abilities. He had publicly declared his feelings, and since Jiao Jiao had not outright rejected him, it indicated that she held some interest in him as well. Where are you headed? Jiao Jiao hurriedly stood up, sensing that Mo Ran seemed intent on confronting Yin. The meat on Ziyi's side was nearly cooked, and he would be joining them shortly. Mo Ran gently reassured. I merely wish to confirm a few matters with Yin. There is no cause for concern. Jiao Jiao glanced at Yin with a hint of concern. And upon seeing him nod, she felt it inappropriate to voice her worries further. As Mo Ran and Yin emerged from the cave, Ziyi entered, carrying a freshly cooked piece of meat. Jiao Jiao noticed the exchanged glance between him and Mo Ran, and an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could something be amiss between them? Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of concern, for she was unaware of Yin's true strength. However, she was acutely aware that Mo Ran held considerable power among the orcs. Rest assured, Mo Ran knows his limits. Ziyi remarked with a smile as he placed a few pieces of beef into a wooden bowl to cool. He then picked up a piece of fierce beast meat just brought back by Mo Ran and inquired, how would Jiao Jiao like to enjoy this meat? Jiao Jiao gazed at the beast's meat, which was marbled with fat and lean, reminiscent of the 5-spice pork from her previous life. Instantly, the thought of roasted 5-spice pork sprang to her mind. Let us roast it, Jiao Jiao replied after a moment's contemplation. Just as we did with the marinated roast chicken before, we should marinate it first before roasting. It will surely be delicious. Upon mentioning the marinated chicken, Ziyi displayed a hint of hesitation. He pressed his lips together and inquired, Jiao Jiao, what are your thoughts on that marinated dish? Jiao Jiao pondered with great seriousness, which only intensified Ziyi's anxiety. He was the most striking male I had ever encountered, though I was uncertain of his abilities. I sensed they must be formidable. Furthermore, he had just offended us, suggesting he was not a villain. Not a villain? Was this the conclusion I arrived at? Ziyi began to reflect if his inquiries had been too obscure. No, what I wished to ask was whether you, Jiao Jiao, would be inclined to favor a male like Yin? This time, Ziyi opted for a more direct approach. In truth, Jiao Jiao had not contemplated this matter, as she already had 2 partners and had not considered seeking a third. Moreover, she was expecting, just then, a sudden sound akin to an explosion resonated from outside. Remembering the 2 individuals who had just departed, Jiao Jiao sprang to her feet and dashed toward the cave entrance. Ziyi hastily set down the meat in his hands and followed closely behind her to the mouth of the cave. The deafening blast prompted not only Jiao Jiao but also many members of the tribe to rush out, only to be met by a cloud of thick smoke in the distance. What was happening? The chieftain hurried over upon hearing the commotion, but the gathered beastmen shook their heads, indicating they had come merely in response to the noise. Seeing that no one had any answers, the chieftain promptly made his way toward the source of the disturbance. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiao Jiao immediately urged Ziyi to take her there swiftly. The distance was not great, and Ziyi promptly lifted Jiao Jiao in his arms, hastening towards the commotion. The human penchant for gossip transcends time. As soon as the clan leader appeared, onlookers eagerly crowded to witness the spectacle. From afar, Jiao Jiao caught sight of Mo Ran, whose expression was grave and whose body bore numerous shards of ice, suggesting he had encountered a formidable challenge. Yin, what is happening? The clan leader inquired sharply upon his arrival, realizing that the earlier disturbance was caused by a confrontation between Yin and the serpent beastman. It's nothing. Just a little spar with Mo Ran, Yin replied nonchalantly, displaying none of the tension that marked Mo Ran's demeanor. When his gaze fell upon Jiao Jiao, He raised an eyebrow with an air of pride. Imo Ran. Jiao Jiao waved her hand towards Imo Ran, who immediately approached her. Confirming that the chill enveloping her had dissipated, Imo Ran finally reached Jiao Jiao's side and gently took her hand. Are you all right? The commotion just now was quite alarming. Jiao Jiao expressed her concern. I'm fine. Imo Ran forced a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. Shall we return then? Jiao Jiao grasped Imo Ran's hand tightly, tilting her head with a smile as she spoke to him. All right. Imo Ran nodded and embraced Jiao Jiao. Returning to the cave. After their brief outing, the meat in the bowl had already cooled. Zi utilized his abilities to warm it up before presenting it once more to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, please have a bite first. I will go roast the beast's meat. Zi was quite perceptive. He understood that Imo Ran had something to discuss with Jiao Jiao and promptly carried the meat outside. It was only when Zi's figure disappeared from the cave entrance that Jiao Jiao reached out to cradle Imo Ran's face. What exactly transpired just now? Jiao Jiao sensed that Imo Ran appeared to be deeply affected, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. What could have transpired to transform such a proud individual into this state? Could it be? I have lost. After speaking, Imo Ran let out a long sigh. Yin is indeed qualified to be your partner. He can protect you better than both me and Zi. Yet, at that moment, Jiao Jiao was oblivious to everything else. All she cared about was Imo Ran's feelings. Imo Ran, no matter what, you will always be my first beast husband. Even if I were to find someone stronger in the future, it would not diminish your place in my heart. Besides, I do not particularly favor that Yin. Imo Ran gazed at Jiao Jiao, touched by her words. He understood the situation indeed. It would be a joyous occasion for Jiao Jiao to find a more formidable partner. However, when faced with his own defeat, an inexplicable sense of panic gripped him. He worried that he might not be able to protect Jiao Jiao as he should, fearing he would become the most useless of all. Jiao Jiao. Yin is a fine individual and his strength is commendable. If he were by your side, both Zi and I would feel more at ease. Jiao Jiao was perplexed by the emotions that propelled Imo Ran to utter such words. Gazing at Imo Ran, she enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace and rose on her toes to plant a kiss upon him. This unexpected kiss dispelled all of Imo Ran's shadows. Once he regained his composure, he held her tightly, deepening their kiss. Only when Jiao Jiao's body grew weak did Imo Ran reluctantly release her. Concerned for the little one nestled within her womb. You must eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. Imo Ran gently settled Jiao Jiao on his lap, lifting a piece of meat to her lips. Obediently, she opened her mouth to receive the morsel, but instead of swallowing it herself, she fed it to Imo Ran. You've worked so hard for so long. You should have a piece too. With the meat clasped between his teeth, Imo Ran couldn't help but chuckle, nodding as he chewed. In the midst of his chewing, he made sure to feed Jiao Jiao, encouraging her to eat as much as possible. Just as Jiao Jiao was nearing fullness, Zi returned with the roasted meat of a fierce beast. Jiao Jiao. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a little longer before indulging in this? Zi expressed concern as he noticed the nearly empty wooden bowl, worried that Jiao Jiao might overindulge and feel unwell. It's all right. I shared a few pieces of meat with Imo Ran earlier, so I should still have room for a few more bites. Gazing at the enticing, aromatic roasted beast meat, Jiao Jiao was eager to taste it. Seeing her cat-like eagerness, Imo Ran couldn't help but smile, taking the meat from Zi, blowing on it to cool before offering it to her. Just as she had imagined, the meat was perfectly roasted, with fat bursting in her mouth upon the first bite and the crispy edges enhancing its delectable flavor. Zi, you are truly remarkable. I merely mentioned it, and you managed to create such an exquisite dish. Jiao Jiao marveled, never expecting that her dear tiger possessed such culinary talent. The praised tiger instantly flushed with embarrassment, acutely aware that his abilities paled in comparison to Imo Ran's. And now there was the formidable Yin. From the recent contest, he discerned that Yin surpassed even Imo Ran, which meant that he now held the lowest standing among Jiao Jiao's companions. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao relished the dishes he prepared. Otherwise, he would indeed feel utterly inadequate. In the future, Jiao Jiao, whatever you desire to eat, just let me know, and I shall find a way to make it for you, Zi proclaimed, thumping his chest as if making a solemn vow. All right. Jiao Jiao could not help but chuckle. This great tiger was indeed quite amusing. Just as she was enjoying her meal, Yin returned. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao nestled in Imo Ran's embrace, Yin smiled knowingly. Would you care to join me for a bite? She inquired politely, aware that she was occupying his cave. Certainly. To her surprise, Yin unreservedly took a seat and reached for a piece of roasted beast meat to savor. Jiao Jiao, do you truly relish this beast meat? Yin casually inquired, noticing her apparent delight in the meal. Indeed, it is rather delicious. Jiao Jiao was perplexed by Qi Yan's inquiry, but answered candidly nonetheless. Then I shall capture more ferocious beasts in the future. Qi Yan responded with an air of nonchalance. Jiao Jiao cast a somewhat perplexed glance at Mo Ran, feeling that Qi Yan's words were an unabashed provocation directed at him. Well, from now on, the task of capturing the ferocious beast shall be entrusted to you. What Jiao Jiao did not anticipate, however, was that Mo Ran would acquiesce so readily. Even delegating the responsibility of this task directly to Qi Yan, Jiao Jiao felt that something was amiss, so she gently shook Missouri Ran's arm. It's all right, Jiao Jiao. The earlier negative emotions have been entirely processed by Mo Ran. In truth, he had already accepted Qi Yan in his heart. It was merely the aftermath of his defeat that kept him from moving forward. Qi Yan is a rare 7-star beastman, whose strength surpasses that of both me and Z combined. With him around, you will have an abundance of beast meat in the future. Despite these reassurances, Jiao Jiao couldn't shake off her unease. Indeed, Jiao Jiao, I am quite powerful. Leave the hunting of ferocious beasts to me, Qi Yan proclaimed confidently. I heard from Mo Ran that you are due to give birth in a few days. The energy contained in ferocious beast meat is significantly greater than that of ordinary beasts, so do indulge yourself. It will bolster your strength for childbirth. While it was true that Qi Yan's abilities far exceeded those of Mo Ran, he was still a newcomer and had to respect the arrangements of the first beast husband. According to the rules of the beast realm, Qi Yan could claim the position of first beast husband simply by challenging and defeating Mo Ran. However, he could see that Jiao Jiao held a fondness for Mo Ran, and he feared that a fierce battle between them would cause her distress. Before long, the day of Jiao Jiao's delivery arrived. During these past few days, she had remained obediently in the cave, avoiding unnecessary excursions. While Mo Ran stayed closely by her side, Z continued to prepare a variety of delicious foods, to the point where Jiao Jiao felt her face had grown rounder. Suddenly, while indulging in her feast, Jiao Jiao clutched her belly and furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Mo Ran immediately rushed over, lifting her from the stone chair. The chair was a product of her boredom over the past few days. She had intended for Z, E, and Mo Ran to make it, but to her surprise, Qi Yan's unique ability was wind-based, which proved exceptionally convenient for crafting. Thus, several stone chairs had appeared in the cave, with the only one adorned with a thick layer of beast skin being the one Jiao Jiao occupied. My belly feels a bit tight. It seems I am about to give birth. Jiao Jiao, lacking any experience in childbirth, found herself utterly bewildered by the situation and thus summoned the system for guidance. System, am I about to give birth? After a thorough examination, the system joyfully responded, Host. The snake egg will be ready to hatch in 10 minutes. Upon hearing that Jiao Jiao was on the verge of giving birth, Mo Ran was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Despite having made ample preparations beforehand, his mind was now a blank canvas, leaving him utterly clueless about what to do. I will seek the shaman, Mo Ran declared, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Jiao Jiao's grip. Jiao Jiao looked at Mo Ran with a mix of amusement and exasperation. In the beast world, unless complications arose during childbirth, there was no need to summon a shaman, as the tribes had previously informed them. If Mo Ran were to truly call upon a shaman, it would likely result in her becoming the first person in the tribe's history to do so. First, carry me upstairs. The shaman already examined me and said I was in excellent health, with no risks involved. Although she felt a twinge of fear herself, Jiao Jiao endeavored to reassure Mo Ran. Yes. Mo Ran nodded, taking several deep breaths to steady himself before he carried Jiao Jiao to the room on the second floor. For the sake of incubating the eggs, he had arranged a nest of grass in that room. Gently placing Jiao Jiao into the nest, Mo Ran grasped her hand with a worried expression, soothingly saying, The snake egg is quite small. It shouldn't cause you too much discomfort. Please, do not be afraid. Yet, despite his comforting words, the reality of childbirth loomed large. In her previous life, Jiao Jiao had watched countless childbirth videos and understood that giving birth was akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. To expect her to be unafraid in this moment was simply unrealistic. I'm not afraid. Jiao Jiao's voice trembled slightly. Mo Ran tightly grasped Jiao Jiao's hand, feeling as though he were the one on the verge of giving birth. Ziyi, Mo Ran shouted urgently down the stairs. Just as Ziyi returned, he heard Mo Ran's frantic call and hurriedly rushed inside. Upon entering the cave, he found no one and immediately grew anxious. Jiao Jiao is about to give birth. You must quickly boil some water. Mo Ran had inquired with many in the tribe over these past days and learned that females require warm, boiled water for cleansing during childbirth. Now, he had to remain by Jiao Jiao's side, leaving the task of boiling water to Zi. Zi promptly acknowledged and hurried off to prepare the water. Meanwhile, Qi Yan, who arrived later, learned that Jiao Jiao was about to give birth and anxiously paced back and forth downstairs. System, didn't you say you could block my pain perception? Jiao Jiao harbored an intense fear of pain, although this was merely the beginning. Her trepidation had already reached an overwhelming level. Very well, let us now shield the host from the sensation of pain, rendering it ineffective until the moment of delivery. Jiao Jiao understood that during the process of production, she had to exert herself in harmony with the pain, so she refrained from saying much. However, certain systematic matters must remain undisclosed. For the next 10 minutes, Jiao Jiao could only feign an expression of great suffering, which left Mo Ran visibly pale with fear. After 10 minutes, Jiao Jiao felt a sudden tightening in her abdomen, prompting her to exert herself vigorously. The outcome? Jiao Jiao exerted just a slight force when she felt something glide smoothly from within her. Following that came the second, the third, and she didn't even feel a hint of pain. Thus, the birthing process concluded. System, have I truly given birth? Jiao Jiao, filled with disbelief, called out to the system. Congratulations, host. You have given birth to 3 snake eggs with the beastman Mo Ran. The hatchlings are all in excellent health, so you can rest easy. The system continued. The highest aptitude among the hatchlings is rated at 4 stars, granting you a reward of 1,000 points. The other 2 possess a 2-star rating, earning you an additional 800 points. After deducting the previous debt of 1,000 points, you currently have 800 points remaining. Given that this was her first experience of childbirth, Jiao Jiao was uncertain if this amount of points was considerable. However, she was relieved that she had encountered no hardships, so she chose not to dwell on it. Is it true that each birth yields a reward of 600 points? She pondered, reflecting on the earlier calculations. Host, the higher the aptitude of the hatchlings, the greater the points earned. For instance, if a hatchling has a 5-star aptitude, the reward is 600 points. Should you assist Zi in birthing 4-star tiger cubs next, that would yield 500 points. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes, wondering why the system viewed individuals through colored lenses. The disparity in talent and points seemed to indicate a desire for her to seek out a more gifted male for reproduction. Fortunately, this was not a breeding system. Otherwise, Jiao Jiao would surely be exasperated. Jiao Jiao, how do you feel? Mo Ran asked nervously after settling the 3 snake eggs. I'm fine, I feel great. In this regard, Jiao Jiao was not merely comforting Mo Ran. She genuinely felt nothing at all. It was akin to a hen laying eggs. She exerted a gentle push, and the 3 snake eggs slipped out effortlessly, leaving her without any sensation. That's wonderful. Seeing Jiao Jiao's relaxed demeanor, Mo Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, I must incubate the eggs. They require precise temperature control, and I cannot leave. From here on, let Zi and Qi Yin take care of you. As she spoke, the hot water prepared by Zi had cooled to the perfect temperature. Jiao Jiao, let me take you downstairs for a wash, Zi said, wrapping Jiao Jiao in animal skin and gently lifting her. Following their previous arrangement, Mo Ran would remain on the 2nd floor to incubate the eggs, while the others rested in their original spots. Reluctantly, Mo Ran watched Jiao Jiao depart. Despite his deep affection, he had more pressing matters at hand. The snake eggs had been laid, but they needed to be incubated to complete the process. The battle concerning Jiao Jiao was over. Now it was Mo Ran's turn to fight. Zi gently placed Jiao Jiao in the prepared nest on the 1st floor. After cleaning her, he brought over the soup that had been simmering alongside the boiling water. Jiao Jiao, you've worked hard. Would you like to have a sip? Despite not feeling hungry, Jiao Jiao took a few symbolic sips, appreciating the thoughtful gesture. Zi, how long does it usually take for snake eggs to hatch? Jiao Jiao felt a tinge of worry, for they were currently in the Fox clan's territory. If they lingered for too long, their presence might become a nuisance. Generally, it required 30 to 60 sunsets. Zi pondered for a moment and replied, that amounts to 1 to 2 months. Jiao Jiao let out a soft sigh, which meant they would have to reside in the Fox clan for 1 to 2 months. But what about Qi Yan? Jiao Jiao scanned her surroundings but found no trace of Qi Yan. Yet, she distinctly recalled hearing his voice just moments ago. Had he truly returned? Ah, Zi interjected, draping a piece of animal hide over Jiao Jiao. He indeed returned during your labor, but at some point thereafter, he vanished once more. Jiao Jiao let out a sound and fell silent. Although giving birth to a snake egg required little effort, the experience of childbirth inherently instilled in her. As a modern individual, the instinctual belief that she must observe the confinement period. I felt somewhat fatigued and wished to rest for a while. Jiao Jiao lay down as she spoke, and Z hurriedly tucked the animal skin around her before transforming into a great white tiger, standing guard nearby. She slept soundly until dusk, awakening only when the sun had set. In the final days of her pregnancy, hunger had often roused her from slumber. But now that gnawing sensation was absent, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Jiao Jiao, are you hungry? Z inquired, his ears twitching as he lifted his head, instantly reverting to his humanoid form. At that moment, a flicker of fire ignited in the palm of his hand. Earlier, in consideration of Jiao Jiao's need for rest, they had refrained from lighting a fire in the cave. Z approached the previous fire pit, rekindled the flames, and then returned to Jiao Jiao's side. I'm not hungry. Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes, glancing around. Has Qian not returned yet? Concern creased her brow as she surveyed the still empty cave, although she recognized Qian's formidable prowess. It was quite late, and his absence felt unsettling. Z, why don't you go outside and inquire if anyone has seen Qian? I have a strange feeling, she suggested, unease creeping into her voice. He's a male. What danger could he possibly face? Z replied dismissively. In the beast realm, it is the females who require protection. Besides, Qian is so powerful that even Moran cannot match him. He is surely fine. Despite his reassurances, Jiao Jiao remained anxious. Sensing her distress, Z sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall carry you to Moran's side, and then I will venture out to investigate. With that, he wrapped Jiao Jiao in the animal skin and ascended to the second floor, placing her beside Moran, who was busy incubating eggs. What is the matter? Moran, having just awakened from his slumber, had not overheard the earlier conversation between Z and Jiao Jiao. Qian has been gone for quite some time, and Jiao Jiao is worried. Allow me to go check, Z replied, amusement dancing in his voice. I was uneasy leaving her alone downstairs, hence I brought her up here. Moran nodded in understanding. Very well, then you should hurry. After Z descended the stairs, he focused his powers to conjure a fireball, placing it nearby to illuminate the room. Jiao Jiao sat quietly beside Moran, observing the hatching of the snake eggs. Curiosity piqued, she craned her neck to see better. Which one is the eldest? Moran shifted slightly, revealing a patterned snake egg. This one, the first to emerge, is the eldest. Gazing at the tiny egg, Jiao Jiao felt a sense of wonder. How remarkable it was that a mere human could give birth to a snake egg. Hatching must be rather dull, wouldn't it? Leaning against Moran's serpentine body, she reached out to stroke Moran's head. How about you take charge of naming the three little ones? Jiao Jiao's mind raced, and she spoke impulsively. Moran tilted her head slightly, her tiny eyes filled with profound confusion. Are you saying that I have the authority to decide the names of these three children? Jiao Jiao nodded. Of course, you are their beast father. So their names are certainly at your discretion. In the next moment, Moran transformed back into his beast form, wrapping his arms around Jiao Jiao, resting his chin on her shoulder, and spoke in a somewhat muffled voice. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. What is there to be thankful for? Jiao Jiao appeared utterly bewildered. After all, she merely entrusted him with the privilege of naming, which hardly constituted a monumental affair. Why, then, was he so profoundly moved? I shall diligently nurture the eggs, striving to ensure that not a single one of the three remains unhatched. In the depths of Moran's gaze, Jiao Jiao discerned an unprecedented resolve. Yet, hatching the snake egg should be a given, shouldn't it? Why did it seem to be portrayed as an arduous challenge? An arduous challenge? Jiao Jiao was taken aback, contemplating a possibility, and instinctively called out to the system. System, what is the typical hatching rate for snake eggs? The system, seemingly aware of Jiao Jiao's concerns, promptly responded, rest assured, host, all three of your snake eggs are in excellent health. Under normal circumstances, they are bound to hatch successfully. This served as a reassurance from the system to the host. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiao Jiao finally felt at ease. Do not worry. Our offspring will surely be born safely. Jiao Jiao smiled as she grasped Moran's hand, declaring herself a holy female, confident that her offspring would undoubtedly be blessed by the beast god. As Qian entered the cave, he heard Jiao Jiao proclaim her status, and he could hardly believe his ears. Currently, there should only be one holy female in the central continent, Tuna. He had never heard of a second. Moreover, even if Jiao Jiao was not originally from the central continent, if she truly was a holy female, her name would not have gone unnoticed. The only plausible explanation was that Jiao Jiao was not genuinely a holy female. But why would she pretend to be one? While Qi Yan's mind was in turmoil, he heard the footsteps of Ziyi approaching from behind, compelling him to suppress his internal conflict and greet him with a smile. "So, you have returned ahead of me." Upon seeing Qi Yan back, Ziyi felt relieved. "Did you go out to search for me?" Qi Yan queried, somewhat puzzled by Ziyi's words. "It was all Jiao Jiao's doing." Ziyi replied with a chuckle. "She was worried about you being out for so long and asked me to check on you." The revelation that she was concerned for him startled Qi Yan, stirring a feeling within him that was difficult to articulate. In the beastly world, many males, after learning to hunt, are often separated to fend for themselves. Since leaving his parents, no one had ever shown him concern. So hearing that Jiao Jiao worried for him was indeed moving. However, regardless of her reasons, he resolved to speak with her privately about her masquerade as a holy female. Yet, Qi Yan secretly hoped that Jiao Jiao was not the kind of vain and malicious female he feared. "Since you are unharmed, I shall go and bring Jiao Jiao down now. I was uneasy leaving her alone in the cave while searching for you, so I took her to Mo Rance." As Z explained, he ascended the stairs and soon returned carrying Jiao Jiao, wrapped in animal hides. "Qi Yan, you're back." Upon seeing him safe and sound, Jiao Jiao greeted him with a smile. Qi Yan replied curtly, unsure of how to address her until he clarified the situation. Jiao Jiao noted his response with mild surprise but chose not to comment, as their acquaintance was still rather superficial, having exchanged only a few words. After settling Jiao Jiao into a grassy nest, Ziyi went to fetch some food. When Jiao Jiao observed Ziyi serving a heaping bowl of meat, her lips twitched. It seemed the time had come to clarify matters with him. "Ziyi, now that the child is born, I want you need to eat as much as before. My appetite will gradually return to normal. You needn't prepare so much food for me in the future." Ziyi scratched his head. "Is that so?" Lacking experience in caring for females, his knowledge in that regard was rather limited. "Yes." After receiving repeated affirmation from Jiao Jiao, Ziyi nodded, indicating his understanding. "Then, would you like some of this meat?" he asked tentatively. Eyeing the food in his hands, Jiao Jiao has just given birth and is certainly exhausted. She should rest a while longer. Qi Yan interjected, unable to bear it. "When she is hungry, she will let us know to prepare food." Jiao Jiao cast a grateful glance at Qi Yan, then nodded in agreement with his words, admitting that she indeed felt somewhat fatigued. Only then did Ziyi set down the meat in his hand, stepping forward to assist Jiao Jiao in lying down. Nestling into the grass nest, she twisted and turned until she found a comfortable position and succumbed to slumber. Previously, due to her pregnancy, she had often been plagued by drowsiness, yet she could never sleep soundly for fear of pressing against her belly. Now, relieved of that burden, she could finally sleep as she pleased. Observing her drifting into sleep, Ziyi transformed into a great white tiger and lay beside her in the grass nest. As for Qi Yan, he was not yet Jiao Jiao's partner, so he maintained his distance, taking on his beast form and lying down a bit further away. When morning arrived, the sky outside had already brightened considerably. Jiao Jiao rubbed her drowsy eyes and discovered that the cave was utterly deserted. Rising to her feet, she made her way toward the entrance. As she stepped outside, she spotted Qi Yan approaching, carrying a freshly prepared meat soup. "Ziyi has gone hunting. I am here to take care of you." Setting down the soup, Qi Yan went back out to fetch a basin of warm water, placing it before Jiao Jiao along with a neatly broken fragrant wood stick. Observing Qi Yan expertly performing these tasks, Jiao Jiao felt a sense of astonishment. These were the meticulous instructions given by Ziyi before his departure. Despite her confusion, Qi Yan diligently followed Ziyi's requests. In the beast realm, no one had ever lived with such refinement. Typically, one would simply rise and splash some water on their face, with no thought of using fragrant wood to cleanse their teeth. "Oh." Jiao Jiao smiled gently. "Thank you." Jiao Jiao, without any formality, took a fragrant wood twig and gently cleaned her teeth. This twig had been discovered by chance, as she observed it being used by a beastman. To her astonishment, it not only cleansed her teeth but also rendered her mouth refreshingly pleasant. Henceforth, this fragrant twig became an indispensable part of her daily ablutions. As for washing her face with warm water, it was merely a necessity during her confinement period. She had casually mentioned it to Ziyi, who surprisingly remembered her words. After breakfast, Jiao Jiao found herself engulfed in boredom. Initially intending to seek out Mo Ran for a chat, she hesitated, fearing that her visit might disrupt his egg hatching. Thus, she decided to move a stone stool to the cave entrance to bask in the sunlight. In the brief moment that Qi Yan turned around, he spotted Jiao Jiao struggling to carry the stone stool. Despite the strength of the female beastman, They appeared far more robust than the slender Jiao Jiao. The thought of her getting injured sent a wave of concern through him, prompting him to rush over and take the stool from her. "What are you doing?" Qi Yan's urgency caused his tone to be somewhat harsh, startling Jiao Jiao into believing she had overstepped some boundary, leaving her flustered. I, Jiao Jiao, what is wrong?" The male beastman Mo ran, with acute hearing from the second floor where he was incubating the eggs, caught the sound of Qi Yan's voice and, unable to leave, anxiously called out. Perhaps realizing he had frightened Jiao Jiao, Qi Yan softened his tone. "You can tell me what you wish to do. This is quite heavy, and it would be unfortunate if you were to hurt yourself." Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Jiao Jiao finally exhaled in relief. Remembering that Mo Ran was still concerned about her, she cheerfully replied from above, "I'm fine." "Where do you wish to move this?" Qi Yan inquired, still puzzled by her intentions. "I merely wish to bask in the sunlight by the cave entrance." Jiao Jiao explained somewhat awkwardly. The fox cast a glance at its den, which indeed felt a bit chilly, compounded by the recent rainfall, leaving the air imbued with a dampness that made Jiao Jiao's desire to venture outside quite understandable. Qi Yan placed a stone pedestal in a sunlit spot at the entrance of the cave, then laid down animal hides on and around it, allowing Jiao Jiao to take a seat comfortably. As Jiao Jiao had just taken her seat, a female from the neighboring cave emerged and, upon spotting her, promptly approached. "Greetings, I am Amu, residing right next door." Amu was tall and possessed a delicate beauty, her large, expressive eyes revealing a depth that distinctly set her apart from Tuna. "Hello, my name is Jiao Jiao." Jiao Jiao greeted with a smile. "I heard you were pregnant," Amu remarked, glancing at Jiao Jiao's abdomen, only to discover it was flat, bearing no signs of pregnancy. Surprised, he exclaimed. "You have given birth?" Jiao Jiao smiled as she gently placed her hand on her abdomen, where 3 snake eggs had been laid. Although the number was not particularly large, the ability to bear offspring in the beast realm was indeed commendable. Amu sincerely offered his congratulations. At that moment, 5 fluffy, pure white little foxes came bounding towards them, playfully dancing around Amu's feet. "Are these your little ones?" Jiao Jiao inquired, her heart yearning to scoop one up and give it a gentle squeeze. Amu seemed to discern her thoughts, effortlessly picking up one of the foxes and handing it to her. He gestured towards a nearby spot, saying, "This is the offspring of my third partner, Inya." Following Amu's direction, Jiao Jiao spotted a pure white fox quietly crouching not far from him. "Inya? What is the relation to Yinling?" Upon hearing the name, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but recall the silver-haired female from before. "Inya is indeed Yinling's elder brother." Amu confirmed with a nod before addressing Inya. "Inya, please go and fetch Yinling." Inya rose and returned to their cave. Shortly after, a wolf approached the spot he had vacated and laid down, indicating that the wolf was likely one of Amu's partners, entrusted with the task of guarding while Inya went out. "Are the little foxes not utterly adorable?" Amu asked with a smile, observing Jiao Jiao's fondness as she affectionately caressed the little fox. "Indeed," she replied. Jiao Jiao instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss as she suddenly lifted her head, and indeed, saw Amu wearing a mischievous grin while gazing at her. "Previously, you were pregnant and did not bond with Qi Yan. Now that the child has been born, when do you plan to unite with Qi Yan?" It turned out this was the intention all along. Jiao Jiao forced a smile, still in her confinement period. "Are the beastmen of this world so impatient? I am not yet fully recovered. Let me regain my strength before discussing anything further." Jiao Jiao's complexion flushed slightly as her gaze flickered towards Qi Yan, who was squatting not far away, hoping he had not overheard their conversation. Fortunately, Qi Yan remained with his eyes squinted, lying still without any sign of awareness, allowing Jiao Jiao to breathe a sigh of relief. However, what she failed to notice was that if Qi Yan were in his beastman form at that moment, he would have easily revealed a visibly reddened face. As the two were engaged in their conversation, they spotted Inya approaching with Yinling. Just as Inya came to a halt, Yinling eagerly jumped down, prompting Jiao Jiao to instinctively reach out to his sister. Yet, Yinling was remarkably steady, her form unshaken. "Sister-in-law, Jiao Jiao," Yinling greeted sweetly. Jiao Jiao busily made space for herself to sit beside him. Due to the previous altercation between Mo Ran and Qi Yan, everyone was exceedingly curious about Jiao Jiao, and Yinling was no exception. Moreover, the typically proud Qi Yan had chosen Jiao Jiao. What exceptional qualities did she possess? "Jiao Jiao, do you only have the serpent beastman and the white tiger beastman as companions?" Yinling inquired with a hint of curiosity. After all, in the beast realm, aside from the relative safety of the tribes, it was indeed commendable courage to venture out with only 2 companions. "Yes, Jiao Jiao nodded. So where did you come from? Regarding their origin, no one had inquired before. The tribe members were unaware, and naturally, Qi Yin was also oblivious, prompting him to unconsciously perk up his ears. We traveled from a place slightly north of here, quite a distance away, nearly a month's journey, Jiao Jiao stated, only to realize that in the beast realm, time was measured in months. She quickly corrected herself. I mean, approximately 30 sunsets. Such a long way. Yinling gazed at Jiao Jiao with a hint of envy. Having been born in the tribe, her only excursions beyond its confines were brief participations in gathering events organized by the tribe, leaving her with little opportunity to venture out. So, Jiao Jiao, what is the world outside like? Observing the young girl's eager expression, Jiao Jiao surmised her thoughts. Concerned that her embellished descriptions might inspire the girl to recklessly venture out, she narrated the various encounters she had experienced along her journey as cautionary tales. Upon hearing them, Yinling felt a surge of trepidation. So, the outside world was indeed fraught with danger? Jiao Jiao nodded, affirming that their departure from the tribe was not out of necessity. They would never choose to leave. Although Amu was somewhat older and felt a shiver of fear while listening to Jiao Jiao's tales, he did not show it outwardly. However, after hearing the stories, Amu began to hesitate. Would someone who had witnessed the outside world truly wish to remain in the tribe for Qi Yin? Then Jiao Jiao shall stay with our fox tribe, Silverbell said, gripping Jiao Jiao's hand with genuine concern. Observing Amu's expectant gaze, Jiao Jiao finally understood the reason for his earlier approach. He was worried she might run away with Qi Yin. Setting aside the fact that she and Qi Yin were not yet partners, even if they were, she would never force him to leave if he was unwilling. Thus, the tribe's apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. Unbeknownst to them, they had conversed for quite some time, until Zi returned from the hunt. Amu then rose to bid farewell, taking the reluctant Silverbell with him. Seeing Silverbell's forlorn expression as she wished to stay, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. She had grown quite fond of the little girl. Zi, you have finally returned, despite having been apart for merely a morning. Jiao Jiao felt as though it had been an eternity since she last saw him and rushed forward to leap into his embrace. Did you miss me, Jiao Jiao? Zi asked, wrapping one arm around her, and together they entered the cave, where he gently set her down. Yes, though a bit embarrassed. Jiao Jiao nodded in affirmation. Hearing her admit she missed him brought great joy to Zi, who leaned down to plant a kiss on her cheek before weighing the 2 large fish he had caught, now cleaned and ready. Jiao Jiao, let us a fish soup for lunch. The 2 fish were even larger than the ones Moran had caught previously. Jiao Jiao was aware that Zi was not particularly skilled at underwater hunting. Yet the fact that he had caught these fish solely for her made her exceedingly happy. Sounds good. Jiao Jiao embraced Zi's waist, nodding in agreement with delight. You have been out this long, and you only caught 2 fish? At some point, Qi Yin had transformed back into his beastman form. He cast a glance at the so-called fish in Zi's hand. Here, under normal circumstances, no beastman would willingly consume such a small creature, as it harbored numerous spines that could easily become lodged in one's throat, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Previously, there had been a playful little fox in the tribe that met its demise after consuming this fish, as the spines pierced its throat, resulting in its untimely death. Of course, before he could articulate his thoughts further, he noticed Qi Yan's expression darkening considerably. This is my favorite, Zi defended. I caught it for Jiao Jiao. So what is wrong with that? Although Zi was somewhat slow on the uptake, Jiao Jiao could easily discern the hostility in Qi Yan's tone. It was fortunate that the recipient of that ire was Zi. Otherwise, a confrontation may have ensued. That's not it, Jiao Jiao, Zi exclaimed, sensing Jiao Jiao's rising agitation. I caught other prey as well, specifically, the mooing cattle you adore, which I left by the stream up ahead. I intended to bring back the clean fish first before tending to everything else. I know. Jiao Jiao replied with a gentle smile, taking Zi's hand. My big tiger is so capable. How could he possibly catch only 2 fish? You must have just happened upon these, thinking of what I enjoy, right? Zi nodded, slightly embarrassed. Besides, Jiao Jiao continued, even if you only caught 2 fish, what is the harm in that? As long as I love it, isn't that sufficient? Jiao Jiao directed her words towards Qi Yan. The moment she rebuked him with such anger, Qi Yan's expression darkened considerably. He had spent the entire morning in her company, yet she seemed preoccupied with conversing with other females, not sparing him even a glance. Now, witnessing her joy at the sight of Zi only deepened his discomfort. Suit yourself, Qi Yan declared, stepping out of the cave. Once outside, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. How had things spiraled to this point? That was never his intention. Disturbed, Qi Yin gazed at the sky, letting out a heavy sigh as he strolled towards the stream. Meanwhile, after Qi Yin left, Ziyi intended to follow him to clarify matters. But Jiao Jiao intercepted him. In her eyes, this proud fox was simply stirring trouble for no reason, and there was no need to indulge such behavior. The following moments saw Ziyi showcasing his culinary talents. Before long, a pot of milky white fish soup was ready, accompanied by freshly grilled fish. Today, the grilled fish appeared particularly appetizing. Jiao Jiao leaned closer, inhaling the enticing aroma, unable to suppress a swallow. I marinated it slightly using the method I employed for the roasted chicken, Ziyi remarked, skillfully extracting the flesh from the belly of the roasted fish with chopsticks and placing it into the wooden bowl before Jiao Jiao. Drawing from her previous experience with fish, Ziyi discerned that the bones in this creature's belly were the easiest to identify and remove, alleviating any concerns about Jiao Jiao getting pricked. Just as Jiao Jiao opened her mouth in readiness to indulge, a melodic voice resonated from outside. Jiao Jiao, are you there? Faced with the returning sound of Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of confusion but responded, I'm here. Please come in. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiao bit her lip and stepped inside. As she approached, the aroma enveloped her senses, revealing a pot of creamy white soup and a fish roasted to a golden hue. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Have Jiao Jiao and her companions truly resorted to consuming such spiny creatures? The fish, riddled with bones, was colloquially referred to as the spiny beast among some beastmen. Jiao Jiao, hasn't your partner hunted any wild game? If not, I could return and bring you some meat, Jiao said, concern evident in her gaze as she regarded Jiao Jiao, who had recently given birth. How could she possibly recover on such sustenance? No. Ziyi has indeed hunted wild beasts. It was my desire to have this, and he specifically caught it for me. Jiao Jiao explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's incredibly delicious. Would you care to sample it? Upon finishing her words, Jiao Jiao stuffed the fish meat from her bowl into her mouth, appearing to relish its exquisite flavor. However, through Jiao's eyes, it was evident that Jiao Jiao must have endured a great deal of hardship. Otherwise, why would she consume the prickly beast? Such a creature was so unpalatable that not a single soul in the tribe would dare to partake, even if it were offered freely. Nevertheless, noticing Jiao Jiao's kind invitation, Jiao, reluctant to put her in an awkward position, reluctantly accepted a piece of fish meat that Ziyi had handed her and placed it in her mouth. As the grilled fish melted on her palate, the enticing aroma enveloped her senses, and the meat was remarkably delectable, devoid of the peculiar taste she had anticipated. Could this truly be the prickly beast? Jiao asked, somewhat incredulously. How is it? Is it not delightful? Jiao Jiao said with a smile, prompting Ziyi to serve another bowl of fish soup to Jiao. Gazing at the milky white soup in the bowl, Jiao did not hesitate this time. She bowed her head and took a sip. The unprecedented freshness and aroma compelled her to finish the entire bowl in one go. Jiao Jiao, your partner is truly remarkable. Even the spiny beast can be prepared so deliciously. Jiao's praise was heartfelt. She had previously tasted the spiny beast in secret, finding it overwhelmingly fishy and unpalatable. Yet, the dish prepared by Jiao Jiao was utterly delightful, leaving her yearning for more. Indeed, my dear tiger possesses extraordinary culinary skills. Jiao Jiao spoke with a sense of pride, as Qi Yin returned, carrying the well-prepared moo beef. He overheard Jiao Jiao extolling the virtues of the great white tiger, and his expression darkened once more. Upon entering the cave, Qi Yin silently set down the meat. Qi Yin, you must exert yourself. Jiao Jiao's companion is truly remarkable, and the spiky beast they crafted is exceptionally delectable. Jiao remarked enthusiastically as she rose. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Jiao Jiao, I shall return tomorrow to spend time with you. And perhaps I can have my companion learn from your majestic tiger how to prepare the spiky beast. After bidding farewell to Jiao Jiao settled back down. Engrossed in conversation with Jiao while eating, she had unknowingly satisfied her hunger and chose to sit aside, watching Ziyi eat instead. Are you not going to eat any more? Ziyi inquired, glancing at the ample remaining fish soup and grilled fish. He was not particularly hungry. Accustomed to feasting every 2 or 3 days, ever since joining Jiao Jiao, he had been enjoying 3 meals a day. How could he possibly be hungry? Qi Yin, would you care to try? Ziyi suggested, ladling a generous bowl of fish soup. Feigning indifference, Qi Yin's curiosity was nonetheless piqued. After all, he had witnessed their hearty enjoyment, and even the tribe's Jiao had sung its praises, expressing a desire for her companion to learn the recipe. Qi Yin, you should give it a try. It is truly delicious. Seeing Shi Yin wavering, Jiao Jiao joined in the persuasion. Come on, just take a bite. If it does not please your palate, you need not continue. We want to insist. With such encouragement, it would indeed seem unreasonable for Shi Yin to refuse any longer. Under the watchful gazes of Jiao Jiao and Ziyi, Shi Yin raised the bowl of fish soup to his lips. To his surprise, there was no overwhelming fishy taste. Rather, it was quite fragrant. Stealing a glance at the eager expressions of the two before him, he couldn't help but chuckle and took a sip of the fish soup. The exquisite flavor flooded his mouth, delivering an unprecedented satisfaction. Shi Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. And this time, he gulped down a hearty mouthful. How is it? Jiao Jiao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Shi Yin with eager anticipation. She hoped he would take another sip, proving he could accept the flavor of the fish soup, which filled her with joy. After all, they might very well be living together in the future, and the thought of not being able to share a meal was quite troublesome. It's quite delicious. Shi Yin replied softly, a hint of shyness in his voice. Isn't it? Ziyi chuckled as he approached Shi Yin, casually placing a hand on his shoulder like a good friend. I was equally astonished the first time I tasted it. I never expected this prickly beast could be so delectable. I'm sorry. After a long pause, Shi Yin finally managed to utter those words. Ziyi looked at him, perplexed, unsure why he was suddenly apologizing. I was a bit harsh earlier. Upon seeing Shi Yin's lowered head and bashful demeanor, Ziyi realized he was apologizing for his earlier tone, prompting him to laugh. These are trivial matters. We're family now. There's no need to dwell on it. The initially awkward Shi Yin found himself infected by Ziyi's laughter, unable to suppress his own smile. Witnessing the reconciliation between the two, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but join in their laughter. Subsequently, they finished off the remaining fish soup and roasted fish. Ziyi, ever consider it, took a portion upstairs for Mo Ran, who was incubating eggs. Observing the harmonious interaction among the three, Jiao Jiao felt a sense of relief. After the meal, feeling physically well, Jiao Jiao wished to explore her surroundings. Having consumed primarily meat lately and relishing the rare fish today, she yearned to see if there were any vegetables she recognized from her previous life, which she sorely missed. With the recent tranquility in the presence of the formidable Shi Yin, Ziyi boldly led Jiao Jiao outside. Perched atop the majestic white tiger, she felt an exhilarating sense of style. Compared to her earlier discomfort, she now sat securely. Shi Yin maintained his beastly form, trailing closely beside them. Not long after exiting the tribe, Jiao Jiao spotted a remarkably familiar plant. She eagerly tapped Ziyi's back, signaling him to halt. Sliding off the tiger's back, she hurried toward the plant, only to overlook her footing and wince in pain. Jiao Jiao, Ziyi exclaimed in surprise, instantly transforming back into his human form, ready to lift her. However, a flash of fiery red darted ahead of him, swiftly scooping her up. Are you hurt? Shi Yan's voice betrayed his concern. Jiao Jiao, witnessing his anxious expression for the first time, felt a mix of surprise and delight. I'm fine. I think I just stepped on a sharp stone, she replied. Shi Yin crouched down, allowing her to sit on his lap as he examined her small foot. It was his first time observing a female's foot so closely, and he was taken aback by its delicate whiteness and daintiness, which felt oddly enchanting in his grasp. Fortunately, it's just a little red. Shi Yin sighed in relief. Yet he was determined to ensure she would not move on her own. Seeing her injured foot, Ziyi felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Had he not set her down earlier, she wouldn't have been hurt. I'm really fine. Upon witnessing Ziyi's drooping demeanor, resembling that of a weary soul, Jiao Jiao could not suppress a chuckle as she affectionately ruffled his hair in a bid to console him. Jiao Jiao, you should remain mounted on my beast form and not dismount. Ziyi, still haunted by previous experiences, implored. All right. Although she acquiesced verbally, a different notion began to brew within Jiao Jiao's mind. She had observed that in the beast realm, the majority of the beastmen roamed barefoot. The males fared better, often traversing the wilderness in their beast forms, thus avoiding injury. However, the females were akin to humans, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their feet being pricked by stones, just as she had experienced moments ago. If only she could fashion a pair of shoes. In her previous life, Jiao Jiao had participated in a reality show to promote her new album, filmed in a rural setting. Out of curiosity, she had once crouched by the roadside to watch an elderly man weave straw sandals, even attempting to lend a hand. Is this what you were seeking? Ziyi approached, uprooting the very plant that had captured Jiao Jiao's attention moments ago. Jiao Jiao nodded, examining the item in her hand before bringing it closer to her nose to take a whiff. A delighted smile spread across her face. Indeed, it was water celery. Is this edible? Ziyi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at Jiao Jiao's evident joy. Yes. Jiao Jiao replied enthusiastically, nodding her head. However, the flavor is quite strong, so some people might not appreciate it. Zi refrained from commenting further. In the beast realm, food was a precious commodity. Aside from Jiao Jiao, few would be picky about their meals. For them, the mere ability to eat was already a blessing. Please help me see if there is any more nearby. I would like to gather some to stir-fry. Without hesitation, Zi readily agreed to Jiao Jiao's request and promptly began his search nearby. Fortunately, the plant known as water celery typically grows in individual clusters. Following Jiao Jiao's instructions, Zi opted not to uproot the plant entirely but instead delicately pinched off the tender shoots. In no time, he gathered a substantial handful, securing them with a small length of vine before returning to Jiao Jiao's side. Meanwhile, as they sat, Jiao Jiao was not idle. She glanced around and soon spotted some tall, reed-like plants in the distance. "I wish to explore that area," she exclaimed, pointing toward the direction. Without a moment's thought, Qi Yin embraced her and moved in that direction. "May I come down?" Jiao Jiao asked, feeling slightly embarrassed after being held by Qi Yin for some time. Initially, Qi Yin intended to decline her request, but upon realizing that he was not yet her partner, he carefully surveyed the ground to ensure there were no hazards that could harm her before gently setting her down. Jiao Jiao stepped forward and broke off a reed to examine it. Indeed, it was the same type that the old craftsman had used in her previous life, and she immediately felt a surge of joy. "May I have some of this?" Jiao Jiao pointed at the reeds and inquired of Qi Yin and Zi. The two exchanged glances. Zi approached Jiao Jiao, while Qi Yin stepped forward. In no time, he returned with a considerable number of reed stalks. "What do you need these for?" Jiao Jiao asked, recalling Qi Yin's earlier attempt to eat one, which proved inedible and easily breakable. She wondered what purpose such fragile items could possibly serve. Jiao Jiao smiled mysteriously, choosing silence as she directly settled onto the ground to weave a pair of grass sandals. With deft fingers dancing through the materials, she skillfully crafted the sole, soon giving it a discernible shape. Following this, she instructed Zi to find some softer, smoother vines to serve as the upper. Thus, a simple pair of sandals was born. Observing the peculiar creation in Jiao Jiao's hands, she compared it against her feet, prompting Qi Yin to realize that she intended to fashion something to protect her feet. Seizing the opportunity while Jiao Jiao was engrossed in her task, he ventured to gather a considerable amount of reed stalks. After much effort, Jiao Jiao completed a pair, trying them on to find them a perfect fit. Albeit a tad rough in appearance, after all, this was merely their first attempt, and improvements could be made later. "What is this called, Jiao Jiao?" Zi inquired, patiently observing from the side, eager to learn so that Jiao Jiao would not have to toil alone in the future. "These are called grass sandals," Jiao Jiao replied, lifting her foot to inspect it from various angles. Though not quite as she had envisioned, they were still serviceable for wear, alleviating her concerns about injuring her feet while walking. Once the sandals were completed, Jiao Jiao noticed that Qi Yin had returned with a significant amount of reeds, surprising her with his propensity for quietly accomplishing substantial tasks. "It's getting late. Let us return," Qi Yin remarked, securing the reeds with vines before addressing Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao nodded, and Zi hurriedly transformed into his beast form, intending to carry her back. However, Jiao Jiao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I'm wearing straw sandals. I want to test their durability." The sun was still relatively high in the sky, and since they were not far from the tribe, Zi refrained from insisting further. He reverted to his human form and accompanied Jiao Jiao as they strolled leisurely. Behind them, Qi Yin silently followed, shouldering a large bundle of reeds. As they walked, Jiao Jiao suddenly heard a rustling in the grass and instinctively leaned closer to Zi. This time, Zi reacted swiftly, enveloping her in his arms while keeping a vigilant gaze ahead. Not far off, the grass rustled, and soon a small rabbit emerged. Wow, how adorable! The fluffy little creature melted Jiao Jiao's heart, and she instinctively wanted to approach it. "Wait." Qi Yin stepped forward decisively, grasping Jiao Jiao's hand firmly. She turned back to see his eyes brimming with caution. Realizing that Qi Yin, being a 7-star beastman, must have sensed something amiss, she quickly withdrew her foot. Sure enough, a jackal suddenly darted out from behind the bushes, its face marred by a long scar, indicating its ferocity. "This is bad." Zi quickly moved to shield Jiao Jiao. The creature was a 6-star jackal, and with Zi being a mere 4-star, the prospect of facing such a formidable beast was daunting. Instinctively, he considered fleeing with Jiao Jiao. "You protect Jiao Jiao. I'll handle it," Qi Yin declared, discarding the reeds from his shoulder and transforming into a fox. This was Jiao Jiao's first glimpse of all 8 of Qi Yan's crimson tails, which swayed gracefully, evoking a sense of intimidation. Faced with the 6-star jackal, it was already a struggle for Zi to remain standing, and the pressure exerted by the 7-star Qi Yan further unnerved him, yet he remained resolute in shielding Jiao Jiao behind him. Jiao Jiao disowned his reluctance and thus took hold of his hand. Zi turned back and met Jiao Jiao's autumn water-like gaze, and the unease that had lingered in his heart seemed to dissipate in an instant. Rest assured that jackal is no match for Qi Yan. Jiao Jiao nodded, tightly grasping Zi's hand, affirming her understanding. Perhaps due to Jiao Jiao's comforting presence, Zi gradually felt a sense of ease wash over him, dispelling the earlier dread. Let's take Jiao Jiao to a safer distance, he suggested, aware of the impending confrontation between Qi Yan and the beast. He feared that any conflict might endanger Jiao Jiao, prompting him to speak to Zi. In an instant, Zi transformed into a magnificent white tiger, allowing Jiao Jiao to ascend onto his back, and swiftly departed from the area poised to become a battlefield. Once they had managed to halt their flight, Jiao Jiao was startled by a tremendous explosion echoing from behind, reminiscent of the fierce battle between Qi Yan and Mo Ran. Albeit this time the commotion seemed even more intense. Jiao Jiao, you need not worry about Qi Yan. His abilities surpass that of the beast. Yet it is important to remember that the beast, being wild, poses a more formidable challenge, Zi reassured her, noticing her gaze fixated on the direction they had come from, presuming her concern for Qi Yan. Yes, I understand, she replied. There is a distinction between beastmen and wild beasts. The former possess reservations, whereas the latter are solely driven by instinct to kill. This is why, despite knowing the jackal is no match for Qi Yan, I still feel uneasy. They waited anxiously for a considerable time, until the noise from the skirmish began to diminish. Yet Qi Yan still had not returned, causing Jiao Jiao to grow increasingly anxious. Let us investigate, she urged, perceiving the jackal's ferocity as truly alarming. Moreover, from her knowledge, jackals were notoriously cunning and treacherous. While foxes are sly, they may not necessarily overpower a jackal. Zi, feeling uneasy about leaving Jiao Jiao alone, ultimately decided they needed to check on Qi Yan. After much deliberation, he carried Jiao Jiao back towards Qi Yan's location. From a distance, they spotted numerous craters and splatters of blood on the ground, and with each glance, Jiao Jiao's heart raced in trepidation. Qi Yan is over there, she cried out instinctively. Zi, with keen eyesight, quickly located Qi Yan, but he appeared to be in dire straits, covered in blood, leaving them uncertain of his condition. Following Zi's gaze, Jiao Jiao was horrified to see what seemed to be a lifeless jackal, and further away, Qi Yan lay motionless, drenched in blood, causing her heart to leap in alarm. Let us hurry and see, Zi exclaimed, swiftly moving forward, and as he came to a halt, Jiao Jiao gracefully dismounted from his back. Jiao Jiao rushed forward to check on Qi Yan's breath and discovered a faint sign of life, which relieved her greatly. Thankfully, he was still alive. However, Zi furrowed his brows, about to say something when he noticed Jiao Jiao had already risen. Her head bowed as she seemed to be searching for something. Jiao Jiao, what are you looking for? Jiao Jiao remained silent, engrossed in her search. Suddenly, a familiar herb came into view. During her childhood in the countryside, she often accompanied the village children in their escapades, frequently returning home with injuries. Her grandparents would always pluck a particular leaf, crush it, and apply it to her wounds to staunch the bleeding. This is it. Jiao Jiao cheerfully plucked all the leaves of the nearby hemostatic herb before returning to Qi Yan's side. Jiao Jiao, do you have knowledge of medicinal herbs? Purple E could not help but ask in astonishment as he watched Jiao Jiao crush the leaves with a stone and apply them to Qi Yan's wound. Yes. I often visited the shaman's place and secretly learned a few things. Jiao Jiao could find no more suitable reasoning and was left with no choice but to momentarily deceive Zi. After applying the herbal remedy, the previously bleeding wound finally ceased its flow, and Qi Yan regained consciousness. Jiao Jiao. Qi Yan opened his eyes, appearing quite feeble. Do not speak. I have already staunched the bleeding. Let us allow Zi to escort us back to the tribe to seek the shaman. Observing Jiao Jiao's concerned expression, Qi Yan felt a brief moment of hesitation. He was uncertain whether his actions were just, yet he was genuinely eager to discern the true nature of Jiao Jiao. I am fine. Qi Yan shook his head, summoning the strength to sit up. Jiao Jiao Zi seemed on the verge of voicing something but, after mustering the courage to speak, he met Qi Yan's gaze and sensed the underlying threat within it, causing him to lower his head and refrain from continuing. Jiao Jiao noted Zi's reaction, having only just been alarmed by Qi Yan's bloodied state. Now, in a calmer state, She began to perceive that something was amiss. After all, Qi Yin was a 7-star beastman with wind-based abilities. It was illogical for a mere jackal, no matter how formidable, to inflict such grave injury upon him. Unless system, I recall that the shop offers truth pills, correct? The summon system promptly appeared. Indeed, host. There is a truth pill available for only 200 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiao Jiao exchanged for one, her gaze fixed on Qi Yin. Z. I suddenly feel parched. I believe I saw some water over there. Could you fetch me a bit? Z, initially uneasy, nodded in consideration of Qi Yin's condition and transformed into his beast form to fetch the water. Once Z had distanced himself, Jiao Jiao rose. Her arms crossed before her chest, her expression turning icy. Qi Yin, you are not as severely injured as you pretend, are you? Qi Yin was taken aback, not anticipating Jiao Jiao's perceptiveness despite his impeccable performance. I do not know your intentions, but since you have chosen to deceive me, I believe there is little reason for us to continue our acquaintance. Jiao Jiao fixed her gaze upon Qi Yin's face, determined not to overlook any of his expressions. Upon our return to the tribe, I shall take Mo Ran and Z and depart. With that, Jiao Jiao began to stride towards the direction where Z had gone to fetch water. Qi Yin, feigning grievous injury on the ground, felt a surge of urgency and hastily rose to pursue her. However, just as he grasped Jiao Jiao's hand to explain, she abruptly shoved something into his mouth. Pht, pht. Qi Yin attempted to expel it, but curiously, the moment it entered, it vanished, leaving him unable to regurgitate anything. What have you made me consume? Qi Yin looked at Jiao Jiao with a mix of fear and bewilderment, and in that instant, he even entertained the thought of eliminating her. Why have you deceived me? Jiao Jiao estimated that the effects of the medicine were about to take hold, and she inquired directly. Qi Yin initially intended to fabricate an excuse to evade the question, yet his lips seemed to betray him, revealing the words harbored deep within his heart. I wish to know, why do you feign being a saintly figure? What advantages does this confer upon you? How many secrets do you truly possess? Jiao Jiao was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that it would be due to this. Previously, Mo Ran and Z, perhaps due to their lack of exposure to the saintess, had readily believed her claim when she announced herself as such. However, Qi Yin was different. His tribe had a saintess, and he must have perceived some discrepancy that led to his doubt. Most importantly, Jiao Jiao recalled that she had never declared herself as the saintess in Qi Yin's presence. How did you come to know? Jiao Jiao continued to inquire. I overheard your conversation with Mo Ran last time. Qi Yin replied mechanically, struggling to cover his mouth, only to realize he was utterly unable to control his actions. On what grounds do you conclude that I am not the holy matriarch? This was a question Jiao Jiao genuinely wished to understand, as it pertained to her future ability to wield the identity of the holy matriarch. You bear no mark of the holy matriarch. In a quest to ascertain whether Jiao Jiao truly was the holy matriarch, Qi Yin even consulted the clan leader and discovered that a mark indeed appears on the holy matriarch. Yet, he had never observed such a mark upon Jiao Jiao. Now, it was Jiao Jiao's turn to be puzzled. What sort of mark? A small, golden circular mark. Upon uttering this, the truth-revealing pill that Qi Yin had consumed ceased to function, and he gazed at Jiao Jiao in terror, as though she were a monster. He took a few steps back, his eyes filled with wariness. Is this the mark you speak of? Jiao Jiao turned her back, tossing her hair aside to reveal the golden mark on the nape of her neck. This was a discovery made by Mo Ran during her last bath, a mark she had been oblivious to until then. Impossible. Upon seeing the sacred mark on Jiao Jiao's neck, Qi Yin wore an expression of disbelief. What could be impossible? Recognizing that this was indeed the sacred mark Qi Yin had mentioned, Jiao Jiao felt a surge of confidence and stepped towards him, one deliberate stride at a time. I had initially intended to conceal my identity, yet it seems this misunderstanding has arisen. Nevertheless, this is for the best. I have no need for those with ulterior motives by my side. Once we return, I will clarify matters with the clan leader, and then take Mo Ran and Ze away from the Fox clan. Ze, let us depart. Jiao Jiao cast a sidelong glance at Ze, who was concealed not far away. That fool, his ears were exposed, yet he fancied himself cleverly hidden. Ze awkwardly stepped out, aware that Jiao Jiao did not genuinely seek water, but rather wished to converse privately with Qi Yin. Thus, he feigned departure under the pretext of fetching water. However, he was also apprehensive that Qi Yin might harm Jiao Jiao, prompting him to conceal himself nearby. Should he observe any threatening actions from Qi Yin, he would, despite knowing he was no match for him, rush to her aid without hesitation. Jiao Jiao, you truly are a divine enchantress, he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he turned to gaze at her while seated atop the tiger's back. In truth, both Ziyi and Imoran had harbored doubts previously, yet after deliberation, they concluded that regardless of Jiao Jiao's true identity, they were already companions, leading them to refrain from further inquiry. "So, you two have questioned my nature?" Jiao Jiao, in a huff, seized the tufts of hair at Ziyi's neck and feigned anger, exclaiming, "No, I did not." Ziyi pleaded for mercy, asserting that to him. Jiao Jiao was simply Jiao Jiao. Regardless of any identity, she was the one he intended to cherish for a lifetime. Upon hearing the unexpected declaration from the formidable tiger, Jiao Jiao found it hard to maintain her irritation. She relaxed her grip and shook her head, admitting, in truth, "I only realized today that I am indeed a sacred female. Jiao Jiao, I am filled with such joy." Ziyi's voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. "Why are you so joyful?" Feeling the tiger beneath her become considerably more buoyant, Jiao Jiao could not help but smile. "Because my Jiao Jiao is actually a sacred female, this is something I never even dared to dream of. I am the partner of a sacred female. I am truly remarkable." The more Ziyi spoke, the more exhilarated he became, eventually leaping into the air in sheer delight. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao had anticipated this, gripping the fur beneath her tightly. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen from Ziyi's sudden bound. "I apologize, Jiao Jiao. I was just overwhelmed with excitement." Ziyi quickly acknowledged his folly, realizing he had nearly startled her. "However, Jiao Jiao, are you truly not considering accepting Qi Yin?" He glanced back at Qi Yin, who trailed behind them at a short distance. Setting aside other considerations, Qi Yin's formidable abilities rendered him an ideal protector for Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao remained silent, as she too had been contemplating this matter. If she were indeed the holy female, according to the customs of the beast world, her identity would bring forth heightened dangers once revealed. Not only would the powerful individuals from other tribes seek to form a union with her, but even the wandering beasts would target her. After all, the holy female possesses formidable reproductive capabilities, and the males of the beast world yearn for offsprings. Thus they would seize every opportunity presented. However, Jiao Jiao cast a glance at the crimson flame behind her. Unlike Imoran and Ziyi, who had previously harbored doubts about her authenticity as the saintess yet chose to believe in her for the sake of their affection, Qi Yin was different. His mind was clouded with excessive contemplation and considerations. While having such a formidable ally was undoubtedly advantageous, it would be prudent to part ways if he could not align his intentions with hers. Upon returning to the tribe and entering the cave, Jiao Jiao sought out Imoran on the second floor. These matters were not something she could deliberate with Ziyi, so she had no choice but to consult Imoran for a decision. Qi Yin followed them into the tribe and only departed after witnessing Jiao Jiao and the others enter the cave. When Imoran learned that Jiao Jiao was indeed the true saintess, his reaction was not as astonished as Ziyi's. It was as if he had anticipated this revelation all along. Given Imoran's intelligence, having already discerned the mark, it was hardly surprising that he had come to this conclusion. "So, Jiao Jiao, do you truly intend to forsake Qi Yin?" Imoran mused, feeling a sense of regret. After all, among all those he knew, Qi Yin's prowess was unparalleled. Now that it was confirmed that Jiao Jiao was the saintess, her safety would be jeopardized without a powerful protector by her side. Jiao Jiao shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "Since that's the case, let's not dwell on it." Observing the furrowed brows of Jiao Jiao, Imoran gently raised his hand to smooth her worries, allowing things to unfold naturally. Jiao Jiao nodded. "But when I mentioned that I would take you all out of the cave, Imoran smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Jiao Jiao's head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. When the time comes, just hold the snake eggs close to your heart. It will not have any adverse effects." "Do you not think I acted too impulsively?" Jiao Jiao lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. In that moment of fervor, she had blurted it out, forgetting that Imoran was still incubating the eggs. "To me, you are the most important," Imoran said, placing a tender kiss on Jiao Jiao's forehead. The anxiety that had initially gripped her began to dissipate as they conversed, and after a while in each other's embrace, Jiao Jiao finally descended the stairs once more. "Jiao Jiao, you must be hungry." Indeed, the great tiger had returned. However, this time, Jiao Jiao was genuinely feeling hunger. So she approached and took the wooden bowl from Ziyi's hands and began to eat. Seeing that Jiao Jiao had not been too affected by Qi Yin, Ziyi felt a sense of relief. Yet, he still harbored some concerns. After all, with Imoran occupied with the eggs, he, as a 4-star beastman, was hardly capable of safeguarding the holy female, Jiao Jiao. At present, Jiao Jiao's identity had not yet spread, which was somewhat fortunate. But with Qi Yin's return to the clan leader, it was likely that he would disclose Jiao Jiao's identity, transforming her secret into public knowledge. This, in turn, would mean that the future would be fraught with greater peril. What is wrong? After calling out several times without receiving a response from Ziyi, Jiao Jiao could not help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. No, nothing. Ziyi, seeing that Jiao Jiao had finished her meal, hurriedly took the wooden bowl from her. Just as he was contemplating whether or not to advise Jiao Jiao, the Fox clan leader arrived, accompanied by Qi Yin and 2 elders. To think, Jiao Jiao, you are the holy female. Why did you not mention it sooner? If you had, the tribe would have arranged a larger cave for you. Compared to before, the clan leader was now quite cordial, even bordering on enthusiastic. If not for a fragment of restraint, he would have rushed forward to grasp Jiao Jiao's hand. Clan leader, I was unaware of your sudden visit. Is there a matter at hand? Jiao Jiao was reluctant to become entangled with the cunning old fox, perpetually wary of inadvertently falling into his schemes. I have heard about your situation from Qi Yin, the clan leader declared, casting a fierce glare at Qi Yin, acknowledging that the matter was indeed Qi Yin's fault. If you find it uncomfortable here, it is no issue. Tomorrow the tribe will prepare a larger, more spacious cave for you. With the rainy season approaching, the frequent downpours are not conducive for your partner to hatch their eggs. It would be better to make do in the tribe for now, allowing this clan leader to extend a measure of hospitality. With such words spoken, Jiao Jiao understood the implications. It was clear that entering was easy, but leaving was not, and the Fox clan was not one to let go lightly. The next day, as promised by the clan leader, a larger, sunnier cave was prepared for Jiao Jiao, as she had specifically requested. She was not fond of the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the previous cave. The new dwelling had been excavated overnight by the clan leader's orders, and early in the morning, Ziyi took Jiao Jiao to inspect it. They made adjustments to any unsatisfactory areas according to her wishes, and thus it was settled. After escorting Jiao Jiao back, Ziyi began the laborious task of moving items to the new cave. Although he could have utilized Jiao Jiao's spatial abilities to transport everything discreetly, it would have drawn too much attention, for the tribe only knew her as the sacred female and were unaware of her powers. As per her cautionary words, should the Fox clan discover her secret, it would likely mean she could never leave. The news of the sacred female spread swiftly throughout the tribe, reaching every corner, including Tuna. Enraged to learn that Jiao Jiao was also a sacred female, Tuna vented her fury, and as a result, her companions bore the brunt of her wrath, suffering physical reprimands. In the beastly world, it was not uncommon for females to strike their partners. Yet such incidents were often downplayed, as no one wished to risk being cast out from their bonds and exiled as a stray beast. Consequently, even when Tuna's partners bore bruises, they remained silent. Of course, Jiao Jiao only learned of this later from Yinling. While waiting for Ziyi to finish moving, Jiao Jiao felt bored and decided to check her space. Upon entering, she found that the chili plants had grown so heavy they were bending under their own weight, and if not harvested soon, they would break. The potatoes she had previously planted were not only sprouting but flourishing abundantly. After examining the soil, she discovered that they were nearly ready for harvest. With nothing else to occupy her, she decided to gather both the chilies and the potatoes. Just as she completed her task, Ziyi arrived to find her. Jiao Jiao, everything is ready over there. I have come to take you, and Imo ran, noticing the beads of sweat on Ziyi's forehead. Jiao Jiao quickly handed him a clean piece of beast skin to wipe his face, gently saying, "You've worked hard, dear tiger." Ziyi, who had felt exhausted, found his fatigue dissipating at the sound of her soft voice. "I'm not tired. I could carry you over without any issue." Amused by his endearing demeanor, Jiao Jiao laughed and leaped onto Ziyi's back. "Then let us go." She called out to Imo Ran from the second floor. "Imo Ran, everything is ready. Let us go together." Imo Ran promptly transformed into human form, carrying 3 serpent eggs down the stairs. Observing Jiao Jiao and Ziyi's embrace, Imo Ran displayed no sign of surprise, calmly following behind them, carefully protecting the eggs in his arms. Upon reaching the new cave, Jiao Jiao noticed it was indeed much larger than before, and Ziyi had used his abilities to ensure it was completely dry. The cave, like the previous one, consisted of 3 levels. However, the underground level appeared far darker compared to the upper 2. In fact, Jiao Jiao's vision was so limited that she could barely see her own hand in front of her. For the males, however, it posed no challenge, as their night vision was exceptional. The level they occupied was spacious, as per Jiao Jiao's request. To her delight, she noticed that the stone walls of this cave also bore small openings filled with flowers, a thoughtful addition by Ziyi that she had not anticipated. "Do you like it?" Ziyi inquired, seeing the delight on her face, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. I absolutely adore it, he Jiao Jiao exclaimed, marveling at the wall full of blossoms, her excitement palpable. Honestly, I thought of replicating what Shi Yin did. I initially intended to pluck flowers and plant them, but I realized that would lead to their quick demise. So instead, I decided to dig them up with their roots. With proper care, they will continue to bloom. It must be said, Ziyi's ingenuity was commendable, surpassing He Jiao Jiao in this regard. The second floor housed 3 rooms, one for storage, one for He Jiao Jiao, and the other left temporarily vacant. After touring the entire cave, Imoran remarked to He Jiao Jiao, I will stay on the lower level to hatch the eggs. It is more suitable for us serpent beastmen. He Jiao Jiao nodded. And Imoran took the snake egg down, deftly wrapping his tail around the prepared grass nest beside him. Jiao Jiao. Allow me to carry the grass nest to your room upstairs, Ziyi offered, lifting the freshly made nest. No need, she replied. He Jiao Jiao waved her hands repeatedly, insisting that she would temporarily reside here. I will be afraid sleeping alone upstairs. With Imoran occupied with incubating eggs, Ziyi had to keep watch to ensure He Jiao Jiao's safety. However, this meant that He Jiao Jiao would have to sleep alone on the second floor, leaving Ziyi feeling rather lonely. Thus, He Jiao Jiao thought it best to stay on the ground floor for the time being. Seeing her insistence, Ziyi had no objections and promptly rearranged the grass nest to a more suitable spot inside. As He Jiao Jiao gazed at the empty living room, she pondered that since she couldn't leave the fox tribe for now, it might be wise to arrange the space a little better, at least to make it more comfortable for her stay. With that thought in mind, she tugged at Ziyi and led him outside. Behind the tribe lay a grove of trees, and He Jiao Jiao asked Ziyi to take her there for a look. She then selected a tree that was about the same thickness as the one they had used to make the bathtub. Jiao Jiao, what do you need such a thick tree for? He Jiao Jiao was not idle either. While Ziyi was chopping wood with a stone axe, she took out the reeds she had previously stashed away when Shi Yin was momentarily distracted and continued weaving straw sandals. Typically, we would casually lay our food on stones during meals, but now I wish to create a table, as it would make serving the dishes more convenient. He Jiao Jiao remarked as she sketched the rough outline of the table in the dirt with a branch. Ah, I understand. Ziyi, being quite astute, grasped the concept of the table He Jiao Jiao envisioned after just a brief description of its design. He Jiao Jiao had crafted a pair of straw sandals. Just as Ziyi finished preparing a table, though somewhat crude, it was certainly a vast improvement over dining on the ground. He Jiao Jiao glanced at the time. Since it was still early, she decided to sketch the design of a wooden stool once more, prompting Ziyi to busy himself again. After he finished crafting the straw sandals, He Jiao Jiao found herself with some idle time and began to meander nearby. Yet Ziyi insisted that she remain within his line of sight. He Jiao Jiao was acutely aware that Ziyi feared for her safety, and thus she readily assented. As they continued on their way, He Jiao Jiao inadvertently lifted her gaze and was taken aback to discover that familiar fruits were abundantly adorning the branches. It was astonishing that, in such proximity to the tribe, these fruits had yet to be plucked by anyone. He Jiao Jiao tiptoed, attempting to reach a fruit from the tree, eager to ascertain whether it resembled the apple she envisioned. Not far away, Ziyi quickly noticed her actions, promptly setting aside her tasks and hastening over. Jiao Jiao, what do you intend to do with that fruit? Upon realizing He Jiao Jiao's intentions, Ziyi cast a disapproving glance at the fruit, remarking that it was quite sour and left an unpleasant sensation in the mouth after consumption. He Jiao Jiao pondered for quite some time before realizing that when Ziyi mentioned discomfort in his mouth, he likely meant astringency. However, that shouldn't be the case. Gazing at the abundant, crimson apples adorning the trees, He Jiao Jiao felt an irresistible urge to sample one. Just help me pick one. I wish to give it a try. Seeing He Jiao Jiao clinging to his arm in a charming manner, Ziyi found it impossible to refuse. Without hesitation, he leaped into action and successfully plucked a large, vibrant apple from the tree. He Jiao Jiao eagerly took the fruit, wiping it on her leather skirt before taking a hearty bite. The delightful sweetness and the explosion of juice in her mouth brought a sparkle to her eyes. Ever since she arrived in this beastly world, she had not tasted any delectable fruits, and she truly missed them immensely. Ziyi, observing that He Jiao Jiao did not immediately spit it out, felt a sense of surprise, for he believed her to be quite discerning when it came to food. At last, unable to resist, Ziyi plucked another fruit, closed his eyes, and took a small bite. Contrary to his expectations, it lacked the anticipated sourness and was instead sweet and juicy, prompting him to open his mouth wide and take a generous bite. How could it taste so astonishingly good? Ziyi found it truly remarkable. The same fruit that had been difficult to enjoy before now seemed irresistibly delectable. It must have been unripe when you picked it earlier, which is why it was unpalatable. Now, it is indeed the season for ripe fruit, naturally making it delicious. Jiao Jiao was munching on an apple, her cheeks puffing out reminiscent of a little squirrel, utterly adorable. After a considerable wait until she swallowed the apple, just as she prepared to take another bite, Zi leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. In contrast to his demeanor, his kissing prowess was remarkably superior. It was only when Jiao Jiao's body grew weak and she was nearly breathless that Zi finally released her. Jiao Jiao, once your health is restored, I hope you will bear me a litter of little tigers, Zi murmured in a husky voice, leaning close to her ear. The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, causing her to instinctively draw back her neck. Just the thought of fluffy little tigers was endearing. Yet Jiao Jiao was genuinely reluctant to bear children. Her first pregnancy had been unexpected due to her inexperience, although she had not suffered much discomfort. The inconveniences of pregnancy were undeniable, especially since she had other plans in mind. Zi, could you wait a little longer? Jiao Jiao's voice weakened, as she had already given Mo Ran a snake egg. She couldn't help but worry whether Zi would be displeased if she didn't provide him with one as well. All right, it's nothing. If Jiao Jiao wishes to have children in the future, she can. Zi swiftly altered his tone, perhaps sensing Jiao Jiao's dilemma. But the next batch must certainly be little tigers. Under Zi's expectant gaze, Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao, you should rest for a while. I will pick all the fruits from this tree, and we can take them back to enjoy at our leisure. After clearing a space for Jiao Jiao to relax, Zi began to climb the tree to gather apples. Although tigers are not particularly adept at climbing, the beast-formed Zi ascended with remarkable speed, soon stripping the apple tree bare. Gazing at the mountain of apples before her, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile broadly. She set aside a small portion for Zi to wrap in animal skin, while she stored the remainder in her space. This way, even if other beastmen saw them eating apples, it wouldn't appear as though they had conjured them out of thin air. Yet, this remained a potential risk, prompting Jiao Jiao to contemplate weaving some baskets as a precaution. Upon returning to the cave, Jiao Jiao first washed 2 apples, then proceeded to the entrance of the basement. However, it was pitch dark inside, and despite her efforts to discern Mo Ran's location, she was unable to see anything. I am here, Mo Ran called out, having noticed Jiao Jiao hesitating at the entrance, realizing she couldn't navigate the darkness and was reluctant to descend. Without waiting for her response, a snake tail emerged from his waist, coiling gently around her slender waist and guiding her to his side. Sensing the familiar scent of Mo Ran, Jiao Jiao finally felt at ease. How have the little ones been today? Jiao Jiao leaned against the dark, serpentine form of Mo Ran, gazing curiously beneath him. Mo Ran coiled his tail around her delicate hand, gently placing it upon the serpent's egg, allowing her to sense the vibrant life within. How wondrous! Jiao Jiao was taken aback, her mouth agape, unable to resist gently caressing the snake egg. Can you feel it? Mo Ran inquired softly. Jiao Jiao's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. After all, this was her offspring. Previously, due to the nature of the snake egg, she had not felt much connection, but now, sensing the tiny life within, she was overwhelmed by the realization that she was indeed a mother. The little ones must adore you. They've become quite lively at the sound of your voice, Mo Ran remarked, as the snake's tongue delicately brushed against Jiao Jiao's cheek. In the next moment, he transformed back into his beastman form, enveloping her in a tight embrace. For the past few days, he had been incubating the eggs in their grassy nest, while Jiao Jiao had been preoccupied with relocating to a new cave. He felt it had been far too long since they had shared an intimate moment. A flurry of damp kisses fell upon her unexpectedly, and Jiao Jiao understood that the great serpent must have missed her. Instead of resisting, she clumsily reciprocated, igniting a wave of passion within Mo Ran. Jiao Jiao, could you perhaps spend more time with me? After their kiss, Mo Ran buried his head into the crook of her neck, his voice muffled as he posed the question. Jiao Jiao was aware that she had somewhat neglected Mo Ran in recent days, primarily out of concern that her presence might disturb him during his egg incubation. Otherwise, she would have certainly spent more time with him. All right, Jiao Jiao exclaimed, smiling as she cradled Mo Ran's head and offered him an apple she had brought along. I discovered this during my outing with Zi today. It's absolutely delicious. Do you have a taste? Mo Ran took a large bite from the apple she held. Delightful. In the darkness, Jiao Jiao could not discern Mo Ran's expression, yet his declaration of its deliciousness assured her of his enjoyment. If you like it, you should eat both of these. We picked plenty and stored them in our space, she whispered conspiratorially into Mo Ran's ear. Observing the mischievous glint in Jiao Jiao's eyes, Ran felt a tightening in his heart and a surge of desire in his lower abdomen. He hastily suppressed his yearning and said to her, "You should exercise more caution on future outings. If necessary, we can have the clan leader assign a few people to accompany you. I'm not entirely at ease with you going out alone with Ziyi." Jiao Jiao understood that Ran was acting in her best interest, so she refrained from saying much and merely nodded in agreement. Initially, Jiao Jiao wished to spend more time with Ran, but her stomach had begun to protest. Reluctantly, Ran coiled his tail around her once more and escorted her back to the entrance. "I will join you again after I finish my meal." Jiao Jiao called into the dark hole and then skipped away. Observing her playful figure, Ran felt his recent loneliness dissipate in an instant. It turned out that Jiao Jiao had not forgotten him. She had always kept him in her thoughts. Upon returning to the first floor, Jiao Jiao noticed that Ziyi had already prepared the food, which was beautifully arranged on the wooden table made earlier. Without a second thought, she walked over. "Well, there are roasted potatoes today," she exclaimed, reaching out to grab one, only to be stopped by Ziyi. "What's wrong?" Jiao Jiao asked, puzzled as she looked at Ziyi. "This one is still a bit hot. Why not have some meat soup first?" "The soup has already cooled." Ziyi calmly pushed the cooled meat soup toward Jiao Jiao. She did not notice the unusual look on Ziyi's face and promptly sat down, savoring the dish. After finishing a bowl of soup, she set the wooden bowl back on the table and finally noticed the other food items, untouched by Ziyi. "What is the matter?" Jiao Jiao gazed at the dazed Ziyi, feeling a sense of perplexity. The formidable tiger was typically a cheerful and bright young man, rarely exhibiting such a desolate expression. Had something transpired that she was unaware of? "Jiao Jiao, am I truly so ineffectual?" Ziyi's voice lacked its usual exuberance, now imbued with profound self-reproach. "Perhaps you should select a warrior of formidable strength from the tribe as your companion instead." As he spoke, tears were visibly welling in Ziyi's eyes. "What has transpired? Why do you harbor such thoughts, Ziyi?" Jiao Jiao, in a moment of panic, hurriedly grasped Ziyi's hand and asked with concern, "Currently, Ran is busy hatching eggs and cannot be with you all the time. As a mere 4-star beastman, I lack the ability to protect you on my own. I am fearful." Jiao Jiao suddenly understood, realizing that Ziyi must have overheard her previous conversation with Ran. Otherwise, he would not have transformed in such a manner. "Who says otherwise? My great tiger is indeed formidable. You are the most powerful beastman of the white tiger tribe." Jiao Jiao tilted her little face upward, her expression brimming with sincerity. However, compared to Ran and Qi Yin, Jiao Jiao extended a finger to his lips, silencing his forthcoming words. "I understand your concern about being unable to protect me alone while Ran incubates the eggs. However, it matters not. We can simply remain in the tribe and enjoy ourselves. Once Ran has hatched the snake offspring, we shall venture out." Initially, all was well. But upon hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Ziyi felt an even deeper sorrow, burying his head in despair. Jiao Jiao suddenly realized that her previous words were tantamount to indirectly admitting that Ziyi's abilities were lacking. In the beast world, one may critique a partner's cooking skills, yet it is utterly unacceptable to undermine their ability to protect you. "Ziyi, I ask you." Jiao Jiao cupped her face, urging him to meet her gaze. "What would you do if we ventured out one day and I found myself in peril? I would risk my very life to ensure your safety." Ziyi exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing such a declaration, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. Jiao Jiao felt a swell of emotion, her eyes misting as she pressed a kiss to the corner of Ziyi's mouth. "Your willingness to sacrifice everything for my protection is more than sufficient for me. Ziyi, we need not concern ourselves with the prowess of others in battle. After all, each individual possesses unique talents. As long as I believe in your worth. Is that not enough?" Gazing into Jiao Jiao's sincere eyes, Ziyi's heart softened instantly, and he could not help but embrace her tightly. "Jiao Jiao, thank you." The affirmation from a partner holds immeasurable significance for the males of the beast world. If Jiao Jiao does not disdain his perceived inadequacies, what reason does he have to care any longer? "Let us eat quickly. If we delay, the food will grow cold." Jiao Jiao delicately picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and offered it to Ziyi's mouth. Perhaps due to the approaching rainy season, the temperature plummeted as soon as the sun set. Although it was not yet extremely cold, it felt quite chilly for Jiao Jiao. Ziyi, taken aback by her gesture, opened his mouth and consumed the meat, inadvertently brushing against her hand, which he found to be somewhat cool. He quickly enveloped her hand with both of his. "Jiao Jiao, why don't you sleep with Ran tonight? Just moments ago, they were eating." And now the topic had abruptly shifted to sleep. Although unsure of Ziyi's intentions, Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. As it had been a prior arrangement with Moran. After finishing their meal, Ziyi escorted Jiao Jiao downstairs before hastily returning to the ground level. The thought of her icy hands filled him with regret. How could he have been so careless? The night was already quite cool, yet Jiao Jiao was dressed so lightly. He should have prepared the animal hides in advance. Without delay, Ziyi selected several pieces of animal hide that had been stacked in the corner and crafted a longer skirt and a robe-like garment. With a simple animal hide belt to cinch at the waist, it would suffice. After nearly an entire sleepless night, Ziyi finally completed the garment. As he gazed at the finished product, he couldn't help but imagine how it would look on Jiao Jiao, which brought a smile to his face. At that moment, Jiao Jiao emerged from the basement and caught sight of the new animal hide skirt in Ziyi's hands. Is this made for me? Jiao Jiao joyfully dashed over, seizing the animal skin skirt, and began to model it on her figure. Let us see if it fits, Ziyi remarked, gesturing towards a nearby pile of newly crafted animal skin skirts and robes. Just moments ago, Jiao Jiao had only noticed the piece in Ziyi's hand. But upon seeing the collection, her expression instantly darkened. Did you stay up all night making these? Ziyi, taken aback, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was at a loss to comprehend what he had done to provoke such a swift change in her demeanor. Stammering, he replied, I was worried your hands were a bit cold yesterday, so I feared you might catch a chill. Before he could finish, Jiao Jiao leaped forward and wrapped her arms around his slender waist. Silly boy, you should have just sewn one piece first and taken your time with the rest. How could you go a whole night without sleep for this? Realizing that his concern stemmed from a place of care, the previously flustered Ziyi finally relaxed, chuckling as he affectionately ruffled her hair. It's all right, I'm not tired. I was simply worried you might fall ill. In their primitive world, where only rudimentary herbs existed, even a minor cold could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Ziyi's worry was entirely understandable. What a fool. Jiao Jiao laughed softly, moving aside to pour herself a glass of water. Seizing the opportunity while Ziyi was distracted, she discreetly dropped a pill into the cup before presenting it to him. Here, drink some water. Ziyi, completely unsuspecting, drank it down. However, once he finished, he blinked in surprise, sensing that today's water tasted remarkably sweet. What's the matter? Noticing his momentary doubt, Jiao Jiao felt a surge of anxiety. System, didn't you say the gathering spirit pill had no taste? Why do I feel like I might have been discovered? Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety as she secretly administered the spirit-gathering pills produced by the system to Ziyi, hoping to gradually enhance his abilities so that he would no longer feel inferior. However, she never anticipated that her actions would be discovered. The host confirmed that the spirit-gathering pills possessed no discernible taste, a fact beyond dispute. Last night, Jiao Jiao found herself unable to sleep. Reflecting on the fact that the seemingly carefree giant tiger could be so sensitive, feeling inadequate as the weakest among her companions. Thus, she ventured into the system's marketplace, seeking a means to assist Ziyi. Ultimately, she stumbled upon the spirit-gathering pills, learning that consumption of this pill would allow a male's abilities to break through, meaning that once the 4-star Ziyi ingested it, he could gradually ascend to become a 5-star beastman. In this way, he would no longer need to feel inferior. Just like Moran. It's nothing. Perhaps the water you poured is simply extraordinarily sweet, Ziyi shyly remarked, scratching his head. Jiao Jiao finally felt relieved. Previously, she had been worried that Ziyi, the white tiger, was too innocent and might easily fall victim to others. However, it now seemed that a touch of innocence was rather delightful. At least it meant he would remain oblivious to her little secret. Ha ha ha. How could that be? It's just the usual water. Jiao Jiao chuckled lightly. Ziyi nodded, yet internally he was quite shaken. He had actually noticed Jiao Jiao's subtle movements earlier. He chose not to confront it because he trusted that Jiao Jiao would never harm him. Moreover, he distinctly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, filling him with an exhilarating sense of boundless energy. It was as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. In the beast realm, the star ranking of beastmen could be innate or achieved through diligent practice over time. Ziyi was born a 4-star, while most members of the white tiger tribe were only 2 or 3 stars. Thus, he had never considered the prospect of training to elevate his rank. Now, with the faint signs of a potential breakthrough, Ziyi felt a surge of excitement, but he hesitated to inquire about what Jiao Jiao had given him, fearing that such a question might bring her harm. Jiao Jiao, I will go hunting. You should stay in the cave and not wander off anywhere. Is that all right? Jiao Jiao, perplexed, nodded slightly. Just as Ziyi stepped out of the cave, he was greeted by the sight of the Fox clan leader approaching. accompanied by 4 young male foxes. "What brings you here, Chief?" Z inquired, furrowing his brow. He had anticipated this day would come. Yet he was taken aback by the Fox clan's impatience. They had only just settled into their new cave yesterday, and here they were today. "Is Jiao Jiao present?" The chief, maintaining a semblance of politeness, smiled as he stroked his beard and addressed Ziyi. "Who has arrived?" Hearing the commotion, Jiao Jiao emerged from the cave. As she appeared, the group of males trailing behind the chief couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It is astonishing that there exists a female capable of rivaling the beauty of a Fox clan female. Indeed, one might even argue she surpasses all the females in our tribe. Even the esteemed Saintess Tula would surely pale in comparison before her. Her luminous skin, exquisite features, fluttering long lashes, and most importantly, her alluring figure would render any male utterly defenseless against her charm. "Chief?" Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows and cast a glance at the several males trailing behind the clan leader. What was the clan leader up to? Jiao Jiao approached Ziyi, entwining her arm around his, which instantly alleviated the tension that had gripped him moments before. This was the youngest and most strikingly handsome male of our Fox clan, and upon hearing of Jiao Jiao, they were eager to come and engage with her. Had it not been for Jiao Jiao's astute intuition, she might have been exasperated by their incessant desire to simply play together. What is it about the beast world that compels them to express themselves in such a manner? "Hello, Jiao Jiao." A silver-haired male approached. Appearing remarkably more slender than Ziyi and Mo Ran, exuding a delicate, almost ethereal beauty. Particularly captivating were his fox-like eyes, which beckoned one to draw nearer. "May I address you in such a manner?" Noticing Jiao Jiao's discomposure, Ziyi swiftly positioned himself between them. It was only then that Jiao Jiao regained her composure and realized the awkwardness of the situation. She hurriedly pulled back, distancing herself and Ziyi from the group of Fox clan beastmen. "What have you done to me?" Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of anger as she cast a glance at the chieftain beside her. Before the young male could offer an explanation, the chieftain swatted him on the head with a paw, exclaiming, "You disgraceful fool! Get out of here at once!" The young male scampered away, leaving only 3 behind. "Jiao Jiao, do not be upset. I assure you, that fellow will receive a proper lesson upon my return," the elder chieftain said with a sheepish smile, tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. "As you are temporarily residing within the Fox clan, and with Mo Ren occupied with hatching eggs, it is rather inconvenient for you to have only Ziyi as your male companion. These individuals are our tribe's second most capable males after Qi Yin. Perhaps you might find one to your liking?" Truly, he was a self-serving old fellow. Jiao Jiao, suppressing her discomfort, cast a glance at the remaining 3 males. It must be said that the males of the Fox clan were all exceptionally attractive. However, if she had to choose one, her preference would lean towards Qi Yin. Yet now, Jiao Jiao let out a barely perceptible sigh. "Tribe leader." Qi Yin's voice suddenly rang out. Jiao Jiao looked up to see a fiery red fox dashing towards her, transforming into a human form as he approached. "What do you mean by this, tribe leader?" Qi Yin appeared somewhat agitated, seemingly unaware of the tribe leader's intentions. Now that Jiao Jiao had already moved out of your fox den, it was evident that she did not wish for you to be her mate. The tribe leader naturally aimed for Qi Yin and Jiao Jiao, the sacred female, to bond, believing that the offspring they produced would be superior. However, since Jiao Jiao had rejected Qi Yin, he could not disregard the interests of the tribe. There were many unbonded males in the tribe, each with their own opportunities. Yet, Qi Yin opened his mouth, only to meet Jiao Jiao's gaze. Momentarily rendered speechless, the thought of Jiao Jiao possibly choosing another fox as her mate filled him with discomfort. "Jiao Jiao, could you grant me another chance?" Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled, yet her demeanor remained composed. Last night, she had a conversation with Mo Ran, who opined that it was quite natural for a male to lean towards his own tribe when not bound by a mate. However, should he persist in such behavior after forming a bond, he would be deemed unworthy of retention. Thus, Qian's previous actions towards her were somewhat justifiable. Any other male in his position would likely have made a similar choice. Observing the chieftainess' insistence that Jiao Jiao must arrive at a decision today, she contemplated that rather than selecting a new partner, it would be wiser to allow Qi Yin to remain and observe further. Approaching the chieftain, she said, "Please, take the others back for now. I have matters to discuss with Qi Yin." Upon hearing that there was still hope for Qi Yin, the chieftain swiftly departed with the other 3 males. Watching the elder chief move with such vigor brought a slight smile to her lips, though at that moment, Jiao Jiao could not muster a laugh. She turned to see Qi Yin standing there, gazing at her with earnest anticipation. "Jiao Jiao, I will go hunting first." "You should return to the cave," Z remarked, casting a threatening glance at Qi Yin. Very well, go ahead, Jiao Jiao replied with a faint smile, waving at Zi. Please be careful. After watching Zi leave, she did not cast another glance at Qian and made her way directly back to the cave. She had anticipated that Jiao Jiao would initiate conversation, yet to her surprise, she simply entered the cave, leaving Qian standing at the entrance. Unsure whether to follow her inside, Jiao Jiao settled herself at the table, sipping her cup of water thoughtfully. To be honest, she found herself at a loss regarding how to interact with Qian. Time passed quietly until Zi returned from his hunting expedition, only to find Qian still standing at the cave entrance, refusing to enter. As Zi approached, he could see the figure lurking at the entrance and initially assumed it to be a threat. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized Qian. Why are you still standing here? Zi frowned, having expected that by the time of his return, Qian and Jiao Jiao would have already engaged in conversation. It seemed, however, that their dialogue had yet to commence. Are you a male? Why are you so fidgety? Zi remarked with a roll of his eyes, before shouldering his catch and stepping into the cave. Jiao Jiao, I'm back. In fact, Jiao Jiao had already heard his voice while he was outside. She had assumed that since Qian had not entered, he must have left, only to discover he was still waiting outside. Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you. Zi offered, adding a couple of sticks to the fire to stoke the flames higher before retrieving the stone pot. As she observed the simmering beef in the pot, Jiao Jiao suddenly conceived an idea and fetched a few peppers she had previously harvested from her space. This is called chili. Adding it to the meat will create a unique flavor. She handed the peppers to Zi, who, without a moment's hesitation, tossed them all into the pot. When Jiao Jiao wished to intervene, it was already too late. What was wrong? Upon seeing Jiao Jiao's anxious expression, Zi feared that he had erred, causing his heart to leap in trepidation. This is quite spicy. I was concerned that you might not be able to handle it. Jiao Jiao gazed at the dozen or so vibrant red chilies in the pot, suddenly uncertain if she had inadvertently brought calamity upon herself. It's all right. As long as Jiao Jiao enjoys it, that's all that matters. Zi thought little of it, considering that they were merely a handful of chilies, not particularly fearsome. However, upon placing a morsel of meat into his mouth, he soon comprehended the reason behind Jiao Jiao's expression. Zi gaped, fanning his mouth with his hand, while his feet incessantly shuffled back and forth in agitation. He hurriedly reached for water to quell the fiery sensation. Jiao Jiao hurriedly brought over a glass of water and handed it to Zi, who quickly took a large gulp, alleviating the discomfort in his mouth significantly. How astonishingly capable this little one is. Zi muttered softly, picking up a chili pepper with his chopsticks. Jiao Jiao smiled helplessly and took a small piece of meat, preparing to savor its flavor. However, she was stopped by Zi. Jiao Jiao, this little thing is too potent. Perhaps you should refrain from eating it. Observing Zi's apprehensive demeanor, Jiao Jiao chuckled, assuring him, it's all right. I truly enjoy spicy food. Taking a delicate bite, she discovered that, initially lacking ginger, the meat retained a faint fishy taste. Yet, once the chili was added, the spiciness completely masked the odor, rendering the meat even more fragrant. How is it? Zi, having already filled a cup with water, waited eagerly to offer it to her at the slightest indication of spiciness. Quite delicious. Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Despite the generous amount of chili peppers, the spiciness resembled that of a mildly spicy dish from her previous life. It seems that due to the differences in time and space, the heat of the peppers varied. The chili peppers in this beastly realm lacked the potency of the sky-high peppers from her former existence. You actually find this delicious? Zi exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out. This dish is clearly torturous. How could it possibly taste good? Indeed, it is quite fragrant. Jiao Jiao spoke as if to prove a point, and took a large piece of food, tossing it into her mouth to chew. This left Zi feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that he was so inept that he could not enjoy spicy food alongside Jiao Jiao? As he pondered this, he recalled the enigmatic MO ran in the basement and promptly fetched some food in a wooden bowl. Jiao Jiao merely observed, her curiosity piqued, eager to discover whether MO Ran, too, had a penchant for spiciness. Before long, Zi returned, his expression one of disbelief, the wooden bowl in his hands devoid of its contents. In that moment, Jiao Jiao comprehended the situation. It seemed MO Ran, much like herself, was quite capable of handling spicy food. Henceforth, she need not worry about it. How could it be that he alone could not endure the heat? The more Zi contemplated, the more indignant he became, ultimately directing his gaze towards Qian, who stood at the door. Without a second thought, he rose and beckoned Qian to join him. Try this meat and see if it is to your liking. Zi proclaimed, offering a generous piece of meat towards Qi Yan's mouth. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiao Jiao, and upon noticing her lack of disapproval, he opened his mouth and consumed the meat. Well? Zi inquired, growing anxious as he watched Qi Yan's stoic expression while eating. It's quite delicious. Qi Yan replied with an honest assessment. This stirred Zi's restlessness. It felt profoundly unjust that Jiao Jiao relished spicy food. Mo Ran could tolerate it. And even Qi Yan could partake, while he alone struggled. Contemplating this further, he once again picked up a piece and tossed it into his mouth. A fiery sensation engulfed him, prompting Zi to dash to the water bucket, desperately gulping down several mouthfuls to alleviate the burning. Woo-woo, Zi grimaced, sidling up to Jiao Jiao for some comfort. Jiao Jiao could no longer contain her laughter, while Qi Yan beside her lowered his head, his shoulders shaking slightly, clearly stifling a chuckle as well. This only deepened Zi's sorrow. He was the sole beast in a world marked by injury. After finishing their meal, Zi silently carried his bowl to the stream to wash it, leaving Qi Yan seated in place, occasionally glancing at Jiao Jiao, as if hesitating on how to broach the subject. Are you curious as to why I am giving you this opportunity? Jiao Jiao inquired, tending to the campfire without lifting her gaze. Qi Yan shyly pressed his lips together and nodded. Jiao Jiao, do you truly not mind the things I did before? Jiao Jiao smiled and said, do you mind? You have already done it, haven't you? Qi Yan was rendered speechless, realizing that indeed, the deed had been done. Regardless of whether Jiao Jiao minded or not, he acted as he did. I am sorry. Jiao Jiao smiled lightly, acknowledging that there was nothing truly regrettable about the situation. As Mo Ran and the others had mentioned, you are not my partner. When faced with a choice between you and the tribe, I would naturally choose the tribe, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, I wish to ask you this. Had I been your partner at that time, would you have acted differently? Qi Yan, in a state of urgency, stood up and shook his head repeatedly, insisting that he certainly would not. Very well, Jiao Jiao nodded. Then let this matter rest. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan let out a sigh of relief and gradually sat back down. But I have another question. Just as Qi Yan had begun to relax, the mention of another question startled him, prompting him to stand up once more. Jiao Jiao, please ask. For some unknown reason, Jiao Jiao suddenly felt as though Qi Yan resembled a student called upon by the teacher. This thought made her unable to suppress a laugh. Qi Yan, already quite tense, was at a loss when he saw Jiao Jiao break into laughter. I apologize. I couldn't help myself. Jiao Jiao endeavored to regain her composure before turning her gaze back to Qi Yan. What I wish to inquire is, why did you return so suddenly? Jiao Jiao's face no longer bore the playful expression from moments ago. Now, it was etched with seriousness. The answer to this question held significant weight for her, as it would directly influence her decision regarding whether to keep Qi Yan. Qi Yan took a deep breath, confessing, I do not wish for you to choose another fox as your partner. When I saw the clan leader approaching with another male to seek you, I felt a surge of fear. I dreaded the thought of you choosing someone else, for that would mean I would lose all chances. This revelation took Jiao Jiao by surprise. She blinked, her eyes wide with curiosity. You like me? Qi Yan struggled to comprehend what Jiao Jiao meant by like, yet he understood that if she truly selected another fox as her companion, he would undoubtedly be left with a profound sense of regret. I wish to become your partner, Qi Yan declared, lifting his gaze to meet Jiao Jiao's eyes with earnest intensity, taken aback by such an unreserved confession. Jiao Jiao paused momentarily before a smile broke across her face, illuminating her eyes with delight. If that is the case, then you should stay. Really, is that true? Qi Yan could hardly believe it. He had anticipated that Jiao Jiao would at least put him to the test before agreeing to his request. To his astonishment, she acquiesced so readily. Indeed, Jiao Jiao replied, stretching her limbs lazily. I am tired now. I shall sleep first. Jiao Jiao rose and made her way to a grassy nest, lying down within it. Before long, the sound of her even breathing filled the air. Qi Yan, who had been sitting in stunned silence for a while, realized he had been left behind and was overwhelmed with joy. He looked up at Jiao Jiao and discovered that she had already fallen asleep. He approached her, gently took a nearby animal hide, and covered her with it before transforming into a fox and guarding the nest side. When Zi entered, he observed this scene without any surprise, directly walking to the entrance and shifting into his beast form to lie down. The following morning, Jiao Jiao woke in a daze, her hand brushing against something soft and furry, eliciting a sense of comfort that tempted her to grasp it a couple of times. The sound stirred her fully awake, and she quickly looked down, only to meet the captivating gaze of Qi Yan's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Startled, she waved her hand, sending the beastly form of Qi Yan tumbling away. He nimbly flipped in the air and landed gracefully on his feet. Last night, he had been enjoying a restful slumber until someone's paws had rested on his animal form. Before he could react, he found himself cradled in her embrace. Although Qiyin had intended to struggle free, the delightful scent that lingered on Jiao Jiao made him reluctant to escape, and so he succumbed to her hold, sleeping soundly through the night. While Jiao Jiao enjoyed a peaceful slumber, Qiyin endured a long night without a moment's rest. Before Jiao Jiao could utter a word, only a fleeting crimson silhouette remained. Her eyes twirled in confusion as she pondered to herself, had she perhaps done something to that fox last night? Why did it flee so abruptly? Qiyin dashed to the nearest waterfall by the tribe, standing resolutely beneath its icy cascade, allowing the cool waters to drench him from head to toe. After a considerable time spent under the waterfall, he finally managed to quell the heat surging within him. Emerging from the pool beneath the waterfall, Qiyin found a stone to sit upon. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the image of Jiao Jiao embracing him in slumber from the previous night flashed in his mind. The heat he had so painstakingly suppressed now surged anew from his lower abdomen. Damn it! Qiyin spat, retreating back into the waters of the pool. After Jiao Jiao had breakfast, the entrance welcomed the first guest of her new home. Jiao Jiao, are you there? It was the sound of Ling. Jiao Jiao hurriedly stepped outside. I came to find you today and discovered that you have actually moved out of the cave of crimson flames. What is the story behind this? Jiao Jiao led Ling into the cave and then sat down on a wooden bench. Just a moment ago, Ling was filled with concern, but upon seeing the wooden bench and table, she was instantly captivated. What is this? Jiao Jiao smiled gently. The object we were sitting on is called a stool, and the slightly taller one is a table, which we use to place our food on during meals, sparing us the discomfort of squatting on the ground. Upon hearing this, Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiao Jiao, how remarkable you are to have conceived such a clever invention. Initially unbothered, Jiao Jiao felt a blush of embarrassment at Ling's compliment. If you like it, you can invite your partner over and let Ze teach them how to make it. Really? Ling exclaimed, seizing Jiao Jiao's hand with excitement, eager to rush back and summon her partner immediately. Of course, to be honest, Jiao Jiao found Ling quite endearing. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a sweet, gentle little sister? By the way, Jiao Jiao, since you moved out of Qiyan's cave, does that mean you were dissatisfied with him and wish to choose a new partner? Ling, not forgetting the purpose of her visit, boldly asked without beating around the bush. After posing the question, she fixed her gaze on Jiao Jiao, anxious not to miss a single word. In her nervousness, Ling failed to notice that Jiao Jiao's attention had shifted, looking behind her. When Ling eventually sensed something was amiss and turned around, she locked eyes with Qiyin, who exuded a menacing aura. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, turning back to face Jiao Jiao. Oh, Jiao Jiao, why didn't you warn me? Ling playfully scolded. Ha! Jiao Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, then extended her hand toward Qiyin, who immediately walked over to her. Ling stared in astonishment at the two across from her, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. You too. Ling couldn't restrain her laughter, exclaiming, Congratulations. When do you plan to become partners? Jiao Jiao glanced at Qiyin. She had contemplated the matter of forming a partnership, and since she had given her word to Qiyin, it would be prudent to expedite the arrangement. After all, only through a successful union could she ascertain Qiyin's unwavering devotion to her. Once I am in a more suitable condition, we shall formalize our bond. Jiao Jiao has only recently given birth to snake eggs, and the lochia on her body has yet to completely subside. Host, should you require it, the system can assist in restoring your body to its former state immediately. The system has timely emerged to assert its presence. Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled that the system had indeed mentioned this before, though she had been in a daze at the time and had not fully grasped it. Now that the system had brought it up again, she finally remembered. Then let it be restored, even if not for the sake of companionship. Living in an era devoid of sanitary products and constantly feeling unclean was undeniably troublesome. The host's wish has been fulfilled. Her body has reverted to its previous state. The host may now choose a partner at any time and conceive a child. Jiao Jiao suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. This annoying system had resurfaced. Qiyin had not anticipated that Jiao Jiao was already contemplating the notion of becoming his partner. He had thought it would take a considerable amount of time for her to fully accept him. Quietly, he resolved to treat Jiao Jiao with double the kindness. How wonderful that would be. Ling chuckled at the thought. If Tana were to learn of this news, her partner would surely face dire consequences. Dire consequences? Jiao Jiao felt a sense of confusion, She pondered the connection between her partner and Tu-Na's companion. Sensing her perplexity, Yin took the initiative to elucidate. You may not be aware, but Tu-Na has quite a temper and frequently resorts to violence against her partner. After her last quarrel with you, she returned home and vented her frustrations on her companion, inflicting considerable harm. Jiao Jiao was rendered speechless. How could this Tuona display such violent tendencies? Oh well. Enough about her. Yin, while speaking, pulled out some jerky from her beast skin pouch. This is a method my partner learned from another tribe. I find it quite delectable. Do give it a try. Glancing at the dry and tough jerky, Jiao Jiao felt an urge to refuse outright. However, seeing Yinling's eager expression, she steeled herself and took a piece, placing it in her mouth. Unsurprisingly, it proved to be exceedingly hard, resisting her attempts to bite into it. Meanwhile, Yinling relished her own piece with great delight, evoking a sense of envy in Jiao Jiao for her strong teeth. Our Jiao Jiao has yet to fully recover. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she is completely healed before indulging in such tough jerky. Yin naturally took the uneaten jerky from Jiao Jiao's hand and set it back on the table. It slipped my mind. Yinling expressed her guilt. In the beast world, although there was no custom of confinement after childbirth, it was common for females to deliberately consume softer, easily digestible foods to aid in recovery. It's quite all right. Jiao Jiao smiled. Thank you for your willingness to share the jerky. Yinling waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. As lunchtime approached, Yinling, displaying great awareness, stood up to bid farewell to Jiao Jiao, inviting her to visit her cave when she had the time. After seeing Yinling off, Jiao Jiao noticed the woven grass sandals in the corner and lamented, slapping her forehead. She had intended to gift them to Yinling but had forgotten in the moment. Truly, does pregnancy dull the mind for 3 years? With Yinling now out of sight, she could only wait for the next opportunity. As the rainy season approached during the day, Ziyi and Qiyin ventured out to hunt, aiming to procure ample food to ensure they would not face shortages when the rains arrived. Moreover, following the rainy season would be winter, a time when no wild beast roamed outside, necessitating a stockpile of provisions to last throughout the cold months. During the day, Jiao Jiao either basked in the sun at the cave entrance or accompanied Mo Ren in the basement to incubate eggs, enjoying a peaceful and leisurely existence. On one particular day, as Qiyin returned and set down his catch, someone called for him from outside. They conversed for quite some time before re-entering the cave. What was that about? Jiao Jiao inquired. Nothing much. Qiyin replied with a smile, shaking his head before getting busy. Are you hungry, Jiao Jiao? I shall prepare something to eat right away. Having spent several days together, Qiyin had come to understand Jiao Jiao's taste well enough to prepare dishes to her liking. Originally, cooking was Ziyi's responsibility, but since Qiyin's arrival, he had taken over, leaving Ziyi with little to do. With nothing to occupy him, Ziyi, feeling somewhat restless, cautiously approached Jiao Jiao, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Jiao Jiao, I've missed you. Observing Ziyi's pitiful demeanor, Jiao Jiao realized that since Qiyin's arrival, she had not spent quality time with Ziyi, which explained his forlorn expression. However, her grass nest was situated on the first floor, making it rather inconvenient. Although the customs of the beast world were quite liberal, allowing for affection to be displayed openly, even in the presence of other partners, Jiao Jiao found herself unable to adapt to such arrangements. Perhaps it would be better if I moved back to the room on the second floor, she suggested hesitantly. No sooner had she spoken than the large white tiger dashed out, seizing Jiao Jiao's grass nest and promptly ascending to the second floor without delay. After settling the grass nest, Ziyi eagerly approached Jiao Jiao once more, his eyes inquiring, is this permissible? Initially, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with Qiyin still present, but when she met Ziyi's gaze, she could not bring herself to decline and nodded in agreement. Instantly, Ziyi transformed into his beastly form, swept Jiao Jiao into his arms, and ascended to the second floor. Before long, familiar sounds of heavy breathing and soft female whimpers echoed from above. Qiyin, cooking in the kitchen below, could easily discern what was happening. Reflecting on how long he had been residing in the cave, he felt a tinge of disappointment as Jiao Jiao had not mentioned anything about solidifying their bond. Meanwhile, Mo Ren in the basement remained unfazed by the commotion, focused on incubating his eggs. Even if he felt a pang of jealousy, it mattered little in his current situation. After their passionate encounter, Ziyi gazed contentedly at the figure nestled in his arms. Jiao Jiao felt embarrassed under the gaze and buried her face directly into Ziyi's embrace. Jiao Jiao. Ziyi's voice was hoarse. I wish to experience it once more. Jiao Jiao's body stiffened, as she instinctively understood Ziyi's intentions. She quickly rose and waved her hand, saying, No. I feel a bit hungry. I just want to wash up and then eat something." Upon hearing Jiao Jiao express her hunger, Ziyi's thoughts dissipated entirely. He promptly donned his animal hide attire and descended the stairs, making several trips back and forth to fill the bathing tub in the adjacent room. After using his abilities to heat the water to a suitable temperature, he carried Jiao Jiao next door. As she immersed herself in the tub, a satisfied smile graced Jiao Jiao's lips. During this period, her partners seemed to recognize her fondness for cleanliness, as they would always take the initiative to prepare water for her baths. However, the bathing tub being located on the second floor made the process of fetching and pouring water rather inconvenient. Though Ziyi never voiced any complaints, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Ziyi. As Jiao Jiao began to speak, Ziyi turned around, startling her and causing her to submerge slightly into the water. I pondered whether we might construct a small reservoir beside the tiny hole in this room, or perhaps excavate a small trench in the floor to allow the water to drain directly away, thus sparing us the inconvenience of hauling the bath bucket to dispose of the water. Ziyi, though somewhat perplexed, understood that Jiao Jiao felt embarrassed about the hassle of fetching water for her baths, prompting her to contemplate such solutions. Rest assured, I shall discuss this with Qi Yin later, I reassured her. Although my words were well-intentioned, Jiao Jiao could not help but scrutinize the situation, pondering what methods might effectively resolve the immediate dilemma. After her bath, Zi carried Jiao Jiao downstairs. Upon seeing Qi Yin already seated at the table, Jiao Jiao instantly felt a wave of discomfort. Meanwhile, Qi Yin calmly placed the meat soup and roasted meat before her before returning to his seat and resuming his meal. Jiao Jiao silently reassured herself that it was perfectly normal in the beast realm, and there was no need to feel uncomfortable. The meal was consumed in complete silence. After finishing her meal, Jiao Jiao returned to the second floor to sleep, unaware of when Ziyi, with his large tail, had followed her. Jiao Jiao had just settled down when a searing body joined her. "Jiao Jiao, I wish to sleep beside you." Ever since the arrival of Qi Yin, Ziyi had taken to assuming his beast form to stay by Jiao Jiao's side, and it had been quite some time since he had held her in slumber. The earlier intimacy before dinner had only intensified his desire to draw closer to her. "Well, I suppose we shall just sleep then." Jiao Jiao, having been thoroughly exhausted, understood that Ziyi had been pinned up for far too long, which is why she refrained from chiding him. However, should another encounter occur, she truly might not be able to endure it. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyi agreed and moved closer, wrapping his arms around Jiao Jiao. Initially, he held her tenderly, genuinely intent on merely sleeping, but as slumber enveloped them, he grew bolder. Jiao Jiao, feeling drowsy, instinctively extended her hand to push him away, only for Ziyi to seize her wrist and guide it down along his taut abdomen. The moment she realized his intentions, she swiftly withdrew her hand. "Jiao Jiao," she thought, "the big tiger has begun his playful antics again." He nuzzled her gently with his forehead, his cool lips brushing against her cheek, prompting her to involuntarily open her eyes. Having already endured an experience in the evening, Jiao Jiao was reluctant now. Yet she found herself unable to refuse the sight of Ziyi. Gaining her consent, Ziyi promptly rolled over, pressing himself against her. A decision Jiao Jiao soon regretted. Once successful, Ziyi seemed to have mastered the art of teasing her with his endearing antics. He kept her occupied throughout the night until she finally slipped into a deep slumber, at which point he ceased his playful endeavors. At that moment, the sky outside began to lighten. Ziyi carefully descended the stairs, fetched water, and helped Jiao Jiao cleanse herself before adorning her in animal skins once more, finally settling beside her with a contented expression. The following morning, when Jiao Jiao awoke, she found herself alone, gazing at the faint red marks left upon her skin, and recalling the fervor of the previous night, she pouted in exasperation. She could no longer trust the big tiger's words. He had nearly exhausted her last night. "You're awake." Qi Yin's voice broke the silence. As Jiao Jiao turned, she met his gaze, sensing an inexplicable hint of anguish in his eyes. Reflecting on his nearly 10 days of residence here and her persistent avoidance of the topic of partnership, she realized that her escapade with Ziyi the previous night might have deeply affected him. "Ziyi is gone hunting. Let me carry you downstairs," Qi Yin offered. Stepping forward to lift Jiao Jiao into his arms, the delicate, soft female pressed against him, and as he recalled the sounds from the previous night, Qi Yin felt every muscle in his body tense up. Jiao Jiao instinctively sensed the tension in Qi Yin's taut muscles, rendering her motionless with fear until he finally set her down. After freshening up, Qi Yin brought over some food. "The tribe is going out to hunt today. The chief has asked me to assist." Qi Yin gently offered the roasted meat to He Jiao Jiao's lips, speaking softly. If Qi Yin were already He Jiao Jiao's partner, his participation in the hunt would depend on her wishes, as only one male from each family is required to join. However, since Qi Yin had not yet truly bonded with He Jiao Jiao, he could not decline the chief's request. All right, I understand. He Jiao Jiao nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate, which only deepened Qi Yin's sense of despondency. After He Jiao Jiao finished her meal and headed to the basement in search of Mo Ran, Qi Yin hastened his departure. Jiao Jiao, can you guess what the people who came looking for Qi Yin last night said? Mo Ran resumed his human form, delicately toying with He Jiao Jiao's frail hand, and gently placed a kiss upon the back of it. Although he was uncertain of Mo Ran's motives for bringing it up so suddenly, it was clear that the inquiry must pertain to him. What did they say? He Jiao Jiao inquired. Have they asked whether you have taken Red Flame as your partner? Indeed. He Jiao Jiao let out a soft sigh. Jiao Jiao, what are your true feelings towards Qi Yin? Are you inclined to accept him? Or, originally, Mo Ran believed that He Jiao Jiao harbored feelings for Qi Yin and would at least consider him as a companion. Yet, despite her body having recovered for quite some time, she had not broached the subject again, which inevitably led Mo Ran to harbor doubts as well. He Jiao Jiao found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Shouldn't such matters be initiated by the male? It would be rather embarrassing for her, as a female, to take the first step. Although He Jiao Jiao did not voice her thoughts, Mo Ran understood her reluctance to be the one to act. That made things simpler. The tribe's hunting expeditions typically lasted 2 to 3 days. During this time, Z would venture out to hunt during the day, while He Jiao Jiao would keep Mo Ran company. In the evenings, Z would accompany He Jiao Jiao, a fair distribution of companionship. It wasn't until 3 days later that Qi Yin returned. As soon as Qi Yin arrived, Mo Ran summoned him downstairs, and their conversation stretched on for quite some time without a sign of their return. Curiosity piqued, He Jiao Jiao stood at the entrance, straining her neck in an attempt to overhear what Mo Ran was discussing with Qi Yin. Unfortunately, her hearing was limited, and it seemed that the two men were deliberately lowering their voices, rendering her unable to catch any words. After a considerable wait, Qi Yin finally ascended, his face still bearing a suspicious flush. What had transpired? He Jiao Jiao asked nervously. Qi Yin glanced at He Jiao Jiao without uttering a word, merely shaking his head. This only heightened He Jiao Jiao's curiosity. She initially intended to inquire with Mo Ran, but recalling that the formidable serpent would not be of any assistance, she felt increasingly disheartened. Thus, the hours passed until darkness enveloped the night. After He Jiao Jiao had her fill, she ascended to the second floor to rest. Lying there for a considerable while, she noticed that Zi had yet to join her, which struck her as peculiar. In recent days, Zi had always been eager to come up and sleep beside her. Why was there no sign of him today? Could it be due to the return of Qi Yin? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, had this great tiger finally succumbed to his desires? Why had he come up so late? He Jiao Jiao lay with her back to the door, contemplating that it must be Z arriving at this hour, and thus she inquired directly. After a prolonged silence without response, she sensed something amiss and hastily turned to glance at the entrance. Qi Yin stood there, appearing uncertain whether to enter, which instantly made He Jiao Jiao feel exceedingly awkward. Jiao Jiao Qi Yin, recalling what Mo Ran had said, summoned his courage and approached He Jiao Jiao. The blush on his face was unmistakable, and He Jiao Jiao could not possibly be oblivious to his intentions. However, knowing it was one thing, but hearing it spoken aloud was quite another. In the next moment, a soft finger was placed upon Qi Yin's lips, rendering him silent. He gazed at the bashful He Jiao Jiao, who dared not meet his eyes, and suddenly understood. Jiao Jiao. Qi Yin leaned down, gently adjusting her head to face him, his gaze filled with tenderness, which made He Jiao Jiao quickly shut her eyes in embarrassment. A gentle kiss descended, beginning with tentative exploration, gradually deepening, until it became utterly uncontrollable. Just when He Jiao Jiao felt as though she might perish from the overwhelming sensation, Qi Yin finally released her. As she inhaled the fresh air, He Jiao Jiao greedily breathed in, her eyes glistening with moisture, exuding an allure that made one irresistibly want to tease her. Naturally, Qi Yin did exactly that. He Jiao Jiao first realized that Qi Yin, this cunning fox, was utterly insufferable. As events unfolded, he unexpectedly transformed into his beast form, unable to restrain himself in her presence. Had she not bitten him fiercely, Chi Yin might have truly driven her to the brink of exhaustion. "I'm sorry," Chi Yin stammered, flustered and bewildered by his sudden transformation, as if he had lost all control. Observing the concern etched on Chi Yan's face, Jiao Jiao understood that it was unintentional and could not bear to hold it against him. She reached out, gently wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him down, their lips meeting in a tender collision. The air was charged with passion, igniting like dry tinder at the slightest spark. Only when Jiao Jiao begged for mercy did Chi Yin manage to suppress his urge for more. He leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead and lay beside her. Perhaps the exhaustion was overwhelming, for Jiao Jiao quickly succumbed to sleep, oblivious to Chi Yan's gentle ministrations as he attended to her. The following morning, the first thing Jiao Jiao did upon waking was to search for Chi Yan's beast mark on her body. As she gazed upon the adorable fox head imprinted near her heart, a smile danced upon her lips. Chi Yan approached, his heart softening at the sight of her awake. Kneeling beside their grassy nest, he lifted her delicate little foot and bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. "I shall take you down to eat." Jiao Jiao nodded, then extended her hands towards Chi Yan, who naturally lifted her and descended the stairs. After Jiao Jiao finished her morning routine and had breakfast, she intended to step outside to bask in the sunlight when a sudden thought of Mo Ran struck her, prompting her to venture down to check on him. The basement was shrouded in darkness, and Chi Yin held a torch as he accompanied Jiao Jiao down the stairs. Just as they reached the bottom, they saw Mo Ran transformed into his beastly form, crouched and motionless. Jiao Jiao's first instinct was that something had happened to the snake egg, and without a second thought, she rushed over. Perhaps in her haste, she stumbled, and her body was sent sprawling. Chi Yin, taken aback by the unforeseen event, was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, Mo Ran sensed the commotion, looked up, and swiftly caught Jiao Jiao as she flew towards him. "How careless you are!" Mo Ran exclaimed, quickly sitting down and placing Jiao Jiao on his lap to ensure she was steady, then bent down to inspect her foot for any injuries. Thankfully, the cave had been smoothed out previously, and Jiao Jiao had not sustained any harm. "What were you just looking at? Ah, so adorable." As Jiao Jiao spoke halfway, she caught a glimpse of the snake egg and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A tiny snake head had emerged from the eggshell, seemingly recognizing Jiao Jiao as its mother, and was making an earnest effort to turn towards her. However, before the little snake could reach Jiao Jiao, it was swept aside by Mo Ran, whose expression was cold and stern. The small snake, already diminutive, was promptly sent tumbling away by the force of the sweep. "What are you doing?" Jiao Jiao gasped and hurriedly leaped from Mo Ran's embrace, eager to check if the little snake had sustained any injuries. "He is not that fragile." Mo Ran swiftly pulled Jiao Jiao back, seemingly reluctant to allow her contact with the little serpent. However, this was indeed Jiao Jiao's first brood, and how could she possibly resist the urge to bond? She glared at Mo Ran with a hint of anger, demanding, "What are you doing?" In that moment, the atmosphere between them grew tense and charged. Fortunately, Chi Yin quickly intervened, first retrieving the little snake and placing it back in its grassy nest before approaching Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, there is a reason why Mo Ran does not want the little snake to get close to you. After all, it is male, and Jiao Jiao seemed to have heard the most amusing joke. What does it mean that the little snake is male? That is her offspring. What could possibly be occupying the minds of these beastmen? But he is my child. I am his mother." Jiao Jiao's voice was frigid, as if she would truly become enraged if Mo Ran did not allow the little snake to approach her. The little snake, perceptive as it was, sensed the protective undertone in Jiao Jiao's words and swam toward her once more. Yet, just as it was about to touch her, Mo Ran reached out, seized it, and tossed it aside. At this moment, Jiao Jiao was thoroughly infuriated. She struggled free from Mo Ran's embrace and shouted at him, "What are you doing? It's still so small. How could you act this way?" Chi Yin, sensing the escalating tension, hurried to support Jiao Jiao and led her away from the basement. As they ascended the stairs, Jiao Jiao cast a glance back at Mo Ran, noticing the hurt in his eyes, which caused her heart to skip a beat. Could it be that she had misunderstood something? Regardless, Mo Ran's treatment of the little creature was indeed excessive. Upon returning to the first floor, Jiao Jiao sulkily sat down, clearly still fuming. Chi Yin approached, poured her a glass of water, and then squatted before her. "Jiao Jiao, it's not that Mo Ran doesn't want you to touch the little one. It's just... Actually, Mo Ran was supposed to explain this to you himself, but the situation unfolded so suddenly that he had no opportunity, resulting in your anger. In the legacy of the serpent beast, young snakes should not have excessive contact with their mothers. Jiao Jiao was momentarily stunned, hastily seizing Qi Yan's hand. What could this possibly mean? It turned out that there once existed a female who was deeply fond of her serpent offspring, remaining inseparable from them. Consequently, as the serpent grew, it ultimately killed its father beast in a bid to usurp his position and remain with its mother. In the aftermath, the female became distraught and desperately resisted, only to be slain by the obstinate serpent offspring. Following that incident, any serpent offspring born would be immediately cast away, never permitted to approach the female, for fear of further tragedies unfolding. Upon hearing this tale, Jiao Jiao was left in a state of shock. Indeed, how could she have forgotten that serpents are cold-blooded creatures? In the brutal realm of beasts, the survival of the fittest reigns supreme for them. If an offspring could overpower its father, it was a matter of pride. However, this was contingent upon the offspring not posing a threat to the female. Just moments ago, the serpent offspring had clearly been targeting Jiao Jiao, which explained Mo Ran's heightened vigilance. Yet he will always be my child. Jiao Jiao's voice diminished, for she too felt uncertain. However, the little snake was her firstborn. How could she possibly refrain from showing concern? You might have a heartfelt conversation with Mo Ran. A moderate level of interaction should still be permissible. Qi Yan let out a faint sigh. He could empathize with Jiao Jiao. Yet that did not imply his agreement with her actions. Jiao Jiao nodded, taking several deep breaths before rising to head towards the basement. Yet, before she could descend, Mo Ran had already emerged. Jiao Jiao. Mo Ran appeared hesitant, uncertain how to articulate his feelings to Jiao Jiao, his fear palpable. I'm sorry. The unexpected apology caused Mo Ran to look up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face as he realized she had initiated the apology. It's my fault. I failed to communicate clearly with you. This is not your fault. As he spoke, Mo Ran enveloped Jiao Jiao in his arms. Seeing this, Qi Yan quietly exited the cave, allowing the two of them some privacy. Once calm, Mo Ran carried Jiao Jiao to a nearby spot to sit. This was his first time coming up since the egg hatching. Upon moving in, their home had been bare, and he had worried about Zi's ability to care for Jiao Jiao. Now, it seemed that Zi had done a wonderful job. The home felt warm and inviting, and Jiao Jiao appeared to be well taken care of. Could a snake offspring truly kill its father in a bid to seize the attention of a female? After much hesitation, Jiao Jiao finally voiced her question. Mo Ran was taken aback, but recalled that Qi Yan must have explained this to him. Thus he smiled gently, taking her small hand in his. That would depend on whether they possess the capability. If they do, I would be quite pleased. Absolutely not. Jiao Jiao firmly grasped Mo Ran's hand, her gaze unwavering. I do not concern myself with the traditions of your serpent kin. To me, you are my partner, and you are what matters most. Furthermore, the offspring should inherit my lineage. I believe they would not act in such a manner. Jiao Jiao contemplated deeply. If the offspring were indeed as cold-blooded as suggested, she would genuinely consider forsaking them. Mo Ran gazed at this little female, whose heart and eyes were solely focused on protecting her own, and in that moment, his eyes brimmed with emotion. He embraced Jiao Jiao, burying his face in the crook of her neck, and after a while, he nodded gently in agreement. Let us descend and observe the young ones. Jiao Jiao grasped Mo Ran's hand and stood up, her eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. Mo Ran gazed at Jiao Jiao with tenderness, nodding as he lifted her into his arms. Upon reaching the basement, they found that the 3 snake hatchlings had already emerged, now quietly coiled in their grassy nest. At the sound of their arrival, they all raised their heads in unison. Instinctively drawn towards Jiao Jiao, the hatchlings attempted to slither towards her, only to be deterred by Mo Ran's icy glare. Jiao Jiao cast a playful glance at Mo Ran, then approached and crouched down. As she gazed at the 3 little snakes, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, she found them to be rather endearing and charming. Jiao Jiao extended a slender finger and gently tapped one of the little heads, softly declaring, I am your mother. The 3 little snakes eagerly jostled for position, each yearning to nuzzle their heads against their mother's fingertip. One particularly daring little serpent even flicked its tongue out to taste Jiao Jiao's finger. The ticklish sensation made her heart feel as if it might melt. Who among them was the eldest, the second, and the youngest? Jiao Jiao stared at the 3 almost identical little snakes, feeling somewhat perplexed. It reminded her of the triplets from her previous life. Would she be able to distinguish between them? Mo Ran crouched down and pointed to the one on the left, indicating that it was the first to emerge, while the one in the middle was the last to appear. Jiao Jiao let out a soft exclamation, adjusting the positions of the items in the middle and on the right. Mo Ran looked at her with a hint of suspicion, though he hesitated to voice his doubts. Suddenly, the leader raised his head and hissed a few times towards Mo Ran, as if conveying something. Jiao Jiao, unable to comprehend the serpent's language, turned to seek assistance from Mo Ran. The little ones recognize you as their mother, Mo Ran explained somewhat stiffly. He believed that the scenario he feared would likely not materialize. At the very least, the young ones were aware that Jiao Jiao was their mother, which would prevent them from harboring any inappropriate thoughts about her. Traditionally, the day a serpent hatchling emerges is also the day it must depart from its parents. Mo Ran himself had been cast out by his parents immediately after hatching, enduring countless hardships before finally maturing. Yet Jiao Jiao, Mo Ran still wished to advocate for a different approach. Serpent hatchlings are meant to embark on their own journeys of survival after they break free from their shells. Even if she desired to keep them close for a while longer, that could be permissible. Once they were capable of hunting independently, they would need to be released. Would that be acceptable? Mo Ran understood that Jiao Jiao was reluctant to part with the hatchlings, but such indulgence would ultimately be detrimental to them. If they lacked the necessary skills, survival in this beastly world would be unattainable. However, the mere thought of sending such tiny creatures out to fend for themselves filled Jiao Jiao with reluctance. Yet, she recognized that this was the harsh reality of survival in their world. I would prefer not to discuss this further. Let us revisit the matter at a later time. Shall we? Faced with the situation, Jiao Jiao had no choice but to concede a little. It was unrealistic to expect Jiao Jiao to accept this all at once. Mo Ran, unwilling to hurt her feelings, planned to take the opportunity to explain more about the serpent beastmen to her, so she would be adequately prepared psychologically. Now that the hatchlings had hatched, it was unnecessary for them to remain in the basement, so Jiao Jiao instructed Mo Ran to relocate their nest to the first floor, allowing the little ones to roam freely under her watchful gaze. Before long, midday arrived, and as Jiao Jiao sat on a wooden stool awaiting her meal, she suddenly felt a chill brush against her feet, causing her to instinctively retract her legs with a startled cry. What happened? Mo Ran rushed over, and upon seeing the serpent hatchling at her feet, his anger flared. Just as he was about to conjure an ice spear to strike at the hatchling, Jiao Jiao hurriedly raised her hand to intervene. It's nothing. I merely startled myself because I am not yet accustomed to the hatchlings. Jiao Jiao, in a state of panic, attempted to explain, which in turn calmed Mo Ran down. However, the indifference in his eyes left Jiao Jiao at a loss for how to respond. The serpent hatchling, undeterred by Mo Ran's intimidation, grew bolder, climbing up Jiao Jiao's leg, finally resting in the palm of her hand. You are. Jiao Jiao gazed at the serpent hatchling in her palm for a prolonged moment before turning to glance at the other two, her expression one of utter confusion. He was the smallest of them all. Jiao Jiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, softly uttered an "oh," realizing that she needed to quickly name the little ones. Otherwise they would be at a loss for how to address them. Ran, have you thought about names for the little ones? Suddenly called by name, Mo Ran momentarily failed to respond, as Jiao Jiao had never referred to him in such a manner before. It wasn't until he looked up and saw her gazing at him that he realized she was indeed calling him. What did you just call me, Jiao Jiao? Mo Ran asked with excitement, grasping Jiao Jiao's other hand tightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ran, Jiao Jiao chuckled. I can't keep calling you by your full name. It feels too formal. Ran suits you, don't you think? I love it. I couldn't like it more. Mo Ran nodded vigorously, thoroughly pleased with this endearing nickname. Have you decided on names for the little ones? Previously, Jiao Jiao had entrusted the task of naming to Mo Ran, and he was more than prepared, having already thought of names. The eldest is named Zhe Ning, the second is Weian, and the third is Shikong. Jiao Jiao silently recited the names and discovered that when combined, they formed the auspicious phrase Ning and Kong, which carries a beautiful meaning. It is indeed impressive that Mo Ran could conceive such a meaningful set of names. They all sound lovely. Jiao Jiao exclaimed as she retrieved the other two from the water, placing them alongside the one she held on the table. Do you like the names your father has given you? The three little ones exchanged glances, then turned their gaze earnestly towards Jiao Jiao, nodding in agreement. Mother, the serpent cub suddenly called out. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the cub, the first of its kind in this beastly world to speak immediately after birth. Mo Ran hurried over, placing a hand on the serpent cub to assess its innate abilities. "How is it?" He Jiao Jiao asked with a hint of concern, noticing Mo Ran's serious expression. "5 stars. Mo Ran was taken aback, never expecting that his offspring would possess such extraordinary talent from birth. He recalled the arduous journey he had faced to reach 5 stars himself, nearly losing his life on several occasions. "Wow, my little cub is so remarkable." He Jiao Jiao joyfully lifted the speaking serpent cub, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, upon noticing Mo Ran's grave demeanor, she felt puzzled. Isn't having a high innate talent a good thing for the serpent cub? Why did everyone appear so solemn? What is the matter? He Jiao Jiao reached out to take Mo Ran's hand, only to discover that it was icy cold, causing her great concern. "It's nothing." After a prolonged silence, Mo Ran suddenly exhaled a deep breath, as if releasing some burden. He gently clasped He Jiao Jiao's hand in return and shook his head tenderly. "It's fine. I just didn't expect the little serpent to possess such remarkable talent." Upon mentioning the little serpent, a rare affection illuminated He Jiao Jiao's face. Distinct from the love she held for a partner, this love radiated a maternal warmth. "Call me mother once more, so I may hear it." He Jiao Jiao gazed at the tiny serpent nestled in her palm, its size barely matching that of her finger, yet it possessed an extraordinary strength. "Mother." The tender voice echoed once more, and this time, unlike the previous instance when she was unprepared, He Jiao Jiao comprehended it fully. She had never experienced such a sensation. The utterance of mother made her heart feel as if it were melting. He Jiao Jiao intended to call the little one's name. But as she glanced at the creature in her hand and then at the ones on the table, she found herself utterly bewildered. In her helplessness, she cast a pleading gaze towards Mo Ran, hoping he could distinguish between them. "What you have in your hand is Shikong, the youngest to emerge." He Jiao Jiao was quite curious about how Mo Ran could distinguish between the 3 cubs, who looked remarkably alike. "Can you discern them as well?" He Jiao Jiao turned to the other 2, and upon exchanging glances, Qi Yin and Zi exhibited a moment of hesitation, yet ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. Alas, it seemed that only He Jiao Jiao remained unable to distinguish between them. They truly appeared strikingly identical. Perhaps only when they transformed into their beastly forms would she be able to tell them apart. Thus, she decided to tie different colored animal skins around the necks of the little ones for differentiation, though this plan struck her as rather comical. He Jiao Jiao felt she had no choice but to acquiesce. Mo Ran stepped aside to prepare the animal skins, while He Jiao Jiao faced the trio of indistinguishable little ones, grappling with her predicament. "Can you line up in order?" The 3 little ones exchanged glances and, with a resigned sigh, adjusted their positions. It was astonishing that a mother could not tell her own children apart. Was their mother perhaps a tad lacking in intelligence? Meanwhile, Qi Yin and Zi, who were busy preparing lunch, exchanged knowing looks and pretended not to notice the children's intentions, hastening their movements. Before long, the food was served at the table. Mo Ran had also finished preparing the animal skins, selecting 3 distinct colors and cutting them finely so as not to impede the little one's movements. The eldest, Zai Ning, was adorned with red, the second, Weian, with yellow, and the youngest, Shikong, with blue. He Jiao Jiao quietly repeated in her heart several times, memorizing the color associated with each little one. "Mother." Shikong swam to He Jiao Jiao's side, opening his small mouth wide. He Jiao Jiao gazed at the meat before her, feeling somewhat conflicted. He was still so small. Could he truly consume such fare? Meanwhile, Mo Ran had already brought over the finely chopped meat paste. Serpent beastmen could partake in meat from birth, albeit in smaller portions. Observing as Mo Ran delicately offered a morsel of meat paste to Shikong, who effortlessly swallowed it and opened his tiny mouth once more in anticipation, she found him utterly adorable. Unable to resist, He Jiao Jiao took the plate of meat from Mo Ran's hands and began to feed the little ones herself. Witnessing her affectionate demeanor towards the offspring, Mo Ran felt uncertain about whether this was a positive or negative development. Zi and Qian watched in envy as He Jiao Jiao exhibited such patience with the little ones. If only they had offspring of their own. Zi's gaze towards He Jiao Jiao intensified with fervor, and a powerful thought crossed his mind. If Jiao Jiao is willing, their next brood must surely be tiger cubs. Qian, however, was less fixated on having offspring. For him, simply being by Jiao Jiao's side was sufficient. As for the matter of procreation, he would wait until Jiao Jiao herself desired it. As He Jiao Jiao became engrossed in caring for the little ones, neglecting her own meal, Mo Ran grew somewhat displeased. He promptly reclaimed the right to feed the younglings, pushing the plate aside and allowing them to eat on their own. He positioned himself beside He Jiao Jiao, raising a piece of grilled meat to her lips. "Forget about them. They can feed themselves." Ran obstructed her view of the young ones with his body, compelling her attention back to him. Jiao Jiao gazed at Ran, whose face was etched with melancholy, and could not help but burst into laughter. She raised her hand to cradle his face, teasing him about being jealous of the little ones. Once she confirmed that the cubs could feed themselves, she felt at ease, allowing Ran to indulge her with his attentions, which she relished. Just as they were enjoying their moment, a torrential downpour suddenly erupted outside. The mountains that had been clearly visible moments ago were now shrouded in a thick veil of white mist, causing Jiao Jiao to feel a flicker of concern. Was the rainy season upon them? Lately, the rains had become increasingly frequent, and the air was heavy with humidity, making the cave feel rather damp and uncomfortable for her. Yes, in just a few days, the rainy season would fully commence. Ran turned his gaze towards the entrance of the cave. With the cubs now hatched, he needed to venture out swiftly to hunt and gather enough provisions for the cold season. The cave is becoming quite damp. Later, could you use your abilities to dry it out? He instructed. Please find a piece of beast hide to create a curtain for the entrance. It will help block the moisture from outside. True to his nature, Ran meticulously organized everything, and Jiao Jiao looked at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Stuck inside due to the rain, she found herself yearning for sunflower seeds, wondering if such a delicacy existed in this beastly world. As the boredom began to weigh on her, the three little ones, having only just hatched, had limited energy after a brief bout of play. They soon crawled back to their grassy nest to sleep. Meanwhile, busied himself sewing the door curtain, while ascended to Jiao Jiao's room on the second floor, intending to dry out her living space for a more comfortable night's rest. Jiao Jiao nestled in Ran's embrace, quietly watching the rain outside. Ran, how long does the rainy season typically last? Jiao Jiao rested her chin on her hand, gazing out with a hint of melancholy, as if her very spirit had been drained. It has been nearly 45 sunsets. Goodness, a month and a half of incessant rain. Jiao Jiao felt as if she were losing her mind. The incessant rain meant she could not venture outside. And being trapped in this cave for a month and a half without any electronic devices was nothing short of torture. No, she thought, shaking her head. She needed to devise a plan. Ran, do you think there exists a place untouched by the monsoon? Ran gazed down at the little one in her arms, smiling as she rested her chin on her head. Do you truly despise the rain, Jiao Jiao? Jiao Jiao nodded with a hint of enthusiasm. She had heard that the coastal regions in the south experienced a shorter rainy season. If Jiao Jiao wished to go, they could certainly explore that possibility. After all, their initial plan was to spend the winter in the south, wasn't it? Jiao Jiao was on the verge of forgetting this notion. Had it not been for her unexpected pregnancy and the birth of the snake egg, they would likely have already reached the seaside by now, given their pace. The mere thought of sun-kissed beaches filled her with longing. If they ventured south, would it mean that Ran would not hibernate as well? Jiao Jiao's greatest concern remained with Ran, as serpents possess an instinctive tendency to hibernate during winter. Even though Ran is a beastman, he undoubtedly retains certain serpentine traits. Indeed, that must be the case. Ran pondered for a moment and nodded. Then let us proceed to the seaside. Jiao Jiao turned to Ran, her previously dull eyes now sparkling with brilliance. Wonderful. Ran nodded with immense affection. Having made her decision, Ran immediately summoned Yin and sharing Jiao Jiao's aspirations. Of course, had no objections. After all, he had already followed Jiao Jiao away from the White Tiger tribe, and for him, the location mattered little as long as he was by her side. The critical matter rested with Yin. Although Jiao Jiao was aware that Yin would likely accompany her, she wondered whether the tribe would permit their departure so easily. As anticipated, upon hearing of Jiao Jiao's desire to venture to the seaside, promptly stated his intention to gather his belongings, ready to set off as soon as the rain ceased. However, Yin remained silent, his indecision palpable. Sensing his hesitation, Jiao Jiao resolved to engage him in a conversation. The two ascended to the second floor, where the lingering warmth from Ziyi's earlier drying of her clothes enveloped the room, creating a comforting atmosphere. Yin, could you share your concerns with me? Jiao Jiao could discern that Yin was not unwilling to leave with her. Rather, he was somewhat hesitant. With the rainy season approaching in just a few days, this was not the most opportune time to depart from the tribe. Yin pressed his lips together, aware that although Jiao Jiao had accepted him as her partner, she should, like Ziyi, have readily agreed to leave without a second thought. Yet, he genuinely worried that Jiao Jiao's decision-making seemed a tad impulsive, while Ran and Ziyi indulged her too much. Furthermore, with the onset of the rainy season, wild beasts would gradually diminish in number by the time winter arrived. They would scarcely be seen. Thus, it was imperative to gather sufficient food during the rainy season to sustain them through winter. Currently, their food supplies were woefully inadequate for surviving the cold months. Initially, he thought Qi Yin was concerned about the tribe's affairs, but it turned out his worries were rooted in these practicalities. Perhaps it was time to reveal her secret to Qi Yin. Qi Yin, I want to eat an apple. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yin descended the stairs to retrieve an apple from the table, washing it before returning upstairs. However, upon reaching Jiao Jiao's side, he was astonished to find that she already held an apple in her hand. He had not seen her descend the stairs, nor had he observed anyone ascending. So where did the apple in Jiao Jiao's hand come from? Surely, you must be curious about the origin of the apple one hold? Jiao Jiao smiled. In the next moment, Qi Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, for the apple that had just been resting in Jiao Jiao's palm had vanished before his very eyes. Do you possess spatial abilities? Qi Yin inquired, somewhat incredulously. Indeed. Jiao Jiao nodded, rising to sit beside Qi Yin, grasping his hand as they settled in the grass nest. My space is eternal. The food placed within retains its original state indefinitely. Even if a bowl of soup is stored for a month, it emerges just as it was when first placed inside. My space contains a considerable amount of prey captured by Ze and Mo Ran, and we can easily hunt more along the way, alleviating any concerns about food shortages during the cold season. Moreover, my space allows for cultivation. I have planted numerous edible plants within, ensuring an ample supply of sustenance. An everlasting space combined with a planting area. Qi Yin had never imagined that Jiao Jiao would be so favored by the beast god. Jiao Jiao. Regarding your spatial abilities, do not disclose this to anyone outside our group, Qi Yin said, gripping Jiao Jiao's hand with palpable anxiety. Rest assured, I will not speak of it to anyone. Only we two, along with Ze and Mo Ran, are aware, she reassured him, easing his mind. In the beast realm, spatial abilities are exceedingly rare and treasured. Should a beastman awaken such powers, they are invariably placed under the tribe's strict control. Typically, when a tribe discovers an individual with spatial abilities, valuable items are stored within their space for security, to prevent potential danger or escape. Those endowed with spatial powers are often subjected to stringent protection and are not permitted to leave the tribe. Very well, let us set off for the seaside. Having persuaded Qi Yin, the two descended the stairs under the watchful eyes of Mo Ran and Ze. Observing Jiao Jiao's radiant smile, Mo Ran knew that their endeavor had succeeded. Only the Navi Ze approached eagerly, asking, So, Qi Yin, will you join us? Jiao Jiao is my partner. Wherever she goes, I shall follow, Qi Yin declared, casting a loving glance at Jiao Jiao. All right, we shall depart once this rain subsides, Jiao Jiao joyfully announced, her eyes shimmering with delight. However, new concerns arose. After all, the rainy season was approaching. While the males were indifferent to the rain, being female, Jiao Jiao could not afford such a luxury. During the rainy season, temperatures would gradually drop, and females were particularly vulnerable. If caught in the rain and subsequently chilled, the risk of illness could be fatal. In that moment, they found themselves in a dilemma. Why not construct a small wooden house? We could secure it to your beastly forms while on the move, allowing me to remain sheltered from the rain. Truly, my Jiao Jiao is remarkably clever. Mo Ran pulled Jiao Jiao into his embrace. Over the next few days, Qi Yin, endowed with wind abilities, ventured out to fell trees and bring them back, while Mo Ran, with his keen intellect, took charge of crafting the wooden house. As for Ze, he tended to the cubs and Jiao Jiao. Their roles were distinctly defined, and within a couple of days, a quaint wooden house was completed. The structure boasted 2 levels. The upper floor served as Jiao Jiao's resting quarters, which, at her request, included a small compartment for a bathing tub. The ground floor was designated for cooking, warmth, and a resting area for the 3 of them and the 3 cubs. Originally, Jiao Jiao had contemplated placing the cubs on the 2nd floor, but the trio unanimously insisted on having the cubs stay with them. Jiao Jiao, unable to persist any longer, chose to remain silent. Once the wooden cabin was completed and the rain ceased, she carefully stored the cabin within her spatial realm, along with all the useful items from the cave. A small portion was left behind for them to pack and take along. The reason for not storing everything was to avoid arousing suspicion among the other tribe members. After all, foxes are known for their keen intelligence, and Jiao Jiao did not wish to take any risks. Indeed, upon learning that Jiao Jiao and her companions were departing from the tribe, numerous beastmen gathered to observe the event, including Yin Ling. Seeing Yin Ling with tear-filled eyes left Jiao Jiao with a heavy heart. I have left a set of tables and chairs for you in the cave. I hope you will cherish them. Jiao Jiao grasped Yin Ling's hand and spoke to her softly. Originally, She had promised to allow Yinling's partner to come and learn how to craft tables and chairs, yet for reasons unknown, they had not arrived. Therefore, while constructing the wooden house, Jiao Jiao instructed Qi Yin to fashion a set of tables and chairs from the surplus wood. "Thank you, Jiao Jiao," Yinling said, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Will you return again?" Jiao Jiao chuckled as she wiped away the tears from the corners of her silver bell-like eyes. "Of course. This is where Qi Yin grew up. We will undoubtedly return." Upon hearing her words, the chieftain, who stood amidst the crowd, instantly abandoned his intention to intervene. He cast a glance at Qi Yin, who met his gaze, and the two exchanged a subtle nod, after which Qi Yin departed the fox tribe with Jiao Jiao. They journeyed southward. On days devoid of rain, Jiao Jiao's spirits soared, perched cross-legged atop Rand's serpent head. She retrieved a previously washed apple from her spatial pouch and began to munch on it. Nearby, a small grass nest cradled 3 serpent hatchlings, Purple E and Qi Yin. Walking alongside Rand, occasionally cast glances at Jiao Jiao. Witnessing her joy made everything seem worthwhile. "Shall I sing you a song?" Perhaps due to her buoyant mood, Jiao Jiao addressed the trio. In her previous life, her voice had captivated many, leading to sold-out concerts the moment tickets were released. Now, in this beast realm, she had not sung for quite some time. Jiao Jiao contemplated for a moment and suddenly realized that this song was quite fitting for the occasion. She then began to sing, "Let us accompany each other through the mundane world, living gracefully and freely, galloping forward, sharing the splendors of life, toasting and singing." As the melody concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of peculiarity. Could it be that her vocal prowess had diminished from not practicing for so long? "Jiao Jiao, what song is this? I've never heard it before. And it's truly delightful," Ziyi exclaimed, unable to contain a thrilled roar that echoed like a tiger's. "Indeed, it is quite enchanting," stirring a fervor within the listener. Rand concurred. As for Qi Yin, he transformed back into his beastly form and leaped directly before Jiao Jiao, declaring, "Jiao Jiao, from now on, you are only permitted to sing for us." Realizing the humor in his words, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Yin always thought of angles she overlooked. All right. Perhaps it was indeed the long absence from singing that prompted her, as Jiao Jiao continued to sing several more songs, her face flushing with warmth before she finally paused to rest. "Mama." Shikong swam over to Jiao Jiao, gently calling out, "What is the matter? Are you hungry?" Jiao Jiao glanced at the sun, which was now nearing its zenith. After a morning of travel, it was no wonder that the little one felt famished. Thus, the group paused, preparing to kindle a fire for their meal. "I will scout the area for any wild beasts." Qi Yin, having leapt onto the serpent-like body of Rand since Jiao Jiao began to sing, took it upon himself to venture out in search of game while Zi tended to the flames. As for Rand, he dutifully remained by Jiao Jiao and the little one's side, true to his prowess as a 7-star beastman. Qi Yin swiftly returned with 2 wild rabbits and a mooing cow. "What kind of meat would you like for lunch, Jiao Jiao?" Zi called out, holding up the freshly prepared meat as he gazed at Jiao Jiao from a distance. Upon seeing the wild rabbits in Zi's hands, Jiao Jiao immediately envisioned spicy rabbit meat. "You 3 enjoy your time with Father Beast. I shall go see Zi's Father Beast. Let us feast on rabbit meat." Jiao Jiao, while speaking, retrieved a considerable amount of chili peppers from her space. Upon sighting the peppers, Ziyi's expression stiffened. Observing Ziyi's altered demeanor, Jiao Jiao could not help but chuckle, as memories of the last time Ziyi was left in tears from the spiciness flooded her mind. Jiao Jiao looked at Ziyi, who appeared pitiably at her, resembling an adorable little puppy despite being a fierce tiger. "All right, take one to roast, but no chili peppers." Jiao Jiao smiled as she took another wild rabbit from Ziyi's hands. Upon hearing that no chili would be added, Ziyi's face instantly lit up with joy, leading the rabbit obediently to the side to roast it. Glancing at the rabbit in her hands, Jiao Jiao turned around to beckon Qi Yin over to assist in chopping it into smaller pieces, only to find that Qi Yin was already approaching this way. "Do you need my assistance?" Jiao Jiao immediately handed over the wild rabbit and then informed Qi Yin of her desired size for the meat chunks. This was Jiao Jiao's first experience of feeling wind-based abilities up close, and she couldn't help but think how incredibly useful it was. "Qi Yin, your powers are truly remarkable." Her unabashed praise caused Qi Yin to blush, the tips of his furry beast ears twitching imperceptibly and his tail wagging uncontrollably. Seeing Qi Yin in such a state, Jiao Jiao found him utterly adorable and couldn't resist reaching out to touch his furry ears. The soft, fluffy texture was irresistible to anyone. As Qi Yin felt her grasp on his ears, he struggled to suppress the tingling sensation. holding his breath as he gazed at Jiao Jiao, his eyes glistening with moisture. In the beast world, playing with a male's ear signified an invitation. Yet Jiao Jiao, the one involved, remained blissfully unaware, and after enjoying the moment, she hurried off to prepare her spicy rabbit meat. Jiao Jiao gently withdrew her soft little hand, and for a fleeting moment, Qi Yin felt an inexplicable emptiness wash over him, an unsettling sensation. However, the protagonist was already enthusiastically pouring the rabbit meat into the hot oil, frying it until it achieved a delicate golden hue before retrieving it. Gazing at a heap of freshly cut red chilies, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but exclaim that it would taste even better if they were dried chilies. Dried chilies. Of course, she had a partner with fire-related abilities. This should pose no challenge for him, right? Zi, could you come over and help me dry these chilies? Looking at the vibrant pile of red chilies, Zi instinctively wanted to refuse, yet thinking of Jiao Jiao's fondness for them. He stepped forward to employ his powers to dry the chilies, observing the fresh chili pieces curling up as if dehydrated. Jiao Jiao hurriedly called for Zi to stop. "My dear tiger, you are truly amazing. Thank you." With that, she planted a swift kiss on Zi's cheek and carried the plate of chilies to the pot. Touching the spot on his cheek where Jiao Jiao had kissed him, Zi leaped in place, filled with uncontainable joy. Qi Yin glanced at Zi and then at Jiao Jiao, pondering why, despite having helped, she had only kissed Zi and not him. Did she not harbor affection for him? But hadn't she chosen to be his partner? Why did she act this way? Just as Qi Yin was lost in thought, Jiao Jiao's voice broke through. "Yin, what's wrong? I've called you several times and you didn't respond." "Nothing. I'm fine." Qi Yin smiled, suddenly realizing. "Jiao Jiao, what did you just call me?" "Yin." Jiao Jiao replied nonchalantly, picking up an empty plate beside Qi Yin to ladle the rabbit meat from the stone pot. The combination of the hot oil-fried rabbit meat with the dried chilies was so aromatic that it nearly made Jiao Jiao drool. Mo Ran was called a Ran. Qi Yin was a Yin, yet only Zi remained as Zi, which understandably displeased him, holding up the freshly roasted hare. He approached Jiao Jiao with a longing expression. "Jiao Jiao, you are biased. You call Mo Ran a Ran and Qi Yin a Yin, but you call me only Zi. I want you to call me Adi." "Adi? Auntie?" Jiao Jiao attempted to address the matter, but found it rather peculiar. Perhaps a change in appellation would be prudent? "No, I insist on being called Ai." Upon witnessing Jiao Jiao's refusal, Zi's eyes shimmered with hurt, his tone bordering on a plea. "Very well, then. I shall call you Ai." Jiao Jiao acquiesced, realizing that since the individual concerned was indifferent, there was no need for her to be overly troubled. Moreover, in this beastly realm, the term aunt seemed to be non-existent, rendering such concerns rather trivial. Her initial reluctance stemmed from the fear of inadvertently misnaming him one day. With the assurance of fair treatment, Zi cheerfully tore off a hind leg from the roasted hare and eagerly presented it to Jiao Jiao. This hare was exquisitely roasted, and Zi encouraged. "You must try it, Jiao Jiao." Observing Zi's enthusiasm, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile in resignation. Very well. Considering that the little ones might share his aversion to spicy food, Zi, whilst roasting the hare, also prepared a pot of minced meat soup. After sampling a small bite of the spicy rabbit meat, the three little ones promptly gravitated towards the comforting meat soup, instantly mending Zi's previously wounded heart. He beamed as he took turns feeding the trio. With the little ones being tended to, Jiao Jiao could rest easy in the embrace of Qi Yin, accepting his offerings. By the end of the meal, the three little ones had polished off the meat soup, while Jiao Jiao, along with Qi Yin and Mo Ran, had completely devoured the spicy rabbit meat. As for the roasted hare, aside from the portion designated for Jiao Jiao, the rest was shared among them without a trace of waste. The untouched moo cow, of course, was portioned accordingly before being stored in Jiao Jiao's space. After a satisfying meal and a brief respite, they resumed their journey. This time, Jiao Jiao chose not to perch upon Mo Ran's serpentine head, but instead rode atop Zi's majestic back. Mo Ran harbored no objections. For him, the happiness of Jiao Jiao was paramount, and he cared little for whose beastly form she chose to mount. "Zi, let us hasten our pace." Jiao Jiao tightly grasped the hare beneath her, her heart racing as she spoke to Zi. "Jiao Jiao, you've called the wrong name," came Zi's melancholic voice, prompting Jiao Jiao to realize she had uttered his full name, and she quickly corrected herself. "Ai, let us charge forward." In the next moment, the great tiger unleashed its full power and sprinted ahead. It turned out that even while running, the tiger maintained a steady pace, allowing Jiao Jiao to feel utterly secure, with no fear of being thrown off. The lagging Mo Ran and Qi Yin exchanged glances, hastily increasing their speed to catch up. Yet, Jiao Jiao seemed to be reveling in the thrill, urging Zi to go faster. Thus, the three males engaged in a spirited chase for quite a while. Ha ha ha, this is simply delightful, Jiao Jiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. It had been ages since she had experienced such uninhibited joy. If only there were some wine. In this exhilarating atmosphere, Jiao Jiao yearned for a drink, but alas, the beastly realm offered no such luxury. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Perhaps she could attempt to brew some fruit wine. She recalled from her previous life when her little assistant had shared homemade grape wine with her, enthusiastically detailing the process. However, time had dulled her memory, as she had been too engrossed in savoring the wine to pay close attention to the instructions. Still, she reasoned that it couldn't be overly complicated, if need be. She could simply try a few times. The notion of brewing wine surged within her, igniting a palpable eagerness to experiment in her quest for grapes suitable for winemaking. Jiao Jiao urged her companions to slow their pace. She conducted a thorough search, almost like a meticulous carpet sweep, yet still found no grapes. Host. Grape seedlings are available for purchase in the space marketplace. The system suddenly interjected. Jiao Jiao smacked her forehead, realizing how she had forgotten about the marketplace. Alas, being her first time traversing through realms, she lacked experience. Ha ha ha. Sitting atop the tiger's back, Jiao Jiao's consciousness entered the spatial marketplace. Before her lay a dazzling array of goods, overwhelming her senses. If only these items could be categorized. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than the products began to swiftly rearrange themselves, soon sorted into their respective categories. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but give a resounding thumbs up to the system, her heart brimming with joy as she began to explore. Before long, she stumbled upon grape seedlings, and upon seeing the price of merely 100 points, she felt elated, considering her substantial fortune of 1,000 points. With a grand gesture, she promptly purchased 2 grape seedlings to plant within her space. After setting the seedlings in the ground, she noticed a water trough in the corner of the space and decided to fill it with water to nourish her new plants, leaving her thoroughly satisfied as she exited the space. Perhaps it was the anticipation of brewing wine that lifted her spirits as she began to hum a cheerful tune. Beneath her, Zi, attuned to her buoyant melody, quickened his pace with delight. As the group continued their journey, suddenly, Qiyin and Mo ran halted in unison, prompting Zi to stop as well. The group stood still, ears perked, as if they had sensed something intriguing. Jiao Jiao lay motionless on Ziyi's back, daring not to make a sound. Suddenly, she felt as though the sky had been obscured by something, plunging everything into darkness. Instinctively, she looked up and saw a colossal bird soaring above her head. Truly, in this beastly world, even the birds are of such immense size. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but shrink her neck, fearing that the large bird might mistake her for a small insect and snatch her away. Hurry! A horde of beasts is approaching. The unfamiliar voice, though strange, was undeniably melodious, prompting Jiao Jiao to glance upwards in search of its source. Qiyin and Mo Ran exchanged a knowing look and immediately lowered themselves. Qiyin pressed his ear to the ground while Mo Ran lay flat against the earth. After sensing a slight tremor, both were momentarily taken aback. Jiao Jiao barely had time to react when Zi and the others swiftly sprang into action. They dashed forward with such intensity that Jiao Jiao felt as though her internal organs were about to shift. After what seemed an eternity of running, they finally came to a halt. During their frantic escape, Jiao Jiao noticed that they seemed to be trailing behind a large bird soaring in the sky. Jiao Jiao, are you all right? Observing the pallor on Jiao Jiao's face, Mo Ran immediately transformed into his human form and lifted her off Ziyi's back, offering her a drink. I'm fine. What just happened? What is the beast tide? Mo Ran turned, gesturing for Jiao Jiao to look at the place they had just vacated. Jiao Jiao suddenly realized that they had unknowingly ascended a hill, while their previous location now resembled a surging sea of wild beasts. A dark mass of creatures galloping past. This was the beast tide. Jiao Jiao was profoundly shaken by the scene before her, after the initial shock. A wave of dread washed over her. Had no one alerted them moments ago, they would surely have been trampled into a mere pulp by those ferocious beasts. But who was it that had just warned them? As she pondered this, the large bird that had been circling in the sky gently descended nearby, transforming into the figure of a beastman. His sleek, dark hair cascaded nearly to his shoulders, complemented by sharply angled eyebrows and piercing black eyes. His lips were thin and pressed together, and his chiseled features were striking against his tall, muscular frame, exuding an air of aloofness and commanding presence, as if he looked down upon the world. Thank you for alerting us. Qiyin stepped forward to express gratitude. yet instinctively placed herself between the beastman and Jiao Jiao. Noticing Jiao Jiao's unwavering gaze upon the beastman, Imo Ran seemed to have a realization and gently set Jiao Jiao down, entrusting her to Ze before advancing. I am Imo Ran. We owe you our thanks for your timely warning, which helped us evade disaster. I am Jiao. Jiao paused, casting a glance at the female sheltered behind him, forcing himself to retract his gaze. No need for formality. Anyone in that situation would have chosen to warn us. He had noticed the petite female riding upon the back of the tiger as he soared through the sky. Her skin was so fair, her face so delicate, and her beauty surpassed that of any female he had ever encountered. Particularly striking was the fact that, despite the imminent danger, she remained blissfully unaware, placing complete trust in her partner without a single question. Such a remarkable female was indeed rare. Listening to their exchange, Jiao Jiao realized that it was this beastman who had alerted them, thereby saving them from peril. In any case, this was tantamount to a life-saving grace. Jiao Jiao stepped out from Ze's embrace and slowly approached, stopping beside Imo Ran. Thank you so much. Your voice is incredibly melodious, soft, and tender. Each syllable seems to resonate with the soul. No, not at all. Zhu Tian's face flushed crimson. This was his first conversation with such a delicate female. While the Eagle tribe also had females, they were all quite assertive and lacked the gentleness of the one before him. Why are you wandering outside instead of staying in the tribe during this rainy season? Zhu Tian inquired, his gaze shifting to Imo Ran and Qi Yin. To him, it was irresponsible for a male to be outside with a female at this time, especially since this young female appeared to be quite gentle and not the type to be reckless. We wish to travel to the southern coast. As we've heard, the cold season there is milder. My health isn't very robust, and they are concerned I won't endure the harshness of winter. Jiao Jiao interjected decisively before Imo Ran could respond. Zhu Tian scrutinized the petite female before him. She did indeed seem somewhat frail, which justified their concern about her surviving the cold season. It would indeed be better to head south, he nodded. As a flying beast, he had been to the southern coast and knew it remained relatively warm even in winter, making it particularly suitable for delicate females. Just then, the sky began to darken, ominous clouds rolling in their direction. It's about to rain. I know of a cave nearby. Would you like me to lead you there to take shelter? Zhu Tian asked Jiao Jiao, understanding that even as a single beast, he recognized that females must avoid the rain to prevent illness. Thank you very much. With outsiders present, Jiao Jiao could not retrieve her wooden house from her space, and thus followed him to the cave for shelter. The group trailed behind Zhu Tian to the nearest cave, but upon reaching the entrance, Jiao Jiao realized it seemed to be inhabited. The cave was well kept, adorned with several clean animal skins. This is the cave I used as a resting place during my hunting trips. You may stay here temporarily, Zhu Tian explained as he led them inside. Glancing at the darkening sky, he added, I have matters to attend to, so I must leave now. Thank you for your assistance today. Jiao Jiao smiled and waved goodbye as Imo Ran supported her to the cave's entrance. Zhu Tian transformed back into his beast form, casting one last glance at them before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. After circling the cave once, he flew farther away until he became a mere speck against the horizon. Watching Zhu Tian diminish into a small black dot, Jiao Jiao pondered whether riding on a flying beast would feel akin to being on an airplane. Beside her, Imo Ran noticed Jiao Jiao's gaze lingering on Zhu Tian. Despite having 3 companions at her side now, she still felt somewhat lacking in this harsh beast world. Having a flying beast as a partner would indeed be splendid, though she was curious about Zhu Tian's unique abilities. Unaware of Imo Ran's thoughts, Jiao Jiao returned her focus to the darkening sky and the sudden gusts of wind, instinctively hunching her shoulders. She felt fortunate to have encountered Zhu Tian, otherwise, she wondered if her small wooden house would withstand the impending storm. Inside the cave, Ze had kindled a fire, and Qi Yin had gathered a considerable amount of dry branches. Jiao Jiao, it seems we will be spending the night in this cave, Ze remarked as he rose. When we arrived, I noticed some fruits over there. I will go pick a few for you to taste, if that's all right. Since arriving in the beast world, Jiao Jiao had only tasted apples and was thrilled at the prospect of trying other fruits. But it's going to rain soon, she expressed her concern. Glancing anxiously at the now darkened sky, it was perilous to venture out. Don't worry, it's very close. I will return swiftly. With that, Ze shifted into his beast form and dashed outside. Jiao Jiao wished to intervene, but it was already too late. He won't be in any danger, will he? She asked with a hint of concern. Rest assured, Imo Ran replied, enveloping Jiao Jiao in his embrace. After all, he was a 4-star beastman and should be safe. Yet, a lingering unease gnawed at Jiao Jiao. Venturing out into such torrential rain seemed exceedingly perilous. Thus, she remained at the cave's entrance, waiting as the downpour intensified. Yet there was still no sign of Ziyi's return. Nervously, she grasped Mo Ran's hand, her eyes filled with worry. Ran, he truly won't be in trouble. Will he? Why is he taking so long to come back? Mo Ran too felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had seen the fruits Ziyi mentioned on his way here, not far from this spot, which had given him the confidence to allow Ziyi to venture out alone. Given Ziyi's pace, he should have returned by now. Qi Yan, take good care of Jiao Jiao. I shall go and check, Mo Ran declared, transforming into a large black serpent and slithering into the rain. Hearing his voice, Qi Yan hastily set aside his task and approached Jiao Jiao, lifting her and placing her gently onto the stone bed he had just cleaned, which was thoughtfully layered with several hides. Do not worry, Mo Ran has gone to search for him. Ziyi will return shortly, Qi Yan reassured her, handing her a cup of water that had been warmed to a comfortable temperature. Jiao Jiao lowered her head and took a sip, when suddenly a figure appeared at the entrance. She hurriedly set down her cup and rushed forward. To her surprise, it was not Mo Ran and Ziyi who returned, but rather Zhu Tian, who had come back. I just discovered a solitary beast nearby and thought you might still be lacking in provisions, so I brought this over. In truth, Zhu Tian himself was uncertain as to why he felt compelled to deliver it. An insistent voice within him continuously urged that he longed to see that little female once more. Thank you. Jiao Jiao expressed her gratitude, yet her gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the cave. Zhu Tian cast a glance and noticed that only the fox and the young female were present, while the other two had vanished without a trace. What could have transpired? Zhu Tian discarded the fierce beast in his hand and inquired gently. Ran and Ai have been out for quite a while now and have yet to return. I am somewhat concerned. Jiao Jiao spoke, her eyes reddening as if she were on the verge of tears. Do not worry, Jiao Jiao. Qi Yan hurriedly embraced her, gently caressing her back to soothe her. What? Zhu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. When I arrived, I noticed a small beast tide passing nearby. It must have scattered from a previous wave. I came not only to deliver food, but also to warn you, do not venture outside. At this, Jiao Jiao became even more anxious, tears cascading down her face like pearls strung on a broken thread. Yan, what should we do? Are they in danger? Qi Yan panicked. It was his first time witnessing a female in tears. He hurriedly wiped the tears from Jiao Jiao's face, softly reassuring her, everything will be all right. Everything will be fine. Zhu Tian stood rooted to the spot, entranced. The young female was already extraordinarily beautiful, and now, with tears streaming down her cheeks, she evoked a sense of deep compassion, prompting an instinctive desire to rush forward and protect her, to comfort her. What if something were to happen to them? Jiao Jiao sobbed uncontrollably, unable to stem the flow of her tears. You all stay in the cave. I will go take a look. At that moment, Zhu Tian's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He could not bear to see the little female cry. Just as he prepared to step outside, two figures appeared not far away. Zhu Tian, in his beast form resembling an eagle, possessed exceptional eyesight and instantly recognized the two individuals as Mo Ran and Ziyi. They had returned. Upon hearing Zhu Tian's announcement, Jiao Jiao, disregarding her tears, dashed into the rain, racing towards Mo Ran and the others. Qi Yan was taken aback by Jiao Jiao's evident concern, and without a second thought, he hurried after her, his heart pierced by a pain akin to a sharp needle thrusting into his chest. What are you doing out here? Mo Ran vaguely discerned someone rushing towards him, and when he realized it was Jiao Jiao, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Ran, what is happening? Jiao Jiao, witnessing Mo Ran carrying the unconscious Ziyi, was engulfed by a profound fear, particularly as she beheld Ziyi's pallid complexion, which was truly disconcerting. We'll discuss this later. Mo Ran cast a reproachful glance at the approaching Qi Yan, his eyes brimming with blame. Qi Yan, aware of his failure to adequately care for Jiao Jiao, found himself at a loss for words in the face of Mo Ran's admonishment. Upon returning to the cave, Mo Ran gently laid Ziyi upon the stone bed. What has happened to Ai? Jiao Jiao anxiously grasped Ziyi's hand, completely oblivious to the fact that she was drenched from head to toe. He had been inadvertently knocked aside by a ferocious beast, which had caused him to lose consciousness. Mo Ran remarked nonchalantly, his gaze then settling on Jiao Jiao's dripping hair. Jiao Jiao, you are thoroughly soaked. it would be prudent to dry off to avoid falling ill. After speaking, his eyes shifted to the figure of Qi Yin, who had been keeping his head down. Qi Yin, acutely aware of the intense scrutiny, hurried to a corner to fetch a clean piece of beast skin, returning to assist Jiao Jiao in drying her hair. Jiao Jiao. The temperature is not akin to that of the hot season. Be cautious of catching a chill. Yet, in that moment, Jiao Jiao was solely preoccupied with her concern for Ziyi, indifferent to the possibility of becoming cold. She clutched Ziyi's hand tightly, memories of his usual jovial demeanor flashing before her eyes. Yet, this carefree giant tiger now lay there, pale and motionless. Jiao Jiao felt a profound discomfort within her heart. Initially, she believed she would not develop deep feelings for these orcs, yet upon witnessing Ziyi's current state, she realized that they had unknowingly nestled into her heart. Do not worry, host. Ziyi previously consumed a spirit-gathering pill, and its effects are currently manifesting. When he awakens, there will be unforeseen delights. The system interjected once more. Spirit-gathering pill? Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled that she had indeed secretly administered the elixir to Ziyi. However, what connection could this have with his current state of unconsciousness? Just as Jiao Jiao was preparing to seek verification from the system regarding her suspicions, Ziyi slowly opened his eyes. His violet irises flickered with a fleeting glimmer of gold, a momentary flash that was nonetheless observed by all present. Ziyi, you've made a breakthrough. Ren exclaimed in astonishment. Generally speaking, breakthroughs are only possible for underage beastmen. Most beastmen find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such advancements after reaching adulthood. Unexpectedly, Ziyi had turned misfortune into fortune, advancing from 4 stars to the same 5-star level as Ren. With a dazed expression, Ziyi only fully grasped the situation when his gaze fell upon his beast markings, prompting him to sit up in delight. I'm also a 5-star now. Ziyi could hardly believe it. But the first thought that crossed his mind was that he was finally no longer the weakest by Jiao Jiao's side. Jiao Jiao, you were truly my lucky star. Jiao Jiao, suddenly embraced, couldn't he help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle Ziyi's damp hair. You're amazing, Ren and Qi Yin exchanged glances, sensing that they might have overlooked something significant. Though it seemed inappropriate to interrupt such a moment, Tue felt thoroughly neglected and hesitantly spoke up. Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered that there was a stranger in the cave and hurriedly freed herself from Ziyi's embrace. Now that the ferocious beast has been delivered and everyone is safe, I shall take my leave, Zhu Tian declared as he prepared to exit, only to be halted by Jiao Jiao's voice. You have given us the ferocious beast. What will you eat? Zhu Tian was taken aback, not expecting this little female to show concern for him. It's fine. I will catch another one shortly. Jiao Jiao waved her hand, suggesting that if he didn't mind, he might as well stay and dine together. Moreover, with the sky already dark and the rain pouring outside, it would be best for him to remain. Faced with the invitation from the young female, Zhu Tian naturally did not decline and thus stayed. However, he was considerate enough to go out with Qi Yin to deal with the fierce beast. After they returned with the prepared meat, Ziyi was already up, and Jiao Jiao had changed into clean animal skins. At that moment, the group gathered around the fire, listening intently as Ziyi animatedly recounted past experiences. Truly, she was a carefree tiger. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, she now seemed as if nothing had happened. Jiao Jiao, how would you like to eat this fierce beast meat? Qi Yin asked, slicing off the most tender parts of the beast, contemplating what would be most suitable for Jiao Jiao. Let us just roast it. Jiao Jiao replied, having endured enough turmoil for one day. Now, all she desired was to eat her fill and enjoy a good sleep. Furthermore, with Zhu Tian present and the stone pot stored away in the spatial realm, it was impossible to retrieve it. Qi Yin obediently gathered clean branches, scraping the outer skin with his abilities before cutting the tender meat into small pieces and skewering them. He then placed them over the fire to roast. Zhu Tian was not idle either, assisting Qi Yin, and the two worked together harmoniously. Before long, the meat was ready. Ren held Jiao Jiao, guiding her to sit on his lap. He blew gently on the skewers to cool them down before tearing off pieces and offering them to her lips. Jiao Jiao was not particularly hungry today, consuming only a skewer of meat before declining any further nourishment. You all go ahead. I shall take Jiao Jiao to rest, Ren said, lifting Jiao Jiao and moving towards a deeper part of the cave. There, he had previously instructed Ziyi to use his abilities to warm the area and had laid down several layers of beast skin. Perhaps the events of the day had been too overwhelming. Jiao Jiao soon fell into a deep slumber. Once she was asleep, Ren reclined beside her. As a serpent beast, he could easily endure a meal or two without consequence. Meanwhile, Zi and Qi Yin finished off the remaining meat with Zhu Tian before finding corners to rest. Since Zhu Tian was not Jiao Jiao's companion, he chose to rest near the cave entrance, which pleased Imoran immensely. As dawn broke the next day, the heavy rain gradually ceased. The forest, washed clean by the rain, exuded an indescribable freshness that compelled Jiao Jiao to inhale deeply several times. Are you all still planning to head south? Zhu Tian inquired, glancing at the group that was already packing their belongings. Yes, Zi cheerfully replied, having developed a fondness for Zhu Tian, especially after hearing that he intended to venture out in search of Imoran during their perilous moments. Where are you headed next? Would you like to join us? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zi felt two piercing gazes upon him, one from Imoran and the other from Qi Yin. Yet, with the words already spoken, there was no turning back. A slight smile crept onto Zi's face, albeit awkwardly. I need to return to the tribe and will not be accompanying you, Zhu Tian said, casting a lingering glance at Jiao Jiao, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. All right, Zi responded with enthusiasm, clapping Zhu Tian on the shoulder. Perhaps we shall meet again. I promise to treat you to something delicious next time. The previous night had been too hurried for him to showcase his skills. Okay. After bidding farewell to Zhu Tian, Zi cheerfully approached Imoran, eager to assist in packing, only to receive a frosty glare in return. Did I do something wrong? Zi asked in confusion. Then moved to Qi Yin, only to receive a similar response. What exactly did I do wrong? Why are you both acting this way? Zi couldn't help but inquire. Zi, you must understand that Jiao Jiao's identity is special. Do you think it appropriate to casually invite an unfamiliar male to accompany us? How do you know his intentions towards Jiao Jiao? Imoran interjected when he noticed Zi was about to retort. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zi fell silent. Indeed, a stranger who had rescued them, brought them to the cave for shelter, and provided food. Everything seemed rather peculiar. I see my mistake now, Zi said, his head drooping in defeat. After gathering their belongings, Jiao Jiao and her companions resumed their journey. They indulged in food and merriment, dispatching any wild beasts or ferocious creatures they encountered along the way, storing their spoils and maintaining a cheerful atmosphere. On this day, Jiao Jiao sat as usual atop Imoran's serpentine head, relishing the gentle breeze against her face, her eyes blissfully closed. How much longer until we reach the seaside? Jiao Jiao lowered her head and gently tapped Imoran's forehead, inquiring, in approximately 5 sunsets, we shall arrive at the city of 10,000 beasts, and beyond that, we shall swiftly reach the seaside. Jiao Jiao calculated carefully. They had been traveling for nearly a month now, except for the days of rain. They had been on the move, and with Imoran's swift pace, the distance to the seaside from their original tribe was indeed quite considerable. What is the matter? Is Jiao Jiao feeling a bit bored? In an instant, Qi Yin transformed into his beastman form as he leaped onto the serpent's head, crouching down to embrace Jiao Jiao. Well, a little. At first, Jiao Jiao was genuinely excited, finding everything novel and intriguing, but as time passed, she began to feel a sense of monotony. Let us endure a little longer. Once we reach Beast City, we shall indulge in some leisure before setting off again. Qi Yin spoke softly, placing a kiss on Jiao Jiao's forehead as a gesture of comfort. All right, there was little she could do about it. Suddenly, Imoran halted, and Jiao Jiao could distinctly sense Qi Yin entering a defensive stance. Even the usually carefree Zi was now on high alert. What happened? Jiao Jiao whispered inquiringly. Jiao Jiao, moments ago, must have been embroiled in fierce combat, as the air was thick with the scent of blood. Qi Yin spoke, pulling Jiao Jiao closer. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion echoed from ahead, causing Jiao Jiao to instinctively shrink her neck. The commotion was far more intense than the previous clash between Imoran and Qi Yin. Can we take a detour? Upon hearing of the impending danger, Jiao Jiao's immediate instinct was to find a way to circumvent it. Do not worry, Jiao Jiao. I shall assess the situation. If it is other tribes' beastmen, I will lend assistance if possible. Imoran lowered his serpent head to the ground, while Qi Yin swiftly leapt down, cradling Jiao Jiao. The moment they landed, Zi transformed back into human form, shielding Jiao Jiao protectively. Stay here. Do not advance. Imoran commanded before slithering forward with his massive serpent body. Before long, Imoran returned, seemingly clutching something in his mouth, but it was too distant for Jiao Jiao to discern clearly. It was only when Imoran drew closer that Jiao Jiao realized he was carrying an eagle. This eagle appeared somewhat familiar. As Jiao Jiao continued to search for information about the eagle in her mind, she suddenly heard Zi exclaim, "Isn't this Zhu Tian?" Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled the formidable eagle beast that had previously rescued them. However, now it lay in a pitiful state, drenched in blood and utterly disheveled, causing her to momentarily disconnect the two. What transpired? Qi Yin cast a glance at Zhu Tian, who had been set down. He was gravely injured. His left wing broken and his chest pierced, blood flowing freely from his wounds. Surviving such severe injuries was nothing short of miraculous. I am uncertain. When I arrived, he was already lying there. Mo Ren shook his head. What he did not disclose was that when he approached, he found not only several deceased eagle beasts nearby, but also a female, surrounded by numerous feathers and bloodstains of the eagle clan. Most notably, the area was permeated with the sin of stray beasts, suggesting that a significant number of them had recently been present. In the beast world, the act of stray beasts seizing females was all too common, no longer a novelty. Given the circumstances, it seemed that stray beasts had attacked Zhu Tian's group in an attempt to seize the female, resulting in her untimely demise. And Zhu Tian and his companions must have fought valiantly to protect her, suffering severe casualties in the process. Observing Zhu Tian, who was on the brink of death, Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow. She found it difficult to fathom the fierce battle he must have endured to sustain such grievous wounds. He is gravely injured. Even if we take him to the nearby tribe for a shaman, I fear. Qi Yin sighed. In the beast world, shamans could only tend to minor injuries. They were utterly helpless against severe wounds. Even if they were transported, it would only prolong the inevitable. He saved us. We cannot simply stand by and watch him perish. Zi lamented, a note of sorrow in his voice. Jiao Jiao gazed at Zhu Tian in silence, uncertain whether she should take the risk to save him. After all, her points were dwindling, insufficient to exchange for a life-saving pill. System, how many points do I currently possess? The system awakened and, after a leisurely moment, replied. Host, you still have 800 points. A friendly reminder, your points have remained unchanged for quite some time. It is advisable for you to actively seek a new companion and subsequently bear several litters, as this will enable you to garner greater rewards. Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. The notion of completing tasks held no allure for her. At present, the space available to her was entirely sufficient, rendering any upgrades unnecessary. Host, once your points accumulate to a certain extent and the space reaches its highest level, there exists a substantial possibility for you to return to reality. The system suddenly dropped this bombshell. Are you suggesting that I can go back? Since her arrival in the beast world, the system had never indicated that a return was possible, which had led Jiao Jiao to display little enthusiasm towards the so-called tasks. However, if what the system had just mentioned held true, that accumulating points could grant her a chance to return, then perhaps she could exert herself a little more. Indeed, host, then why have you never mentioned this before? Once Jiao Jiao regained her composure, she couldn't help but question whether the system might be attempting to deceive her. The system hesitated, confirming her suspicions. It seemed almost certain that the system was indeed misleading her. Yet, in the next moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. This system is still in its probationary period, and due to inexperience, it simply forgot to convey this crucial information to the host. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. It seemed that the system she was bound to was still in its internship phase. Jiao Jiao silently cursed the system's ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. Since it was your mistake, shouldn't there be some form of compensation for me? The system was clearly taken aback by Jiao Jiao daring to negotiate terms, and after a moment of hesitation, it responded slowly, what compensation does the host desire? Jiao Jiao smiled mischievously, sending a chill down the system's spine, leaving it with the sensation of being outwitted by its host. Since you have persistently urged me to find a companion, shouldn't you offer some benefits? Perhaps a discount on items in the store, or complimentary healing potions for my partner in need. The system fell into silence. It was the first time it had encountered such a host. Time passed, and Jiao Jiao received no response from the system. She began to doubt whether she had frightened it away and regretted her seemingly excessive demands. Just then, the system reappeared. It had just returned from communicating with the main system, which agreed to provide certain conditions for the host. As long as the host found a partner, a gift package would be rewarded containing basic healing potions among other items. Now, the gift packages for the host's first 3 companions had already been delivered to her space, ready for her perusal. Although her expectations had been met, Jiao Jiao still wished to negotiate further. And what are the discounts? The system was taken aback. Was this host particularly difficult to please? If the host produces offspring once more, all potions that aid in physical recovery will be offered to the host at half price. This was the most significant concession the system could manage. Fearing further complications, it firmly closed the discussion. Half price. That does seem rather appealing. Jiao Jiao finally released the system with satisfaction. Jiao Jiao, What do you think we should do? Ziyi grasped Jiao Jiao's hand, sensing that his beloved Jiao Jiao must possess a way to rescue Zhu Tian. After all, she had saved him when he was gravely injured in the past. Jiao Jiao was pulled back from her thoughts as she gazed at Zhu Tian, who was covered in blood. Remembering that the system had just rewarded her with 3 healing pills, she quickly nodded. Let us find a place to settle down. Zhu Tian has shown us kindness, and we cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. With Jiao Jiao's words, Ziyi and Imoran breathed a sigh of relief, for they alone understood that Zhu Tian was unlikely to perish. Yet, Qian remained oblivious, feeling that Jiao Jiao's kindness was too profound. The eagle beast appeared to be beyond saving. Fortunately, a water source was not far away. Once she confirmed that there were no onlookers, Jiao Jiao retrieved a wooden cabin from her spatial storage. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Zhu Tian, during the recent movement, could no longer maintain his beast form and had reverted to his human shape. After placing Zhu Tian on the first floor of the wooden cabin, Imoran fetched water to cleanse the blood from Zhu Tian's body. Qian, why not venture nearby to catch a wild beast? Jiao Jiao is nearly hungry. Qian frowned slightly but said nothing further, turning instead to delve into the woods. Imoran and Ziyi exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Jiao Jiao, shall we gather some dry branches nearby to start a fire? Will you be all right alone? Jiao Jiao was troubled about how to discreetly administer medication to Zhu Tian when she heard Imoran's words and quickly nodded in agreement. Thus, Imoran and Ziyi stepped out of the wooden cabin to gather some branches nearby. With everyone preoccupied and no one watching, Jiao Jiao hastily retrieved the healing pills and swiftly placed one in Zhu Tian's mouth. She then took out her medical kit to tend to the wound on his left arm, carefully dressing it with bandages. In a world devoid of plaster, she pondered that later, she would ask Imoran to find a suitable branch to immobilize it. As for the penetrating wound on his chest, she rummaged through her medical supplies to find Yunnan Baiyao, placing a pill in Zhu Tian's mouth before sprinkling the prepared powder onto the wound to staunch the bleeding. With each passing moment, beads of fine sweat formed on her forehead. To conceal these foreign items from the beastly realm, she extracted some clean animal hides from her space to cover the wound, ensuring it was unnoticeable before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Jiao Jiao. Zhu Tian weakly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Jiao Jiao, he momentarily thought he was dreaming. Ever since their separation, visions of her had inexplicably invaded his mind, and on several occasions, he even imagined her smiling at him. This led him to believe he was ill, prompting him to consult the shaman, who merely chuckled and assured him there was nothing wrong. You are awake. Does the wound still hurt? Jiao Jiao had long been acquainted with the miraculous effects of the healing pill and was aware that Zhu Tian would soon awaken. This understanding had made her anxious while tending to his wounds, fearing that he might discover certain things upon regaining consciousness. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's voice, Zhu Tian finally realized that he was not hallucinating, but was indeed seeing her in the flesh. Jiao Jiao, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Quickly, you must flee. Zhu Tian exclaimed, mustering the strength to sit up, grasping her wrist to urge her to leave swiftly. However, the sudden movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Jiao Jiao gently patted Zhu Tian and softly reassured him, it is all right now. You are safe. We happened to be nearby, and it was a Ran who discovered you and brought you back. It was then that Zhu Tian realized he was no longer in the previous forest, but rather in a peculiar wooden cabin. Was it Imoran who saved me? Zhu Tian murmured. Indeed. Jiao Jiao smiled, rising to fetch a cup of water and offering it to Zhu Tian. Drink some water first. As he beheld the gentle female tending to him with such patience, Zhu Tian felt as though something within him melted away, leaving a warm and comforting sensation. At that moment, Imoran and Ziyi returned, carrying some hemostatic herbs that Jiao Jiao had previously taught them to identify. You woke up so soon? Imoran remarked, crushing the herbs with a stone before applying them to the wound after unwrapping the animal hide. When Imoran began to unwrap the hide, Jiao Jiao instinctively wanted to refuse, but Imoran's actions were too swift for her to react. Fortunately, it seemed Imoran did not notice the hemostatic powder on Zhu Tian's wound, as he directly applied the herbs and rewrapped it with the animal hide. Thank goodness. It went undetected. Jiao Jiao quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, while simultaneously, Imoran and Ziyi exchanged a knowing glance, almost certain that Jiao Jiao was behind Ziyi's sudden recovery. Thank you. I heard from Jiao Jiao that you saved me. Zhu Tian expressed his gratitude towards Imoran. Imoran smiled gently. You two have saved us in the past, since fate has brought us together. It would be unthinkable to abandon someone in distress. Was I the only one left alive when you found me? Jiao Jiao bit his lip, aware that he was the last to fall, and that his companions had likely perished. Indeed, Ran replied, casting a discreet glance at Jiao Jiao, who was selecting suitable branches and chose not to elaborate further. Jiao Jiao nodded. Such a grim matter was certainly not one to be discussed in front of Jiao Jiao. Rest easy here, we shall discuss everything once you have recuperated. Ran assured, moving towards the pile of branches to select the straightest one, cutting it to an appropriate length before handing it to Jiao Jiao. Although he had been conversing with Jiao Jiao, his attention had never wavered from Jiao Jiao. Observing her find a branch and then glance at Jiao Jiao's left arm, he could surmise her intentions. Upon seeing the branch, Jiao Jiao realized it was precisely what she desired. Ran, you truly understand me best. As she contemplated whether to polish the surface of the branch, Qian approached and directly took it from her hands, employing his extraordinary abilities to smooth its surface effortlessly. Is that so? Jiao Jiao gazed at Qian in astonishment, surprised that he could discern her thoughts. Jiao Jiao nodded with joy, exclaiming, Yin, you are truly magnificent. Complimented, Qian smiled gently and approached Jiao Jiao. Inquiring, is this meant to help secure your arm? Jiao Jiao nodded. Qian swiftly completed the remaining tasks without allowing Jiao Jiao any cause for concern. As night fell, after dining, Jiao Jiao ascended to her resting quarters. During the construction of the wooden cabin, she had instructed Ran and the others to leave a section of the roof partially open. Now, as she reclined in her grassy nest, she joyfully discovered that the night was adorned with countless stars. She could not recall the last time she had gazed upon the heavens. What are you looking at? Qian approached unobserved and, upon seeing Jiao Jiao motionless in her grassy nest, gazing at the starry sky, he gently squatted beside her. If you lie down, you will understand. Jiao Jiao patted the space beside her, beckoning Qian to lie down. Obediently, Qian nestled next to Jiao Jiao. Yet he remained perplexed about what she was gazing at. The stars tonight are truly enchanting. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but exclaim. She reminisced about her childhood, when she would snuggle in the embrace of her grandparents, tugging at them to inquire about the names of the stars. Her grandparents would patiently respond, and even if they were unsure, they would make it a point to provide her with the answers the following day. In those moments, she believed her grandparents possessed boundless wisdom. It was only upon growing up that she realized their profound love for her motivated them to seek answers to her questions. Do you know what that star is? Jiao Jiao raised her hand, pointing at the two stars that gazed at each other from either side of the Milky Way, and asked. Qian shook his head. He had never contemplated that those twinkling objects in the sky could possess names of their own. Could Jiao Jiao enlighten him? Jiao Jiao smiled and pointed at one of the stars, stating, this one is Altair, and that one is Vega. They were once a pair of star-crossed lovers, but were ultimately compelled to part ways. Qian furrowed his brow and inquired, why must they be separated? Shouldn't love always unite those who cherish one another? Jiao Jiao turned her head and noticed the confusion on Qian's face. She smiled and began to recount the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Initially, her intention was to convey the poignant love story of two individuals deeply in love yet tragically separated. To her surprise, upon finishing the story, Qian did not express any sense of sorrow. Jiao Jiao, I believe that the cowherd is not worthy of the weaver girl's affection, Qian stated with utmost seriousness, devoid of any jest. Intrigued by Qian's earnest demeanor, Jiao Jiao sat up and inquired, what leads you to this conclusion? Qian pondered for a moment before responding. He employed despicable means to compel the weaver girl to remain by his side as his companion. For this reason alone, he is unworthy of her love. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, having never contemplated such a possibility. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Qian's assertions were not without merit. A man, particularly a destitute one, resorting to the despicable act of stealing a fairy's clothes while she bathes, thereby compelling her to remain as his wife, was indeed reprehensible. Could it be that this tale was merely a ruse? Perhaps the true attachment of the weaving maiden was not to the cowherd, but rather to their two children? Jiao Jiao was startled by this sudden notion. If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly absurd. Jiao Jiao? Qian called her name several times before she snapped back to reality. Did I say something wrong? A hint of panic crossed Qian's face. He had merely expressed his thoughts without delving too deeply. No. Jiao Jiao suddenly laughed, realizing she had spent over 20 years moved by the love story of the cowherd and the weaving maiden, only to feel utterly deceived now. She grasped Qian's hand, exclaiming, you are absolutely right. Such a man is not deserving of a fairy-s affection. With Qian's affirmation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiao Jiao, you possess remarkable insight. I have never heard this story before, Qi Yin remarked as he sat up, holding Jiao Jiao's hand earnestly. I learned it from the elder beastmen of our tribe, she said, gazing up at the starry sky. Rest assured. With us by your side, you shall never encounter a malevolent figure like the cowherd again. Under the fervent gaze of Qi Yin, Jiao Jiao felt a warmth enveloping her, and by the time she regained her composure, her hand had already caressed his cheek. Jiao Jiao, startled as if struck by electricity, withdrew her hand, only to find it firmly grasped by Qi Yin. He held her hand and continued to place it against his handsome face, his gaze filled with yearning. It was impossible for Jiao Jiao to resist the allure of such a dashing man looking at her with such intensity. Yin, she murmured softly. Qi Yin swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down in a way that captivated Jiao Jiao. Before she even realized it, she kissed him. The warm, passionate kiss at his throat momentarily stunned Qi Yin, but soon he flipped over, pinning Jiao Jiao beneath him. Jiao Jiao, since they became partners. They had left the Fox clan and spent their time together, but despite sharing a bed, they had never crossed certain boundaries. Now, provoked by Jiao Jiao's boldness, Qi Yin found it impossible to contain himself. After an intimate encounter, Jiao Jiao nestled against Qi Yin, her cheeks flushed, her delicate hands resting softly on his chest, igniting a flutter in his heart. They remained entwined for a long while until the gentle rhythm of her breathing signaled her slumber, prompting Qi Yin to rise cautiously. As he descended the stairs, Mo Ran was ascending with a basin of warm water. Jiao Jiao loves cleanliness. You must help her wash up afterwards, he said, handing the water to Qi Yin before turning to leave. Upon reaching the bottom, he encountered Ziyi, who was sulking by the fire. According to their earlier arrangement, he should have been with Jiao Jiao that night. However, after a brief conversation with Mo Ran, this fox had seized the opportunity. All right, go to sleep quickly. I will keep watch, Mo Ran said with a resigned shake of his head, moving to the grass nest to check on the 3 cubs, adjusting the animal skins to ensure they were snug before taking a seat by the door. Z lay in the grass nest, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. His thoughts were simple. He believed Qi Yin had acted unreasonably and should have at least informed him beforehand. He was not so petty as to refuse permission. As he pondered, Qi Yin came downstairs and their eyes met. You should go up and be with Jiao Jiao. I will take care of Zhu Tian. The moment the once irate tiger heard this, all his grievances evaporated, and he dashed upstairs with remarkable speed. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao's sleeping face, he treaded lightly, lying down beside her. Once the wooden house fell silent, Zhu Tian, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He had heard every sound from upstairs and couldn't shake the image of Jiao Jiao's alluring face from his mind, a warmth spreading through his body. How wonderful it would be if such a beautiful and kind female could become his partner. The sudden thought startled Zhu Tian, who instinctively glanced toward the door where Mo Ran sat with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, allowing Zhu Tian to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, once an idea takes root, it spreads like spring grass, and despite his attempts to suppress it, he found himself unable to control his heart. Thus, he spent the night awake until dawn broke. Jiao Jiao woke to find herself already cleansed, a smile involuntarily playing upon her lips as she descended the stairs with a buoyant step. Zhu Tian, what brings you up so early? How do you feel? Jiao Jiao descended the stairs and noticed that Zhu Tian had already risen, prompting her to rush over. You are much better now. Originally, the males in the beast world possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, and with the additional healing pills that Jiao Jiao had secretly administered, his recovery was greatly expedited. That is wonderful. Jiao Jiao felt reassured and turned to fetch water for her morning ablutions. The diligent tiger swiftly approached, presenting the water he had prepared earlier to Jiao Jiao. He then went to retrieve a clean animal skin, obediently standing by as a makeshift towel rack, quietly observing her as she washed. Zhu Tian, seated beside the fire, nonetheless kept his gaze fixed on Jiao Jiao at the doorway as she attended to her grooming. Even if Jiao Jiao were somewhat obtuse, she could hardly fail to perceive the fervent gaze of Zhu Tian that lingered upon her day after day. When she turned her head, her eyes met Zhu Tian's, but before she could utter a word of inquiry, she noticed him bowing his head, evading her gaze. Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed by Zhu Tian's intentions. Jiao Jiao, this morning I discovered fish in the river, so I caught 2 and made soup. Would you like to have some? Mo Ran approached, gently lifting Jiao Jiao and bringing her to the fire, observing the bubbling white fish soup in the stone pot. Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. Mo Ran carefully ladled the soup, employing his abilities to cool it to a suitable temperature before presenting it to Jiao Jiao's lips. Zhu Tian was astonished by Mo Ran's series of actions. He had never imagined that abilities could be utilized in such a manner. It was indeed an eye-opening experience for him. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Jiao Jiao examined Zhu Tian's wounds. Discovering that the broken left arm from yesterday had remarkably healed, and the other injuries had faded to mere faint marks. Try to move it. Jiao Jiao removed the branch used to secure Zhu Tian's left arm and said to him. Zhu Tian lifted his arm slightly, feeling no discomfort. With a smile, he remarked, "It no longer hurts. Jiao Jiao, you are truly remarkable, even more so than the shaman of our tribe. That's wonderful." Jiao Jiao let out a sigh of relief, initially concerned about the possibility of the great eagle never soaring again. She had even entertained the thought of asking him to take her for a flight once he had fully recovered. "You shall continue your rest here for another day. We shall embark tomorrow," she said. Zhu Tian nodded in agreement. For a moment, the cabin was enveloped in silence, and Jiao Jiao felt an unprecedented awkwardness. As she pondered whether to change the subject, perhaps inquiring about the nature of his grievous injuries, Shi Kong slowly swam towards her. "Mother!" Shi Kang's small voice shattered the stillness. Jiao Jiao turned to see him struggling to reach her, and her heart softened as she bent down to scoop him up. "Mother?" Zhu Tian had never heard such a term of endearment, and he regarded Jiao Jiao with a hint of curiosity. "This is the term our tribe's children use for their mothers," Jiao Jiao explained, noting Zhu Tian's bewilderment. "Ah, I see. He actually possesses 4 stars?" Zhu Tian observed closely, suddenly unable to contain his astonishment. A newly hatched serpent beastman having 4 stars was an extraordinary rarity across the entire beast world continent. Indeed, Jiao Jiao tenderly teased Shi Kong with her fingers, while Shi Kong cautiously coiled his serpentine body around her digits. "What about the other 2 offspring?" Zhu Tian's gaze shifted towards the grassy nest where the other 2 snake cubs remained in slumber, and upon sensing them, he discerned they were of 2nd star quality. In comparison to the one before him, their innate talent was indeed inferior, yet they still stood as formidable beings among the progeny of the beast realm. Observing the little serpent beast in Jiao Jiao's hand, Zhu Tian increasingly felt that this female was quite extraordinary. Although he had been unconscious the previous day, he retained a vague awareness of his surroundings. He knew it was Jiao Jiao who had tended to his wounds and had placed something into his mouth. Though uncertain of what she had fed him, he was nearly convinced that it was that very substance that had enabled his swift recovery. Mo Ran was a 5-star beastman, and his offspring had been born with 4 stars. Thus, if it were his progeny, Zhu Tian's thin lips pressed together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, he gradually realized that Jiao Jiao seemed to harbor no particular interest in him, her gaze consistently directed towards her companions. A flicker of jealousy crossed Zhu Tian's eyes. He too longed for the attention of a female, to hear her unreserved praise, and to gaze into her crescent moon-like eyes, which only intensified the peculiar feelings stirring within him. Before long, the 2nd day arrived, the day Jiao Jiao and her companions planned to depart. Early in the morning, the companions had nearly finished packing, awaiting Jiao Jiao to awaken so they could eat and set off. Observing Zhu Tian sitting there as if nothing were amiss, Mo Ran's expression darkened as he contemplated how to broach the subject in a manner that would not offend her while facilitating her departure. Just as Mo Ran prepared to speak, Jiao Jiao stirred awake and descended slowly from the upper floor. "Are you all waiting for me?" Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes and saw her 3 companions and Zhu Tian gazing up at her. For some inexplicable reason, she felt the intensity of Zhu Tian's gaze was too scorching, inducing an unusual sensation within her. "Jiao Jiao." Mo Ran rose to greet her, lifting Jiao Jiao into his arms and heading outside to freshen up. "Ran, I always feel." Before Jiao Jiao could finish her words, she noticed Mo Ran signaling her with a glance, urging her to refrain from continuing. Startled, she wondered if Mo Ran had sensed something as well. What should she do? Although Zhu Tian appeared quite impressive and was undeniably handsome, for reasons she could not articulate, Jiao Jiao felt an inexplicable unease emanating from him, which troubled her greatly. Perhaps it would be best to observe the situation quietly for now. Mo Ran approached and lifted the freshly groomed Jiao Jiao, carrying her back to the warmth of the fire. "Jiao Jiao, this morning, Yin managed to catch some lamb. So I prepared a bit of lamb soup and roasted a leg of lamb. Which would you like to have first?" Seeing Ze holding a bowl and waiting for her decision, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. "Let us start with a little of the roasted leg of lamb." Ze promptly removed the leg of lamb, and before he could proceed, Qiyin effortlessly raised his hand, using his abilities to slice the lamb into delicate, thin pieces. Ze cast a glance at Qiyin, and they exchanged knowing smiles as they presented the neatly cut lamb to Jiao Jiao, who was then fed by Mo. Witnessing their seamless cooperation ignited a twinge of jealousy in Zhu Tian. If only he could care for Jiao Jiao in such a manner. Zhu Tian, we will be setting off again shortly. You. Jiao Jiao. I still feel a slight pain in my left arm. May I accompany you on your journey? Zhu Tian interjected, cutting off Jiao Jiao's words. Jiao Jiao was taken aback for a moment, only to sense the muscular embrace of Mo stiffening around her. She turned to glance at her other companions. And indeed, they all wore expressions of vigilance towards Zhu Tian. It was perplexing. Previously, Mo and Ze had been quite enthusiastic about finding her partners, yet now, in Zhu Tian's presence, they appeared so guarded. Regardless, if Mo and the others were unwilling to accept him, Jiao Jiao would not even entertain the thought. This may not be very convenient, Jiao Jiao said, somewhat awkwardly. The three of us are my partners. It is only natural for us to set out together. But you, I can join as well. Zhu Tian blurted out almost impulsively, immediately regretting his words. He sensed a palpable hostility emanating from Jiao Jiao's companions. While Mo and Ze were not particularly intimidating, it was the fearsome Qiyin, the seven-star beastman, that posed a real threat. Ahem. Jiao Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Do you not like me, Jiao Jiao? Now that the words had left his mouth, there was no possibility of recanting. Zhu Tian did not wish to squander this opportunity. He resolved to be bold. Jiao Jiao, I genuinely wish to be your partner. The last time someone confessed in front of his partners was Buck, who, if memory served, had been dissuaded by Mo. However, regarding the individual before her, Jiao Jiao had never heard Mo or the others speak of his capabilities, leaving her uncertain whether her companions were indeed Zhu Tian's rivals. Jiao Jiao, if you are unwilling, please feel free to say so. We will handle the rest. Mo gently grasped Jiao Jiao's hand, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Jiao Jiao glanced at the other two who, like Mo, offered her a reassuring smile, seemingly encouraging her to make her choice without hesitation. Why do you wish to become my partner? Do you have feelings for me? Jiao Jiao inquired. Zhu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question. He admitted that since their last separation, Jiao Jiao's visage had frequently occupied his mind, her every expression seemingly etched into his consciousness. Even during his brush with death, he regretted not having fought for her. Yet, after spending the past few days in companionship, Zhu Tian realized that his desire was more about claiming Jiao Jiao as his own. He yearned for the privilege of having a remarkable female like her, to share progeny, and to witness her tender words and radiant smiles directed at him. Yes, I do like you. After considerable contemplation, Zhu Tian nodded emphatically. Although his feelings might not be entirely pure, he believed it was nonetheless a form of affection, as he felt nothing similar towards other females. If you are concerned that your partners may not accept me, I am willing to challenge them. Perhaps noting Jiao Jiao's prolonged silence, Zhu Tian cast a glance at Mo and the others. Upon hearing this, Mo, Ze, and Qiyin immediately rose, preparing for a confrontation. Jiao Jiao anxiously gripped Mo's hand, yet Mo turned to her with a gentle smile. Jiao Jiao, if you truly wish to accept Zhu Tian, then do not hinder us. Sensing the determination in Mo and the others, Jiao Jiao hesitantly withdrew her hand. In the beast realm, it was common for partners to be challenged by males if the female showed any reluctance. The partner might even risk their life to defeat the rival. However, Jiao Jiao was uncertain whether she should accept Zhu Tian. Her hesitation stemmed from the fact that Zhu Tian indeed conformed to her aesthetic preferences, exuding a potent aura of dominance. In her previous life, she often fantasized about having such a partner. The conflict arose from her understanding that such a person would be difficult to control. He might not possess the same loyalty to her as Mo and the others did. He would have his own thoughts, and it would be challenging for others to alter his nature. Mo carefully placed Jiao Jiao at the door of the wooden house, instructing the three cubs to guard her well before he, Qiyin, and Ze approached Zhu Tian. To avoid involving the wooden house, they deliberately chose a more distant location for the confrontation. Zhu Tian pulled down the beast skin he wore slightly, revealing a beast pattern that he had intentionally concealed. Mo then realized that Zhu Tian was also a seven-star beastman, just like Qiyin's fox form. Given this circumstance, it was highly improbable that Mo and Ze would participate in the fight. The disparity was too great, and they could only place their hopes on Qiyin. Thus, they retreated to Jiao Jiao's side, seating themselves on either side of her. Qi Yin narrowed his phoenix eyes, surprised that the Eagle clan had such a formidable expert. He had never heard of any other seven-star beastmen on this continent before, indicating that Zhu Tian was quite cunning, capable of concealing his abilities. What about that injury he sustained? Qi Yin suddenly clenched his fists and charged at Zhu Tian. As the two collided, they both transformed back into their beast forms. This was Jiao Jiao's first glimpse of Qi Yin's massive beast form, which resembled a small hillside. She felt that with just a light swipe of his paw, he could easily flatten her. The 8 fiery red fox tails swaying behind him added to Qi Yin's imposing presence. Qi Yin was serious now. Mo Ran scoffed coldly, initially. He thought it would be sufficient to engage Zhu Tian in a spar to gauge his strength before allowing Jiao Jiao to take him in. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhu Tian was so calculating, capable of concealing his beast pattern. Such a shadowy figure was unworthy of being Jiao Jiao as partner. Would they be safe? Jiao Jiao inquired with a hint of concern, for regardless of her decision regarding Zhu Tian, she wished to avoid any harm befalling Qi Yin. They were both 7-star beastmen, a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Ziyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely shedding the earlier hostility. After all, witnessing the 7-star beastmen engage in combat up close was a rare opportunity for growth for beings of their kind. Mo Ran could not help but cast a glare at Ziyi, causing him to instinctively shrink back, obediently settling beside her in silence. Though the excitement in his eyes remained unabated. Do not fret, Jiao Jiao. If Zhu Tian truly wishes to be your companion, there shall be no danger. Jiao Jiao felt somewhat perplexed. What connection did this have to Zhu Tian's sincerity? Could it be that if he truly wished to be her partner, he would show leniency towards other suitors? Perhaps it was not leniency, but rather a refusal to strike with full force? Upon contemplating this possibility, Jiao Jiao's earlier tension dissipated, and her eyes sparkled with the same excitement as Ziyi's. Mo Ran glanced at Jiao Jiao, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he lifted her into his lap. That moment, even though many years had passed, was one worth cherishing. She had never imagined that the conflicts among high-ranking males could be so terrifying. The mountain that had been there just moments ago vanished in an instant, leaving behind an unfathomable abyss. According to Mo Ran, they were still holding back in their confrontations. Jiao Jiao found it hard to imagine what the scene would be like if they were to let loose. Jiao Jiao, would you like to try sitting on my back? Zhu Tian's voice pulled Jiao Jiao back to reality. His eyes filled with anticipation as he eagerly awaited her response. Sure. Jiao Jiao nodded and reached out, attempting to climb onto Zhu Tian's back. However, despite Zhu Tian's efforts to crouch down, his towering beastly form remained too high for her to ascend. Just as Jiao Jiao pondered how to mount him, a warm arm encircled her waist. And with a gentle leap, she found herself soaring through the air. When she descended once more, she had already landed upon Zhu Tian's eagle-like back. Qi Yin, will you also be joining us up here? Jiao Jiao was taken aback to see that the crimson flame, which had embraced her, had no intention of descending. For as long as she could remember, both Mo Ran's crimson flame and Ziyi had always traveled in their respective beast forms, never having sat atop one another's. However, witnessing the current state of the crimson flame, it appeared eager to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies. A voice emerged from behind her. Upon turning, she was astonished to find not only Crimson Flame and Mo Ran, but also Ziyi's large tiger had climbed onto the back of the eagle. You all, rest assured, our small group poses no challenge to Zhu Tian, Mo Ran declared, nonchalantly taking a seat beside Jiao Jiao. He then retrieved previously washed apples and some jerky prepared by Ziyi from his leather pouch. What about the wooden cabin? Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety. She had yet to reveal to Zhu Tian the existence of her spatial abilities. Initially, she had intended for Mo Ran to use his serpent tail to carry the wooden house along their journey. However, with him now aboard, would they have to abandon the house? No worries, he can grasp the wooden house with his claws as we travel. Mo Ran reassured her, patting Zhu Tian's back. Am I right, Zhu Tian? Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, I am about to take off, so hold on tight, Zhu Tian announced, and at that moment, Jiao Jiao watched as he began to flap his wings. With the rush of wind roaring in her ears, she looked down and realized they had already ascended into the sky. Initially concerned that if Zhu Tian flew too swiftly, she might be blown off his back. She was pleasantly surprised to find the wind's roar was significant, yet she felt remarkably secure. It seemed Zhu Tian had adjusted his angle for a steadier flight. Having spent her time on the ground, she had not fully grasped the grandeur of the beast realm. Now, soaring high above, She gazed down at the lush forests and meandering rivers, enveloped in a surreal sensation. Wow, so this is what it looks like from above. Ziyi exclaimed from the eagle's back, reaching out to feel the might of the wind. Jiao Jiao, look over there. That patch of woods is a brilliant red. How extraordinary. And look there, it appears ferocious beasts are engaged in combat. Since they had taken to the skies, Ziyi had been incessantly chattering, pulling Jiao Jiao into his excitement. Ferocious beasts fighting? Jiao Jiao curiously glanced over and, indeed, spotted several grotesque and fearsome creatures surrounded by swirling black flames, glaring fiercely at one another. Nearby lay a fallen beast, trampled underfoot by another. So, it turns out that these formidable beasts also engage in combat? Jiao Jiao. Would you like to taste the meat of these beasts? Yin inquired softly, casting a glance. Do you enjoy the meat of these fearsome creatures? Tian asked while fluttering his wings. Yes, Jiao Jiao exclaimed, asserting that the meat of the beasts is tender and delicious. Zi affirmed with certainty. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jiao Jiao felt a descent in altitude. Tian swiftly landed beside the river. And after setting down Jiao Jiao and the others, turned to Yin and said, let us go and capture a beast. Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of concern as she counted. There should be 7 or 8 ferocious beasts in that area, from her previous encounters. She knew that these creatures far surpassed ordinary wild animals in ferocity. If there were only 1 or 2, she would not be overly worried. But the sheer number this time was rather alarming. Do not fret, we shall return swiftly. Yin reassured her as he leaped onto Tian's back. The two soared into the sky once more, heading towards the forest where the beasts had recently been spotted. With so many ferocious creatures in that vicinity, would they truly be safe? Jiao Jiao looked anxiously in the direction they had departed, murmuring her concerns. Do not worry, Mo Ran reassured her, taking her hand and guiding her to the freshly laid animal skins, encouraging her to sit and rest. In the meantime, he retrieved the stone pot from their supplies. Since they had decided to take a breather, it was only natural to prepare some food. Ziyi, sitting beside Jiao Jiao, kindled the fire and set the stone pot over it to boil water, while Mo Ran plunged into the river, hoping to catch a few fish. Jiao Jiao silently seated herself upon the animal hide, anxiously glancing skyward from time to time. Before long, she heard the sound of water breaking, and she quickly turned her head to look. Jiao Jiao, can this be eaten? Mo Ran held up a river clam, which appeared astonishingly larger than any she had seen in her previous life. However, she had heard that the flesh of river clams was not particularly palatable. So she shook her head in disapproval. Undeterred, Mo Ran prepared to discard the clam in search of other finds. Wait. Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled a live stream she had watched, in which pearls were extracted from within clams. This river clam in the beastly world was so large and untouched, she wondered if it might contain pearls. Ran, could you assist me in prying it open to take a look? Mo Ran emerged from the water, holding the clam, and proceeded to pry it open before Jiao Jiao's eyes. Jiao Jiao hurriedly approached and squatted down. Once she saw clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The river clam was filled with an abundance of pearls, densely packed, surely numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Does Jiao Jiao fancy this? Mo Ran squeezed out a purplish pearl from the clam's flesh and presented it before Jiao Jiao, inquiring. Surely no female could resist such beautiful pearls. Jiao Jiao joyfully accepted the gift, for she had never before laid eyes on purple pearls. They were truly exquisite. If strung together to form a necklace, they would undoubtedly be stunning. It turned out that these were called pearls. Mo Ran's dark eyes narrowed slightly with delight, since Jiao Jiao was fond of them. He resolved to gather more. I shall fetch a few more, he declared. Yet, before long, Mo Ran had brought up a dozen or even 20 river clams. If Jiao Jiao had not intervened, he would have likely attempted to dredge up every clam in the river. That is enough. This is already more than sufficient. Jiao Jiao gazed at the towering mountain of river clams before her, contemplating the countless pearls that could emerge from such a bounty. She could almost envision herself adorned in resplendent jewels for the entirety of her life. Jiao Jiao, you sit there. I shall extract these pearls, cleanse them, and present them to you. Jiao Jiao attempted to intervene several times, only to be gently rebuffed by Mo Ran. Reluctantly, she remained seated upon the animal hide, observing as Mo Ran diligently searched through the river clams for pearls. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky, prompting Jiao Jiao to glance upward, where she discerned the return of Zhu Tian and Yin. Curiously, they did not land near her, but chose instead to alight at a greater distance. Puzzled, Jiao Jiao rose and stood on tiptoe to get a better view. They are fine. They will come over shortly. Mo Ran cast a brief glance upward before resuming her task of sorting pearls. With acute vision typical of males, Imoran had already noted that both men were covered in blood, likely the result of a skirmish with a fierce beast. To avoid alarming Jiao Jiao, they had opted for a more isolated spot to clean themselves before approaching. Reassured by Imoran's words, Jiao Jiao felt an inexplicable calm wash over her. In no time, Zhu and Qi Yin made their way toward her, their bodies and heads damp, as though they had just emerged from a plunge into the water. Are you both uninjured? Jiao Jiao carefully scrutinized the two individuals and discovered only minor abrasions with no significant wounds, which allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. No. Qian's voice sounded somewhat exhilarated. Jiao Jiao cast a puzzled glance at Imoran, unable to comprehend why Qi Yin and the others were so exhilarated merely for having captured a few ferocious beasts. Qi Yin rarely encounters a worthy opponent. The thrill of battling alongside someone of equal prowess is naturally exhilarating, Imoran remarked. Jiao Jiao, feeling helpless, walked into the adjacent wooden cabin. Taking advantage of the cover, she retrieved 2 pieces of clean animal hide from her spatial pouch before returning to the side of Qi Yin and Zhu Tian. Hurry and wipe it off. Jiao Jiao handed 1 piece of beast skin to Zhu Tian, while gently placing another atop Qi Yan's head, tenderly rubbing it. Initially, Zhu Tian felt a flicker of joy at Jiao Jiao's concern for him. But that fleeting happiness was swiftly overshadowed by a pang of jealousy upon witnessing her affectionately tending to Qi Yan's hair. Although their previous confrontation had yielded no clear victor, it was widely accepted that he would eventually become Jiao Jiao's partner, a notion that had compelled him to remain in the group. However, as days passed, he found himself still unable to attain the status of her true companion. A nagging thought crossed his mind. Was she reluctant to become his mate? Strong males are less susceptible to the cold. Do not concern yourself with them, Jiao Jiao. Come and see these exquisite pearls. Imoran remarked as he approached Jiao Jiao, cradling a large bundle of pearls wrapped in beast skin. He unveiled the treasure, revealing hundreds of shimmering pearls within. Wow! Jiao Jiao gasped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting about Qi Yin and moving closer to Imoran. Zhu Tian felt perplexed. Those round beads served no purpose for sustenance. So why did Jiao Jiao seem so enamored? Select a few, and I shall drill holes in them to string with beast sinew. Wearing them around your neck would be absolutely stunning, Jiao Jiao suggested, her hands moving from her head. Qi Yin, unable to suppress a glare at Imoran, sensed intentionality behind his actions. Yet, it was evident that Jiao Jiao truly adored the pearls, prompting Zhu Tian to join them, scrutinizing the pearls closely. These little treasures are so lustrous, they would look enchanting adorning Jiao Jiao's neck. Beast sinew? Jiao Jiao was somewhat perplexed upon first encountering such terminology. Qi Yin offered a faint smile and called out to Ziyi, who had just finished dealing with the ferocious beast, instructing him to leave a bit of beast sinew behind, as she intended to use it to string beads for Jiao Jiao later. Ziyi promptly acknowledged her and soon returned with a piece of sinew and a sizable chunk of beast meat. After handing the sinew to Qi Yin, Ziyi busied himself with preparing a meal. He simmered the leftover lamb bones from breakfast to create a broth, and once it reached a boil, he added the blanched lamb meat to stew gently. Having completed these tasks, he began to slice the beast meat, then found a stone slab to grind it down, adding some previously rendered oil to commence frying. Meanwhile, Jiao Jiao and Qi Yin selected a few pearls of similar hue and size. Qi Yin utilized her extraordinary abilities to drill holes through them, then strung them with the sinew brought back by Ziyi, presenting the finished creation to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao then realized that this beast tendon bore a striking resemblance to the rubber bands of her previous life, both possessing a certain elasticity. Might this beast tendon be fashioned into a hair tie? Since arriving in the beast realm, Jiao Jiao had always worn her hair down. While this was manageable most of the time, it occasionally proved cumbersome, particularly when bending down to eat, as it would often get in the way. A yin. Could you assist me in creating a shorter one? Jiao Jiao fumbled with her words for quite some time before Qi Yin finally grasped her intent. It must be said, Qi Yin's dexterity was truly remarkable. In no time, a simple hair tie was crafted. Jiao Jiao took it and tried it on, only to find it somewhat uncomfortable. What if I wrap this beast tendon with a thinner layer of beast skin? Would that be better? Qi Yin observed as Jiao Jiao tied her hair with the beast tendon and then untied it, only to wince as her hair seemed to get caught, causing her to grimace in discomfort. Let's give it a try. Qi Yin smiled as he took the makeshift hair tie from Jiao Jiao's hands and turned to find some beast skin. At that moment, Imoran approached, holding a section of snake skin. Try using this. Without hesitation, Qi Yin handed the imperfect hair tie to Imoran before turning back to assist Zhu Tian in processing the beast meat. Imoran sat down, meticulously and earnestly wrapping the beast tendon completely in the snake skin. After tugging on it a few times to ensure no beast tendon would be exposed, he confidently passed it back to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, give it another try. It might feel better now. Jiao Jiao gazed in astonishment at the newly refreshed hair tie, utterly captivated by its beauty. Even if it could not be used to secure her hair, it would serve splendidly as a decorative accessory. Observing Jiao Jiao casually fastening her hair at the back of her head only to release it again. This time she exhibited no discomfort, allowing Imoran to feel reassured. This is not only highly functional but also aesthetically pleasing. I absolutely adore it. Jiao Jiao spoke as she wrapped her arms around Imoran's neck, gently placing a kiss on his cheek. Imoran smiled slightly, returning to his task of fashioning colorful hair ties from the remaining beast tendons and other hides. Upon completing his work, he noticed Jiao Jiao heading towards the riverbank. And fearing she might hurt her feet, he rushed over and lifted her into his arms. It's all right. The ground here is flat and free of stones, so I won't hurt my feet, she replied playfully, lifting her little foot. Besides, I'm wearing straw sandals. Despite her reassurances, Imoran showed no intention of setting her down, carrying her directly to the river's edge. Before the reflection in the water, Jiao Jiao styled her hair into a high ponytail and then turned to Imoran, who was gazing at her intently, and asked, Imoran, do I look good? His eyes lit up. Jiao Jiao was inherently beautiful, but with her hair now pulled back, her face was fully revealed, creating a striking impression. Moreover, the pearl necklace adorning her neck enhanced her allure even further. Jiao Jiao, you look truly stunning. From a distance, Qi Yin and Zhu Tian, who were preparing the beast meat, also caught sight of Jiao Jiao's appearance. With Qi Yin readily offering his praise, Zhu Tian silently agreed. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Imoran smiled gently, reaching out to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. My Jiao Jiao is the most beautiful female in the world. Jiao Jiao, come and eat. Ziyi soon called out, having finished preparing the beast meat, noticing that Jiao Jiao was still by the riverbank. Coming. Jiao Jiao responded with a cheerful acknowledgement and hurried towards Ziyi. As she ran, her ponytail swayed gracefully, exuding a vibrant and sunny disposition. Jiao Jiao, I feel as if you become even more beautiful. Ziyi was momentarily entranced, causing the last batch of meat to become burnt. Jiao Jiao tucked her scattered hair behind her ear and playfully remarked at the overcooked meat. It seems my Yi's skill in frying meat has indeed declined. Only then did Ziyi realize the meat was burnt to a crisp, feeling a twinge of regret. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a moment. Ziyi lowered his head, humbly admitting his mistake. It's all right. I'm quite curious to see how this charred meat tastes, Jiao Jiao replied, picking up a piece, letting it cool, and then popping it into her mouth. Not bad at all. Ziyi, you should give it a try. After saying this, she held out another piece to his lips. Without hesitation, Ziyi opened his mouth to receive it. Indeed, it has a unique flavor. The originally well-cooked beast meat was tender and melted in the mouth, while the charred pieces offered an unexpected aromatic delight that left one craving for more. I shall prepare some more like this, Ziyi declared, slicing another piece and frying it until crispy. This made Jiao Jiao's appetite soar, and she indulged in several pieces before reluctantly stopping. Ugh, Jiao Jiao said, rubbing her slightly rounded belly, feeling discomfort as she stood up. I accidentally overindulged. I think I'll take a stroll nearby to get some exercise. Jiao Jiao rose to her feet, and Zhu Tian promptly followed suit. Imoran merely cast a glance without uttering a word, instead accompanying Qi Yin to attend to the unfinished beast meat, while Ziyi naturally proceeded to wash the dishes. Gazing at the azure sky, a sight she had never encountered in her previous life, along with the remarkably fresh air, Jiao Jiao's spirits lifted considerably. In the distance, she spotted a cluster of wildflowers and hurriedly made her way over, gathering a few to weave into a garland, which she then adorned upon her head. Does it look beautiful? Jiao Jiao turned around and was surprised to find Zhu Tian following her instead of Imoran. How beautiful! Zhu Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded. After all, Zhu Tian was not yet her partner, and this intimate interaction made Jiao Jiao feel inexplicably nervous. Noticing that Jiao Jiao was fiddling with the flower crown atop her head, Zhu Tian stepped forward to assist her in adjusting it. Jiao Jiao is the most enchanting female I have ever seen. A sudden warmth crept to Jiao Jiao's cheeks, prompting her to hastily cover her face with her hand. Seeing her shyness stirred something within Zhu Tian. Before he realized it, he had already pressed his lips against hers. This unexpected kiss rendered Jiao Jiao momentarily speechless, her mind blank as she gazed at the handsome face before her, magnified countless times. She had assumed he was an aloof male god but was taken aback by his assertiveness. With such a charming man before her, there was naturally no reason to refuse. She wrapped her arms around Jiao Jiao's neck and deepened the kiss. As their breaths grew heavier, Jiao Jiao instinctively pushed Jiao Jiao to the ground, preparing to take the next step when she abruptly pushed him away. Despite the casual nature of relations in the beast world, where mutual attraction often led to intimate encounters, Jiao Jiao, with her modern sensibilities, found it hard to accept. However, Jiao Jiao was bewildered. He did not comprehend why Jiao Jiao had rejected him. Wearing an expression of hurt, Jiao Jiao looked at Jiao Jiao's wounded face and realized her overreaction. She quickly got up, brushing off the grass that had stuck to her. I think we've had enough fun. Let's head back. As she fled the scene, Jiao Jiao let out a long sigh and followed her. By the time Jiao Jiao returned, Emma Ran and the others had finished their tasks and were resting on the first floor of the wooden house. Upon her entrance, they were about to speak when they saw her hastily ascend the stairs. Exchanging glances, the three suddenly seemed to recall something and stood up. When Jiao Jiao entered, he found the other three glaring at him with hostility, and his heart sank. Did you make Jiao Jiao angry? What did you do to her? Did you bully her? They questioned in unison, leaving Jiao Jiao bewildered. Once he clarified the situation, Emma Ran burst into laughter, leaving the others looking confused. Jiao Jiao is different from other females. She is shy. How could you expect her to agree to such things in the wild? After Emma Ran's explanation, Ziyi and Qi Yin nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao felt a wave of frustration. He realized he had acted too hastily without considering Jiao Jiao's feelings. I haven't hunted in a long time. I need to stretch my legs, Emma Ran said, transforming into a large serpent and swimming away. Just before leaving, he turned back and called the three youngsters along. Ziyi and Qi Yin exchanged glances. We should go for a stroll too. Jiao Jiao understood that they were intentionally giving him a chance. So with a heart full of trepidation, he ascended the stairs. Upon hearing footsteps above, Jiao Jiao turned to see Jiao Jiao's gaze meet hers, and she instinctively lowered her head to avoid his eyes. I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao approached her, his warm hand gently enveloping her delicate one and placing it over his heart. I was too hasty. I was merely jealous of how kind you were to them. And yet I found myself without the right to feel envious. Seeing his eyes glisten with unshed tears softened Jiao Jiao's heart. She cupped his face in her hands and softly kissed his lips, silencing his further words. Jiao Jiao was momentarily stunned, but as he regained his composure, he wrapped his arms around her head, deepening the kiss as they tumbled into the grass nest. After a passionate encounter, Jiao Jiao succumbed to exhaustion. Indeed, these men of the beast world were not to be trifled with. Their vigor seemed boundless. As he gazed at the slumbering Jiao Jiao, his eyes fell upon the eagle-headed beast mark on her left shoulder. Jiao Jiao pressed a satisfied kiss on her forehead. He finally had a claim on her. Carefully withdrawing his hand, which had been pinned beneath her, he descended the stairs cautiously. Remembering how Qi Yin had helped Jiao Jiao clean up after their encounter, Jiao Jiao hurriedly prepared water to assist her. Just as he was pouring the water, the other three returned. Upon catching the strong scent of Jiao Jiao and Jiao Jiao, they exchanged glances and entered the wooden house without a word. The three young snakes, however, looked at Jiao Jiao with curiosity. So, Jiao Jiao, does this mean you are now our father beast? Shikong inquired. Emma Ran shot a cold glance at Shikong, causing him to retract his head in fright, though he could not understand why the father beast reacted so. When Jiao Jiao finally awoke, the world outside was shrouded in darkness, with the faint sound of the wind howling in the distance. Ran. Jiao Jiao instinctively called out, I'm here. Emma Ran slightly raised his serpent head, leaning closer so that Jiao Jiao could touch his serpentine body. Previously, a small beast hide had appeared over there, prompting us to continue our journey day by day. Emma Ran transformed into his beastman form and gently held Jiao Jiao's small hand. Are you hungry? Or would you prefer some water? Jiao Jiao shook her head, the surroundings enveloped in darkness. Had it not been for the sound, she would have been oblivious to Emma Ran's location. Jiao Jiao, please wait a moment. Jiao Jiao felt her hand being released, followed by the sound of Emma Ran rising and descending the stairs. Before long, she saw Emma Ran approaching with a torch in hand. As light filled her surroundings, Jiao Jiao finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, the occurrence of beast tides was troubling her. This term had emerged with alarming frequency lately, causing her unease. Indeed, it was the rainy season, and wild beasts tended to seek higher ground to avoid sudden floods. Thus, it was not uncommon to witness small groups of beasts migrating together. So that was it. During her time in the beast realm, Jiao Jiao had been so well protected that she had nearly forgotten that this realm was fraught with peril. It was still early before dawn, Jiao Jiao, would you like to sleep a little longer? Jiao Jiao glanced at the pitch-black exterior, contemplating that if she refrained from slumber, her fellow companions would likely find no respite either. Despite her current lack of drowsiness, it was still prudent to lie down obediently. Very well. Jiao Jiao, with a playful demeanor, grasped Mo Ran's hand as they both reclined together, resting her head upon Mo Ran's arm. She encircled his slender waist with her hand. The moment she made contact, she distinctly felt him shudder ever so slightly. This man, with whom she had shared the bond of parenthood, remained so acutely sensitive. In the darkness of the night, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but let a smile play upon her lips, feigning nonchalance as she casually draped her hand around Mo Ran's waist, even mischievously caressing him lightly. The firmness of his muscles, the sensation, it was simply intoxicating. Had it not been for her prior encounter with Zhu Tian, which left her still feeling somewhat sore, she would have undoubtedly indulged in further teasing her captivating companion. Jiao Jiao. Mo Ran's voice was husky as he seized the restless little hand at his waist. Jiao Jiao raised her gaze, perfectly positioned to see the tantalizing movement of Mo Ran's Adam's apple, an undeniably alluring sight. Jiao Jiao, please remain still. I fear I might. The depths of Mo Ran's eyes simmered with desire, causing Jiao Jiao to instinctively retract her neck, too intimidated to move again. Thus, they embraced until dawn broke, while Zhu Tian found a suitable place to settle, aware that the female was relatively delicate and required sustenance 3 times a day. As Zhu Tian had just placed down the wooden cabin, a shadow darted out swiftly. What is happening? Zhu Tian, reverting to his beastman form, inquired with a hint of confusion. The two individuals downstairs exchanged puzzled glances until Jiao Jiao descended, a mischievous grin adorning her face, prompting the others to connect the dots. When Mo Ran returned, he was drenched, clutching a rather large shrimp in his hand, which seemed to weigh several pounds. Jiao Jiao. I just found this in the river. Is it edible? Jiao Jiao's eyes widened at the sight of such a sizable shrimp, nodding vigorously. This is called shrimp. It's delicious. Are there more in the river? Seeing her enthusiasm, Mo Ran smiled knowingly. There are plenty more. I shall go catch some now. With the collaboration of Mo Ran and Zhu Tian, Jiao Jiao soon found herself surrounded by a heap of lively shrimp. One particularly energetic shrimp leaped high, nearly colliding with her, but fortunately, Qi Yin reacted swiftly, pulling her aside. Jiao Jiao, perhaps we should maintain a safe distance. Qi Yin squinted slightly, contemplating that had Jiao Jiao not mentioned their edibility, he would have been tempted to use his abilities to dismantle them all at once. All right. Jiao Jiao nodded, still feeling apprehensive. It is important to note that the shrimp are quite large, and their shells are naturally hard, with the sharp spines at the tail being particularly formidable. A single prick could result in a severe injury. Jiao Jiao, please tell me how to eat these creatures. I can hardly restrain myself from wanting to cook them immediately. Z had witnessed the earlier scene, albeit from a distance, and by the time he decided to approach, Qi Yin had already taken the lead. Those wretched shrimp. I yearn to avenge Jiao Jiao and cook them all. Why don't you try boiling a few first? Jiao Jiao suggested, considering that it was morning and a lighter meal would be preferable. As for other cooking methods, she realized she lacked seasonings, and even if she prepared them, the taste would likely be less than satisfactory. Reflecting on seasonings, Jiao Jiao's consciousness shifted to the space marketplace. Upon entering, she noticed her points displayed on the panel had risen to 1,800. However, she distinctly remembered having only 800 points before. To her surprise, the bond with Zhu Tian had rewarded her with an additional 1,000 points, which was far more than what she received with her previous partners. System. Why was the reward for this bond significantly greater than before? Host. It is because Zhu Tian is not only a 7-star beastman but also possesses dual abilities. Thus the rewards are correspondingly higher. Dual abilities? Jiao Jiao recalled that Mo Ran had mentioned Zhu Tian possessed lightning-based abilities, and she had never heard of any other hidden powers he might have. Was it true that this great eagle was not as honest as he seemed? The thought that she had already formed a bond with him filled her with a tinge of anger. Had she been deceived? What other abilities did Zhu Tian possess aside from his lightning powers? There was also wind magic. The system's voice appeared to exude a certain arrogance, which only heightened Jiao Jiao's displeasure. This insidious system, clearly privy to everything, why would it remain silent? Jiao Jiao, the shrimp is ready, came Ziyi's voice, prompting Jiao Jiao to hurriedly exit her spatial realm. Before her lay a vibrant red shrimp, boiled to perfection. Yet she found herself at a loss on how to begin. The shell appeared exceedingly tough, making it seem quite difficult to peel. Just as she contemplated retrieving the dagger she had exchanged for to deal with the wandering beasts, Ran returned. His body was dry, and before approaching her, he had deliberately lingered by the fire to avoid transmitting any damp chill to her. This shrimp shell is too hard. Allow me to assist you in peeling it. Ran offered, settling beside Jiao Jiao and directly taking a shrimp in hand. However, due to his lack of experience, the peeling proved somewhat laborious. Ultimately, it was Jiao Jiao who imparted some techniques to him, enabling him to extract a complete, succulent shrimp. To give it a try, see if it pleases your palate. Ran suggested, tearing off a morsel of shrimp meat and bringing it to her lips. Jiao Jiao opened her mouth to take a bite. Discovering the shrimp was sweet and exceptionally delicious. It's utterly delightful. Jiao Jiao smiled with satisfaction, her eyes instantly transforming into crescent moons reminiscent of the evening sky. Noticing her delight, the other companions eagerly joined the shrimp peeling brigade. Before long, all the large shrimps that Zi had cooked were expertly shelled. Jiao Jiao gazed at the mound of pristine shrimp meat before her. I cannot possibly eat all of this. I'll take 2, and you may share the rest. Having spent considerable time together, her companions were well aware of her modest appetite, and thus, they readily accepted her offer, each taking their share of the delectable morsels. Wow, this is delicious, Zi exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with contentment. Since he had joined Jiao Jiao, he had savored numerous dishes he had never encountered before. It was sheer bliss. Ran cast a sidelong glance at a certain large tiger, finding his somewhat foolish demeanor rather endearing, at least because he seemed genuinely happy. In the next moment, a large shrimp found its way to his lips. Ran, don't just feed me. You should eat as well. Ran smiled slightly, his gaze towards Jiao Jiao brimming with affection. He lowered his head, took a bite, chewed a few times, and exclaimed, Indeed, it is quite delectable. He then made sure to tear off a piece of shrimp meat and feed it to Jiao Jiao. To think that in this beastly realm, there would be such a bounty of delicious food. The mere thought of heading to the seaside, where an abundance of seafood awaited, filled Jiao Jiao with anticipation. How much longer until we reach the coast? Jiao Jiao, having satisfied her hunger, nestled into Ran's embrace and inquired. Ran cast a glance at Zhu Tian, who immediately understood. In approximately 7 or 8 sunsets, we shall arrive. If you are anxious, Jiao Jiao, I can alternate carrying the wooden hut with Ran. If we travel day and night, we could reach our destination in no more than 3 days. Jiao Jiao waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that there was no need to be so anxious. Despite her words, over the next 2 days, she distinctly felt that the passage of time was accelerating. One day, after dinner, Zhu Tian gazed thoughtfully at the group, ultimately directing his attention to the bundles beside them. Since encountering them, he had been burdened with so much luggage. After so many days, the amount had remained unchanged. Even after he and Qi Yin had returned from slaying numerous fierce beasts, the meat they had brought back had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that someone in the group was pilfering food? Zhu Tian's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the large tiger. Could it be Zi? However, he quickly shook his head in denial. Zi was too innocent to commit such an act. Not Zi, then perhaps it was Qi Yin? As if sensing Zhu Tian's scrutiny, Qi Yin met his gaze, prompting Zhu Tian to instantly dismiss that thought. Although this fox was cunning, he genuinely cared for Jiao Jiao and was unlikely to engage in such behavior. Ultimately, Zhu Tian's eyes settled on the taciturn Ran, who was Jiao Jiao's first beast husband and shared the closest bond with her. If anyone were to have secretly consumed the food, it might be him. Yet outright theft seemed improbable. With the 3 individuals ruled out, a question arose. Where had all that meat gone? Even if it had been turned into jerky. Where was the jerky? Jiao Jiao, after several days of travel, should we take a little more time to rest here? The rainy season was now more than halfway over, with rain falling almost daily. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao's wooden cabin provided a degree of comfort along the journey. Today, the rain had ceased, and the sun had made a rare appearance. Jiao Jiao gazed at the 2 rainbows in the sky and nodded in agreement. Sure, although we have been in the cabin, it is rather small, and our range of movement is limited. Now that the rain has stopped, I would like to take a stroll nearby. I'll accompany you for a walk while they rest here. Upon hearing this, Zi immediately felt displeased. After days of travel, he had not had the chance to be alone with Jiao Jiao for quite some time. He hurriedly moved closer. I want to join too. However, before he could finish his sentence, he sensed a murderous aura, causing him to swallow his words. Zi, why don't you join me in hunting for some prey nearby? Perhaps we can find new beasts for Jiao Jiao to taste. The previously dejected Zi, upon hearing Qi Yan's suggestion, quickly cast aside his earlier sorrow and happily followed Qi Yin to hunt. As the rain cleared, the sky was graced by the vibrant rainbows, while the flowers, nourished by the rain, burst forth in a dazzling display. How beautiful! Jiao Jiao plucked a flower and tucked it behind her ear. Turning to Imo Ran and asking, Ran, does it look beautiful? Imo Ran smiled faintly and nodded. You are the most beautiful. Observing the seemingly troubled expression on Imo Ran's face, Jiao Jiao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Ran, is there something you wish to discuss with me privately? Jiao Jiao is not foolish. The intentions of Imo Ran were exceedingly evident. It is utterly impossible to claim that there are no secrets. Jiao Jiao, have you yet to disclose to Zhu Tian the matter of your space? Jiao Jiao just recalled that she indeed had not mentioned the existence of her space to Zhu Tian. How could she have forgotten? Jiao Jiao awkwardly scratched her head. It truly was not her fault. Ever since they became partners, they had been preoccupied with their journey, leaving little opportunity for her to spend time alone with Zhu Tian. Thus, she had never thought about this matter. As the conversation progressed, Jiao Jiao glanced around and tugged at Imo Ran's arm, urging him to lean in closer. Ran, are you aware that Zhu Tian possesses dual abilities? Dual abilities? Imo Ran squinted, realizing that not only was he unaware, but the others in their party likely were as well. Such dual abilities were exceedingly rare in the beast realm, with very few individuals possessing them. How did Jiao Jiao come to this knowledge? While he felt astonished, Imo Ran also found it peculiar that he and the other males had not noticed this, leaving him to wonder how Jiao Jiao had acquired such information. Jiao Jiao did not anticipate that Imo Ran would pose such a question. Her intention was merely to seek Imo Ran's perspective, as she still harbored some reservations regarding Zhu Tian, which led her to conceal the matter of her dual abilities. Now, confronted by Imo Ran's inquiry, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Jiao Jiao's apparent discomfort, Imo Ran promptly shifted the conversation. Why had Zhu Tian never disclosed his dual abilities despite the passage of time? Was he intentionally holding back information from them? With the topic redirected, Jiao Jiao let out a sigh of relief. She too was concerned about this point, which was why she hesitated to reveal the matter of her spatial abilities to Zhu Tian. Imo Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, if a partner cannot offer genuine trust, it is unwise to share one's secrets, as such revelations could be perilous. If Zhu Tian harbored any ulterior motives, the moment Jiao Jiao disclosed the information about her space, should he divulge it, her situation could become precarious. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. Imo Ran found himself unable to make a decisive judgment, for this matter directly pertained to Jiao Jiao's safety, and he dared not act impulsively. After meandering outside for a while, they began their journey back. Just as they neared their previous resting spot, Ziyi suddenly dashed toward them. Observing the exuberant expression on that foolish tiger, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of exasperation. However, she was unprepared for the astonishment that would follow from Ziyi's next statement. Jiao Jiao? Imo Ran? Did you know? Zhu Tian actually possesses dual abilities. Witnessing Ziyi's excitement, Jiao Jiao and Imo Ran exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Could it be that their previous assumptions were incorrect and Zhu Tian had not been deliberately concealing his abilities? What was happening? Imo Ran was the first to regain his composure. He quickly pulled Ziyi aside to inquire further. It just happened. I had returned from hunting with Qi Yin, and while I went to the riverbank to handle the prey, I'm not sure how it unfolded, but Qi Yin and Zhu Tian ended up fighting. And I saw Zhu Tian using wind abilities. Was he a lightning type before? I thought it was really cool at the time. The subsequent chatter faded into the background as Jiao Jiao and Imo Ran lost interest in the details. What on earth had transpired that led Zhu Tian and Qi Yin to clash so violently, compelling Zhu Tian to employ wind abilities? The two hastened their steps toward the wooden cabin, and before they could draw near, they were met with a deafening explosion. Had it not been for Imo Ran's quick reflexes, transforming into a serpent form to shield Jiao Jiao with his body, she too would have been caught in the chaos. Yet even under Imo Ran's protection, Jiao Jiao could not suppress a terrified scream. Jiao Jiao felt a tremendous wave of heat accompanied by twigs and weeds rushing towards her. She exclaimed in surprise and instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, only to soon experience a refreshing coolness. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that Imo Ran had used his serpentine body to block the debris, thus safeguarding her. Jiao Jiao let out a long sigh. She genuinely believed she was about to meet the king of hell. Stop. Imo Ran glanced at Jiao Jiao, ensuring she was unharmed before he bellowed angrily at the two still embroiled in combat. Zhu Tian immediately ceased his assault, his keen eyes quickly spotting Jiao Jiao shielded by Imo Ran's serpentine form. A wave of panic surged through him, and disregarding the threat posed by Qi Yin. He hurriedly retracted his abilities and dashed toward Jiao Jiao. Qi Yin, having overheard Mo Ran's shout, was infuriated by Zhu Tian's concealment of his powers. Thus, when he observed Zhu Tian withdrawing, he did not relent. Instead, he hurled a blade of wind directly at Zhu Tian. The wind blade struck Zhu Tian squarely in the back, tearing a substantial gash. Qi Yin was momentarily taken aback. Although he had wished to reprimand Zhu Tian, he was now, after all, Jiao Jiao's partner. His earlier decision not to halt was merely intended as a lesson, and given Zhu Tian's capabilities, evasion was not an option. It was deliberate. Frustrated, Qi Yin then caught sight of Jiao Jiao, and, concerned about misunderstandings, hurriedly made his way toward her. When Jiao Jiao regained her clarity, she happened to witness the fiery blade of wind striking Zhu Tian's back. Zhu Tian staggered momentarily, slowly kneeling on one knee. With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Zhu Tian, Jiao Jiao shouted and hurriedly ran towards Zhu Tian. What happened? She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of Zhu Tian's mouth, glanced at the injury on his back, and then looked up to see Qi Yin approaching. Jiao Jiao, I am not what you think. I didn't mean to. Qi Yin stammered, desperately explaining, fearful that Jiao Jiao would perceive him as a cruel individual. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Zhu Tian forced a smile, adding, Jiao Jiao, please don't blame Qi Yin. He must have misunderstood me, which is why he acted against me, for some inexplicable reason. The words green tea suddenly surfaced in Jiao Jiao's mind. Yet, it shouldn't be so. Weren't the males in this beastly world supposed to be straightforward? Qi Yin, I want to hear your side. Perhaps it was due to Zhu Tian's concealment that, despite his injuries, Jiao Jiao found herself inexplicably leaning towards Qi Yin. Seeing that Jiao Jiao did not directly blame him, Qi Yin let out a sigh of relief and recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Qi Yin had sensed early on that Zhu Tian was deliberately hiding something, and he feared that Zhu Tian might pose a threat to Jiao Jiao, which prompted him to provoke Zhu Tian into a confrontation. Jiao Jiao, I didn't intentionally hide the fact that I possess dual abilities. Zhu Tian felt wronged, believing that since the team already had Qi Yin with his wind abilities, his own lightning powers were deemed unnecessary. I continued to use lightning because Ze thought my lightning abilities were impressive and said you would think the same, so I kept using them. Jiao Jiao contemplated countless reasons, yet none could have prepared her for such absurdity. In that fleeting moment, she found herself in an awkward predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. However, wasn't it even cooler to possess dual abilities? Mo Ran's unexpected remark elicited a nod of agreement from Ze. Zhu Tian paused, reflecting on Mo Ran's words, which indeed seemed quite reasonable. He had been overly concerned with Jiao Jiao's perspective, entangling himself in a narrow mindset. Well then, since it was merely a misunderstanding, let us put this topic to rest. Jiao Jiao declared, assisting Zhu Tian to his feet. I just spotted some hemostatic herbs over there. Ze, would you please fetch a few? Jiao Jiao initially intended to support Zhu Tian by herself, but the disparity in their heights proved to be insurmountable. Ultimately, Mo Ran could no longer bear to watch and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Ze promptly retrieved the hemostatic herbs, crushing them and applying the paste to Zhu Tian's wounds without waiting for Jiao Jiao's instructions. Fortunately, Qi Yin had not exerted his full strength during the encounter. Otherwise, Jiao Jiao would have found herself in need of another healing pill. Jiao Jiao. Zhu Tian, nestled in the grass nest, suddenly spoke, his heart in turmoil. There were certain thoughts he struggled to articulate, yet remaining silent was equally unbearable. Do you ever wonder why the game we hunted earlier seems to have vanished? Given that Zhu Tian's concealment of his abilities was not born out of malice, Jiao Jiao felt no need to hide her own spatial abilities from him. After all, they had already bonded as partners, and it was essential to place trust in one another. Zhu Tian was taken aback to discover that Jiao Jiao could anticipate his unspoken question. He blushed and nodded slightly. In response, Jiao Jiao picked up the pestle that Ze had used to grind the herbs, instructing Zhu Tian to observe closely. Just as Zhu Tian began to question her actions, the pestle inexplicably vanished into thin air. Jiao Jiao, do you possess spatial abilities? Zhu Tian exclaimed in astonishment, sitting up with disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that you are a divine maiden? Jiao Jiao did not respond directly. Instead, she brushed her hair aside, revealing the sacred mark on the nape of her neck. According to the original arrangement, she was meant to be accompanied by him tonight, but due to his injury, the schedule was postponed, resulting in Mo Ran taking his place. Jiao Jiao held no objections regarding this matter. To her, they were all her companions, and it made little difference who was present. As night fell swiftly, just as she was on the verge of slumber in her grass nest, a slippery and cold presence suddenly slipped beneath the animal hide. Without needing to ponder, Jiao Jiao instinctively knew it was Aran. Aran, I feel so sleepy. Would you hold me as I drift off to sleep? Jiao Jiao did not open her eyes, but reached out to embrace the serpent's body. The serpent's form stiffened momentarily before it effortlessly transformed into a human shape, pulling Jiao Jiao into its embrace. Something felt amiss. Jiao Jiao suddenly opened her eyes. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight, she discerned the features of the person before her. This was not Aran. It was evidently a stranger she had never encountered before. Jiao Jiao was just about to cry out when, unexpectedly, her voice eluded her. After several fruitless attempts, she regarded the inexplicably masculine figure before her with a wary expression. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. I have simply never encountered such a beautiful female, and I wish to make your acquaintance, the man intoned coolly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. For reasons unknown to her, Jiao Jiao found his voice imbued with a beguiling allure, which, to her astonishment, diminished her earlier apprehension. Instinctively, she bit her lip. Seeking to awaken her senses through the pain, Jiao Jiao stared intently at the newcomer, eager to inquire about his identity. The stranger, seemingly aware of her curiosity, introduced himself, stating, You have entered my territory. You may call me ACI. Shengxi smirked as he observed the wary female before him. Since their arrival, he had concealed himself in the shadows, closely watching. He noted that the males referred to her as Jiao Jiao, and she had 4 companions, the most formidable of whom was the injured flying beast. Initially, Shengxi's intention was merely to alleviate his boredom, but to his astonishment, he discovered that Jiao Jiao was a sacred female. In the beast world continent, sacred females are exceedingly rare, not only due to their remarkable reproductive capabilities but also because they are chosen by the beast god. The offspring of a sacred female are endowed with a degree of protection from the beast god. As she regarded the serpent beastman named ACI, Jiao Jiao felt perplexed, uncertain of his motives. Furthermore, his beast markings were concealed beneath the hide at his waist, leaving her unable to ascertain his rank. However, given his ability to enter the wooden cabin unnoticed, it was evident that he possessed significant power. While Jiao Jiao contemplated whether her companions could contend with ACI, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs broke the silence. Jiao Jiao, why are you still awake? Aran inquired as he entered, spotting Jiao Jiao sitting in the grass nest, lost in thought. In the next moment, Aran's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he detected an unfamiliar scent in the air. Though faint, it was discernible to him. Jiao Jiao. He swiftly approached her, positioning himself protectively behind her. Are you all right? Jiao Jiao longed to speak, yet she found herself unable to utter a sound. Not hearing her response, Aran turned around and observed Jiao Jiao frowning, seemingly troubled. Are you unable to speak? Aran inquired tentatively. Jiao Jiao blinked rapidly in response to Aran's words. Everyone, come up. Aran shouted downstairs, and in an instant, the other 3 beastmen, along with their 3 serpent offspring, appeared on the second floor. What happened? Yin was the first to sense something amiss. He used his abilities to perceive the surroundings and confirmed that there was no one else in the wooden house apart from them, which allowed him to relax. Jiao Jiao seems to be at a loss for words, Aran said anxiously, cradling Jiao Jiao in his arms. Unfortunately, there were no beastmen with wood-type abilities nearby to assist her at that moment. Yin stepped forward, and after several attempts, he reached a conclusion. Jiao Jiao. Did you lock eyes with that person? Jiao Jiao blinked a few times in response. That's it. Yin's expression turned grave, and the nearby individuals held their breaths in concern. That person must possess the ability to manipulate mental energy, which had rendered Jiao Jiao unable to speak. Would she be unable to communicate indefinitely? Zi asked worriedly. Her voice was so melodious, and the thought of her potentially remaining mute in the future was distressing. No. She should recover once that mental force dissipates. The group finally exhaled in relief. How did that individual appear? Why were we completely unaware? Zhu Tian pressed a hand against his shoulder, having inadvertently aggravated an old wound due to his anxiety, now bleeding profusely. Yet, what troubled him most was the mysterious beastman who had seemingly materialized from nowhere, evading both him and Yin, 2 7-star beastmen, to reach Jiao Jiao. The cabin fell into a heavy silence, everyone bowing their heads, deeply furrowed in thought. Seeing that the elders had ceased speaking, Shikong dared not utter a word either. He quietly climbed onto Jiao Jiao's shoulder, flicking his tongue across her face. Over the days, the 3 snakelets, once no thicker than a finger, had grown nearly as stout as a stone pestle. Mother, are you all right? Shikong inquired anxiously, remaining motionless on Jiao Jiao's shoulder as a steadfast guardian. Though the other two snakelets could not yet speak, their actions conveyed their unwavering presence. Observing her 3 anxious offspring and her 4 partners, Jiao Jiao felt a sudden sting in her nose. In her previous life, she had been raised by her grandparents after her parents' divorce left her abandoned in the countryside, with no one willing to care for her. As she grew older, her grandparents passed away, leaving her devoid of genuine concern from anyone. Jiao Jiao, what is the matter? Imo Ran noticed the redness around her eyes and instinctively thought the 3 snakelets were at fault. Anger surged within him as he reached out to admonish them, only to be halted by Jiao Jiao's raised hand. It has nothing to do with them. Imo Ran's face brightened. Jiao Jiao, you can speak. Jiao Jiao then realized, without knowing when, that she had already recovered. After listening to Jiao Jiao recount the events, Imo Ran immediately stood up, declaring, "We must set off at once." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Given that a CI was so formidable, it was indeed prudent for them to depart promptly. Otherwise, they could not be certain when he might reappear. After deliberation, it was decided that Zhu Tian would lead everyone away through the skies, for the serpent beast could track them by scent. But wasn't Zhu Tian injured? Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of concern. Although Zhu Tian's wounds were not life-threatening, they were certainly not trivial. If he were to fly alone, he would likely manage without issue, yet with so many accompanying him, she worried that it might exacerbate his injuries. "I am fine, just a little longer," Zhu Tian declared resolutely, unable to resist the collective insistence of the others. Jiao Jiao reluctantly acquiesced. She then stored the wooden cabin within her spatial realm, and together they ascended onto Zhu Tian's back. It was only after Jiao Jiao and her companions had soared into the starlit sky that Xing Ci, hidden in the shadows, emerged. His gaze flickered with intensity as he watched them depart, his fists clenched tightly. "Jiao Jiao, you are mine, and there is no escaping." To ensure absolute certainty, Zhu Tian took Jiao Jiao and the others to the Beast City. The moment they landed, Zhu Tian could no longer maintain his form and stumbled, only to be steadied by Qi Yin, preventing a fall. "Are you all right?" Jiao Jiao asked, her concern evident as she noticed Zhu Tian's pale face. "I am fine. Let us enter the city first." In the beast realm, it was not uncommon for females to be accompanied by their partners while out. So when the guards of the Beast City saw Jiao Jiao and her group, they did not impede their entrance. Upon entering the city, Jiao Jiao observed that the Beast City was more modern than the tribes she had previously encountered. The roads were wide, lined with neatly arranged stone houses, each boasting at least 2 stories. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the city, the larger the houses became, indicating that the outer areas were likely inhabited by ordinary beastmen, while those in the center enjoyed higher status. The Beast City was far grander than Jiao Jiao had envisioned, bustling with numerous beastmen. Occasionally, groups of small cubs would scamper by, followed closely by their parental figures. Passers-by couldn't help but glance curiously at Jiao Jiao and her companions. "Greetings. I am the priest of the Beast City. You may call me Chuan Luo." A young man approached with chestnut-colored short hair, his cheeks adorned with an unknown pigment. But what captured attention was the intricate black pattern on his forehead. Mo Ran immediately stepped forward, shielding Jiao Jiao behind him. "Hello, Priest Chuan Luo. We have come from the central continent, and one of our companions is injured. We wish to rest here for a few days." Chuan Luo glanced at the ailing Zhu Tian. "Please, follow me. I shall arrange accommodations for you." The group exchanged glances, harboring doubts, yet choosing to follow Chuan Luo to a stone house. "You may stay here temporarily." Chuan Luo indicated the dwelling before them. "Later, I will send some supplies and a healer." "Thank you." Mo Ren expressed his gratitude solemnly. "But what will we need to pay?" "No need for formality. It is an honor for the Beast City to host you," Chuan Luo replied, his gaze lingering on Jiao Jiao. "As for this stone house, it is free for your use." As Chuan Luo's figure faded from view, Jiao Jiao voiced her concern. "Surely, none among us is concealing their identity or knows anyone from the Beast City. Why did the priest seem to be anticipating our arrival?" It was not only Jiao Jiao who felt this way. Mo Ran and the others shared her thoughts. However, none among them had ever visited the Beast City, leaving them puzzled as to why Chuan Luo had been waiting. "Let us not dwell on that. We should assist Zhu Tian in resting," Zi interjected, taking Mo Ran's place to support the weakened Zhu Tian. Although he lacked medical knowledge, it was clear to him that Zhu Tian was in a frail state. Regardless of the intentions of the Beast City, they had already entered and could only proceed step by step. Upon entering the stone house, Jiao Jiao was taken aback by its spaciousness. It appeared smaller from the outside. The entrance led into a circular area resembling a living room, furnished with stone benches and a fire pit in the center, while the surrounding walls were divided into rooms. She counted approximately 4 rooms on the first floor. Further in, a smooth stone staircase led to the upper level, which felt comfortable even when traversed barefoot. Let us first help Zhu Tian to rest here. Jiao Jiao pointed to the adjacent empty room, and upon entering, she discovered a rudimentary stone bed within. Consequently, she retrieved several animal skins from her space to lay upon it, and then instructed Zhu Tian to lie down. Due to the injury on his back, Zhu Tian could only rest on the stone bed in a prone position. Jiao Jiao stepped forward to examine Zhu Tian's wounds. The originally fiery wind blade had not inflicted severe damage, yet after 2 days of soaring through the skies, coupled with the rain that had soaked him, the wounds now revealed exposed flesh, a sight both unsettling and grim. Your wounds have become somewhat infected. It is imperative to excise the necrotic tissue to facilitate your recovery, she declared. However, as she gazed at the injury, she hesitated to take action. Allow me, Qian interjected, moving closer. The stone blade is insufficiently swift. I can manipulate the wind blade to remove the damaged tissue more efficiently, thus sparing you further agony. After all, it was Qian who had inadvertently caused Zhu Tian's injury, and upon realizing the misunderstanding, he felt a profound sense of regret. Lamentably, he lacked medical expertise and could not offer assistance. However, now that there was a way he could contribute, he was resolute in his decision. Very well then. Jiao Jiao pointed at the wound and shared some precautions with Qian before kneeling before Zhu Tian, holding a clean piece of beast hide in her hands. Zhu Tian, bite down on this beast hide. It will surely hurt a great deal. At that moment, Jiao Jiao pondered whether there existed any substances in the beast realm capable of producing anesthetics, as such knowledge could alleviate the suffering of injured beastmen. Zhu Tian opened his mouth and clamped down on the beast hide that Jiao Jiao offered, glancing at Qian to signal that he could proceed. Indeed, Qian's wind blades proved to be exceptionally effective, swiftly excising the putrid flesh, while Qian was engaged in his task, and everyone's attention was focused on the wound on Zhu Tian's back. Jiao Jiao exchanged some Yunnan Baiyao from her spatial pouch and sprinkled it onto the prepared beast hide. As soon as Qian finished, she promptly wrapped the wound with the hide. Despite her quick actions, Zhu Tian's face remained pale from the pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down. Is anyone there? Just as Zhu Tian's injury was tended to, an individual approached from outside. Jiao Jiao exchanged a glance with him and ran, leaving Ziyi to care for Zhu Tian while the others stepped out. At the entrance of the stone hut stood an elderly male beastman carrying a small bamboo basket, his large ears drooping on either side of his head, and his striking green eyes left Jiao Jiao in awe. I am the shaman of Wanshou City, sent here by the esteemed priest. Jiao Jiao hurriedly led the shaman inside. After the shaman examined Zhu Tian's wounds, he nodded and inquired if anyone among them possessed medical knowledge. The wounds have been treated well. Just apply some more medicine, and he shall recover in a couple of days. Before Jiao Jiao could respond, Mo Ran preemptively answered, back in the tribe, I observed the shaman tending to wounds, so I applied the same method. The shaman glanced at Mo Ran, his eyes filled with admiration. He nodded and retrieved some herbs from a small bamboo basket, stating, he has lost a bit too much blood. These will help replenish his vitality. As for the wounds, simply crush this and apply it. After expressing their gratitude, the group escorted the shaman out. Jiao Jiao, you should rest for a moment while we tidy up this stone house. Mo Ran took Jiao Jiao by the hand, wiped off the stone bench, and encouraged her to sit. He then began directing Qian and Ziyi in cleaning the stone house. Overall, the stone house was relatively clean, but Mo Ran, concerned about Jiao Jiao's comfort, meticulously attended to every corner, planning to gather some flowers to decorate later. Feeling somewhat bored just sitting idly, Jiao Jiao decided to check her space. To her surprise, she discovered that the grapes she had casually planted had been supported by a trellis, and now the vines were fully climbing it, laden with numerous plump grapes. Just a glance at them made her mouth water uncontrollably. With a mere thought, Jiao Jiao found 2 glistening, translucent grapes resting in the palm of her hand as she opened her eyes. Having never applied pesticides, she unhesitatingly popped them into her mouth. The moment the grapes touched her palate, their almost purely sweet flavor utterly captivated her. Indeed, products from the system are destined to be exquisite. Jiao Jiao promptly plucked 2 clusters of grapes and then summoned Mo Ran and the others, who were still occupied with their tasks. What is this? Zi inquired, his round eyes wide with curiosity as he gazed at the grapes in Jiao Jiao's hand. These are called grapes. I stumbled upon grape seedlings while wandering aimlessly in the forest and decided to plant them in my space, never expecting that they would actually bear fruit. Jiao Jiao spoke as she plucked a grape, peeled it, and placed it into Imoran's mouth. Imoran squinted, never having tasted anything so delectable. It was even more exquisite than the apples he had previously enjoyed. Observing Imoran's delight, Zi eagerly pinched a grape, mimicking Jiao Jiao's actions to peel it and popped it into his mouth. Wow, this is the most delicious fruit I have ever tasted, without exception, Zi said, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction, clearly enamored by the flavor. Finally, Jiao Jiao's gaze fell upon Qi Yin, who was holding a grape. For some reason, she sensed that Qi Yin seemed to recognize this fruit, as his expression revealed little astonishment. However, this was advantageous, as it alleviated their curiosity regarding the origin of the grapevine. A Yin, aren't you going to eat? Jiao Jiao inquired. Jiao Jiao, your space is truly extraordinary. The grape you mentioned, I have tasted before, but it was nowhere near as delightful as this. The ones I had previously were sour and small. While this one is neither sour nor diminutive, Qi Yin remarked in disbelief after sampling a grape. Then let us consume them all. After all, my space has plenty more, Jiao Jiao declared. Despite her words, everyone casually indulged in a few more grapes before resuming their tasks. Jiao Jiao understood that they feared she might consume too much, leaving her with nothing to eat. As they could not enter the space and were unaware whether there was truly an abundance within it, they worried that once their meal was finished, their beloved Jiao Jiao would be left with nothing. Although the grapes were delightful, eating alone inevitably lacked flavor. As Jiao Jiao idly rested her chin on her hand, she felt the leather pouch on her body swell slightly. Oh dear, how could she have forgotten about the snake hatchling? Jiao Jiao hastily unfastened the leather pouch, liberating the three little ones. Meeting their resentful gazes, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Despite having given birth to them for quite some time, she still had not discovered the essence of motherhood. Upon reflection, perhaps it was because they did not possess the same needs as human infants, lacking the requirement for maternal milk and the comforting embrace that often accompanies it. I apologize, my dear ones, I nearly forgot about you. Jiao Jiao clasped her hands together, adopting a pitiful expression. These are the grapes freshly picked by your mother. Why don't you give them a taste? Jiao Jiao spoke as she peeled 3 grapes, placing them into a small dish she had retrieved from her space, and pushed it in front of the 3 little ones. Thank you, mother. Thank you, mother. Thank you, mother. Jiao Jiao gazed at the 3 little ones with a look of profound satisfaction, and after a moment, she suddenly realized. Leaning closer to the 3 small snakes that were nibbling on grapes. Did you all just speak? Zaining and Weian exchanged glances, bemused by their mother's somewhat delayed reaction. Mother, you heard it correctly. Both Weian and I can indeed speak now. Zaining set aside the grapes and swam over to Jiao Jiao, gently nudging her finger with his head. Jiao Jiao gazed at them in astonishment, never expecting that within merely 2 days, both the eldest and the second had already begun to speak. Truly, the males in the beast realm mature at an astonishing pace. She could only wonder what they would be like when they eventually transformed into their beastman forms. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly beheld a small, naked figure shimmering before her, wide-eyed and innocent, staring back at her. Ah! Jiao Jiao let out a startled cry, prompting her companions to rush over in alarm. Upon discerning that the juvenile standing before her was Shikong, Imoran promptly stepped forward to obscure Jiao Jiao's line of sight. It is Shikong, isn't it? He is indeed Shikong, correct? Jiao Jiao grasped Imoran's arm, her excitement palpable. Imoran sighed in exasperation. How could this little one transform so brazenly before his mother? It seemed a lesson in decorum was in order. Jiao Jiao, wait a moment. I shall wrap him in animal hide first, Imoran stated, swiftly scooping up the bearskin Shikong and darting into the adjacent room. There lay their belongings, brought along to avert suspicion. After rummaging through, Imoran extracted a piece of black animal hide and, with a stone knife, casually fashioned a covering for Shikong's modesty. As for the rest, Jiao Jiao observed the spectacle with a bemused glance at Imoran. He is my child. I am his mother. What is the fuss about him being bare before me? Imoran nodded solemnly. They were no longer infants. According to the lineage of serpentine beasts, it was indeed time for them to begin their journey into independence. Jiao Jiao, aware of her inability to outmatch Imoran in argument, decided to shift the conversation. She beckoned to Shikong, saying, "Come here to your mother, so that she can have a good look at you." Instantly, Shikong beamed with joy and stumbled over to Jiao Jiao, observing this little one before her, with fair skin, a chubby smiling face, and short black hair, Jiao Jiao could not help but notice the striking resemblance to a miniature Imoran. She found herself utterly enchanted. How delightful! Jiao Jiao spoke as she crouched down to embrace Shikong. Observing her profound affection for the little one, her companions felt an indescribable sensation within. The first emotion was likely jealousy. Indeed, it was envy that the child could be cherished by Jiao Jiao in such a manner. The second feeling was admiration, as they envied the fact that only Imoran possessed a child, while they remained childless. After having her meal at noon, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming fatigue and was carried upstairs by Qi Yan to rest. Having visited the stone house, her companions agreed that the largest room upstairs, which also received a generous amount of sunlight, should be designated for Jiao Jiao. Why is this bed so spacious? Jiao Jiao gazed at the stone bed before her, which measured a remarkable 3 to 4 meters in width, somewhat bewildered. This was still due to. Qi Yan leaned down, whispering gently into Jiao Jiao's ear, and in an instant, a swift blush crept across her face. Jiao Jiao touched her flushed cheeks, shooting a reproachful glance at Qi Yan, before swiftly climbing onto the stone bed and covering her face with a hide. Goodness! Who would have imagined that such a grand bed could be used in this manner? These beastmen certainly possess a unique sense of playfulness. Jiao Jiao found herself ensconced in the confines of animal hide, envisioning the presence of her 4 companions reclining beside her, each casting that particular gaze upon her. The very thought made her feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that was simply unbearable. Jiao Jiao's bashful demeanor stirred a flutter within Qi Yan's heart. He followed her, lying beside her, propping his head up with one arm while a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. What shall we do with such a shy Jiao Jiao? Qi Yan remarked, gently lifting the animal hide that covered her, revealing her face, which was nearly aflame with embarrassment, overcome by an impulsive desire. He leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, we shall not force anything upon you if it is not your wish. Jiao Jiao covered her face and nodded slightly. Perhaps her enchanting demeanor compelled Qi Yan to bestow another kiss upon her. Is it permissible, Jiao Jiao? Gazing into Qi Yan's eyes, which brimmed with desire, Jiao Jiao felt her heart race uncontrollably, leading her to nod once more. Hearing the soft moans emanating from upstairs, Imoran remained indifferent, though Zi seemed somewhat irked as he picked up some firewood and hurled it into the flames. This troublesome vixen. How dare she cling to Jiao Jiao again? After resting for a while, Zhu Tian felt significantly better and stepped out of his room, glancing at Imoran, who was sewing a hide skirt. Noticing his lack of reaction, Zhu Tian refrained from speaking. How's your injury? Zi inquired as Zhu Tian emerged, promptly offering him the food he had previously set aside. Much better. Zhu Tian accepted the meat and began to chew it. The noise from upstairs persisted, and Zi, growing increasingly agitated, decided to approach the bewildered Shikong. Come, Shikong, let me take you outside for a stroll. Initially seated quietly, Shikong sprang to his feet, thrilled at the prospect of going out with Zi. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Imoran seized him and brought him over. Put this on. Imoran removed the casually draped hide around Shikang's waist and dressed him in the newly crafted hide skirt. It fit perfectly, albeit slightly long. Before Shikong could attempt to adjust it, Zhu Tian flicked his hand, conjuring a wind blade that swiftly altered the skirt to an appropriate length. Imoran exchanged a glance with Zhu Tian. Though words were unspoken, their understanding was mutual. Zi led Shikong outside, and soon the commotion upstairs subsided. Having tidied himself, Qi Yan descended, intending to fetch some water to assist Jiao Jiao in cleansing herself, only to be halted by Imoran. Qi Yan. Today was originally meant for Zi. You are aware of this, are you not? Qi Yan's expression hardened as he scanned the area and realized Zi was absent. We are all Jiao Jiao's partners. For her sake, we should coexist peacefully. However, this is not the first time you have acted thus. You ought to consider Zi's feelings. Qi Yan raised an eyebrow, retorting, Did Zi send you to find me? If he is displeased, he is welcome to confront me directly. Imoran had expected that a gentle reminder would temper Qi Yan's demeanor, yet he was taken aback by the latter's attitude. It was regrettable that Zi, that foolish tiger, had treated him so kindly before. It appeared some individuals, emboldened by their prowess, disregarded the rules. Qi Yan. If that is how you feel, then once I recover, let us engage in a proper duel. Zhu Tian elegantly picked up a piece of meat and, with a chilling gaze, spoke. Faced with Zhu Tian, Qi Yan felt no certainty of victory. Not only due to Zhu Tian being a fellow 7-star beastman, but also because he possessed dual abilities and was a flying beast, affording him numerous advantages. That is not my intention, Qi Yan hurried to clarify, yet he realized that deep down, he indeed harbored such thoughts. He had initially believed that Ze, the old tiger, would not mind, especially since he had acted similarly last time without any sign of discontent from him. All right. Let us hope this does not become a recurring issue, Imo Ran stated, rising to brush off the remnants of hide debris from his skirt. He then addressed Zhu Tian. Take care to rest at home. I shall go hunting. Zhu Tian nodded, finishing the remaining meat. Qi Yin observed the two who had seemingly disregarded his presence. Feeling a sense of despondency, yet he persisted in carrying water upstairs to cleanse Jiao Jiao's body. Jiao Jiao, perhaps worn out from her ordeal, awakened just as dusk began to settle, her body aching and weary. Rubbing her sore waist, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. That fox, perpetually insatiable, had exhausted her time and again. It was high time to have a serious conversation with him, otherwise she would impose a punishment, forbidding him from coming near her. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. What brings you here? Jiao Jiao gazed at Zhu Tian, hurriedly extending her hand to usher him forward, and then examined the wound on his back. Imo Ran had yet to return from his hunting expedition, while Zi tended to the three little ones. Upon hearing that you had awakened, I ascended to see you. Jiao Jiao let out a soft exclamation and rose to her feet, but the moment she stood, a wave of weakness surged through her waist, causing her to stumble precariously. Fortunately, Zhu Tian seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly lifting her up in a horizontal embrace. Jiao Jiao, you cannot always indulge Qi Yin. I understand he is the most handsome among us and possesses remarkable abilities, but you must recognize that he is not your only partner. Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows, noticing that Zhu Tian's expression did not suggest jealousy. It then dawned on her that today should have been Ziyi's turn. Ah, I see. Jiao Jiao nodded, realizing that she had indeed indulged the cunning fox, Qi Yin, a bit too much. It was unavoidable, as he always took the initiative, leaving her unable to refuse. No. Wait, does that imply that I am merely someone who judges by appearances? Zhu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Was it really necessary for him to articulate this? Just by observing the four companions surrounding Jiao Jiao, it was evident that each one possessed a beauty that would overshadow many males. All right. Jiao Jiao is not the type to be swayed solely by looks. When Jiao Jiao descended the stairs and was enjoying her meal, Imo Ran returned, holding freshly prepared beast meat in his hands. Jiao Jiao, this is for you. Imo Ran approached, revealing 2 pieces of green crystal in his palm, which glimmered beautifully under the candlelight. In the beast realm, crystals were akin to the inner cores found within mystical creatures. The stronger the beast, the higher the grade of the crystal contained within. The green hue indicated that it was nearing the highest level of crystals. Jiao Jiao gazed at the green crystal stone nestled in Imo Ran's palm, her expression devoid of elation, instead marred by a frown. She was aware that Imo Ran could capture ordinary ferocious beasts, yet those imbued with crystal stones were leagues more formidable than their common counterparts. Moreover, Imo Ran was merely a 5-star beastman. Confronting the fierce and domineering nature of such beasts was fraught with peril, not to mention having acquired 2 of them at once. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. Jiao Jiao, do you not fancy it? Imo Ran inquired, sensing her reluctance to accept the crystal stone, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Jiao Jiao did not respond, but instead grasped Imo Ran's hand, circling around him twice to ascertain that he was unharmed, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. To me, this is merely a beautiful stone. You should use it yourself, Ran. Males can enhance their abilities by consuming a sufficient quantity of crystal stones. Before Jiao Jiao could finish her sentence, Imo Ran had already taken the green crystal stone into his mouth, silencing her. Jiao Jiao felt something warm dissolve in her mouth, sliding down her throat. Females can also consume crystal stones, which can enhance their physical constitution to a certain extent. Zhu Tian explained, then turned to Jiao Jiao, asking, Jiao Jiao, how do you feel now? Jiao Jiao closed her eyes, savoring the sensation as a warm current rose from her lower abdomen, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Ah, it was truly delightful, observing that Jiao Jiao experienced no discomfort. Zhu Tian silently resolved in his heart to capture more ferocious beasts adorned with crystal stones during future hunts, so that he could bestow them upon Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao was oblivious to Zhu Tian's innermost thoughts, entirely captivated by the crystal. She never anticipated that as a mere human, she could absorb the energy of the crystal, which was indeed quite extraordinary. Jiao Jiao, this piece too. Imo Ran picked up the remaining crystal, intending to use the same method to feed it to Jiao Jiao. However, to his surprise, Jiao Jiao moved faster. As Imo Ran was about to place the crystal in his mouth, she swiftly covered his lips. Imo Ran was taken aback and wished to reject it. Yet he feared harming Jiao Jiao. In his flustered state, he inadvertently absorbed the green crystal. Once she confirmed that the crystal had been absorbed, Jiao Jiao released her grip. Smiling at Imoran, who appeared somewhat vexed. This is not of much use to me. You should keep it for yourself. That way, when you go hunting in the future, I won't have to worry so much. Imoran lowered his gaze, aware that Jiao Jiao was referring to him and Zi. After all, the other two partners were both 7-star beastmen, and few in the beast world could rival them. Noticing Imoran's seemingly downcast mood, Jiao Jiao realized she had inadvertently touched a sore spot. Among her 4 partners, aside from the newly promoted 5-star Zi, only Imoran shared that rank, while the other 2 were 7-star. With Zi absent, her earlier comment seemed to resonate solely with Imoran. I will strive to ensure Jiao Jiao doesn't worry. Observing the hurt in Imoran's eyes, Jiao Jiao felt a pang in her heart. She quickly grasped his hand, stood on her tiptoes, and gently placed a kiss at the corner of his lips. Trust me, my dear snake will be incredibly formidable in the future. Imoran smiled, realizing he had forgotten that he had Jiao Jiao by his side. Since she could assist Zi in breaking through, he too could achieve the same. Moreover, from Jiao Jiao's earlier words, it was apparent that she had already taken this matter to heart. After satisfying her hunger, Jiao Jiao recalled that she hadn't indulged in a bath for quite some time. She then retrieved the bath barrel she had prepared earlier. Just then, Zi returned and, upon noticing Jiao Jiao's intention to bathe, promptly fetched water and heated it to a suitable temperature using his abilities. In the past, whenever Jiao Jiao bathed, her partners would discreetly step out. Thus, this time, she thought nothing of it and simply shed her animal skin before entering the warm water. The bath barrel was quite high. Once filled, it allowed only her head to remain above the surface. As she luxuriated in the warm water, Jiao Jiao closed her eyes contentedly, pondering whether to confide in her partners about her possession of a marketplace when suddenly, she heard a breath behind her. Who is it? Jiao Jiao, in a state of panic, hurriedly retreated to the opposite side, instinctively shielding herself with her hands. It's me. Zi was taken aback to realize that he had frightened Jiao Jiao, and he squatted next to the bathtub with a look of remorse. Once she recognized the visitor, Jiao Jiao exhaled a sigh of relief. Gradually returning to her previous position, she extended a hand and gently poked Zi's forehead. Why did you come over suddenly without a word? You nearly scared me to death. Zi feigned a look of grievance. Jiao Jiao, I just wanted you to care for me a little more. Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled the events of the afternoon. Indeed, it was true that Zi had been somewhat wronged in this matter. However, she was currently in the midst of bathing, so it would be best to wait until she finished before discussing it. Very well, I shall devote this evening to your company. Jiao Jiao, smiling, gently touched Zi's head, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the pair of furry ears atop it. The soft texture compelled her to grasp and knead them affectionately. A sensation akin to petting a cat. Just as she became engrossed in her playful activity, she suddenly noticed that Zi's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, seemingly fighting against some overwhelming emotion. Startled, her gaze fell upon her hand still gripping the furry ears. Could it be? Jiao Jiao. Zi's voice emerged hoarse, his cheeks flushed as he met her gaze. Gripping her mischievous little hand firmly, he leaned in to kiss her. No. Jiao Jiao instinctively wished to push him away, yet the pleading voice of Zi reached her ears. Jiao Jiao, please don't push me away. Contemplating Zi's grievance, Jiao Jiao's heart softened, and she lifted her damp arms to encircle his neck. With her consent granted, Zi no longer restrained himself. In one fluid motion, he tumbled into the bath barrel. Fortunately, the tub was spacious enough to accommodate both of them comfortably. As Jiao Jiao pondered whether to allow Zi to carry her to her adjacent room, his hand slipped down to grasp her delicate waist, causing her to weaken, nearly plunging into the water. Thankfully, he held her securely, saving her from disaster. Jiao Jiao. Zi's voice, sultry and husky, caused her to succumb once more, leading them to indulge in a moment of folly within the confines of the bath barrel. When it finally concluded, Jiao Jiao found herself too weak to climb out, feeling frustrated as she attempted several times, only to fall back into the tub. Ha. Zi laughed heartlessly before reaching out to lift her from the now tepid water. You're still laughing. Jiao Jiao shot him an annoyed glance, realizing too late that she should not have relented in the face of the great tiger's fervor. It is all my fault. Please do not be angry, Jiao Jiao. Zi gently embraced her, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. With a look of contentment, he carried Jiao Jiao into the adjacent room, gently laying her upon the expansive stone bed. Rest for a moment, my dear Jiao Jiao. I will prepare some warm water for you. The water from earlier has cooled. and I worry you might catch a chill. Holding her close, he sensed her skin was somewhat cool, feeling a twinge of regret for having indulged too much earlier. If Jiao Jiao were to fall ill as a result, he knew he could never forgive himself. Do not worry, it was just for a brief moment. You should be fine. Though he spoke reassuringly, Jiao Jiao felt a pang of concern in her heart. In a hurry, she surreptitiously entered the shop and exchanged for some cold-preventing medicine, discreetly taking it while sipping her water. As night fell, Ziyi remained by Jiao Jiao's side. However, the great tiger was far too restless, constantly rubbing his furry head against her, causing her to feel ticklish and rendering her unable to sleep. Hey, I'm quite tired. Please refrain from moving about. Jiao Jiao gently embraced Ziyi, who immediately became docile, obediently allowing her to hold him. Satisfied, Jiao Jiao affectionately ruffled Ziyi's hair and soon drifted into a deep slumber against him. The following day, Jiao Jiao was awakened by Zhu Tian's call. What is it? Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes. Her past companions had always allowed her to sleep until she awakened naturally. This was the first time someone had taken the initiative to rouse her. The Chuanluo priestess had returned. Jiao Jiao was taken aback for a moment, then promptly tidied up and descended the stairs with Zhu Tian. Little female, are you resting well here? Upon meeting, Chuanluo greeted Jiao Jiao with familiarity, making one wonder if they were old acquaintances. Jiao Jiao gazed intently at the beaming priest before her, sensing that his exuberance seemed to be directed towards her. However, as the other party had yet to utter a word, she resolved to refrain from exposing the situation for the time being, curious to discern his true intentions. Yes, I have been resting quite well. Thank you for your concern, dear priest. Jiao Jiao spoke as she placed the freshly washed apples upon the stone table that he had prepared early that morning. These apples were discovered inadvertently in the forest, and the priest could have a taste. Gazing at the vibrant red fruit, the priest did not hesitate. He immediately picked one up and took a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. It seemed that the prophecy was indeed correct. Jiao Jiao was the one he had been waiting for. Is this what you call an apple? Was it picked near the beast city? Chuanluo asked, suppressing his excitement. We stumbled upon them during our travels. Jiao Jiao replied truthfully. Oh. For some reason, Jiao Jiao felt that the light in Chuanluo's eyes dimmed slightly. Yet, in the next moment, it seemed he was rekindled with hope. Little female, how long do you plan to stay in Beast City? We have many young males here who have yet to find their partners. You could have fun with them. Yet again, this. Why does everyone enjoy saying have fun together? Jiao Jiao felt an unknown bird soaring above her, leaving behind a series of cawing sounds. At present, she was uncertain about the duration of her stay. Tian inserted herself into the conversation, remarking that Jiao Jiao was rather playful and likely wouldn't linger in one place for too long. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ventured out during the rainy season. Chuanluo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that during the rainy season, females generally preferred to remain indoors, fearing the rain might lead to illness. No matter, he said. The city of beasts will always welcome you. You may stay for as long as you wish. Jiao Jiao nodded, her heart increasingly convinced that there was something peculiar about the beast city. After bidding farewell to Chuanluo, her companions transformed back into their human forms and settled beside her. It feels as though there is something amiss in the beast city. Perhaps we should depart at once. The sudden friendliness was unsettling, especially considering how enigmatic Chuanluo was, particularly the way he gazed at Jiao Jiao, which made them all quite uncomfortable. I wonder if the beast city has discovered Jiao Jiao's true identity, Qi Yin hesitantly suggested, recalling the tribal priest's words that they could communicate with the beast god. Since Jiao Jiao was the chosen holy female of the beast god, her whereabouts might elicit some divine indication. Qi Yin's remarks silenced everyone. If this were indeed the case, it would clarify Chuanluo's demeanor. However, if this deduction held true, then Jiao Jiao's identity as the holy female could no longer remain concealed. Once her identity was revealed, it would inevitably attract more males seeking to profess their affections for Jiao Jiao. Nonetheless, this did not concern them greatly, as they had Qi Yin and Zhu Tian by their side, deterring most males from approaching. The real dilemma lay in whether the beast city would allow a holy female to leave so easily. What should they do? Jiao Jiao understands the significance of the holy females in the beast world, and she is aware that a holy female, regardless of her whereabouts, will always be a figure of great attention. However, at this moment, she merely wishes to live quietly and harmoniously with her current companions, desiring to be undisturbed. After all, the beast city is a major tribe and should not engage in any outrageous actions. Nevertheless, as Zhu Tian's gaze shifts towards Jiao Jiao, her heart fills with an increasing sense of unease. But what does this imply? Jiao Jiao felt a sense of helplessness, Had she known earlier, she would have inquired whether it was possible to rid herself of the identity and mark of the holy female. Now, she found herself entangled in such troublesome circumstances. However, it seems we may be adding a new member to our ranks. Upon hearing this, her several companions instantly understood, yet Jiao Jiao remained perplexed, failing to grasp the situation. As long as Jiao Jiao chose a male from the beast city as her partner, that would naturally not restrict her freedom. For once she became a partner, it was inevitable that she would eventually bear offspring for him, and this singular purpose was what all tribes ultimately sought. Jiao Jiao's expression turned slightly awkward. Is it truly the case? What if I am unwilling? Jiao Jiao pouted her lips, displaying an expression of discontent. She had now acclimated to the customs of the beast realm, understanding that she might have multiple partners in the future. However, such arrangements should be predicated upon her own consent, rather than being coerced into choosing partners she does not favor. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, if you dislike anyone, simply do not choose them. If necessary, I shall confront them, Du Tian declared with imposing confidence. According to the laws of the beast realm, if they cannot defeat your beast husband, they are unworthy of becoming your partner. Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The majestic eagle was undeniably awe-inspiring and powerful. Suddenly, she found herself exhilarated, leaving her at a loss for how to contain her joy. Observing her palpable excitement, Ren felt a tinge of helplessness. However, it was a relief that Jiao Jiao was not troubled by this, which could be considered a silver lining. Yet, how could matters truly unfold as simply as Du Tian suggested? In the afternoon, as Jiao Jiao prepared to rest, she was startled by a cacophony outside the stone house. Exchanging glances with her companions, they all ventured toward the entrance. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The path was lined with an array of animals, including lions and leopards, all standing proudly. Upon noticing Jiao Jiao's emergence, they shook their fur with regal confidence, eager to showcase their majestic prowess. Indeed, it is customary for males to display their beastly forms to attract females. Jiao Jiao pressed her forehead in disbelief. The scene before her was truly exaggerated. The young males across from her were utterly astonished at the very first glimpse of her. When had such a strikingly beautiful female ever graced the beast realm? Her flawless skin was unparalleled, and her exquisite little face seemed scarcely larger than a male's hand. Oh, this little female was extraordinarily lovely. Indeed, never had they encountered such a captivating female. Her skin so fair it appeared as though it would blush at the slightest touch. Listening to the unreserved discussions from the opposite side, Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow in displeasure. She felt as though she were merely an object on display. And that sensation was quite unpleasant. What brings you here? Ren stepped forward decisively, positioning himself protectively behind Jiao Jiao. Initially believing Jiao Jiao's mate to be a mere beast husband, they had intended to be somewhat courteous. However, upon discovering that he was a serpent beastman, their expressions soured. How could a cold-blooded beastman possibly be worthy of a sacred female? Are you Ren? A golden-haired lion emerged from the group. Despite being in beast form, Jiao Jiao could still perceive the disdain etched on his face. Who are you? Ren regarded the newcomer with vigilance. Clearly, he had come prepared, knowing his name. I am Duba. I have heard that you are the first beast husband of the little female. Does that mean if I defeat you, I can become her mate? Duba declared, shaking the mane around his neck with an air of confidence. Ren raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Duba was also a 5-star beastman. Their abilities should be comparable, yet Duba seemed to regard him with utter disdain, which irked him considerably. Jiao Jiao. Ren turned slightly to seek Jiao Jiao's opinion, should she find the lion appealing. He would be willing to engage in battle. However, if she did not, a glimmer of menace flickered in Ren's eyes. I do not like you. Jiao Jiao emerged from behind Ren, directly rejecting Duba. Thus, my beast husband has no obligation to accept your challenge. Duba was perplexed. Despite his own prowess, why was this little female denying him any chance? Ren, I never expected you to be a coward hiding behind a female. Jiao Jiao anxiously grasped Ren's hand, fearing that he might be provoked into a confrontation. Although she had confidence in Ren's ability to triumph over his adversaries, she was unwilling to let him waste his energy when it was unnecessary. I said I don't like you, and I'm not going to fight, Ren casually remarked, inciting a fury that made her wish to leap forward and sever his neck in frustration. What? Jiao Jiao has declared her disinterest, and you still fail to comprehend? Qi Yin and Zhu Tian stepped forward. The oppressive aura of the 7-star beastmen was unbearable for ordinary beasts. Moreover, facing the combined pressure of 2 7-star beastmen was daunting. Indeed, the once proud and defiant male now crumpled to the ground. leaving only a few who struggled to maintain their stance. You are being excessive. How dare you obstruct a female from seeking a mate? One nearly kneeling golden leopard could no longer contain himself. The little female merely expressed her disinterest in lions. She never stated a dislike for leopards. How can you? You all should leave. I do not fancy any of you. Jiao Jiao did not allow the other party to finish speaking. She uttered that remark and then pulled her partner away, returning to the stone house. As Qi Yin and Zhu Tian departed, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the perceptive male orcs gradually withdrew, leaving only a few discontented ones glaring at the stone house, seemingly unable to swallow their indignation. Upon returning to the stone house, an enveloping silence fell over everyone, each lost in their own contemplations. Eventually, it was Mo Ran who broke the silence, saying, Jiao Jiao, although you now have 4 partners in the beast realm, this is not considered excessive. If any of those males appeal to you, you may. Jiao Jiao shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, exclaiming, I do not like them. Upon hearing her resolute declaration, Mo Ran refrained from further comment. If Jiao Jiao was averse, then it was best to allow them to resolve the matter themselves. After the commotion, weariness washed over Jiao Jiao, and as her injuries had nearly healed, Mo Ran decided to stay by her side while she rested. Once Jiao Jiao ascended the stairs, Mo Ran rose and glanced at Zi and Qi Yin beside him. Let us go. Qi Yin understood immediately and stood up. However, Zi appeared somewhat perplexed by Mo Ran's intent, yet he followed suit without hesitation. The trio, a snake, a tiger, and a fox, proceeded with great momentum to the arena. Each tribe established such a venue for the purpose of offering a battleground for the males. You intend to? Zi finally comprehended Mo Ran's purpose as he surveyed the arena before him. When Jiao Jiao woke, the stone chamber was desolate, with only Shi Kong and the 2 little snakes sitting pitifully by the fire, suggesting they had been awake for quite some time. Where are the fathers? Zhi Tian, carrying Jiao Jiao, placed her beside the fire and then moved to retrieve the meat he had prepared earlier, intending to cook some soup for her. With the rainy season drawing to a close, the weather was becoming increasingly frigid. They had departed early and had yet to return. Upon spotting Jiao Jiao, Shi Kong promptly approached her, settling down at her feet. Have they gone out? Jiao Jiao, filled with confusion, lifted her gaze towards the doorway. Typically, when they stepped out, they would leave a message or ensure someone stayed behind, yet today it seemed they had all ventured out. You must be hungry. She placed the minced meat before the 2 still-forming snake hatchlings and turned to Shi Kong, who nestled beside her. Shi Kong, please be patient a moment. Once the soup is ready, we shall dine together with your mother. Shi Kong obediently nodded. He had eaten quite a bit at noon and was not particularly hungry yet, and he cherished sharing meals with his mother. Before long, the sounds of conversation drifted in from outside, prompting Jiao Jiao to rise and approach the door. From a distance, she spotted Mo Ran and his companions returning side by side, though for some reason, Jiao Jiao sensed an unusual excitement radiating from them. Upon entering, Zi dashed eagerly towards her, lifting her into his arms and striding further into the room. What could this be about? Observing the joy illuminating Ziyi's face, Jiao Jiao found it quite peculiar. Had they encountered some fortuitous event during their outing? Jiao Jiao, you need not worry about those males from Wanshou City harassing you any longer. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Glancing back at the smiling Mo Ran and Qi Yin, seemingly struck by a thought, her eyes widening in surprise. Before Jiao Jiao could seek confirmation, the loquacious Zi began to recount the events of the day in their entirety. It turned out that they had gone to the arena, allowing those who sought to challenge Jiao Jiao to do so, and indeed, a considerable number had shown up. However, Qi Yin was no pushover. Some timid challengers, upon seeing him, fled in terror. There were bolder ones, yet alas, they were no match for Qi Yin, the 7-star beastman. Observing Ziyi's animated expressions, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of helplessness. Did this big tiger not comprehend the peril of such actions? Fortunately, Qi Yin had accompanied them. Otherwise, with just the 2 of them being 5-star, even if they managed to win, they would likely end up wounded. However, in light of this, Jiao Jiao believed it was indeed time to assist Ziyi and Mo Ran in enhancing their abilities. Otherwise, with the passage of time, it was likely that these 2, oh no, particularly the sensitive Mo Ran, would feel inadequate, causing him to suffer in silence. After all, as long as Ziyi, this big tiger, was not provoked too overtly, he should be fine. You are being far too reckless. We have only just arrived in the Beast City. If we offend the wrong individuals, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. While she expressed her reproach, her eyes were filled with concern. She meticulously examined each of the 3, and upon finding that they were unharmed save for a minor bruise on Ziyi, she finally felt at ease. That won't happen. Mo Ren stepped forward, enveloping Jiao Jiao in his embrace. We are engaging in a normal contest of skills, even if the opponent is defeated. They will simply accept their fate and not resort to any form of retaliation. Jiao Jiao nodded, deciding not to intervene, for she understood that this method was indeed the most effective and expeditious approach. Yet, a flicker of unease lingered within her. What if someone truly formidable yet unappealing were to emerge and insist on being her partner? What then? Mo Ren seemed to perceive Jiao Jiao's apprehensions and reassured her. Rest assured, defeating us does not automatically mandate a partnership. Our role is merely to assist you in filtering out the unsuitable candidates, should someone genuinely triumph over us. Their proposal for a partnership will still require your consent. Otherwise, the Beast City will undoubtedly intervene. Jiao Jiao finally felt reassured, and that was good. In the evening, it was Mo Ren's turn to accompany Jiao Jiao. He lay beside her, turned slightly on his side, quietly observing her. It was only when Jiao Jiao could no longer ignore his gaze that she turned her head to look at him. Why are you staring at me like that? Naturally, it was because our Jiao Jiao is so beautiful. A smile played at the corners of Mo Ren's lips as he reached out to smooth Jiao Jiao's slightly disheveled hair. Jiao Jiao shyly nestled into Mo Ren's embrace, rubbing against his chest. In recent days, Ziyi, Qiyin, and Xu Tian had been spending time with Jiao Jiao, and Mo Ren, concerned for her health, had been suppressing his feelings. However, with her gentle nuzzle, the restrained warmth surged within him. Jiao Jiao. Mo Ren rolled over, pinning Jiao Jiao beneath him, his voice transforming into an irresistible, smoky timbre. Given the circumstances, Jiao Jiao was well aware of Mo Ren's intentions. She nodded and then closed her eyes. A tempestuous encounter ultimately culminated in her slumber. Before drifting off, Jiao Jiao admitted to herself that it was not entirely true when she said she had no regrets, pondering whether the great serpent had been pinned up for too long, nearly exhausting her in the process. She resolved never to dote on a man again. Her life was paramount. Observing the lingering blush on Jiao Jiao's cheeks, Mo Ren smiled softly and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. He then carefully rose to fetch water downstairs to cleanse her. The few downstairs had grown accustomed to such situations. After all, who could resist sharing a bed with Jiao Jiao? The following day, after breakfast, Mo Ren, Qiyin, and Xu Tian prepared to leave, addressing Jiao Jiao, who was still enjoying her meal. Today, we three shall venture out, while Ziyi stays home to look after you and the little one. All right, please ensure your safety. Jiao Jiao replied, nodding in agreement. The three men nodded in unison, ready to depart, when Jiao Jiao suddenly called out, "Wait. Mo Ren, come here for a moment." Mo Ren glanced at Qiyin and Xu Tian before stepping closer to her. "You hardly ate. Have another piece," Jiao Jiao said, pinching a piece of meat. And as she stuffed it into Mo Ren's mouth, she discreetly slipped in a spirit-gathering pill as well. The moment the meat touched his palate, Mo Ren sensed a distinct change. His spirits lifted considerably. "Thank you, Jiao Jiao," he exclaimed, bending down to place a kiss at the corner of her mouth before turning to leave. As soon as they stepped outside, Qiyin could not help but murmur, "It appears Jiao Jiao is most concerned about you, Mo Ren, to personally feed you meat." Xu Tian chuckled at Qiyin's envious expression. Mo Ren is Jiao Jiao's first beast husband. It is only natural for her to care deeply. He added, "Besides, Jiao Jiao has never treated you, a mere fox, poorly." Qiyin nodded, acknowledging that Jiao Jiao treated all her companions equally without favoritism. Yet, it was precisely this that left him feeling somewhat discontent. He yearned to be the most special one, rather than just another among the rest. Mo Ren noticed Qiyin's unease and smiled. "Jiao Jiao does not particularly favor me. I was merely distracted while eating, and perhaps she sensed my thoughts, which made her concerned." Qiyin refrained from further comment, understanding the rationale yet unable to quell his own feelings. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, they found a noticeably larger crowd than the previous day. The three exchanged glances and sighed silently. Having such an endearing female companion was not always a blessing, as the attention could be overwhelming. After a grueling day, they returned home utterly exhausted. As they entered, Ziyi exclaimed in astonishment, "Mo Ren, you've actually broken through?" Mo Ren looked up at Jiao Jiao, who was seated inside, smiled faintly, and nodded. "Yes, it just happened unexpectedly during the competition today." Jiao Jiao stifled a laugh, realizing that the effects of the gathering spirit pill were even more pronounced on Mo Ren. "Wow, it's truly remarkable." Ziyi felt an overwhelming envy. But the thought that he had become the least capable among his companions immediately extinguished his smile. With a pitiful demeanor, he returned to Jiao Jiao's side. Nudging her hand with his head, "Jiao Jiao, you wouldn't despise me, would you?" Seeing Ze's forlorn expression, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling his hair. "Of course not. I have a great fondness for my big tiger." Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Jiao Jiao's companions took turns sparring in the arena. On the final day, a familiar aura suddenly appeared, alerting Mo Ran and the other two. Well, I never expected that after just a few days you would have made a breakthrough," Xing Ci remarked with a smile, his arms crossed over his chest. "How did you enter the city?" The other was undoubtedly a wandering beast, but how such a dangerous creature managed to infiltrate the beast city was a puzzle. Mo Ran attempted to step forward, only to be halted by Zhu Tian and Qi Yin. They could sense that the serpent beast before them was formidable. They might not be his match. Moreover, given Jiao Jiao's previous experience, this individual possessed a potent mental prowess, capable of manipulating another's actions, making him all the more perilous. "You cannot protect Jiao Jiao. She is mine to claim." Xing Ci strode forward, and just as Mo Ran realized what was happening, he found himself immobilized. "Is that so?" Zhu Tian manifested wings, obscuring Mo Ran's view. "Then let me see what you can do to speak so boldly here." As he spoke, a blade of wind was hurled at Xing Ci. Qi Yin, not one to linger, swiftly joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of wind blades into the air. The previously defeated or merely spectating beasts turned back, drawn by the sounds of combat, only to witness the simultaneous assault of Jiao Jiao's 2 7-star beast husbands. What background does that unfamiliar beast possess? How could he prompt 2 7-star beasts to engage? One beast wondered aloud. Is there such a powerful serpent beast in Beast City? Amidst the chaos, Chuan Luo emerged, accompanied by a tall, slender beast. Upon observing the combatants, both furrowed their brows. Chuan Luo was aware of the events in the arena and recognized the difficulties faced by the males of Beast City in courting Jiao Jiao. Today marked the final day of the sparring, and he had intended to see for himself. However, upon approaching, he sensed a tremendous surge of energy, far beyond what the males of Beast City could produce. The surrounding beasts shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. They were unaware of when the serpent beast had appeared in the city. Mo Ran. Chuan Luo approached Mo Ran, noticing his anxious demeanor yet still frozen in place. Realizing something was amiss, he turned to speak, only to see a hand resting on Mo Ran's shoulder. Within moments, Mo Ran was set free. He is under the control of that serpent beast's mental power. Zhu Xiong observed, his brow furrowed. He had never encountered such a potent mental force and was oblivious to the origins of the serpent beast. Mental power? Chuan Luo squinted at the serpent beast in the arena. Curiously, he found himself unable to discern the beast's star ranking, indicating that the creature's abilities surpassed his own, leading to this perplexing situation. "Thank you," Mo Ran uttered before transforming into a large black serpent and dashing toward the arena. Chuan Luo sensed something was amiss and instructed a nearby beast, who immediately morphed into a cheetah and sped off toward the inner city. Xing Ci noticed the commotion on Chuan Luo's side. Not wishing to antagonize Beast City, he emitted a blinding light and vanished from sight. Where did he go? The onlooking beasts rubbed their eyes, fearing they were hallucinating. How did he suddenly disappear? Another spectator exclaimed. The gathered beasts began to murmur among themselves, their fear palpable. Chuan Luo's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure and addressed the crowd. "That's enough for today. Everyone disperse." With Chuan Luo's authoritative words, the crowd obediently left the arena. The 3 who remained on the field exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. The serpent beast had vanished without a trace. What sort of ability was this, and why had they never heard of it before? Just then, the Lord of Beast City hurried over, a mature-looking ape beast, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, considerably older than Mo Ran and his companions. "Chuan Luo, I noticed a flash of light over here. What transpired?" The Lord inquired as he approached Chuan Luo. Chuan Luo succinctly recounted the events, causing the Lord to adopt a serious demeanor. In all these years, it is the first time such a dangerous individual has infiltrated Beast City. The most alarming aspect is that none of the guards detected him. If this person had intended to cause harm, Beast City would be in peril. "Lord, priest." Mo Ran and the other 2 descended from the arena, approaching Chuan Luo and the Lord. "We sincerely apologize. That individual must have followed us here." Mo Ran had never anticipated that the wandering beast would be so formidable. He had thought they would be safe within Beast City, yet the creature moved as if unchallenged, eliciting a sense of dread. "What is the situation?" the Lord inquired, frowning. Mo Ran recounted the events in detail, recognizing the importance of transparency regarding the safety of Beast City. Should they be asked to leave out of concern for danger, they would accept it. "So, you two are unaware of his identity?" the Lord pressed. Mo Ran shook his head. Jiao Jiao mentioned he is called Xing Ci. Beyond that, we know nothing. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the group until Chuan Luo finally spoke. Mo Ran, you should return. The serpent beast could be anywhere. It's best for you to stay close to the little female. The three exchanged alarmed glances, and without uttering farewells, they transformed into their beast forms and rushed toward the stone house. Chuan Luo, what are your thoughts on this matter? The Lord pondered, clearly concerned about the potential implications for Beast City during his leadership. Lord, it seems that the serpent beast does not wish to become our enemy. Otherwise, he would not have departed after an inconclusive skirmish, Chuan Luo suggested. The Lord nodded, taking Chuan Luo's analysis into consideration. Regardless, we must ensure that our guards remain vigilant and arrange for additional beasts to covertly protect Jiao Jiao. Now that she is within the city, we must do everything possible to ensure her safety. Understood, Chuan Luo affirmed. As Mo Ran and his companions sprinted toward the stone house, they spotted Zi and Jiao Jiao playing with the cubs at the entrance, and a wave of relief washed over them. Why do you look so exhausted? Jiao Jiao glanced at the three individuals drenched in perspiration and couldn't help but furrow her brows. It's nothing, just, I've been missing you a bit. Mo Ran interjected, stopping Qi Yin from responding. Jiao Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a disapproving glance at Mo Ran, then addressed the three of them, urging, hurry and wash up, you're all filthy. The trio scratched their heads sheepishly. In their haste to return, they had neglected to freshen up by the riverside. And now they were met with Jiao Jiao's disdain. Several days passed without a sign of the serpent beastman named Xing Ci. Mo Ran and the others silently breathed a sigh of relief, yet the lurking threat posed by Xing Ci still loomed, necessitating swift resolution. Otherwise, they would find it difficult to feel at ease. One day, while Jiao Jiao was still in slumber, the group conferred and resolved to venture outside the city to search for any trace of Xing Ci. Although they might not be able to confront him directly, they at least needed to discern his intentions. Ultimately, Mo Ran was designated to stay behind and care for Jiao Jiao, while the others departed under the pretense of hunting after breakfast. Following the rainy season, brief moments of sunshine would emerge before the onset of the cold season. Mo Ran glanced at Jiao Jiao, who was seated at the door, basking in the sunlight and tending to her offspring, her hands tirelessly stitching animal hides. With the evening temperatures already dipping low, he knew he had to expedite the creation of the fur garments that Jiao Jiao would need for the upcoming cold season. Aran, I've noticed you diligently sewing animal hides these past few days. What are you preparing for? Jiao Jiao observed Mo Ran, who was intently sewing animal hides, and could not resist approaching to inquire. In a few days, the cold season would arrive. Although Beast City was situated near the south, it was not the southernmost region. Thus, the chill of winter would still permeate the air. I must complete the garments you will require for the cold season before it sets in. With that, Mo Ran lifted the freshly crafted animal hide skirt and held it up against Jiao Jiao for comparison. Jiao Jiao lowered her gaze and noticed that the animal skin skirt for the cold season was, in fact, just slightly longer than the one she had previously worn, nearly reaching her ankles. The top had also transitioned from a simple strapless design to a somewhat longer version of the same. Yet, she pondered, wouldn't this still be insufficient to ward off the chill? Jiao Jiao regarded these garments with skepticism, convinced that if the winter was as dreadful as they claimed, merely donning such attire would surely lead to her demise from the cold. Outside, I've also crafted this piece for you. Do try it on. Observing the cloak-like outerwear in Mo Ran's hands, which was fashioned from the thickest animal skin available at home, she noted that it was lined with a layer of soft fur, ensuring not only comfort but exceptional warmth. Aran, you are truly brilliant. I cannot believe you thought of such an ingenious idea. Jiao Jiao generously bestowed a kiss upon her ink-stained cheek, exclaiming her praise with exuberance. Having resided in this beastly realm for some time, Jiao Jiao had come to comprehend the local climate. According to their accounts, the recent sunny days would soon give way to a dramatic drop in temperature, heralding the onset of snow. Furthermore, based on their calculations, this frigid season was destined to endure for no less than 6 months. This implied that snow would fall for nearly half a year. Jiao Jiao finally comprehended the reason behind her partner's incessant worry about her sustenance, perpetually fearing the scarcity of provisions. As the frigid season approached, Both orcs and wild beasts tended to retreat, reluctant to venture out. In such circumstances, lacking a sufficient stockpile of food would inevitably lead to hardship. Observing the ample reserves of various beast meats piled high in her space, alongside a heap of large potatoes she had cultivated during her leisure, and an array of herbs and wild vegetables flourishing in the fields, Jiao Jiao felt no trepidation about enduring the cold season. In any case, should the situation become dire, she could always exchange for the seeds she desired from the marketplace to plant in her space, ensuring that a lack of food would be an impossibility. While perusing her space, the long-forgotten system re-emerged to assert its presence. Host, given that you haven't accrued points in quite some time, the system wishes to remind you to actively complete tasks to gather points. Understood. Jiao Jiao helplessly pressed her forehead. She already had 4 partners, which had left her feeling exhausted and sore. If she were to take on a few more, she could hardly bear to contemplate the thought. By the way, system, you once mentioned that contributions to the beast world could also yield points, correct? To prevent the system from suggesting that she should seek more partners, Jiao Jiao recalled its previous words and quickly inquired. Indeed, host. As long as you engage in activities that benefit the development of the beast world, you can earn corresponding points. Jiao Jiao sighed in relief. Yet a new conundrum emerged before her. In her previous life, she was not an exceptional scholar. What could she possibly do to benefit the beast realm? What, indeed, was of utmost importance to the beast realm? After much contemplation, Jiao Jiao found herself devoid of any clear ideas. She then fixed her gaze upon Ran, who was diligently crafting a leather skirt for herself. Ran, she inquired, what do you believe would truly benefit everyone in the beast realm? Without the slightest hesitation, Ran lifted her head and replied, food, of course. Jiao Jiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, the beast world lacked agriculture. Everyone had to forage in the wild for their sustenance. What if she could assist the inhabitants of the beast world in learning to cultivate their own crops? That would undoubtedly be a monumental contribution. With this notion in mind, Jiao Jiao began to devise a plan in her heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zi and Qi Yin returned, burdened with their quarry. However, the expressions on their faces suggested they had returned empty-handed. It appeared that capturing Xing Xiai and uncovering his intentions was not a matter to be rushed. Gazing at the robust back of Zi, who bore several mooing cattle, leading sheep, and even a fierce beast, Jiao Jiao was astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. With such a haul, would the dawn even break tomorrow? Jiao Jiao, I haven't had lamb soup in ages. Shall I prepare it for you tonight? Zi, still embodying his white tiger form, stood before the stone dwelling, addressing Jiao Jiao. Absolutely. Jiao Jiao nodded, acknowledging that the weather was indeed suitable for savoring mutton soup, a perfect means to warm the body. Jiao Jiao, let us preserve the meat we have hunted these past few days with salt. What do you think? Ran interjected suddenly. Jiao Jiao immediately understood Ran's intention. They had settled in Beast City, and if others discovered that their household lacked meat while they still enjoyed it regularly, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Very well. Let us proceed as Ran suggested. Ran promptly set aside the half-finished animal skin skirt and turned to Zi, saying, while there is still daylight, we must swiftly take care of these matters. Zi immediately turned and headed toward the river. I wish to join as well. Jiao Jiao promptly stood up and playfully tugged at Ran, her demeanor reminiscent of a petulant child. Ran initially intended to decline her request. Yet upon witnessing her adorable pouting expression, he found himself unable to resist. Consequently, he bent down and lifted her, allowing Jiao Jiao to perch upon his shoulder. Unlike the usual manner of being cradled horizontally, the novelty of sitting atop his shoulder exhilarated her. With one hand cautiously wrapped around Ran's head to maintain her balance, she felt a surge of excitement. Steady now, Ran remarked, one hand supporting her while the other grasped a stone knife as he set off in pursuit of Zi. The duo, Qitian and another, exchanged glances before hastily grabbing a basket for carrying meat and following suit. Upon reaching the riverbank, Ran gently set Jiao Jiao down and knelt to assist in processing the wild beasts. Jiao Jiao, unable to bear the sight of the gruesome scenes, began to move about in the vicinity. Ran and the others, feeling uneasy, frequently glanced her way to ensure her safety. Ran, how could you agree to bring Jiao Jiao out here? Qi Yin exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Ran was fully aware that Xing Xiai was lurking near the beast city. Yet he had taken Jiao Jiao outside the city, essentially providing an opportunity for the enemy. If Jiao Jiao were to act coy, one could easily imagine that he would be even more eager than Ran to bring her along. Zhu Tian's unexpected remark silenced Qi Yin immediately. Indeed, Jiao Jiao seldom indulged in such playful behavior. When she did, who could possibly resist? If there ever came a day when Jiao Jiao directed her charms towards him, he would likely go to great lengths to pluck the moon from the sky for her. Rest assured, although this place is not as secure as within the city, there are still numerous guards nearby. Nothing will happen. Mo Ran cast a glance in Jiao Jiao's direction, observing her crouched down, seemingly engrossed in examining an object. Moreover, Jiao Jiao was quite intelligent. If they were to hinder her, she would undoubtedly deduce the truth, rather than allowing her to be anxious. It would be wiser for them to remain vigilant. Indeed, if Jiao Jiao were to learn that Xing Xi was pursuing them, it would surely remind her of past troubles. A heavy silence fell upon them, for they all wished to see Jiao Jiao happy and did not want her to frown over that stray beast. I've taken care of the lamb. I will return to prepare the soup. Please keep a close watch on Jiao Jiao, Zi stated as he set down the prepared meat and moved a distance away to wash off the blood in the water before returning to shore. Jiao Jiao, I will head back to make the soup. Jiao Jiao looked up at Zi, who had transformed into a beastly form, nodded slightly, and then waved her hand at him before returning her attention to the intriguing object she had just discovered. Is this cilantro before me? Jiao Jiao meticulously examined the leaves and discovered they bore a striking resemblance to the cilantro from her past life, yet the cilantro sold in supermarkets was decidedly smaller. To avoid any misidentification, she plucked a leaf and brought it to her nose for a careful sniff. The familiar aroma enveloped her senses. Jiao Jiao joyfully picked up a branch and began to dig, for it is well known that a sprinkle of cilantro in lamb soup would enhance its flavor significantly. As she diligently excavated the herbs, a pair of eyes in the woods remained fixated upon her. Xing Xi could hardly believe that she had the audacity to venture beyond the city walls at such a time. Her earnestness in foraging for wild vegetables was undeniably adorable. He yearned to rush over, envelop her in his embrace, and plant a kiss upon her cheek. Before long, Jiao Jiao had unearthed a considerable amount of cilantro and even stumbled upon a ginger root. With these two ingredients, the forthcoming dishes would undoubtedly be even more delectable. Jiao Jiao contentedly found a vine, tying together the coriander and ginger before making her way towards Mo Ran and the others, who were still tending to the wild beast. Jiao Jiao, are you heading back first? Mo Ran inquired, his gaze fixed on her as she approached, rising hurriedly to ask. Jiao Jiao was eager to bring the ginger back, believing it would enhance the flavor of the mutton soup. What is this? Yin inquired, approaching with freshly washed meat, which he placed on the previously prepared leaves. This is cilantro. Adding it to the mutton soup will elevate its taste. And this ginger can eliminate the fishy odor. You can add some when cooking meat in the future to avoid any unpleasantness. Curiously, Yin picked up the cilantro and leaned in to sniff it, instantly contorting his face in discomfort. Jiao Jiao, are you certain this is edible? It smells foul. Observing Yin's reaction, Jiao Jiao took the cilantro from his hand and inhaled its aroma. There is no foul smell, only fragrance. Suddenly, she recalled that cilantro is a herb that some adore while others detest. It appeared Yin belonged to the latter group. Why don't you both take a whiff? Under Jiao Jiao's expectant gaze, Mo Ran and Zhu Tian shook their heads, indicating they did not perceive any unpleasant odor. Realizing that he was the only one who found it repugnant, Yin's face fell. Previously, he had teased Zi for his inability to tolerate spicy food. Now he found himself in a similar predicament. Jiao Jiao, I will strive to adapt to the flavor of cilantro, Yin declared resolutely, as if proclaiming something of utmost importance, which made Jiao Jiao unable to contain her laughter. It's all right. Cilantro is meant to be sprinkled on the soup or meat as a garnish after serving. If you dislike it, there is no need to force yourself. Upon hearing her reassurance, Yin finally relaxed. He was truly fearful of being disdained by Jiao Jiao for his aversion to cilantro. He had even contemplated holding his breath and swallowing it whole during mealtime if necessary. I will wash these now, and we can take them back, Mo Ran stated, taking all the cilantro from Jiao Jiao's hands and squatting by the riverbank to wash them diligently. Jiao Jiao initially intended to offer her assistance, but her offer was declined, the rationale being that they were not inclined to allow a female to partake in such tasks. After washing the cilantro, Mo Ran took Jiao Jiao and prepared to return, leaving Yin and Zhu Tian to continue processing the remaining beast meat. Jiao Jiao glanced around to ensure no one was watching before she crouched down and stored the already processed items into her space. Thus, the remaining meat could be effortlessly retrieved by herself and Yin in due course. Hidden in the shadows, Xingxi's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had never anticipated that Jiao Jiao possessed such a rare spatial ability. Could it be that she was a saintess? It was rumored that only a saintess could wield certain powers unattainable by other females, though most saintesses were renowned for their formidable reproductive capabilities. And instances of spatial abilities were exceedingly rare. Indeed, she was a remarkable being. Such a unique female. Why should she not belong to him? Xingxi subtly curled his lips into a smile, exuding an air of inevitability. Then I shall leave the processing of the beast meat to you. Mo Ran and I will take our leave first. After collecting the meat, Jiao Jiao rose and waved goodbye to Zhu Tian and Qi Yin. Mo Ran promptly lifted her, just as he had when they arrived, placing her upon his shoulder as they departed. Qi Yin and Zhu Tian waved farewell to Jiao Jiao, but as they turned away, they sensed a watchful gaze. Qi Yin was about to speak when Zhu Tian discreetly gestured for him to remain silent, prompting Qi Yin to suppress his words. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. I shall seek a nearby solution, Qi Yin said, clutching his abdomen. With a leap, he bounded across the riverbank and plunged into the forest. Jiao Jiao had departed, leaving Xingxi with no reason to linger. He began to withdraw, preparing to leave. Yet, as he turned, he discovered Qi Yin had inexplicably appeared behind him. Xingxi let out a cold laugh. This fox was indeed cunning. Xingxi, what are you truly after? Qi Yin clenched his fists, glaring at Xingxi with palpable hatred. This wicked rogue beast dared to covet Jiao Jiao without seeking the approval of the beast god. Last time, the three of you could not best me. Now, do you think you can hinder me alone? As soon as Xingxi's words fell, he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Zhu Tian had quietly materialized at his back. Even if the two of you join forces, you remain no match for me. Were I in your position, I would feign ignorance, diligently prepare the meat, and return home. Xingxi crossed his arms over his chest, regarding the two with disdain. Let us put that to the test, Zhu Tian declared, promptly transforming into a colossal eagle beast. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended and then dove. Its sharp claws aimed at Xingxi. Sensing Zhu Tian's movement, Qi Yin wasted no time, morphing into a massive crimson nine-tailed fox and lunging at Xingxi. You are no match for me, Xingxi retorted while fending off their attacks. Indeed, I initially wished to monopolize Jiao Jiao, but after observing her for several days, it is clear she has been overly pampered by you. Such a delicate female is beyond my care. Why not we each take a step back and allow me to be her partner as well? Zhu Tian and Qi Yin exchanged glances. You must be dreaming, Zhu Tian cried, unleashing a resounding eagle cry as he charged once more at Xingxi. Qi Yin also did not hold back, unleashing a flurry of wind blades towards Xingxi, devastating the surrounding trees and leveling the forest to the ground. Hearing the tremendous commotion behind her, Jiao Jiao turned anxiously. Aran, what is happening over there? Mo Ran frowned and immediately transformed into a serpent beast, swiftly transporting Jiao Jiao to the city gates. Jiao Jiao, you must return first. I will investigate, given the circumstances from last time. Xingxi did not appear to desire enmity with the beast city, making it safest for Jiao Jiao to remain within its walls. Jiao Jiao wished to join, but upon reflecting on the potential dangers, she felt that her presence might only serve as a hindrance rather than assistance. It was wiser to safeguard herself first, lest she distract them from their mission. Jiao Jiao, what is the matter? Zi gasped as he rushed over, having just been preparing soup in the stone house. Upon hearing the commotion and realizing it was by the riverside where Jiao Jiao and the others were, he nearly lost his composure and hastily abandoned the unfinished soup. Seeing Jiao Jiao standing at the city gate, unscathed, brought him a sigh of relief. Jiao Jiao, let me escort you back. Without further ado, Zi transformed into a magnificent white tiger and lowered himself, allowing Jiao Jiao to mount his back. When Mo Ran arrived in the woods, both Zhu Tian and Qi Yin bore some injuries, while Xingxi appeared completely unscathed. You are a Jiaolong? Mo Ran scrutinized Xingxi's beastly form and noted that he differed from typical serpents. Where ordinary snake beasts have smooth heads, Xingxi possessed two prominent horns, a clear indication of his Jiaolong lineage. You have quite the discerning eye, Xingxi scoffed, turning his gaze towards Mo Ran. Mo Ran, as a serpent beast, you have managed to remain by Jiao Jiao's side. I, too, can do so. If you persuade these two fools to allow me to share in Jiao Jiao's company, I shall relent. Otherwise, the murderous aura emanating from Xingxi left the already formidable six-star beastman Mo Ran feeling utterly overwhelmed. Serpents are inherently unable to resist Jiaolong. And despite being of equal star rank today, Mo Ran could not defy this instinct. What if I refuse? Mo Ran gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to kneel, and met Xingxi's gaze defiantly. You lack the capability to safeguard Jiao Jiao. Once her identity as the holy female is revealed, countless beastmen, many far stronger than you, will seek to claim her. What will you do then? Did he truly know? The three exchanged glances, realizing that he must perish today. In the next instant, they lunged towards Xing Xiai simultaneously, and chaos ensued, plunging the surroundings into darkness and turmoil. Jiao Jiao was carried back to the stone house by Ziyi. For some reason, she still felt a lingering sense of unease. Are you hiding something from me? Jiao Jiao observed Ziyi pacing back and forth at the entrance of the stone house. One utterance from her caused Ziyi to freeze in place, solidifying Jiao Jiao's suspicions. Could it be that Xing Xiai had pursued them? The only presence that could instill such a sense of dread among their companions was indeed Xing Xiai. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, she assured. Mo Ran and the others will certainly intercept Xing Xiai. We will not allow any harm to come to you. Jiao Jiao hurriedly rose to her feet, her mind racing with concern. If it truly was Xing Xiai and Mo Ran outside, would they be in danger? Just as her anxiety reached its peak, Chuan Luo appeared. He appeared somewhat anxious, and only relaxed when he confirmed that Jiao Jiao was unharmed. Little female, what has transpired? I just overheard the guards mention that Mo Ran rushed you back here before heading out again, and now a commotion has erupted outside. It is the serpent beastman from before, and his target is Jiao Jiao. Ziyi squeezed through the crowd. The serpent beastman? The one from the competition arena? Chuan Luo furrowed his brow immediately. If it was indeed that individual, it was likely that Jiao Jiao's companions were in grave danger. He had noticed during the competition that the serpent beastman was on an entirely different level compared to Jiao Jiao's companions. He was extraordinarily formidable, clearly toying with them. If that is the case, perhaps I can assist you. A foreign voice interrupted, and Jiao Jiao then noticed a young beastman had accompanied Chuan Luo. This male beastman wore a bashful smile, his hair uniquely split into black and white, and his features bore a charming innocence with a hint of baby fat. He was known as Zhu Xiong, a ferret beastman skilled in magic and poison. What is a ferret beastman? Jiao Jiao pondered, scrutinizing his appearance, struggling to recall any animal that might resemble him. Would magic? Poison? Is this what they call a poison master? You mentioned you could help me. How do you intend to do so? She pressed, realizing that now was not the time for hesitation, since Zhu Xiong claimed he could assist. She was willing to explore the possibility. But I have one condition. Zhu Xiong replied slowly, unhurriedly. Jiao Jiao felt a surge of irritation. The situation was dire. And how could this person take advantage of the chaos? Zhu Xiong, the little female, was already in a state of urgency, yet you still wish to express your thoughts. If your proposal is feasible, the little female will undoubtedly acquiesce to your demands. Jiao Jiao nodded, expressing her willingness to comply with any reasonable request. Now, could you please enlighten me on how you intend to assist me? Zhu Xiong replied with a faint smile. Retrieving a small pouch wrapped in leaves from his animal skin bag, apply this powder onto your skin the moment a serpent beast comes into contact with your body. It shall be rendered completely paralyzed and unable to move. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there such a formidable poison in this beastly world? Could she be in danger? What if she fails to subdue Xing Xiai and ends up succumbing herself? Rest assured, this poison is solely aimed at male beastmen. Females will not face any peril from it. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiao Jiao rode Ziyi back to the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the riverbank, she discovered that the forest across had been reduced to ruins, and there were no signs of life amidst the debris. Let us hasten over. Jiao Jiao felt a surge of anxiety and immediately instructed Ziyi to leap over. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyi swiftly carried Jiao Jiao across the small river to the opposite bank. The situation here was far more dire than what they had previously witnessed. Dozens of pits, both large and small, marred the ground, stained with numerous bloodstains. Yet, a Ran, a Yin, Jutian? Jiao Jiao called out loudly. But the only response was an overwhelming silence. Who is there? Ziyi asked, taking a cautious step back and gazing towards the left. After a considerable pause, no one emerged from that direction. Jiao Jiao patted Ziyi, signaling him to lower her down. As he sat partially upright, she gracefully slid down his back. Let us go take a look. Jiao Jiao bit her lip, cautiously approaching the large pit over there. As she drew near and craned her neck to take a look, her expression suddenly turned to one of shock. A Ran. Jiao Jiao instinctively attempted to leap down, but was swiftly grasped by Ziyi. Jiao Jiao, wait for me. I will descend, Ziyi declared, transforming into a majestic white tiger. With a powerful leap, he reached Mo Ran's side, lifting the bloodied Mo Ran from the depths of the pit. Ran, how are you faring? Jiao Jiao reached out, yearning to make contact, yet apprehensive of causing Imoran pain. Her hand trembled, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Observing Jiao Jiao's sorrow, Imoran longed to offer solace, but the agony coursing through his body rendered him incapable even of lifting a hand to wipe her tears. What of the yin and Zhutian? Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled and staggered towards the nearby pits. Zi immediately laid Imoran down flat and followed Jiao Jiao in search of others. Fortunately, Qi Yin and Zhutian were not far from Imoran's location, and they were soon found. Witnessing the frail condition of the three, Jiao Jiao felt an indescribable pain in her heart. If it weren't for her, they would not have been injured so grievously. But where was Xingxi? Zi sniffed the air. The chaotic atmosphere from the battle made it difficult for him to ascertain Xingxi's whereabouts. Among the injured, Zhutian fared relatively better, sitting on the ground. He raised a hand to point in a certain direction. Zi immediately headed that way, but Jiao Jiao was quicker. Startled, Zi noticed that Jiao Jiao was gripping a dagger tightly in her hand and hurried after her. From a distance, they spotted Xingxi lying on the ground in a disheveled state. Jiao Jiao clenched the dagger and dashed forward, not even waiting for Xingxi to speak before she lunged at his heart. However, what Jiao Jiao did not anticipate was that even in his severely injured state, Xingxi was not someone she could easily kill. He merely cast a glance at her, and she found herself paralyzed in place. Jiao Jiao. Zi halted, watching as Xingxi slowly rose from the ground. Observing Zi standing frozen in place, Xingxi smirked. You really are useless. Feeling the disdain in Xingxi's eyes, Zi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to avert his gaze from Xingxi, and transformed into a white tiger, leaping towards him. Xingxi scoffed, raising his hand to send Zi crashing back. As he landed, dust billowed into the air. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, astonished by Xingxi's formidable prowess. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, Zi remained utterly defenseless before him. What a ruthless female indeed. Xingxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with great effort, rose to his feet. Jiao Jiao, your companions are so easily defeated. What use are they to you? Why not come with me? I will ensure your safety. With that, Xingxi embraced Jiao Jiao, bringing her to stand beside him. The three individuals nearby, witnessing Jiao Jiao fall into Xingxi's grasp, disregarded their own agonizing wounds and struggled to rise. Alas, their injuries were too grave, rendering them incapable of even standing, let alone rescuing Jiao Jiao from Xingxi's clutches. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with tension and silence enveloped the surroundings, a light laugh shattered the stillness. Jiao Jiao. Imoran's expression was one of anguish. He lamented his past decisions. Had he not taken Jiao Jiao away from the tribe, but instead heeded the chief's counsel to find her more companions and keep her within the tribe, she would not be facing such peril now. It was entirely his fault. Despite his limited abilities, he had fancied himself capable and led Jiao Jiao away. Reflecting on their encounter with the stray beast, he realized that had it not been for Jiao Jiao's strength, he would have perished that day. What are you laughing at? Xingxi released his hold on Jiao Jiao, gazing in astonishment at the female before him, whose face was streaked with tears yet still bore a smile. Though she appeared somewhat disheveled, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Rather, it stirred a deeper instinct to protect her. Do you wish to be my companion? Jiao Jiao took a step back, creating distance between herself and Xingxi. For reasons unknown, as Xingxi gazed into Jiao Jiao's eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of heartbreak. His heart softened involuntarily, and his tone became gentler. I am stronger and can protect you better. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao smiled, yet that smile evoked an even deeper sadness in those who beheld it. After a moment, she spoke, her eyes suddenly filled with a lethal intensity. But what can be done? I only wish for your demise. Looking at Jiao Jiao's face, Xingxi was overcome by an inexplicable fear. Despite it being the same visage as before, it now felt entirely alien, instilling within him a sense of dread. Jiao Jiao, can you not grant me a single chance? Xingxi still yearned to plead, for he truly did not wish to squander this opportunity. Though he was a wandering beast, he longed for his own progeny. And Jiao Jiao was the female most likely to fulfill that desire. Most crucially, according to the laws of the beast realm, he must first defeat her companions to be deemed worthy of courting Jiao Jiao. Very well. Jiao Jiao approached with a cold smile, taking Xingxi's hand to press against her own face, yet her eyes remained icy, devoid of any emotion. I shall grant you this opportunity. Let us see if you possess the strength to seize it. By the time Xingxi sensed the disturbance, it felt as though all his strength had been drained away in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled helplessly to the ground. Today, I shall impart a lesson. The more exquisite the female, the greater the peril she embodies. In your next life, remember to keep your distance when you see me." With that, Jiao Jiao retrieved the dagger that had just fallen and, without a hint of hesitation, plunged it directly into Xingxi's heart. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering her face, transforming her into a terrifying specter, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. Witnessing Jiao Jiao clutching the dagger, trembling violently, Imo ran, fueled by an unknown strength, hurried over and enveloped her in his embrace. "It's all right. It's all right." Hearing Imo Ran's soothing voice, Jiao Jiao slowly lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. In the moment of slaying Xingxi, she had felt no fear, yet now, gazing at her blood-soaked form, she was consumed by terror. "Jiao Jiao need not fear. I shall take you home." Jiao Jiao leaned wearily against Imo Ran's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, which provided her with a sense of comfort. Imo Ran lifted Jiao Jiao into his arms and began walking toward the city. Zhu Tian and Qi Yin were gravely injured, supporting each other as they dragged the unconscious Zi along, limping behind them. Upon their return to the Beast City, they discovered that Chuan Luo and Zhu Xiong were still in their stone house. As soon as Zhu Xiong saw them, he rushed over, noticing Jiao Jiao's pale complexion and the strong scent of blood emanating from her. Without hesitation, he took her from Imo Ran's embrace and carried her into the stone house. The remaining companions exchanged glances, questioning who he was and why Jiao Jiao showed no inclination to resist. Unable to find answers in each other's eyes, they ultimately turned their gaze to Chuan Luo. Clearing his throat, Chuan Luo's expression was exceedingly unnatural. That was Zhu Xiong, the one who had provided Jiao Jiao with the powder to defeat the stray beast. Without his assistance, they likely would not have survived the ordeal. That seemingly underage male possessed such formidable strength? As the three of them brought the still unconscious Zi into the stone house, they saw that Jiao Jiao had been placed on a stone bench, while Zhu Xiong was using his abilities to examine her condition. What element? The four of them exchanged glances, comprehending the unspoken thoughts in one another's eyes. "I am fine. Please attend to them quickly. They are all injured." Jiao Jiao felt somewhat uneasy under the gazes of Imo Ran and the other two, hastily withdrawing her hand as she spoke to Zhu Xiong. Zhu Xiong, with an expression of indifference, merely cast a fleeting glance at Imo Ran and the others before retracting his hand. They were male, and such minor injuries would heal swiftly. Jiao Jiao was momentarily speechless. Although it is true that the regenerative ability of males is remarkably potent, why not utilize the presence of a wood-type individual here? Just then, Zi, who had been unconscious throughout the ordeal, awoke. Dazed, he opened his eyes and discovered that they had returned to the stone house, and everyone appeared to be in good spirits. He immediately leapt up in excitement. "Have we defeated Xingxi? Who was so formidable? How was this achieved?" Imo Ran, Qi Yin, and Zhu Tian exchanged exasperated glances, wondering if this great white tiger was lacking in intelligence. Could he not perceive the presence of outsiders in the stone house? It would be quite inappropriate for everyone to learn that it was Jiao Jiao, seemingly delicate and frail, who had vanquished Xingxi. "By the way, you previously mentioned that I should fulfill a request of yours. What was it?" Jiao Jiao harbored a disdain for indebtedness, and fortuitously, her companions along with Chuan Luo were present, fulfilling Zhu Xiong's request, thus alleviating a lingering concern. "I wish to become your partner," Zhu Xiong declared, gently kneeling to take Jiao Jiao's hand, bestowing a tender kiss upon its back. The warm, moist kiss sent a jolt through Jiao Jiao, causing her to retract her hand as if electrified. "What did you just say?" Jiao Jiao felt a tinge of disbelief and asked once more. "I wish to be your companion. Without a wood-type beastman by your side, my presence would certainly prove advantageous." Zhu Xiong spoke with remarkable candor. "Moreover, I hold a deep affection for you." Initially, when Chuan Luo mentioned Jiao Jiao, he was reluctant. However, the moment he laid eyes on her, the sudden flutter of his heart made him realize that she was indeed the one he had been waiting for. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. If her memory served her correctly, this was only the second encounter with the bamboo bear, and both meetings had occurred on the same day. How could he possibly have developed an affection for her? Moreover, given her current disheveled appearance, she could sense her own state of disarray even without a mirror. Most importantly, he appeared quite young. Was he even of age? Chuan Luo was equally surprised by the bamboo bear's forthrightness and, after a brief moment of astonishment, couldn't help but chuckle. Jiao Jiao, the bamboo bear is the most formidable shaman in our beast city, and he is also the chieftain of the iron-eating beast clan. Associating with him would certainly not be a disadvantage for you. As a chieftain, he must be of age, right? Jiao Jiao had no desire to engage with someone underage. Jiao Jiao was hesitating when Imo Ran approached her. "Jiao Jiao, if you are not fond of it, you may decline." If it comes to that, we can always settle it with a duel. Ran was quite forthright, which only made Jiao Jiao feel more embarrassed. After all, Zhu Xiong was a benefactor to their family. Without his antidote, they might have perished long ago. I can give you time to ponder this. You may provide me with your answer in 3 days. How does that sound? Perhaps sensing Jiao Jiao's indecision, Zhu Xiong was not displeased. For he understood that a unique female like her would naturally have her own criteria for choosing a partner. I am willing. Jiao Jiao's voice emanated from behind, prompting Zhu Xiong to halt his steps abruptly. With a hint of surprise, he turned around, astonished that Jiao Jiao had so readily acquiesced to his request. Are you truly willing? Zhu Xiong inquired, taking several strides to position himself before Jiao Jiao, crouching down to meet her gaze at eye level. Jiao Jiao smiled faintly, pondering why she would be unwilling. You are so handsome, and as the leader of the iron-eating beast, what reason do I have to refuse? Ran and the others exchanged glances, realizing their conjecture had been accurate. Jiao Jiao indeed had a penchant for attractive males, which explained her willingness to form a bond on their very first day of acquaintance. However, Jiao Jiao held different thoughts. She was aware that the myriad beasts of the city would eventually learn of her identity and that she would be compelled to choose a partner. Rather than waiting to be arranged, she preferred to take the initiative, ensuring that she would not be placed in a passive position. Most importantly, she felt no aversion towards the bamboo bear before her. All right, the bamboo bear nodded. It's getting late. You should rest well. I will come by early tomorrow. As Jiao Jiao watched the bamboo bear and Chuan Luo depart, Ran approached her, crouching down to take her hand. Do you genuinely like that silly bear? Silly bear? Does the bamboo bear look foolish? It was worth noting that in her previous life, iron-eating beasts were regarded as national treasures. However, it did seem rather adorably clumsy. Imagining the moment when the bamboo bear would transform into its beast form for her to pet, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. In her previous existence, she had never had the chance to pet a giant panda, but now, she could finally fulfill that desire. Ran and the others exchanged glances, a moment of melancholy passing through their eyes. So, Jiao Jiao truly had an affection for that iron-eating beast? He had barely left, and she was already longing for him. When Jiao Jiao regained her focus, she noticed her 4 companions wearing downcast expressions and felt puzzled. What troubles you? Ran shook his head slowly as he stood up. It's nothing. Jiao Jiao, would you like to take a bath first? I can fetch you some water. Or would you prefer to eat something first? I noticed that the lamb soup Z made earlier is still available. It just needs to be reheated. Jiao Jiao glanced down at herself and decided it would be best to take a bath first. The overwhelming scent of blood nearly made her retch. All she desired was to immerse herself in warm water and wash away the grime, particularly her hair, which felt almost impossible to untangle. She wondered if the system's marketplace offered any bathing products. In recent days, she had merely used hot water to rinse off, at most employing the soap pods brought back by Ran for a quick scrub. While that sufficed on ordinary days, today was exceptionally filthy, and she feared that without some technological assistance, the lingering scent of blood would be arduous to eradicate. Seizing the opportunity while her companions were preoccupied, Jiao Jiao ventured into the spatial marketplace. Before long, she discovered both body wash and shampoo, each only requiring a mere 100 points. Without a second thought, she exchanged for a bottle of each. The acquired items remained in her spatial realm, as such modern conveniences were ill-suited for the beastly world. Once Ran had prepared the water, he quietly exited, and Jiao Jiao eagerly entered the bath, fervently lathering herself with the shampoo and body wash. After nearly an hour and 3 changes of water, she finally emerged refreshed. Jiao Jiao, you smell delightful. As Ran approached, he was instantly captivated by the alluring fragrance enveloping her. However, upon noticing her still damp hair, his expression shifted, and he promptly swept her into his arms, leading her downstairs to the warmth of the campfire. With the temperature dropping, it was imperative to dry her hair immediately, lest she catch a chill. Gently setting her down, Ran retrieved a clean animal hide and tenderly began to wring out her hair. Meanwhile, Ze had reheated the soup and roasted some meat, and he approached, cradling Jiao Jiao in his arms and offering her pieces of the savory meat. Jiao Jiao, you smell so wonderful today. Ze could not resist burying his face into her neck, greedily inhaling her enticing aroma. How ticklish. Jiao Jiao could not help but gently lift her hand to cradle Zi's face, moving it aside. I added quite a few petals to the bath, which is why it smells so delightful, she explained, her complexion slightly unnatural. How could she have forgotten that both the shower gel and shampoo possess fragrances? It appeared she would need to choose a milder scent next time, lest she be easily discovered. Zhu Tian and Qi Yin had already gone outside to rinse themselves off. However, they had used cold water, and the chill emanating from them was palpable. Consequently, they deliberately chose seats positioned farther away from Jiao Jiao. "Why are you two sitting so far apart?" she inquired, noticing their still damp hair. She waved them over, urging them to sit closer. "Aaron just mentioned that you should dry your hair promptly to avoid catching a cold." As she spoke, she retrieved some cool, clean animal skins from her space and draped them over their heads. "I'm counting on you to take care of me. You mustn't fall ill." In truth, males in the beast world rarely fell sick, unless severely injured. Otherwise, they were invariably vigorous and full of life. After dining, warmed by the crackling fire, Jiao Jiao leaned back, drowsy in her own embrace. This night, it was Ziyi's turn to watch over her. He rose to carry her upstairs to rest. Perhaps the grass nest was a bit chilly, for as he set her down, she clung to him, unwilling to let go. It was unavoidable. The great tiger exuded warmth, making it comfortable to nestle against him. Helpless, Ziyi transformed into a white tiger, allowing Jiao Jiao to rest her head upon him as she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before Jiao Jiao had even opened her eyes, she felt her hand brush against something soft and furry. Curiously, she grasped it a couple of times, only to hear a muffled grunt beside her ear. "Eh?" Jiao Jiao opened her eyes and saw Ziyi lying beside her, her eyes red and filled with a sense of grievance. As she looked up, she noticed that her hands were clutching Ziyi's two fluffy beast ears. "What has happened to Eh?" Jiao Jiao gazed at Ziyi, who was desperately suppressing his emotions, and mischievously began to play with his beastly ears once more. Ziyi trembled all over, ultimately grasping Jiao Jiao's mischievous hand as if in a plea for mercy. In his eyes, she perceived a flicker of desire, which startled her enough to retract her hand hastily. After all, she had no intention of engaging in such activities so early in the day. However, Ziyi, ignited by his desires, was suddenly displeased. He rolled over, pinning Jiao Jiao beneath him. "You wicked girl," he exclaimed, propping himself up with his hands as he fixed his gaze upon her. "After tormenting me all night, now that you've finally awakened, you dare to flee?" Unable to contain her laughter at Ziyi's evident frustration, Jiao Jiao reached up, wrapping her arms around his neck, and arched her body to plant a kiss on the corner of his lips. "I am hungry." The moment her words fell, Ziyi's expression shifted to one of urgency as he swiftly leapt off the stone bed, scooping Jiao Jiao into his arms and hurrying downstairs, nestled in his embrace. She couldn't help but chuckle. Her companions were truly exceptional, always placing her needs above all else. Even in that moment, with just a simple declaration of hunger, Ziyi was quick to set aside his thoughts and carry her downstairs for a meal. Downstairs, Zhu Tian had already prepared everything Jiao Jiao needed for her morning routine. After a brief wash-up, she appeared beside the stone table, where a freshly cooked steak, prepared by Ziyi, awaited her, accompanied by potatoes that the others had previously boiled. As Jiao Jiao was enjoying her meal, the bamboo bear arrived. This marked the first time Jiao Jiao beheld the majestic form of a bamboo bear, although she had long been aware that the iron-eating beast was, in her previous life's understanding, akin to a giant panda. The creature before her was astonishingly colossal, at least 10 times larger than the pandas she had seen in the zoo. Despite its size, Jiao Jiao found it irresistibly adorable, almost compelled to reach out and pet it. However, upon glancing at her own stature and then at the immense being before her, she hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to proceed. The bamboo bear paused, setting down the items it carried, before transforming back into its humanoid form. "Jiao Jiao, I have arrived." The bamboo bear's voice resembled that of a youthful boy, and coupled with his somewhat juvenile visage, Jiao Jiao could hardly suppress a smile. Observing their female companion's reaction, several partners exchanged glances and sighed quietly. "Bamboo bear, I have a modest request. Could you possibly grant it for me?" Jiao Jiao clasped her hands together, a hint of pleading evident in her gaze. Coupled with her already exquisite features, it is likely that no male could resist her charm. "Speak your thoughts aloud." Zhu Xiong felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he sensed that Jiao Jiao's intentions might differ somewhat from his expectations. Jiao Jiao was elated at the thought of being able to pet the panda, her smile radiant and bright. However, this joy appeared unsettlingly eerie to the others present. Ziyi even pondered whether Jiao Jiao had experienced some sort of shock the previous day that had led to her current state of mind. He couldn't shake the impression that Jiao Jiao seemed to want to devour the creature before her. Even Zhu Xiong felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether this little female harbored peculiar preferences. Zhu Xiong swallowed hard, casting a glance at Jiao Jiao's other companions, who were equally intrigued, eager to see what demands she might make. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiong's mind was in turmoil, screaming in panic. Was it too late to retreat? Should he grab his belongings and flee? Yet, confronted with Jiao Jiao's pleading gaze and her pouting lips, he found himself rooted to the spot. Oh well, given her charming appearance, he thought it best to accommodate her as long as her requests weren't unreasonable. Could your beast form be a bit smaller? It was too large just now for me to appreciate fully. Zhu Xiong, puzzled but willing to comply, transformed into a size that was more akin to that of a beastman. Just as he was about to inquire about her next request, Jiao Jiao suddenly squealed and lunged at him. Caught off guard, Zhu Xiong was toppled by the female, who buried her face in his fur, fervently inhaling the scent. This unexpected turn left not just Zhu Xiong, but also the other four companions in a state of shock, oblivious to their astonishment. Jiao Jiao reveled in the joy of petting the fluffy panda, occasionally pressing her face into his fur and taking deep breaths as if savoring the experience. As she explored his form with her delicate hands, Zhu Xiong felt his limbs stiffen and his body tense up. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and reverted to his beastman form, resulting in Jiao Jiao awkwardly straddling him, her mischievous hands gripping his chest muscles at that moment. Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to meet the flushed face of Zhu Xiong, along with the four intense stares from behind him, which startled her into attempting to rise from his embrace. Yet, perhaps overwhelmed by her panic, she found herself tumbling back onto Zhu Xiong multiple times. At this point, Zhu Xiong's face was nearly crimson, and he firmly grasped her hand that was pressed against his abdomen, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Jiao Jiao, please refrain from moving about. Jiao Jiao finally noticed the unusual behavior of Zhu Xiong and promptly ceased her actions. In the end, it was Zhu Tian who wore a stern expression and rescued Jiao Jiao from the awkward predicament. This was an embarrassment of epic proportions. Zhu Xiong was at a loss. He had not anticipated that his excitement would lead him to forget maintaining his beast form. The moment Jiao Jiao's hand pressed against him, he felt as though his entire being had been ignited. At this juncture, Jiao Jiao had regained her composure, but the memory of her recent mortifying actions made her wish she could find a crevice in the earth to hide within. Mo Ren glanced helplessly at Jiao Jiao, who had nestled into Zhu Tian's embrace, knowing that she must be feeling shy. He then led Zhu Xiong into the house. After a brief introduction among the males, they witnessed the rather dim-witted Bai Hu, Zi approach Zhu Xiong. What is it about your beast form that captivates her so? Why does Jiao Jiao hold such affection for you? Zi scrutinized Zhu Xiong, attempting to discern something. I heard you possess venomous capabilities. Could it be that you have administered some form of drug to her? Upon hearing this, Mo Ran and the others immediately grew wary, their previous cordiality towards Zhu Xiong dissipating. Absolutely not. How could I possibly engage in such despicable conduct? Zhu Xiong vigorously shook his head. Preposterous. He was the chieftain of the iron-eating beast clan. Countless females in the beast city had sought his companionship, all of whom he had turned down. Why would he resort to such underhanded tactics with a female? Then what exactly is your allure that Jiao Jiao, having only just met you, would consent to let you be her partner? Zhu Xiong found himself at a loss for words, equally curious about the answer, and thus turned his gaze toward Jiao Jiao, who was nestled in Zhu Tian's embrace. Jiao Jiao sensed the gazes of the others, her body tensing momentarily before she slowly turned around, forcing out an exceedingly unnatural smile. I simply have no resistance to fluffy things. Ziyi's expression immediately fell. Then why does it seem that Jiao Jiao is not particularly fond of my beast form? He had carried Jiao Jiao countless times, yet she had never shown much affection toward him. Why, then, was she so enamored with that black and white creature? Oh dear, I have a fondness for all of you. The inky, serpentine body feels so cool. Embracing it during the hot season must be quite delightful. Zi, your majestic tiger form is simply impressive to ride upon. I truly adore it. As for Qi Yan, when those 8 tails unfurl, it is truly breathtaking. And Zhu Tian is especially remarkable. He can soar with me, something I never even dared to dream of before. Well, I suppose it's only fair to share the affection. Jiao Jiao wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and discreetly glanced at her companions. Yet, why did they still seem discontent? Ultimately, it was Mo Ran who first shattered the silence, stating, with only a few days until the cold season, I shall venture out to hunt. We shall join you. Zi, Qian, and Zhu Tian hurriedly followed suit. Even Mo Ran's 3 young ones, had they not been glared back by Mo Ran, would have undoubtedly wished to accompany them. Jiao Jiao, I. Zhu Xiong had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner, and he stood there somewhat awkwardly. While he felt fortunate that Jiao Jiao admired his beastly form, he pondered whether his circumstances would become difficult if the other companions remained so challenging to interact with. Do not take it to heart. They merely jest, harboring no ill will towards you, he Jiao Jiao remarked with a smile, fully aware of her companion's tendencies. If they truly disagreed with Zhu Xiong, they would have dragged him out for a brawl rather than squabbling over affection in such a manner. Very well. Zhu Xiong nodded in agreement. He then retrieved a sizable parcel from his belongings and unveiled it before he Jiao Jiao. I have little to offer as a gift for Jiao Jiao, yet this is the fur I acquired after reaching adulthood. I wonder if Jiao Jiao finds it appealing? As she gazed into the parcel, which contained at least hundreds of furs in a myriad of colors, he Jiao Jiao was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. This Zhu Xiong, who appeared so refined, was indeed quite formidable. Zhu Xiong, why have I not seen your beast patterns? Throughout their acquaintance. He Jiao Jiao had cast several glances but failed to discern the number of beast patterns Zhu Xiong possessed. Zhu Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment. My beast patterns are somewhat concealed, but you shall see them in due time. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, my abilities are not inferior to those of your other companions. In a bid to alleviate her concerns, Zhu Xiong added this reassurance. He Jiao Jiao smiled. Since I have already agreed to have you as my partner, my concern lies with you as an individual rather than your capabilities. In the realm of beasts, the prowess of males is indeed a significant matter. After all, most females seek partners based on their abilities. Those lacking in skill naturally have fewer opportunities. Observing He Jiao Jiao's earnest demeanor, Zhu Xiong nodded in approval. She was indeed the female he had chosen, distinctly different from others. Jiao Jiao, when shall we become mates? Zhu Xiong inquired. Just as He Jiao Jiao was taking a sip of water, causing her to be startled and spray it all over the table. Zhu Xiong happened to be seated directly across from her. I am so sorry. He Jiao Jiao hurriedly took out a piece of beast skin from her spatial dimension and began to wipe down the Zhu Xiong. You possess spatial abilities? Zhu Xiong was taken aback. He had just witnessed the beast skin materializing in He Jiao Jiao's hand out of thin air. Such a phenomenon could only indicate the possession of spatial powers. He Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback, in a fit of urgency. She had completely forgotten to conceal the matter of the hidden space. What to do now? He Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a wave of panic. At present, the bamboo bear was not her companion. He could betray her at any moment. What if he decided to imprison her, turning her into a mere warehouse for the myriad beasts of the city? What could she do then? Did she truly have to? He Jiao Jiao concealed her hand behind her back and summoned a sharp dagger from her spatial realm. If the bamboo bear dared to act thus, she would not hesitate to plunge the dagger into his throat. Jiao Jiao, does anyone else know about your spatial abilities? The bamboo bear asked, his grip tightening on her shoulders as he lowered his voice, a note of anxiety evident in his tone. Fortunately, they were currently within the stone chamber, its entrance covered with animal hide for privacy. He had only noticed her proximity moments ago. Surely the passers-by outside would remain oblivious. Aside from Mo Ran and a few others, no one is aware. He Jiao Jiao, perplexed, nevertheless obediently responded. Zhu Xiong visibly exhaled in relief as he observed the slightly anxious He Jiao Jiao, mistakenly believing that he had frightened her. Thus, he softened his tone. I apologize if I startled you earlier. I didn't expect you to possess spatial abilities. I trust that Mo Ran and the others have informed you about the uniqueness of spatial powers, haven't they? He Jiao Jiao nodded, her hand still firmly gripping the dagger behind her. Thus, when I witnessed you suddenly producing the animal hide from thin air, my immediate reaction was one of concern. Your lack of vigilance could expose you to peril should this extraordinary ability be discovered by others. Jiao Jiao, you must remember to never use your spatial abilities recklessly. Apart from our close companions, ensure that no one else is aware of it. It turns out my worries were for your safety, rather than stemming from any ill intent. He Jiao Jiao smiled gently, retracting the dagger into her spatial pocket. Just now, in a moment of urgency, I forgot to conceal it. He Jiao Jiao explained. Yet, you seem remarkably unfazed by my possessing such extraordinary abilities. Zhu Xiong was taken aback. Indeed, in the beast realm, the holy females are often exceptional, and the awakening of unique powers is not uncommon. Thus, he had prepared himself from the very beginning, though he had not anticipated that He Jiao Jiao would awaken spatial abilities. In fact, even before your arrival in the 10,000 Beast City, Priest Chuan Luo had foreseen your coming, including your identity as a holy female. Zhu Xiong was candid about this, which greatly pleased He Jiao Jiao. This at least affirmed that Zhu Xiong was aligned with her interests. So, it was because I am a holy female that Chuan Luo welcomed us at the city gate and arranged for us to stay in the stone house? Although she had suspected this before, the confirmation made He Jiao Jiao feel quite intrigued, particularly regarding Chuan Luo's divination. Indeed, the day prior to your arrival in the 10,000 Beast City, Chuan Luo had unexpectedly received guidance from the Beast God, and after the divination, he became aware of your circumstances, enabling him to prepare in advance. He Jiao Jiao was utterly astonished. Could it be that the Beast God truly exists? Yet, as a holy female, she herself was uncertain of the truth. Could it actually be real? Was it not merely a golden finger bestowed by the system? Observing the bamboo bear's unwavering gaze upon her, He Jiao Jiao recalled how the creature had approached her previously and even offered assistance, prompting her to ponder further. Consequently, she feigned a stern expression. Is it my identity that has drawn you to me, compelling you to seek a partnership? Noticing her apparent displeasure, the bamboo bear hastily clarified. It is not as you think. Indeed, initially, Chuan Luo approached me, mentioning your identity and stating that the males of the Beast City, who were captivated by you, had all been defeated by your partner. However, you are a holy female, and the Beast City still desires one of your companions to emerge from among them. Thus, I was compelled by Chuan Luo to meet you. Yet, upon seeing you, a voice within me proclaimed that you are the one I have been waiting for all along. Jiao Jiao, please do not be angry. My affections for you are genuine and unrelated to your status. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear before the Beast God that if I lie, let me. Seeing the bamboo bear's anxious demeanor as he scrambled to explain, He Jiao Jiao realized she was not truly angry. Rather, she found his earnestness quite endearing. She then extended a finger to halt his impending oath. Gazing into the bamboo bear's worried eyes and witnessing his current posture, He Jiao Jiao felt an unexpected surge of dominance, akin to a powerful heroine teasing her male counterpart. In the next instant, the bamboo bear felt his chin grasped by He Jiao Jiao. Be good, call me sister and let me hear it. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted uttering such a foolish phrase. She wished to pretend it had never been spoken. Yet the expression on the bamboo bear's face indicated that he had clearly heard her. You may act as if you did not hear that. Sister. Before He Jiao Jiao could finish her sentence, the bamboo bear's lips parted slightly, uttering those two words. He Jiao Jiao felt her heart flutter as she looked up into Zhu Xiong's misty eyes, which were imbued with a poignant sense of longing. Although Zhu Xiong did not comprehend why He Jiao Jiao insisted on calling him sister, he was determined to fulfill her request. Little did he anticipate that after he complied, He Jiao Jiao would suddenly kiss him. He Jiao Jiao never anticipated that she would lose her composure. However, considering that he was destined to become her partner, what was wrong with her taking the initiative to exercise the privileges of a mate? Brother, mother, are you bullying Zhu Xiong? In the corner, Shikong and two little snakes remained motionless, fixated on He Jiao Jiao and Zhu Xiong. They could hardly fathom that mother would engage in such playful antics, bullying Zhu Xiong before they had even formed a bond. I know. Weiyan raised his serpent head. It must be that Zhu Xiong who seduced mother, causing her to lose control. The next moment, He Jiao Jiao swiftly covered Weiyan's mouth as he spoke. How could she have forgotten about these three little ones? The thought of having flirted with another man in front of the three offspring filled her with an overwhelming desire to vanish. You all be quiet. Otherwise, I'll call your father back to deal with you. He Jiao Jiao softly threatened her little ones, causing them to shake their heads in fear, indicating their silence. Only then did He Jiao Jiao relent. Mother, we have been in the city of 10,000 beasts for quite some time. Why not let Uncle Zhu Xiong take us out for a stroll? Would that be all right? Shikang pleaded, tugging at He Jiao Jiao's hand and swaying it back and forth in a display of affection. Zhu Xiong furrowed his brow and cast a glance but chose not to comment further. After all, strictly speaking, he was not yet Jiao Jiao's partner, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere too much with her children. All right. He Jiao Jiao chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Shikang's tousled hair. Since the moment of his birth, it seemed that she, as his mother, had never truly accompanied her child, leaving him entirely to the care of their fathers. Reflecting on this brought a sense of amusement. In her previous life, He Jiao Jiao had a close friend who married early, originally a cheerful and vivacious girl. She noticeably lost her joy after marriage and motherhood. Each time they conversed, her friend's struggles of balancing work and childcare evoked profound sympathy in He Jiao Jiao. Thus, when she unexpectedly became pregnant with a serpent child in this beastly realm, she was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, after the child was born, she could still wholly embrace her true self. Initially, the bamboo bear planned to transform into his beast form to carry He Jiao Jiao out, but she graciously declined. "I am not so fragile. I can walk on my own," she declared with a smile, taking Shi Kang's hand and allowing the two serpent children to entwine around her arms. "Let us go." The bamboo bear hesitated but ultimately followed suit. Since arriving in the city of beasts, Jiao Jiao had ventured outside only once, during the incident with the killing star, making this outing significant for her. As she had anticipated, the city of beasts was divided into three main sections: the outskirts, the middle ring, and the central area. The outskirts were where ordinary beastmen resided, encompassing all races. Upon reaching the middle ring, distinct racial distinctions became apparent. The central area was even more extraordinary, predominantly inhabited by leaders of the beastmen, those of the 7 stars and above. Currently, they resided in the bustling outskirts. Observing the considerably larger stone houses lining the streets of the middle ring, Jiao Jiao felt little, but the 3 children were filled with envy. As they continued toward the central area, even Jiao Jiao was taken aback. If the outskirts represented the common folk, the middle ring was akin to a modestly prosperous community, while the central area was nothing short of a lavish villa district. "Bamboo Bear Father, where is your stone house?" Shi Kang inquired with curiosity. Having overheard adults discussing Bamboo Bear's seemingly significant status, he imagined it must be quite splendid. Would they also be able to reside in a finer stone house someday? "It is just ahead." Bamboo Bear pointed to a nearby row of stone houses resembling standalone villas. Jiao Jiao exhibited no outward signs of change, yet her heart was filled with astonishment. Her understanding of the hierarchical structure within the beast realm was rather limited. Thus, upon learning that Zhu Xiong was the clan leader, she did not give it much thought. However, it became evident that he was indeed a remarkable individual, a true leader. As she pondered this, an orc with hair resembling Zhu Xiong's, interspersed with black and white, approached. He appeared significantly more mature and greeted Zhu Xiong with a simple nod. Zhu Xiong acknowledged Jiao Jiao with a nod before stepping aside to converse with the orc for a moment. When Zhu Xiong returned, he noticed that Jiao Jiao was seated on a stone stool by the roadside, seemingly fatigued. "Jiao Jiao, are you feeling a bit weary?" Zhu Xiong asked, somewhat chagrined. In his eagerness to introduce her, he had overlooked the fact that females were inherently weaker and, after such a long walk, she must have been exhausted. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao smiled gently, and in the next moment, she was lifted into the air by the bamboo bear. "My stone house is just ahead. Allow me to take you there for a moment of rest." Jiao Jiao initially wished to resist, yet she was undeniably weary. Besides, Zhu Xiong was destined to be her companion. What harm could there be in a brief embrace? However, before long, regret began to seep in. While she had felt relatively indifferent in the outer and middle circles, upon entering the central area, she noticed an increase in the number of acquaintances of Zhu Xiong, leading to heightened attention directed towards her. Although no one openly remarked on it, Jiao Jiao could distinctly sense the intensified gazes upon her. Fortunately, as Zhu Xiong had mentioned, the stone house was in close proximity. "This is where I reside," Zhu Xiong declared, striding confidently into the stone house. He gently placed Jiao Jiao upon a stone bench adorned with thick animal hides, then turned to ignite the fire pit. "Jiao Jiao, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare something for you." Jiao Jiao responded with a simple acknowledgement and began to examine the stone house. The little snakes were not idle either. From the moment Jiao Jiao took her seat, they scuttled about the interior of the stone dwelling. Upon entering, Jiao Jiao was surprised to discover a small patch of bamboo at the entrance of the stone house. This marked the first time she had encountered bamboo since her arrival in the beast world. Moreover, its placement in front of the dwelling exuded a vibrant vitality, instilling a profound sense of comfort within her. Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled that the bamboo bear was an iron-eating beast, which meant it fed on bamboo. However, since the beast realm possessed such slender bamboo, there must also be thicker varieties. When the time comes, harvesting some should prove quite beneficial. As for the stone house, it was vastly more spacious than their previous dwelling. Jiao Jiao cast a cursory glance, estimating it to have around 5 levels. As the central living area had been entirely opened up, providing a clear view of the floors above and below. Descending from the top level of the stone house, numerous colorful stone-like objects hung down, bound by beast tendons, resembling beaded curtains and exuding a captivating beauty. Observing Jiao Jiao's fascination with the colorful stones, the bamboo bear smiled gently and casually placed several differently colored pieces before her. Jiao Jiao took them, realizing they were not stones but resembled glass, and began to play with them in her hands. "I stumbled upon these previously and thought them lovely, so I brought them back for decoration. If you like them, I can collect more in the future, the bamboo bear suggested, pausing momentarily. Or Jiao Jiao could stay here with us. My space is larger, accommodating more offspring when you eventually have them. The conversation took a sudden turn, and upon mentioning offspring, Jiao Jiao's expression stiffened. She had previously confided in her other partners that she was not currently inclined to bear young, and fortunately, they had respected her wishes, hence everyone had been exceedingly cautious. However, since the bamboo bear was new, she felt it necessary to clarify. I am not quite ready to have offspring just yet. The bamboo bear paused in his roasting, but quickly resumed his cheerful demeanor. That's perfectly fine. I am not overly fixated on progeny. Besides, I am aware that among your partners, only the first beast husband, Mo Ran, has 3 offspring. The others have yet to bear any, so I am not troubled by the matter of descendants. Seeing that the bamboo bear had no objections, Jiao Jiao felt a sense of relief. Just then, the wandering snake cub returned, scampering over to Jiao Jiao's side. Shikong glanced at the bamboo bear, who was roasting meat not far away, and leaned in to whisper in Jiao Jiao's ear. Mother, I observed that the bamboo bear has likely never interacted with any females. His home lacks any items related to them. Yes, indeed, Zenny chimed in. Moreover, he seems to be quite fastidious. Every room in his house is spotless. Mother, I really adore this stone house. Can we live here? Wan inquired, flicking his pink snake tongue as he gazed up at the expansive villa. Jiao Jiao, caught between laughter and tears, playfully tapped Wei's head. She and Zhu Xiong had yet to become mates, yet their little ones had already taken a fancy to someone else's stone house. Of course we can stay here. The males of the beast realm possessed remarkably acute hearing. Despite Shikong and the others attempting to lower their voices, Zhu Xiong still heard them clearly. He approached Jiao Jiao, holding a piece of roasted meat in his hand. Upon hearing Zhu Xiong's response, Jiao Jiao felt her cheeks flush, as though she had been caught coveting someone else's abode. Once we become mates, what is mine will be yours, Jiao Jiao, so there is no need to feel embarrassed. With that, Zhu Xiong tore off a small piece of meat and offered it to her. Jiao Jiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened her mouth to accept it. Just as they were savoring the meal, Mo Ran and the others arrived. Jiao Jiao. As soon as Mo Ran entered, he spotted Jiao Jiao being fed and quickly made his way over. You're back. Jiao Jiao cast an awkward glance at the 4 individuals before her, feeling as though she had been caught in an act of stealth. Mo Ran discerned the emotions flickering in Jiao Jiao's eyes and, suppressing a smile, approached her. I hadn't seen you upon my return and waited for quite some time, so I followed the beast tracks to find you. Jiao Jiao suddenly realized that she had been out for quite a while, so she stood up and said, Let us return. Zhu Xiong also got to his feet and replied, You all go ahead. I will tidy up here and join you shortly. Jiao Jiao nodded, being led out of the stone house by Mo Ran. Perhaps feeling a bit awkward, she instinctively sought to initiate a conversation. She pointed to the bamboo grove in front of the stone house and inquired, Are there any bamboo stalks nearby that are even thicker than these? Indeed, there are, replied Zhu Tian. When I flew out previously, I spotted a grove of bamboo from afar, and the stalks there are considerably thicker than those planted in front of this stone house. Could you take me to see them next time? She asked eagerly. Jiao Jiao's eyes instantly brightened. She had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting a genuine response. It is well known that bamboo has a multitude of uses, and perhaps they could create something to promote, thus earning some points in the process. Excellent. With a nod of agreement, she and her companions made their way towards the original stone house. However, they had not ventured far when they were confronted by an arrogant female blocking their path. Are you Jiao Jiao? The female before them was quite tall, nearly 6 feet, and robust, appearing to weigh at least 150 to 160 pounds. Her skin was a sun-kissed brown, and her features were rather unremarkable, giving her an ordinary appearance. Following her were 2 lions, a northeast tiger, and a hawk beast, likely her companions. Miley could hardly fathom that the bamboo bear had been claimed by such a diminutive and slender female. She had inquired about Jiao Jiao's standing and discovered that the latter already had 4 partners, yet she had only borne a single litter of 3 cubs. I am Jiao Jiao. And you are? Jiao Jiao gazed in bewilderment at the haughty female before her, unable to fathom how she had offended her and why she was being addressed in such a manner. Wasn't that Mary? Onlookers, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, paused to observe the spectacle. Mary's opponent was indeed strikingly beautiful, yet it seemed she had caught the ire of the malicious Mary, who would likely bring misfortune upon her. Listening to the spectators' comments, Jiao Jiao soon realized that Mary had long possessed a notorious reputation in the Beast City. But how had she inadvertently provoked this malevolent female? I advise you to refrain from coveting Jiao Jiao. He is the male I have set my sights on, Mary declared bluntly, her words eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from Jiao Jiao. Mary, is it? Jiao Jiao replied, her smile fading. You might wish to inquire further. It is Jiao Jiao who desires to bond with me, not the other way around. Impossible, Mary retorted, her disbelief evident. Jiao Jiao has been an adult for 3 years, maintaining a distance from all females. How could he suddenly take an interest in a frail one like you? As the esteemed leader of the iron-eating beast clan, she would have accepted if he sought a formidable mate, yet it was this delicate creature that left her unable to swallow her indignation. Jiao Jiao has come to understand that love is akin to a female pursuing a bamboo bear, only to face rejection. Now, upon hearing the news of her intention to bond with the bamboo bear, she has come seeking trouble. Jiao Jiao possesses a guiding principle. She neither seeks trouble nor shies away from it. Since this individual has resolutely chosen to provoke her, she harbors no qualms about imparting a lesson to this arrogant female. The onlookers, including Mo Ran, secretly feel anxious for Jiao Jiao in the beast world. Even when females engage in conflict, males are prohibited from intervening. Given Jiao Jiao's petite stature, if a confrontation were to ensue with the female before her, they ponder how they might safeguard her. Jiao Jiao has been of age for 3 years yet remains without a mate. A clear indication that he has no interest in you. Perhaps it is time for you to reflect on why he is not drawn to you. Is it possible that your appearance Jiao Jiao exaggeratedly scrutinized mildly, suggesting that one should possess self-awareness and contemplate whether the issue lies within oneself? Initially concerned that Jiao Jiao might suffer, they were astonished by her unexpected prowess. Mo Ran and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Is this truly their delicate little female? In a fit of rage, Miley stepped forward, intent on striking, but Mo Ran swiftly moved to shield Jiao Jiao. At that moment, Miley's lion companion transformed into his beastman form and intervened. Miley, I've heard that Chuan Luo's priestess is quite close to them. Do you really wish to act so recklessly? Accustomed to her domineering ways, Miley could not endure the humiliation inflicted by her companion in public and retaliated with a sharp slap. The pale skin of Kelly quickly bore 5 vivid red imprints. A fleeting flicker of resentment crossed his eyes but vanished just as swiftly. Are you also interested in Jiao Jiao? Miley glared fiercely at Kelly, her newest companion, whom she had ensnared through manipulation due to his appealing appearance. Jiao Jiao observed the scene in silence, perplexed at how such a malicious female could find a partner. And no, Kelly stammered in response, clearly trembling. However, Miley was unconvinced by his denial. She unsheathed a whip from her waist and, in full view of the crowd, began to strike Kelly. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. It was her first encounter witnessing a male being struck by a female in such an unrelenting manner. She yearned to intervene, yet was restrained by Mo Ran, who shook her head in a gesture of dissuasion, as she observed Miley deliver one merciless lash after another. Chris had already curled up on the ground, cradling his head in agony, yet she showed no inclination to cease her assault. Jiao Jiao could no longer endure the situation and thus took hold of Mo Ran, intending to depart. However, Miley swiftly discerned Jiao Jiao's intent to flee and promptly obstructed her path, questioning, "Have I permitted your departure? What do you aspire to do?" Jiao Jiao warily observed the whip in Miley's hand, cautious of any sudden aggression directed towards her. Mo Ran and several other companions carefully shielded Jiao Jiao behind them. Be sensible. Do not consider becoming partners with the bamboo bear, or I shall ensure you regret it, Miley threatened ominously. Yet, Jiao Jiao was undeterred by such intimidation. She peered from behind Mo Ran. What if I refuse? She retorted, amused. That is a giant panda. Why should she relinquish such a prize? Moreover, even if she were willing, it ultimately depends on the bamboo bear's desire. You. Miley, infuriated, raised her whip and swung it towards Jiao Jiao, who instinctively shut her eyes. The anticipated sting of the whip never came. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Mo Ran had caught the whip with his bare hands. Are you all fools? Just standing by while I am bullied? Miley, being a female, could not possibly contend with Mo Ran and immediately roared at her companions behind her. Although they recognized the inappropriateness of Miley's actions, they had no choice but to step forward, steeling themselves. Mo Ran scoffed, since they sought their own demise. He harbored no qualms about utilizing them to demonstrate to the inhabitants of Beast City that Jiao Jiao was not to be trifled with. Just as tensions escalated between the two groups, the source of the turmoil, the bamboo bear, appeared. Jiao Jiao, are you unharmed? He inquired, inspecting her for injuries before exhaling in relief. Had it not been for the other beastmen who had alerted him, he would have remained unaware of my Li's targeting of Jiao Jiao. Bamboo Bear, do you truly harbor feelings for Jiao Jiao? Li demanded, her frustration evident. She had never witnessed the Bamboo Bear exhibit such tenderness towards any female. Jealousy consumed her, and she yearned to lash out at Jiao Jiao with her whip. Li, I believe my affections were apparent, the Bamboo Bear replied, turning to fix Li with a frigid gaze that caused her to instinctively step back. She had never encountered such an indifferent expression from him. I do not like you. Even without Jiao Jiao, I could never become your partner. Confronted by the Bamboo Bear's chilling demeanor, Li lost her composure, frantically reaching for him, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Impossible. You are mine. You can only be mine. Nearing madness, Li's visage became increasingly terrifying. The onlookers murmured among themselves, cognizant of Li's high standing in Beast City. Her strong reproductive capabilities had produced several litters, which led others to overlook her usual domineering and unreasonable behavior. What right do you have? Why should you earn his affection? Li sat on the ground, struggling to keep her eyes dry, tears cascading onto her hands despite her efforts. At that moment, the city lord arrived and, upon witnessing the scene, subtly furrowed his brow. In a realm where females were scarce, even though Li was undeniably willful, the city lord had never considered punishing her. Even when she employed unscrupulous tactics against males to force partnerships, he had remained uninvolved. However, this time, Li had gone too far. No female, regardless of her qualities, could compare to the holy female that was Jiao Jiao. Do not delay. Take Li away. The city lord cast a stern glance at Li's companions. His voice cold. Her companions rushed forward, but before they could touch her, she shoved them away. City lord, why do you compel the Bamboo Bear to partner with Jiao Jiao? She is so frail, utterly incapable of bearing offspring for him. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Regardless of how precious a female might be, how could one dare speak so to the city lord? Unable to bear offspring? The city lord chuckled derisively. Do you know that Jiao Jiao's 3 snake cubs were born with the weakest among them possessing 2 stars? It is not that her reproductive capabilities are lacking. She simply chooses not to give birth at this time. The revelation stunned not only Li but all the beastmen present, who turned their gazes toward Jiao Jiao. Now protected by Ran. To be born with 2 stars, what heights might she reach as an adult? Impossible. How can this be? Li retreated several steps in disbelief, colliding into her partner's embrace. Had her companion not caught her, she might have fallen again. I understand now. I finally comprehend. Li suddenly erupted into manic laughter, one hand covering her mouth while the other pointed at Jiao Jiao, her madness palpable. I knew the Bamboo Bear could not possibly favor you. He seeks a powerful offspring, not you. You are merely a means to an end. After uttering this, as if to reassure herself, she reiterated, yes, that must be it. The Bamboo Bear panicked, swiftly turning to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, it is not like that. I meant no such thing. Do not worry, I understand. Jiao Jiao offered him a reassuring glance, affirming that even if the Bamboo Bear were indeed so, having such a considerate and gentle partner could hardly be detrimental to her. What was intended as provocation turned into frustration for Li, who, at a loss, found herself speechless, pointing in vain at Jiao Jiao. Enough. Take her back at once. The city lord cast a glance at Li's companions, who trembled in fear and hurriedly seized her, disregarding her protests. Fortunately, as they departed, one companion remembered Kuli, turning back to assist him as well. Watching Kuli's retreating figure, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of concern. Are you worried about him? Ren inquired with a hint of jealousy, having noted Jiao Jiao's attention towards Li's partner, Kuli. Although Kuli was indeed handsome, he was still Li's partner. Ren, what if, upon returning, Li, Jiao Jiao. Ren interrupted, this is his fate. We cannot assist him. In Jiao Jiao's eyes, a flicker of compassion glimmered. Yet what transgression had Kelly committed? Upon returning to the stone dwelling, the image of Kelly being publicly whipped by Molly lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. She could not fathom why no one intervened. How had everyone become so accustomed to such cruelty? Was it truly the case that the lives of males were deemed insignificant simply because females were precious? As she tossed and turned, unable to find solace in slumber, Ren embraced her waist from behind. Are you still worried about that male? He inquired, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. With a resigned sigh, Jiao Jiao turned to him, wrapping her arms around Ren tightly. I was merely contemplating that he did not err. He merely offered a word of advice and should not have faced such severe punishment. Ren freed one hand to gently rest upon her head. There is no alternative. He and Molly are already bonded. Even if he wishes to escape, should Molly sever his beast mark, he would be gravely injured and subsequently exiled by the tribe. No one desires to become a wandering beast, thus he must endure. Is there truly no way to dissolve their bond? Perhaps in the presence of the city lord or the priest, they could officially part ways and remain unconnected henceforth? Mo Ran understood Jiao Jiao's innate kindness. Yet he knew that such precedents had never existed in the beast world throughout its long history. Perhaps sensing her stubbornness, he feigned irritation, grasping her hand and leaning closer. His voice tinged with a mock grievance. Jiao Jiao, you're concerned for Kelly. Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Jiao Jiao, in exasperation, exclaimed. How could that be possible? Moreover, he is the partner of my Li, and a beastman can only bond with one partner in a lifetime. I already have you all. I would not stoop to coveting another's companion. Upon witnessing Jiao Jiao's anxious explanation, Mo Ran could not help but chuckle softly. It was only then that Jiao Jiao realized she had been playfully teased by Mo Ran. Ah, Ran has indeed picked up some mischief, and now delights in teasing me. Jiao Jiao spoke, withdrawing her hand that had been resting on Mo Ran's shoulder. Feigning anger as she turned away from him. Am I not jealous? She thought, feeling dismayed that Jiao Jiao, in front of her companion, was so concerned about another male. Despite being bonded for quite some time, it was the first instance of Jiao Jiao hearing Mo Ran express jealousy. Throughout their journey together, she had taken several partners, yet she had never witnessed any signs of jealousy from him. She had assumed he was indifferent to such emotions. Little did she know that the sensitive serpent had merely concealed his feelings. Ran, you are my first partner, and no one can ever rival your place in my heart. Mo Ran's heart softened at her words, and he immediately rose to pin Jiao Jiao beneath him, supporting his weight with his hands as he gazed intently at her. In the moonlight, Jiao Jiao's skin glowed like fine jade, lending her an ethereal quality. Heaven knew how much it pained him to see Jiao Jiao seek out one partner after another. Yet, reason incessantly reminded him that Jiao Jiao was a sacred female, and that her companions would only exceed those of other females. As her first beast husband, he could not afford to be jealous. He must not create difficulties for Jiao Jiao. The more companions she had, the safer she would be. However, on the other hand, he found himself unable to suppress his jealousy. Many nights, he would stealthily slip away to a quiet place, reminiscing about the days when it was just he and Jiao Jiao together. After locking eyes for a few seconds, he contemplated taking decisive action against Jiao Jiao. But remembering what she had endured during the day, he resolved that she deserved rest. Thus, he lay back down, holding her tightly in his embrace. Jiao Jiao, I know your heart is kind, but our strength is limited. Therefore, I wish you would devote more of your thoughts to us, your partners, rather than concerning yourself with those who are inconsequential. While it was true that Kelly was unfortunate, he was inherently frail, and such males typically found it challenging to attract females. Although Miley had coerced him, it did not necessarily follow that Kelly had been entirely unwilling. Indeed, what male did not desire to find a female to bond with and to have his own offspring? Kelly, despite his pitiable circumstances, was still a male. Even if he had been manipulated by Miley into consuming the fruit of emotions, if he truly wished to resist, how could he not evade her? It was merely a case of one-sided feelings. Jiao Jiao sighed softly. I understand now. After a night of embracing one another in sleep. When she awoke the following morning, Jiao Jiao felt something cold beside her, startling her awake as she sat up abruptly. Jiao Jiao is rather restless during her slumber, and last night she seemed to be plagued by nightmares. Mo Ran, concerned that she might tumble from the stone bed, transformed into a beastly form and encircled her protectively. What is it? Mo Ran inquired, lifting his round serpentine head, gazing at Jiao Jiao with a look of confusion. And nothing at all. Jiao Jiao dared not confess that she had been startled from her slumber by Mo Ran. Otherwise, the great serpent would surely feel disheartened once more. Come now. Zi and the others have already prepared the feast. They even made clandestine visits to check on you twice, waiting below as you remained in slumber. Mo Ran transformed back into his beastman form, lifting Jiao Jiao from the stone bed and descending the stairs. Downstairs, several companions were already busily engaged in their tasks. Some were tanning hides while others were tending to flowers, each diligently fulfilling their roles without a moment's respite. When did this all come about? Jiao Jiao gazed at a corner where a small pond had been filled with soil, adorned with vibrant flowers of unknown origin. Having noticed your fondness for flowers, I thought cultivating some here would delight you. Yin stepped forward, grasped Jiao Jiao's hand, and gently placed a kiss upon her knuckles. It is truly beautiful. I adore it. Thank you, Yin. To her surprise, this fox possessed a remarkable charm. Jiao Jiao, This morning I hunted a creature you have never tasted before. I hope you will sample it shortly. Zi, not wishing to be outdone, approached with a look of eager anticipation. Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of helplessness, but quickly donned an expression of anticipation, urging Mo Ran to accompany her to the adjacent small room for ablutions. Indeed, with her several partners already demanding her attention, there was no need to concern herself with others' companions. Although she felt sympathy for Kelly, everyone had their own destinies. She was not a saint, and managing her own affairs was sufficient. There was no reason to fret over others. Perhaps having come to this realization, Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a rush of clarity, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. After finishing her wash, before Jiao Jiao could even take a seat, Zi approached with a piece of unfamiliar beast meat. Jiao Jiao, give it a taste, and tell me if it's delicious. If you like it, I'll hunt some more in the coming days. With a gentle nibble, Jiao Jiao savored the meat and nodded appreciatively. It's quite delightful. Zi then exhaled in relief, his voice brimming with excitement. Soon, I will venture out with Qi Yin to catch more, and we can enjoy it at our leisure in the space. Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. Reflecting on the fact that Zi and Qi Yin were already occupied, she recalled the bamboo grove she had observed yesterday in front of the Zhu Xiong stone house. Turning to Zhu Tian, she inquired, after we have eaten our fill, would you be so kind as to take me to the bamboo forest you mentioned earlier? As Jiao Jiao stuffed her mouth with meat, she inquired eagerly. With Zhu Tian's approval secured, she hastened her consumption. Having spent some time in the city of 10,000 beasts, she had longed to explore beyond its confines. Points, oh points. She had arrived. Not far from the city of 10,000 beasts, Jiao Jiao beheld the bamboo forest that Zhu Tian had mentioned. But this was no mere bamboo grove. It was an entire mountain enveloped in dense bamboo, each stalk flourishing vibrantly. I have visited this place before, yet the bamboo here is unsuitable for the iron-eating beasts. The bamboo bear, who had come over before her departure, decided to accompany Jiao Jiao. Bamboo bear, if I recall correctly. The iron-eating beasts not only consume bamboo but also tender shoots, correct? The thought of succulent bamboo shoots ignited a flurry of culinary possibilities in Jiao Jiao's mind. Indeed. However, it was already the season when the shoots were absent. They would only emerge after the cold months had passed. Jiao Jiao nodded, unfazed. For she was willing to wait for delectable treats. Moreover, if her memory served her correctly, this bamboo grove was known to yield winter bamboo shoots during the cold season. In contrast to the bamboo shoots consumed by the bamboo bears, winter shoots possessed a unique flavor, especially the dried shoots that emerged after being blanched and sun-dried, which were simply exquisite when used to braise meat. As the sun began to set, Jiao Jiao eagerly slid down from the eagle's back, picked up a branch, and began to rummage around the bamboo roots, seemingly in search of something. Jiao Jiao, what are you looking for? Mo Ran mimicked Jiao Jiao's actions, digging here and there, yet he could not uncover what she sought. Could it be that Jiao Jiao was searching for the shoots that sprouted beneath this type of bamboo? The bamboo bear recalled what Jiao Jiao had just mentioned and suddenly realized her intentions. Yes. Jiao Jiao continued to dig without raising her head. However, Zhu Xiong hesitated, for while the iron-eating beasts were not particularly fond of this type of bamboo shoot, they would occasionally resort to eating them when their preferred food was scarce. Typically, these shoots would only grow after the winter snow had fallen. After digging at the roots of several bamboo plants without success, Jiao Jiao angrily tossed aside the branch in her hand. No matter how delectable a food might be, if it was too elusive, she would rather forego it altogether. Observing Jiao Jiao's puffed-up demeanor, Zhu Xiong couldn't help but chuckle. If you truly enjoy the shoots from this bamboo, once they sprout, I shall return to dig some up for you. So they have yet to grow? Jiao Jiao wore a perplexed expression. Previously, she had mentioned the myriad uses of bamboo, leaving one to wonder what she intended to create. Gazing at the verdant bamboo before her, Jiao Jiao was reminded of the bamboo rice she had savored at a farmhouse in her past life. Instantly casting aside her earlier displeasure, the thought of bamboo rice suddenly ignited her longing for steamed rice. Regrettably, after spending considerable time in this beastly realm, she had yet to witness any of the beastmen consuming rice. It seemed such a delicacy was non-existent here. In her previous life, she had been cautious about indulging in carbohydrates to maintain her figure, but now, in this new world, she found herself without the need for restraint, if only they had rice to enjoy. Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. By severing it in such a manner and making an incision on the top, one could stuff the flesh inside and cast it into the fire to cook. This would impart a unique and fragrant aroma to the meat, rendering it delectable. Furthermore, we had previously crafted stone bowls and wooden bowls. Indeed, this could also be fashioned into a bowl, much like this. Jiao Jiao animatedly spoke and gestured, captivating the audience with her intriguing ideas. They unanimously decided to gather some bamboo and take it back for experimentation. While her companions busied themselves, Jiao Jiao sat alone on the ground covered with animal hides. Feeling quite bored, she pondered that merely crafting simple items would likely yield minimal points. Thus, she contemplated how to maximize her score. After much thought, she could not devise a better solution. Until, as evening descended and the Red Flame clan assisted her in fetching water for a bath, inspiration struck her like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, once the bamboo was hollowed out, it could be fashioned into water pipes. If multiple segments were connected and linked to each stone dwelling, they would no longer need to trek to the river whenever they required water. It would be akin to the convenience of running water in her past life. With this newfound idea, Jiao Jiao eagerly gathered her companions to discuss it. I believe Jiao Jiao's proposal is quite feasible. Bamboo Bear was the first to express his enthusiastic support. In truth, water procurement had been a persistent challenge for many beastmen. During the day, it was manageable, but some females would awaken in the middle of the night craving water, compelling their partners to venture out to the river at inconvenient hours. While a patient female might not mind, encountering a temperamental one like Miley could lead to trouble. If her thirst went unquenched for too long, she might express her displeasure, and the partner tasked with fetching water could face scorn, or worse, physical reprimand. Though the implementation might present numerous challenges and difficulties, the prospect of earning points was worth the effort. As Jiao Jiao envisioned the successful execution of her plan and the potential points it could garner, she found herself humming a tune while bathing. Jiao Jiao, what song are you singing? It sounds lovely. Bamboo Bear, on guard outside for the first time, listened intently to Jiao Jiao singing. Although he did not comprehend the lyrics, the melody was undeniably enchanting. Do you enjoy it? Jiao Jiao cast a glance at the obedient Bamboo Bear sitting with its back to her at the door. Initially, she had not intended for the Bamboo Bear to accompany her. After all, they were not yet bonded as partners, and she felt it inappropriate for him to wait for her. However, to her dismay, Mo Ran and the others, having learned of Jiao Jiao's plans, had gone out to assist her in gathering bamboo, leaving the Bamboo Bear alone. Indeed, the Bamboo Bear nodded, a sound most pleasing. Jiao Jiao chuckled, as if her companions could only sing her praises, never uttering a single word of criticism. From now on, I shall sing solely for you. Zhu Xiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied sullenly. After Jiao Jiao finished washing, Zhu Xiang proactively assisted her in carrying the water downstairs to dispose of it. Perhaps, at home, they could arrange some bamboo for drainage, thus eliminating the need to carry the water up and down each time. Although the bathing tub is not particularly heavy for a male, it can indeed be quite cumbersome. Jiao Jiao, do you wish to rest first? After her bath, Jiao Jiao could not help but feel drowsy. However, as Mo ran and the others had yet to return, she fought to keep her eyes open. Sitting beside the fire, her head bobbing like a little chick pecking at grains, Zhu Xiang, unable to bear the sight, approached and lifted Jiao Jiao into his arms. The immediate scent of bamboo enveloped her, instantly invigorating her senses. I want to wait a little longer. I will sleep after they come back. During these days, Jiao Jiao had grown accustomed to this routine. If Mo ran and the others were not back, she simply could not find peace in slumber. Moreover, the snakelets had accompanied them, marking their first genuine outing since their birth. Jiao Jiao was still eagerly anticipating the return of her little ones, hoping to share the delightful tales of the outside world with her. Reluctantly, Zhu Xiang took a seat but did not set Jiao Jiao down. Instead, he allowed her to perch upon his lap, encircling her with his arms. This way, even if Jiao Jiao dozed off, he need not worry about her tumbling down. Jiao Jiao initially felt quite embarrassed, struggling to extricate herself, but the Bamboo Bear's resolve was unwavering, and she reluctantly ceased her efforts. Time slipped by, and when Mo ran and the others returned with several bundles of processed bamboo, Jiao Jiao had already nestled into the Bamboo Bear's embrace, sound asleep. Why didn't you let Jiao Jiao sleep up there? Mo ran asked, casting an irritated glance at the Bamboo Bear. With the onset of the cold season just days away, the temperature plummeted as soon as the sun set. Even sitting by the fire felt chilly. How could one compare to the warmth of being cocooned in animal skins? Jiao Jiao wanted to wait for your return before sleeping. The Bamboo Bear replied, his expression one of perplexity. After all, he was not her partner. What could he do? Qi Yan, glancing at the earnest Bamboo Bear, couldn't help but chuckle. The poor fellow had been given ample opportunity, yet failed to seize it. And now he remained unpaired. Then you should take her upstairs. Mo Ran decided to grant the bamboo bear a chance. Yet whether he would grasp this opportunity was entirely up to him. However, to Mo Ran's surprise, shortly thereafter, the bamboo bear descended alone, stating, "I still have some matters to attend to. I will return in the morning to assist you." As the bamboo bear departed, Chi Yin was the first to burst into laughter, and even Mo Ran shook his head with a wry smile. The following morning, when Jiao Jiao awoke, she discovered that only the bamboo bear was downstairs. "Where is everyone?" Jiao Jiao inquired as she descended the stairs. They mentioned that according to the previously discussed method of diverting water, the bamboo brought back last night was utterly insufficient, prompting them to set off early this morning once more. Jiao Jiao nodded, gazing at the several large bundles of bamboo positioned at the entrance. She contemplated that once they returned, they would commence work, striving to resolve the water issue before the onset of winter. This way, regardless of how heavy the snowfall might be, there would be no cause for concern. However, if it were solely left to the few of them, time would likely prove insufficient. After all, winter was imminent, and she wished for them to complete the task beforehand. Once Jiao Jiao had freshened up, she seated herself at the table, enjoying boiled potatoes and roasted meat. She turned to Zhu Xiong and inquired, as the leader of the iron-eating beast clan, "Could you possibly rally some assistance, perhaps enlist a few males to help us out?" Directing the river water to each household was indeed a commendable initiative for the benefit of the community. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that others might not be as supportive of Jiao Jiao's approach. Moreover, human nature tends to lean towards self-interest. Without witnessing tangible results, it was unlikely many would be inclined to lend a hand. Today, let us prioritize establishing our own water supply. Once others observe the results, we can join forces tomorrow, and it should be feasible to complete the task before winter. Upon hearing Zhu Xiong's perspective, Jiao Jiao found it reasonable, acknowledging that rallying everyone to assist for what seemed to be an impractical notion was indeed a daunting challenge. All right, Jiao Jiao stuffed the last morsel of meat into her mouth and rose to step outside the stone house. It must be said that the Beast City truly lives up to its reputation as a grand tribe, with the ground paved in stone slabs. Burying bamboo pipes here would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Perhaps sensing Jiao Jiao's thoughts, the bamboo bear approached, its arms transformed into formidable claws, effortlessly carving out a trench in just a few swift motions. How remarkable the strength of a male beast's claws is. Jiao Jiao was utterly astonished. Is this depth sufficient? Zhu Xiong turned around and noticed that Jiao Jiao's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg inside, which he found quite endearing. Jiao Jiao regained her composure and approached the trench to inspect its depth, nodding in approval. This should suffice. Seeing her satisfaction, Zhu Xiong dug the trench all the way to the city gate in one go, attracting quite a crowd of orcs. They were curious to see what Jiao Jiao and her companions were up to, and it was indeed a rare sight to witness the clan leader of Zhu Xiong's tribe being directed by a female. As the onlookers multiplied, some inquisitive orcs approached to inquire further. "Zhu Xiong, why are you digging such a deep trench?" Zhu Xiong glanced up and recognized the leader of the leopard beast clan within the city, transforming back into his orc form to explain the method of channeling water into the city. He anticipated some skepticism, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, many males resonated with his idea. After all, no one wished to fetch water from the river during the frigid season. "Zhu Xiong, take a break." Observing the beads of sweat on Zhu Xiong's brow, Jiao Jiao waved him over and used the animal skin she had been holding to wipe his sweat. "Is it truly this simple to bring river water into the city?" "Jiao Jiao, are you not indulging in fanciful thinking?" A familiar voice chimed in, and Jiao Jiao looked up to meet Mai Li's gaze. She was as haughty as ever, nostrils flared as if to ensure everyone recognized her arrogance. Knowing Mai Li's disposition, Jiao Jiao chose not to engage and instead moved to Zhu Xiong's side. "You must be exhausted. Let us return to rest for now and continue when Ran and the others return." Zhu Xiong nodded, transforming back into his beast form to carry Jiao Jiao towards the stone house, not sparing a single glance in Mai Li's direction, which infuriated her. "Jiao Jiao, can you not hear me when I speak?" With that, Mai Li flung her whip outwards. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Mai Li was tall and strong, and her whip was wielded with considerable force. If it were to strike the frail Jiao Jiao, it would surely leave her incapacitated for days, if not worse. Zhu Xiong noticed Mai Li's action and was about to intervene when the whip was suddenly caught by another. "Ran." Jiao Jiao looked at the newcomer with delight, swiftly sliding down from the back of the bamboo bear and plunging into Mo Ran's embrace. Miley, considering your gender, we overlooked your previous aggression towards Jiao Jiao. However, your repeated offenses can no longer be excused. With these words, Mo Ran's gaze fixed on the several males behind Miley, though he spoke not a word. His intent was unmistakable. He sought to confront Miley's companions, ensuring they would refrain from further harassment of Jiao Jiao. Oh, unfortunately, Miley, accustomed to her arrogance, dismissed Mo Ran's implicit threat. With a cold sneer, she retorted, I shall see if a lowly male like you dares to lay a hand on me. With that, she brandished a whip towards Mo Ran. Yet, he effortlessly caught the whip, this time manifesting a serpentine tail that lashed out towards Miley's partner without a moment's hesitation. Miley's companions were not feeble. At least 2 bore 4 stars, while the others had 3. Yet, in the face of Mo Ran, they were but trifles, especially since he had recently ascended to the rank of a 6-star serpent beast. Enraged by the sight of Mo Ran attacking her partner, Miley erupted into a tirade. You despicable male, how dare you assault my partner? You must have a death wish. With that, she charged at Mo Ran, wielding a bone knife she had inexplicably procured. While it was deemed unacceptable for males to strike females, it did not preclude females from clashing with one another, just as Miley believed her strike would land. Jiao Jiao, seemingly frail, suddenly dashed forward, delivering a kick to Miley's chest. Miley's eyes widened in disbelief as she staggered back and collapsed onto the ground. The intense pain had her gritting her teeth, struggling to rise as she stared incredulously at Jiao Jiao. Had she truly been toppled by such a slender female? Not only Miley, but the onlookers were also astonished, having never anticipated that Jiao Jiao possessed such explosive strength to fell a robust figure like Miley. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of satisfaction in witnessing Miley receive her comeuppance. Miley, my forbearance does not signify fear. Let me be clear, should you dare to harm my partner again, I shall not hesitate to end your life. As Jiao Jiao uttered the final words, a chill coursed through Miley. She realized Jiao Jiao spoke with conviction, and should there be a next time, her life could indeed be forfeit. Ha ha ha, finally. The wicked Miley faces retribution. It seemed she had truly encountered her match this time, and it was high time she learned a lesson. Jiao Jiao, the seemingly frail female, revealed her remarkable prowess. In that instant, the gazes of all the single orcs turned fervently towards her, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they had all once been bested by her partner and were thus unworthy of pursuing her. They now perceived Jiao Jiao as a strong female, despite her outward delicacy. Yet, only Jiao Jiao herself was aware that her legs were nearly numb from the impact. Had it not been for Mo Ran's support, she might have collapsed to the ground. Ah Ran, let us return. Jiao Jiao cast a cold glance at Miley before being swept up by Mo Ran, who carried her away from the scene. The remaining beastmen quickly followed suit. Thus, a farcical episode came to a close. Upon returning to the stone house, Mo Ran gently set Jiao Jiao down and began to examine her legs for any injuries. He had clearly observed that her leg must have been hurt. Otherwise, she would not have relied entirely on him for support moments ago. Jiao Jiao, you must refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Mo Ran, with a pained heart, sat in front of Jiao Jiao and lifted her leg, the one that had just sent Miley flying, placing it on his knee and tenderly massaging it. Even if we endure a lash, our robust masculine forms are resilient. Yet, you too experience pain. Jiao Jiao blurted out. The ink-stained hand paused, and he pressed his lips together, pondering the fact that Jiao Jiao would care about such trivial matters. Indeed, no matter how fierce or formidable a female may be, she remains merely a whip, incapable of inflicting significant harm upon a male. Yet, although the pain may be slight, it is still felt. Jiao Jiao, regardless of the circumstances, we sincerely hope that you prioritize your own safety. Miley, no matter how powerful she may seem, is ultimately just a female and cannot truly harm us. Even if one cannot confront the female directly, evading them with speed remains a simple task. Jiao Jiao raised her head, and the other companions nodded in agreement. Very well. Ultimately, Jiao Jiao conceded defeat. After a brief respite, concerned for Jiao Jiao's leg, her companions insisted she remain in the stone house. As for Ze, possessing fire-based abilities, he was of little assistance, and thus stayed behind to care for Jiao Jiao. The 3 young ones were taken out to play, for it was indeed the age of curiosity and joy, and it was inconceivable for them to remain cooped up in the stone house all day. Jiao Jiao sat at the door, her heart heavy as she watched Mo Ran and the others grow increasingly distant. A wave of melancholy washed over her. It was all that detestable Mei Li's fault. Were it not for her, Jiao Jiao might have joined in their endeavors. The mere thought of collaborating with Mo Ran on such a magnificent project filled her with joy. Alas, all those dreams had dissipated into nothingness, thanks to Mei Li. Zi, since we cannot assist them, why not seek out other pursuits instead? After much contemplation, Jiao Jiao found herself unable to let go of her frustration. While everyone else was preoccupied with watching Mo Ran and his team at work, she seized the opportunity to teach Mei Li a lesson. Zi hesitated, remembering Mo Ran's admonition to take good care of Jiao Jiao before he departed. If you find yourself bored, I could carry you for a stroll nearby, or perhaps. Zi licked his lips, aware that it was his turn to accompany Jiao Jiao tonight. Surely, a little early exercise of that privilege wouldn't draw any objections. Jiao Jiao caught a glimpse of the desire in Zi's eyes, and the thought of the imposing tiger's demeanor in bed sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to wave her hands dismissively. Let us meander nearby instead. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Zi's gaze, yet he transformed into a formidable figure, carrying Jiao Jiao out the door. Along their journey, Jiao Jiao expressed curiosity about this and that, and before long, they found themselves wandering rather far afield. When Zi regained his senses, he realized they had arrived in the vicinity of Mei Li's residence. Previously, they had discreetly inquired about Mei Li's whereabouts due to past trouble she had caused, and now, seemingly aimlessly, Jiao Jiao had unwittingly led them here. Jiao Jiao, what brings you to this place? Zi questioned with a hint of concern. Although he was now a five-star being, and most males in the Beast City could do little against him, he was still alone. If anything were to befall Jiao Jiao, he would bear an insurmountable burden of guilt. Fear not, I shall not engage in any perilous endeavors. Jiao Jiao curled her lips into a smirk and retrieved the itching powder she had previously exchanged from the marketplace. This peculiar substance, when it makes contact with the skin, induces an intense itch that resists all attempts at washing away. The discomfort lingers until the next day. In essence, while it is not lethal, it serves as a means of punishment. This was a method Jiao Jiao had contemplated for quite some time, all in order to teach Mei Li a lesson. What is this? Zi questioned, eyeing Jiao Jiao with suspicion, sensing that the expression on her face suggested the strange powder was far from benign. Oh, please check if anyone is at Mei Li's residence. Zi felt a sense of helplessness, yet he could not bear to dampen Jiao Jiao's enthusiasm. He took a moment to sniff the air and discerned that, aside from the scent of Kelly within the stone house, there lingered a trace of blood, with no other beastly aromas present. Upon realizing Kelly was there, Jiao Jiao hesitated slightly. After all, Kelly was Mei Li's partner. If discovered, he would likely not keep her secret. Jiao Jiao, do you still wish to proceed? Zi inquired gently, observing her uncertainty. You just mentioned there was a scent of blood inside the stone house. Jiao Jiao turned to look at Zi, who reconfirmed that the scent of blood indeed belonged to Cree, Melody's partner. If it was from Cree, it implied that he had sustained injuries from Melody during their last encounter. Even after 2 days, the lingering scent of blood suggested that his wounds were quite severe. Jiao Jiao suddenly conceived a clever plan, revealing a triumphant smile. Upon witnessing such a smile from Jiao Jiao, Zi could not help but shudder. For some inexplicable reason, despite her angelic visage, it still evoked a sense of chilling dread. Zi. After all, Kelly had previously intervened to stop Mei Li, which could be considered a favor to us. It seems only fitting that we visit him bearing these tokens of gratitude, does it not? Jiao Jiao spoke as she took out the hemostatic herbs and healing medicinal plants stored in her space. Zi initially intended to shake his head, but upon seeing Jiao Jiao's determined expression, he could only hesitate and nod in agreement. Jiao Jiao smiled contentedly, pulling Zi as they confidently approached the stone house where Mei Li resided. Is that the new female, Jiao Jiao? A female living next door to Mei Li stepped out, her partner murmuring in disbelief behind her. Is she truly Jiao Jiao? A man squinted, recognizing that Jiao Jiao was indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggested. It was no wonder that Kuli was willing to offend Mei Li to defend her. What a seductive enchantress! No wonder Mei Li was so furious that day, claiming Kuli had been bewitched by the newcomer, perhaps sensing the animosity in a man's gaze. Jiao Jiao halted, her brow furrowing in confusion. This female, I do not believe I have wronged you, have I? A man was taken aback by Jiao Jiao's straightforward inquiry, quickly regaining her composure after a moment of panic. Are you here to see Mei Li? The disdain in a man's eyes was evident, and Jiao Jiao noticed it keenly. Yet, if a performance was to be staged, it required witnesses so that no one would suspect her of causing trouble later on. No. I heard that after Cooley spoke on my behalf, he was severely reprimanded by Miley. Jiao Jiao sighed helplessly as she spoke. I have just arrived in the Beast City, with no intention of antagonizing anyone. Now that I've offended Miley and Cooley has been hurt because of me, I feel it is only right to pay a visit. Jiao Jiao spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that Ze was momentarily taken aback. A man was not inherently a harsh person. Her jealousy stemmed merely from Jiao Jiao's extraordinary beauty. However, upon hearing of Jiao Jiao's kindness, she felt a pang of guilt. Questioning whether her earlier actions had been excessively harsh, she considered that Miley would likely not seek a shaman for the sake of a male who had defied her. So before coming, she had deliberately procured some healing ointments from the shaman, hoping to assist Kelly. With the conversation reaching such a poignant juncture, a man no longer harbored any resentment towards Jiao Jiao. She swiftly approached and took her hand. I never expected you to possess such beauty alongside such a benevolent heart, a man said with a hint of shyness, smiling. I am a man, rest assured. I will speak to Miley and urge her not to dwell on the events of that day, considering we all reside in the Beast City together. Thank you. A man. Jiao Jiao wore a smile on her face, but internally felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, she had perceived a man as someone oblivious to right and wrong, which prompted her to consider taking advantage of the situation. However, she was pleasantly surprised by a man's kindness. You're here to see Kelly, aren't you? Come, let me take you inside, a man said, pulling Jiao Jiao towards Miley's home. Her partner, trailing behind, attempted to interject several times but found no opportunity to do so. You have no idea. Kelly has sustained severe injuries this time. Miley was truly ruthless. After exhausting herself, she forced the partners to take action. When a female strikes, the male can still defend himself, but when a male retaliates with such strength, Kelly ended up spitting blood in no time, a man recounted, seemingly recalling the incident as she shook her head in dismay. As they spoke, the group entered the house and beheld Kelly, who lay in a corner, pallid and devoid of any color. At that moment, Jiao Jiao realized that a man had not exaggerated. Kelly appeared so frail, as if on the brink of death. Had she not fortuitously harbored thoughts of confronting Miley today, Kelly might have truly met a dire fate. Gazing at the already slender youth in such a pitiful state, Jiao Jiao felt a pang of compassion. A man, may I impose upon you for a favor? Jiao Jiao contemplated that even if she were to leave the herbs behind, it was unlikely that Miley and her partner would assist Cooley in concocting the medicine. Consequently, Cooley would still meet his demise. Observing that a man seemed to be a decent fellow, and his partner appeared trustworthy, she considered it wiser to entrust the herbs to them, allowing them to discreetly prepare the medicine for Cooley. Thus, Jiao Jiao voiced her thoughts, initially apprehensive that a man might hesitate due to potential complications. To her surprise, he readily acquiesced without a second thought. This trivial matter, I agree, a man affirmed, yet his partner behind him grew anxious. A man. The partner called out softly, hesitant to approach. Rest assured, we shall be cautious and ensure that Miley remains oblivious. After all, Cooley once aided you, and it is only fitting to repay that kindness. With this reassurance, a man's partner fell silent, before Cooley was forcibly claimed by Miley. Although he was not as physically robust as other males, he was quite formidable in his own right. There was an occasion during a hunt when a man's partner had sustained an injury, and it was Cooley who had come to his rescue. Then we shall entrust this medicine to you. Jiao Jiao handed the medicine to a man, perhaps worried about Kelly's impending demise. A man accepted the medicine and hurriedly returned with her partner, stating the urgency of preparing the medicine to deliver to Kelly. As she watched a man depart, Jiao Jiao quickly retrieved the itching powder she had prepared earlier. However, where would be the most suitable place to sprinkle it? Jiao Jiao wandered around until she came across a stone bed adorned with at least a dozen layers of animal hides, at which point she paused and smiled. Once everything was prepared, Jiao Jiao eagerly pulled Ze, intending to depart. However, unforeseen events often strike with suddenness. As Jiao Jiao stepped out, Miley returned, and they coincidentally collided at the doorway. The memory of the previous encounter still haunted Miley, and she warily scrutinized Jiao Jiao. Her companion quickly positioned themselves between the two. Observing Miley's cowardly demeanor, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, a bully who fears the strong but preys on the weak. A minor reprimand, and she is already terrified? What do you want? Miley asked cautiously, extending her neck to peer into the house, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes before she breathed a sigh of relief. Jiao Jiao, she began. I harbor no intention of entangling with you. I merely heard that Kelly was nearly killed due to your previous actions, and thus I came to see for myself. Upon hearing this, Miley's anger flared. Indeed, this wretched woman had set her sights on Kelly. Even if she had no affection for Kelly, she would not allow this vixen to covet him. Kelly is my partner. You would do well not to waste your efforts. Listening to Miley's absurd words, Jiao Jiao felt exasperated, realizing that reason could not be established with such a person. She grasped Zi's hand, intending to leave. However, Miley misconstrued this as a sign of guilt and shouted loudly, "Help! Come quickly and witness this shameless female who dares to covet my partner. Hurry, before your own partners fall prey to her designs." Before long, the previously deserted stone house was bustling with onlookers. Even a man, who was inside brewing medicine with her partner, was drawn out by Miley's clamor. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao cornered by Miley, she rushed forward in alarm. "Miley!" A man leaned in, softly calling out in an attempt to dissuade Miley from escalating the situation further. Yet, at that moment, Miley believed she had caught Jiao Jiao in a fault, and she had no intention of letting it go. "Come and see. This shameless female dared to meet Kelly in my absence. Could it be that the male in my home fails to satisfy her? Truly, what a disgrace." Miley's words tumbled forth incessantly, while a man found it impossible to interject, her face flushed with urgency. In stark contrast, Jiao Jiao remained composed, seemingly indifferent to Miley's tirade. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, some remarking on the beauty of the female, surprised to learn she was one who covets another's partner. "You know nothing. Just because you see her face does not mean you know her heart. She might have some peculiar preference." Yet, one observer noted, "But her companion is stunning, a 5-star white tiger beastman. With such a partner, how could she possibly be interested in Kelly?" Realizing the crowd was being swayed, Miley quickly interjected, "Perhaps she has a fondness for Kelly's pale and delicate appearance. She could very well have strange tastes." However, even as she spoke, she lacked conviction, for it was evident that any female would choose the latter over Kelly. But she could not voice this, for her purpose today was to expel Jiao Jiao from the Beast City. The commotion outside roused Kelly from his rest within the house. Hearing the uproar, he leaned against the wall and emerged. "It's not as you think." And before Kelly could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. "You dare to show yourself?" Miley glared at him, threatening him to remain silent. Kelly, resigned and in anguish, felt a crystalline tear escape his eye. "If the female master doubts me, then perhaps I should be cast aside." Kelly's gaze was filled with despair. He would rather seek liberation than endure a life tethered to someone as malicious as Miley. The onlookers gasped in shock as a man's partner rushed to support Kelly. "Kelly, don't act impulsively." Kelly managed a bitter smile, shaking his head before loosening the tattered beast skin that clothed his frail form, revealing a body marred by countless wounds, a harrowing sight. In a world where males were typically robust, Kelly's frailty was unprecedented. Previously, they had only perceived Miley as irritable, but now, witnessing Kelly's condition, they realized her malice was beyond redemption. Gazing at Kelly's battered body, a man's partner found themselves at a loss for words. "What? Did this wretched woman promise you something? Do you dare to entertain thoughts of leaving me?" Miley declared, her voice dripping with disdain. "I will not permit this. You are mine." With that, Miley commanded, "Come to my side at once, or I shall never forgive you." Kelly shook his head in resignation, wrapping himself once more in the tattered hide. Perhaps Kelly's defiance had made Miley feel humiliated, and she redirected all her fury towards Jiao Jiao. "It's all your fault. If not for you, Kelly would never dare to consider leaving me. You shameless harlot, coveting another's partner. Do you fear the wrath of the beast god?" A chilling laughter resonated among the crowd. "The beast god punish me?" Jiao Jiao felt as though she had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Upon arriving in the beast realm, her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to benefit everyone. Yet, the female before her was not only malevolent in nature, but also possessed a heart so wicked that it seemed irredeemable. If someone like her was unafraid of the beast god's wrath, what could Jiao Jiao possibly fear? Moreover, Jiao Jiao began to doubt whether the beast god truly cared for his subjects at all. How else could he permit such a vile female to exist? "You covet my partner. Even if the beast god does not punish you, the females of Beast City shall not spare you." Miley believed that by emphasizing Jiao Jiao's interest in another's partner, she would garner support from those around her. However, to her surprise, her words were met with silence, and she was instead met with disdainful glances from the crowd. "Miley, that is enough." A man could no longer contain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Do you even know why Jiao Jiao is here today? It is because she heard that Kelly had spoken a kind word on her behalf, only to receive your cruel punishment in return. She is kind-hearted and feels guilty, which is why she brought medicinal herbs to visit. Jiao Jiao feared that her presence would provoke you further, leading you to unleash your wrath upon Kelly once more. Therefore, she entrusted the herbs to my partner, Sin, to prepare the medicine and find an opportunity to have Kelly drink it. Moreover, not only I, but surely everyone knows that Jiao Jiao's partner is not only a 5-star white tiger, but also possesses a 6-star snake beast, a 7-star red fox, and an eagle beast. Even the leader of the bamboo bear tribe may become her partner. With such an array of exceptional companions, could she truly be preoccupied with Kelly? Jiao Jiao felt a flush of embarrassment. Although a man's words were reasonable, they clearly belittled Kelly. She cast a worried glance at Kelly, only to find that he appeared unaffected, which relieved her. A man, Miley exclaimed in frustration, having thought that at least a man would support her. Before a man could finish her sentence, Miley swiftly struck her, causing a man's head to turn sharply. This unexpected act left not only Jiao Jiao astounded, but also a man and everyone present in shock. It was well known that Miley had a notorious reputation. The only person willing to engage with her was a man. Now, seeing Miley strike a man was disheartening. Miley, you shall dissolve all our partner relationships. The companions following Miley stepped forward, having had enough. They no longer wished to endure such days. They would rather be expelled from Beast City and live as strays. What is happening? A commanding voice rang out, and the crowd parted to allow the city lord to stride toward the center of the commotion. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao, his brow furrowed. Why is she everywhere? What is the matter? I just heard someone mention the dissolution of partner relationships in the beast realm. Severing partner ties was a grave matter. No male would take such a step unless cornered with no alternatives. Miley's companions exchanged glances and stepped forward with Kelly. City Lord, today we wish to formally sever ties with the female Miley in your presence. Miley immediately lost her composure. The cold season was approaching, and without a male to care for her, survival in Beast City would be impossible. City Lord, it is all Jiao Jiao's fault. She appeared, and my companions have been bewitched by her, leading them to speak such words. Miley moved to grasp the city lord's arm, but, recalling his disdain for physical contact, hesitated and withdrew her hand. Miley, what nonsense are you uttering? I have already stated that I have no connection with Jiao Jiao. Do not spread lies. Kelly, anxious, feared that the city lord might actually believe Miley's claims. At that moment, a man regained her composure. With her swollen face, she recounted the events of the day, emphasizing that Jiao Jiao had merely come to deliver medicine and had not approached Kelly even once. They had maintained a considerable distance. The city lord turned his gaze toward the instigator of this turmoil, Jiao Jiao, and noticed that she appeared unfazed, leaning against her partner with an expression of impatience. Jiao Jiao did not wish for such an outcome. She had stood for a considerable duration and was utterly fatigued, yearning only to depart swiftly. Had she foreseen the situation evolving in this manner, she would never have come here in the first place. Indeed, not only would she have refrained from coming now, but she would have inevitably arrived at some point. Without administering punishment to Miley, she was certain that slumber would elude her that night. My lord, it is indeed true that Jiao Jiao has seduced my companions, which has led to this predicament. Silence. The lord could no longer tolerate the situation. His leniency towards Miley thus far stemmed from her status as a female and her commendable reproductive capabilities. Yet now, her partners were poised to abandon her, and no new males would likely take an interest in her. She had evidently become obsolete to the Beast City. One abandoned, loathsome female and one revered, recently celebrated saint who had resolved the water crisis for the Beast City. One need not ponder long to ascertain where allegiances would lie. Bring Miley to the female cave. As for her partners, having committed no wrongdoing, they would remain in the Beast City. Miley was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a verdict from the Lord. It is crucial to understand the nature of the female cave, a place devoid of light, where the females residing within are either barren or have committed egregious offenses. They are deemed unworthy of companionship, relegated to being mere outlets for the desires of unattached males. The Lord intended to cast her into the female cave, and in a frenzy, Miley lunged towards him, only to be seized and dragged away by the approaching guards before she could reach him. What manner of place is the female cave? Jiao Jiao softly inquired. He immediately provided her with answers, and in the end, he did not forget to emphasize that he had never ventured into such places. All he knew came from the strong males of the tribe with whom they had maintained good relations in the past. Observing Ziyi's anxious demeanor as he explained, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle and gently ruffle his hair, assuring him, I naturally trust my big tiger. Jiao Jiao, Miley's actions are truly deserving of punishment. You must. Ziyi expressed his concern, fearing that Jiao Jiao might momentarily soften her heart, and choose to spare Mai Li. After all, Mai Li had treated her in such a manner previously, and she merely sought a small measure of retribution. Rest assured, Ze, I know how to discern right from wrong. Jiao Jiao pondered to herself that she was no saint. Individuals like Mai Li deserved their fates. Enough, everyone disperse. With the Lord's command, the onlooking orcs hastily scattered, fearing that lingering too long might invite the Lord's wrath. Once the crowd had departed, Jiao Jiao remained rooted in place. The Lord exhaled a sigh of frustration and approached her, inquiring, Jiao Jiao, why do you not return? Jiao Jiao smiled softly, gesturing for Ze to revert to his beast form, and then she gracefully climbed onto the back of the tiger, departing with elegance. As she left, the city lord stood momentarily in a daze until he noticed Chuan Luo appearing beside him, prompting him to inquire, Chuan Luo, why do you think she has yet to bond with Zhu Xiong? Chuan Luo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the city lord's earlier sigh was indeed due to this concern. There is no need for excessive worry, Chuan Luo reassured him. Since Zhu Xiong has already approached Jiao Jiao, forming a bond is merely a matter of time. Eventually, she will bring a new litter of iron-eating beasts to Wanshou City. The thought of a new brood of iron-eating beasts lit up the city lord's eyes. Come, let us seek out Zhu Xiong. Chuan Luo sighed, realizing the city lord was once again intent on urging Zhu Xiong. Poor Zhu Xiong. When Jiao Jiao returned to the stone house, Mo Ran and the others had already come back and had even cleaned themselves thoroughly. Where had Jiao Jiao gone? Mo Ran was still engaged in sewing the leather skirts. He could sense that the remaining 2 serpent offspring were on the verge of taking shape. When the cold season arrived, they would require warmer leather skirts. I just went for a stroll. Jiao Jiao slid down from the back of the tiger and approached Qi Yin and Zhu Tian, who were cooking meat. Previously, they had left plenty of bones after butchering, so they decided to simmer a broth. They sent the bamboo bear to the city to exchange for some leafy greens from a household that had them. Jiao Jiao, do you like it? Qi Yin inquired as he stirred the pot of rich bone broth with a wooden spoon. The milky white liquid was adorned with scattered green leaves, creating a visually appealing dish. Jiao Jiao pondered that she hadn't consumed vegetables in quite some time, initially believing that such greenery was non-existent in this beastly realm. Is it possible to acquire seeds for these leafy greens? Upon hearing this, the busy bamboo bear paused its work and approached her. Are you considering cultivating these greens? Jiao Jiao. However, with the cold season arriving tomorrow, once the snow falls, these vegetables will not survive. Jiao Jiao curled her lips, having forgotten to inform Zhu Xiong about the cultivable aspects of her space. Upon discovering that Jiao Jiao's space not only preserved items, but also designated an area for planting, Zhu Xiong was utterly astonished. This realization further solidified his belief that he had made the right choice. Jiao Jiao was not merely a saintly figure, but also favored by the beast god. Tomorrow, I shall exchange for seeds, Zhu Xiong vowed, thumping his chest, assuring that he would procure seeds for leafy vegetables for Jiao Jiao. If there were any other edible seeds available, he would acquire those as well, for the land in my space is vast and capable of yielding a bountiful harvest. Excitedly nodding, Zhu Xiong lamented that if night had not already fallen, he would eagerly roam from house to house collecting seeds. Speaking of space, Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled that the grapes she had previously planted had long since ripened. With little else to occupy her time, perhaps it was time to prioritize winemaking? Resolute in her decision, the very next morning, Jiao Jiao retrieved all the grapes from her space, staring at the several large barrels of grapes before them. Her companions were left dumbfounded, particularly Zhu Xiong, who had just joined and was witnessing this fruit for the first time. Clusters of deep purple grapes, translucent and glistening when peeled, looked exceedingly delectable. Jiao Jiao, is this what you call grapes? Jiao Jiao was crouching, fiddling with the grapes, when she heard the question from the bamboo bear. She nodded and casually plucked one, popping it into his mouth. The soft grape burst with juice in his mouth, its sweet and tangy flavor inviting another bite. Was it delicious? Jiao Jiao, while inquiring, took out several bunches of grapes and handed them to Mo Ran, urging him to wash them for everyone to enjoy. Zhu Xiong nodded incessantly. He had never tasted such delectable fruit before. With so many grapes at her disposal, what was Jiao Jiao planning to do? Qi Yin picked up a washed grape and placed it in Jiao Jiao's mouth. Jiao Jiao nodded vaguely, indicating that this could be used for winemaking. You must have never tasted it. It is truly delightful. Wine? What exactly is that? The group exchanged curious glances, accustomed as they were to Jiao Jiao's peculiar ideas. yet still finding it all quite wondrous. So how should these be handled? Jiao Jiao gazed at the grapes, reminiscing about how she had assisted her best friend in winemaking during her previous life. It seemed that the initial step involved snipping off the grapes along with their stems, followed by a thorough wash with clean water, and then allowing them to dry. This is where you and Zhu Tian come in, Jiao Jiao announced, lifting a cluster of grapes and explaining the procedure to them. She emphasized repeatedly that it was crucial to discard any spoiled grapes during the cutting process, as they would adversely affect the flavor. Furthermore, she cautioned against rubbing off the white bloom on the surface of the grapes, as this would be essential for the fermentation process. Qi Yin and Zhu Tian promptly set to work. With their wind-based abilities, detaching the grapes was a trivial task, albeit somewhat time-consuming. Mo Ran and Zi exchanged glances, their eyes wide with eagerness as they watched Jiao Jiao, hoping to receive tasks of their own. Observing the yearning expressions of the two, Jiao Jiao suppressed her laughter. Initially, she had intended for Mo Ran to craft a wooden barrel for storing the wine, but reconsidered, deeming the task too challenging, especially since Zhu Tian and Qi Yin were more suited for it. Mo Ran, please fetch a section of tree trunk, she instructed, estimating the size based on the quantity of grapes before her. In the next moment, Mo Ran darted off like a gust of wind, leaving Zi with wide, round eyes, motionless as he stared at Jiao Jiao. However, the essentials for winemaking were not numerous, and Jiao Jiao pondered that if she did not assign Zi some tasks, he might become envious. Consequently, she exchanged some old rock sugar from the system marketplace, the kind that comes in large chunks, and handed it to Zi, instructing him to break it into smaller pieces for later use in the winemaking process. Thus, Zi cheerfully set to work. With all tasks delegated, even Shikong had joined in to help. Jiao Jiao found herself sitting alone, feeling somewhat bored. So she decided to summon the system. System, how many points do I have now? Congratulations, host. You now possess 500 points. The system's voice seemed to exude excitement, likely due to the long interval without point accumulation. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a sudden influx of points. What is happening? Why do I have so many points all at once? Host, you facilitated the introduction of water into the beast city, a tremendous benefit for the beast realm. The system's candid praise brought a smile to Jiao Jiao's face. The few individuals nearby who were washing grapes turned to look upon hearing her laughter, only to find Jiao Jiao with a smile at the corners of her mouth, her eyes seemingly lost in thought as if recalling something significant. Jiao Jiao was in high spirits, and naturally, her companions shared in her joy, causing their movements to quicken considerably. May I inquire if the host is currently upgrading the space? Jiao Jiao responded without the slightest hesitation, upgrade. The system immediately commenced the upgrade, and Jiao Jiao exited the space, only to find herself gazing into the inky black eyes of Mo Ran. What thoughts occupied her mind? Mo Ran smiled as he distanced himself, taking a seat across from Jiao Jiao. Even standing before you, I had not noticed. Her mood was already quite pleasant. And upon seeing Mo Ran's expression, Jiao Jiao leaped in delight, prompting Mo Ran to hurriedly extend his hand to catch her. Of course, she was thinking, I am truly so happy. Jiao Jiao beamed as she cast a glance at the other companions within the stone house, feeling that encountering them in this lifetime was her greatest fortune. The smile on Mo Ran's face deepened. He cherished this sentiment. Meeting Jiao Jiao makes us equally blissful. Zi entered carrying the crushed sugar blocks wrapped in animal skins, just in time to hear Jiao Jiao's words, and he quickly chimed in, Jiao Jiao, everything has been washed. What should we do next? Zhu Tian brought forth all the cleaned grapes, and everyone awaited Jiao Jiao's next command. The grapes needed to have their surface moisture drained, a task that could not be rushed. Let's find something to spread them out to dry, Jiao Jiao suggested as she surveyed her surroundings, contemplating what might be most convenient. Jiao Jiao, I'm back. Zhu Xiong entered from outside, the animal skin bag in his hands heavy, evidently having returned with a considerable number of seeds. Do these need to be spread out to dry? Zhu Xiong squatted down, picked up a grape, and popped it into his mouth, continuing in a muffled tone. I just happen to have some items in my stone house that should come in handy. What are they? Jiao Jiao, filled with curiosity, hurriedly descended from Mo Ran's embrace. Soon, Jiao Jiao would discover the truth. Zhu Xiong set down the animal skin bag filled with seeds and turned to prepare for his departure, assuring, I shall return swiftly. In a short while, Zhu Xiong returned, cradling a rolled bamboo mat. This. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there be bamboo mats for drying rice in the beast city? Is this even usable? The bamboo bear gazed at Jiao Jiao with eager anticipation, and only when she nodded did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Bamboo bear, did you create this? Jiao Jiao regained her senses and eagerly grasped Zhu Xiong's hand, inquiring with urgency. This was the first time Jiao Jiao had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Was it possible for a female's hand to be as delicate as hers? It felt almost boneless. Zhu Xiong? Noticing Zhu Xiong's silence, Jiao Jiao called out once more. Ahem. Zhu Xiong cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the embarrassment of having been momentarily lost in thought. This was something he had exchanged with a passing merchant caravan. Merchant caravan? In the beast realm. There exists a type of beastman who does not belong to any tribe, formed by a group of formidable males. They transport goods from one location to another, allowing those in need to barter for what they require. Could it be that there are other travelers in this beast realm? Otherwise, how could this bamboo mat have come into existence? System, is it possible that there are other travelers in the beast realm? Jiao Jiao eagerly sought verification from the system, but the system was currently undergoing an update and could not provide her with a response. However, during the last upgrade, the process was completed rather swiftly. Why, then, was this one taking so long? Jiao Jiao felt a surge of impatience. If there truly were other travelers in this beastly world, could she perhaps establish contact with them? Observing Jiao Jiao's anxious demeanor, Zhu Xiong grew solemn. Jiao Jiao, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with this bamboo mat? Yet, at that moment, Jiao Jiao was lost in thoughts of how she might recognize another traveler. And then, what would happen next? She found herself at a loss. Recognizing each other would lead to what? They remained trapped in this beastly realm, unable to return to their former lives. What then was the significance of such recognition? Moreover, could she truly abandon her companions and children? At that instant, tears streamed down Jiao Jiao's face. She felt ensnared in a grand deception. Even if she were to accumulate enough points in the future, or if the system ever permitted her return, could she genuinely forsake everything in this world? Jiao Jiao, what is the matter? Zhu Xiong, concerned, discarded the bamboo mat and stepped forward to embrace her. The commotion quickly drew the attention of her other companions, who, upon seeing her despondent state and tear-streaked face, felt a sudden pang of worry. What happened? Emo Ran inquired, his brow furrowed. Before Zhu Xiong could respond, Zi Yi pushed him aside and enveloped Jiao Jiao in his arms. Did you upset Jiao Jiao? Zhu Xiong, caught off guard by Zi Yi's sudden action, tumbled to the ground. I don't know, Zhu Xiong stammered, equally anxious. He had done nothing to warrant this. What could possibly be troubling Jiao Jiao? If you have done nothing, then why is Jiao Jiao in this state? Zi shouted in anger. She was someone they cherished dearly. And how could she be brought to tears by Zhu Xiong's negligence? Perhaps Zi's loud voice broke through Jiao Jiao's reverie, as she looked in bewilderment at the seated Zhu Xiong and the companions encircling her. Jiao Jiao, what has transpired? Emo Ran gently approached, taking Jiao Jiao from Zi's embrace, his cool hand tenderly wiping away her tears. Jiao Jiao suddenly realized that she was crying. I'm fine. She forced a smile, explaining that she had simply recalled some matters that momentarily overwhelmed her emotions. Yet, despite her assurances, the concern in her companion's eyes remained undiminished. Since their first encounter with Jiao Jiao, they had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of her. Even when faced with perilous situations involving stray animals, she had never appeared so fragile. Really, I am fine. Jiao Jiao took a deep breath and donned her usual cheerful demeanor. Zhu Xiong, could you inform me when that merchant group arrives next time? I have some matters I wish to verify. Zhu Xiong eagerly nodded and began to approach Jiao Jiao. But before he could reach her, he was intercepted by Ziyi. Jiao Jiao, please tell Ziyi that I truly did nothing wrong. Zhu Xiong felt utterly wronged. Had he known that the bamboo mat would upset Jiao Jiao, he would never have brought it. Initially, he had only intended to impress her, having heard from the merchant group that it was particularly effective for drying items. After all, he had been by Jiao Jiao's side for quite some time, and she had yet to mention anything about a partnership. What is happening? Jiao Jiao finally realized that Zhu Xiong had been sitting on the ground moments ago. Was it because of Ziyi? She quickly turned to pull Ziyi closer. My tears have nothing to do with him. It is solely my own issue. Please do not wrongfully accuse Zhu Xiong. Despite Jiao Jiao's insistence, Ziyi stubbornly believed that Zhu Xiong must have played a part in this. For Jiao Jiao only cried in his presence, not before or after. All right. Jiao Jiao resumed her previous demeanor and said to Ziyi, could you please help me clean this bamboo mat and then lay the grapes on it to dry? In response to Jiao Jiao's request, Ziyi would promptly comply. However, before he departed this time, he shot a hostile glare at Zhu Xiong. The bamboo bear looked at Jiao Jiao with a sense of grievance. He understood that Ziyi's attitude stemmed from the fact that he was not yet Jiao Jiao's partner. Otherwise, Ziyi might have tempered his demeanor out of consideration for Jiao Jiao. I am truly sorry. Jiao Jiao felt guilty as she looked at Zhu Xiong. He had done nothing wrong. Her momentary overreaction had caused the misunderstanding, and now, seeing Ziyi's expression, it seemed he still harbored doubts about Zhu Xiong. Jiao Jiao. It's all right. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Perhaps due to the recent emotional upheaval. Jiao Jiao felt somewhat fatigued and extended her hand toward Zhu Xiong. I want to sleep. Could you carry me up? Feeling her affectionate gesture. Zhu Xiong quickly dismissed his earlier grievances and hurried over to lift Jiao Jiao into his arms. After gently placing her down, Zhu Xiong did not leave immediately. Remembering that Jiao Jiao liked his beast form, he transformed into a smaller version of himself. Resembling the size of a giant panda that Jiao Jiao had seen in a past life, and nestled beside her, observing the affectionate iron-eating beast. Jiao Jiao felt her heart melt, but she was far too sleepy to resist. She chose not to insist, and simply closed her eyes, resting her head upon Zhu Xiong's belly as she drifted into slumber. It was only when Jiao Jiao fell into a deep sleep that Zhu Xiong cautiously laid her flat and tiptoed downstairs. What exactly just happened? Once downstairs, the other partners gathered around. While Jiao Jiao was present, they had tempered their demeanor, but now that she was asleep, they felt no need for restraint. Reluctantly, Zhu Xiong recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening to Zhu Xiong's account, one thing was certain. Jiao Jiao's tears were indeed unrelated to him. However, her distress was connected to the item he had brought. It seemed that she was quite concerned about this bamboo mat. Mo Ran gazed at the now clean bamboo mat laid in the corner of the room, noting that its weaving technique was unlike anything he had ever seen. Could it be? Do you think the person who crafted this bamboo mat might belong to the same tribe as Jiao Jiao? This explanation was quite plausible. Otherwise, Jiao Jiao wouldn't have reacted so strongly upon seeing it. Mo Ran, along with Ziyi, Qi Yan, and Zhu Tian, focused their attention on Zhu Xiong, who felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. Jiao Jiao awoke only when dusk had settled, her eyes fluttering open to find the bear man still sprawled beside her in his beastly form. Unable to resist, she reached out to him, caressing him for a considerable while until the rumbling of her stomach finally prompted her to reluctantly withdraw her hand. The bear man instantly transformed back into his humanoid shape and cradled Jiao Jiao as he descended the stairs. However, those below could not help but notice that his hair resembled a chaotic nest, prompting a shift in their gazes. Unperturbed, Jiao Jiao gazed up at Ziyi with a pout. I am so hungry. Most of the food resided in her space, and their home had run out of supplies. Thus, while she slumbered, the other partners had ventured out to hunt, leaving only the bear man behind. Upon spotting an impressive array of various meats piled in the corner, Jiao Jiao was taken aback. With a proud expression, Ziyi presented the roasted wild chicken he had prepared, his first attempt at cooking solely for her, as he had previously assisted Qi Yan. Jiao Jiao, I specially caught several wild chickens just to make this for you. Is it to your liking? Seeing the large tiger's eager expression for praise, Jiao Jiao indulged him with abundant compliments. As she gnawed on the chicken leg, her earlier sorrow dissipated, allowing the others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiao Jiao, the grapes are nearly dried. What should we do next? Mu Ran inquired, pointing to the pile of grapes during her moment of feasting. Jiao Jiao had just attempted to rise when Ziyi forcefully pressed her back down. Jiao Jiao, you have slept all day without eating. It is best to satisfy your hunger first. As for the grapes, you need only use your mouth. The rest will be handled by us. Jiao Jiao felt helpless. She was certainly not that delicate. Moreover, she had just devoured an entire chicken leg. Nevertheless, the prospect of not having to lift a finger delighted her. Under her guidance, some went to boil water while others hollowed out the logs that Mo Ran had brought back, fashioning them into the semblance of a wine barrel. Once the boiling water had thoroughly disinfected the newly crafted barrel inside and out, she instructed Mo Ran to use his abilities to cool it down before commencing the wine-making process. Recalling her memories, Jiao Jiao knew that the recipe for the wine consisted of alternating layers of grapes and sugar, a task that was far from difficult. Under her verbal instructions, the wine was finally completed, and all that remained was to wait for fermentation before it could be savored. After finishing everything, Jiao Jiao had also finished her meal, letting out a resounding belch of satisfaction. Jiao Jiao, there will be a bonfire party tonight. Would you like to go and take a look? Zhu Xiong gently asked, using a piece of animal hide to wipe her mouth. Certainly. He Jiao Jiao, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed, for tomorrow heralded the onset of the cold season, a time she dreaded due to her aversion to the chill. When the snow fell, she would undoubtedly prefer to remain cocooned within the warmth of her home. Zhu Xiang subtly exhaled in relief, for he had genuinely harbored concerns that Jiao Jiao might refuse. After a brief moment of tidying up, he Jiao Jiao ascended onto Zi's broad back, and the group set forth towards the central district with great enthusiasm. Before them lay a vast square, dominated by a majestic bonfire at its center, the warmth of which became increasingly palpable as they approached. Jiao Jiao, where would you like to sit? Zi inquired, tilting his head downwards. He Jiao Jiao scanned her surroundings and fixed her gaze on a spot not far away. It was neither too close nor too distant from the bonfire. Considering her serpent beast companion, Mo ran, she chose not to position herself too near the flames. What day could it possibly be? Even the city lord and the Chuanlu priest have graced us with their presence. He Jiao Jiao caught sight of the city lord and Chuan Luo in the distance and curiously inquired, "Is this bonfire party organized by the 10,000 Beast City to express gratitude towards us, Jiao Jiao? Without your efforts, we would have remained uncertain as to when the issue of diverting water into the city could be resolved. Thanks to you, the males no longer need to venture out at midnight to fetch water." As she spoke, Emoran's eyes sparkled with pride. "Oh, so this gathering is actually for their own benefit?" He Jiao Jiao suddenly lost her earlier composure. If she wished to express regret now, would it still be possible? Just as He Jiao Jiao sat uneasily, Chuan Luo also noticed their arrival. After signaling to the city lord, he approached them. "You have arrived," Chuan Luo said, settling down with familiarity, completely disregarding any notion of being an outsider. "He Jiao Jiao, are you feeling any better? I visited you earlier today and heard that you were unwell and had taken to your bed. I was genuinely concerned that you might not come this evening." He Jiao Jiao smiled and shook her head, assuring him that she was fine and grateful for his concern. Only then did Chuan Luo feel relieved. If word spread that the holy female had encountered trouble in the city of beasts, the inhabitants would surely face endless gossip wherever they went. Indeed, how could I be so foolish? With the presence of the wood element bear beside you, what could possibly go wrong? Chuan Luo remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the bear, who was currently engrossed in grilling skewers of lamb for He Jiao Jiao, as Zi had mentioned her fondness for them. Noticing the bear's lack of response, Chuan Luo felt a pang of disappointment, wondering if choosing this dull creature had been a mistake. As the saying goes, outsiders see clearly. Mo ran and the others recognized the unspoken sentiment in Chuan Luo's eyes, each expressing their own resignation. None among them had taken so long to win over Jiao Jiao, yet this male bear was rather intriguing. "Jiao Jiao, this is the skewer I grilled. Would you like to give it a try?" Despite having had her fill from the roasted chicken in the stone house, He Jiao Jiao felt reluctant to turn down the bear's earnest offering, and so she reluctantly accepted a skewer and took a bite. The bear had initially been quite pleased, but upon seeing that she only took one bite, his spirits fell dramatically. Was it true that his cooking did not suit her palate? Jiao Jiao merely had enough to eat. "Don't overthink it," Zhu Tian, who happened to be beside the bear, whispered in comfort, noticing his dejection. Remembering the earlier roasted chicken, the bear suddenly realized, redirecting his gaze to Zi, who was stifling a laugh. Zi, sensing the attention, immediately ceased her laughter and, with a haughty demeanor, stated, "I only said Jiao Jiao enjoys eating. I never mentioned she had to eat right now." This statement held merit. It was indeed his own impatience that led to this misunderstanding. After sitting by the bonfire for a while, He Jiao Jiao found the gathering in this beastly realm rather dull. It was merely a group of individuals sitting around the fire, chatting and consuming meat without any entertainment. Just as she was about to rise and leave, a group of young male beasts suddenly stood up and glanced in her direction before making their way toward the fire. As she pondered their curious gaze, the sound of drums erupted nearby. Turning her attention, she saw a massive drum, over 2 meters tall. Its surface crafted from some unknown beast's hide, producing a deep, resonant sound when struck. Fortunately, He Jiao Jiao was seated far enough away. Otherwise, it felt as if her heart might be jolted from her chest. As the drumming commenced, the group of young beasts began to dance around the bonfire, and gradually, many others joined in, caught up in the infectious atmosphere. "Jiao Jiao, would you like to give it a try?" The bear knelt on one knee, extending a sincere hand toward He Jiao Jiao, inviting her to join in the revelry. He Jiao Jiao hesitated, acutely aware that everyone seemed to be glancing in their direction, and she could not bear to offend Zhu Xiang. She extended her hand and placed it in the palm of Zhu Xiang's hand. At that moment, Zhu Xiang felt a tremor in his heart. This was indeed an opportune moment for him to assert his claim. Suppressing his inner excitement, he led Jiao Jiao to the bonfire, joining in the festivities. What initially appeared to be a simple and tedious dance became exhilarating with the rhythmic drumming, igniting a sense of joy within Jiao Jiao, who found herself dancing with increasing fervor. After another round of position exchanges, a stranger male orc appeared beside her. At first, she paid him no mind, continuing to dance joyfully. However, as time passed, she sensed something amiss. The orc's gaze remained fixed upon her, unwavering, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as she paused to voice her concerns, the orc suddenly leaned in and whispered a chilling phrase into her ear. Jiao Jiao. It's been a long time. Was that Xingxi's voice? But he was supposed to be dead, wasn't he? Jiao Jiao then realized that the orc had deliberately smeared something on his face to conceal his identity, which is why she had failed to recognize him immediately. In that fleeting moment, a flurry of thoughts inundated her mind, causing her to momentarily lose track of the unfolding events and be knocked to the ground by another exuberant male, who stumbled toward the campfire. Jiao Jiao noticed the orc smiling with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, gazing at her without any intention of offering assistance. Imo Ran and the others had been fixated on this scene, and seeing Jiao Jiao in peril, they rushed over like a gust of wind. However, once rescued, Jiao Jiao's face was ashen, her lips murmuring incessantly, "Impossible. How could this be?" This alarmed everyone. And even the city lord hastily ordered the drumming to cease and approached Jiao Jiao with concern. Jiao Jiao, are you injured? Jiao Jiao remained ensconced in the aftermath of hearing Xingxi's voice, entirely disregarding the city lord. Zhu Xiong arrived at Jiao Jiao's side simultaneously with Imo Ran, and it was he who, alongside Imo Ran, intervened to rescue her. He hastily activated his abilities to examine her condition. Fortunately, she bore no physical ailments. But what was amiss with her current mental state? Upon seeing Zhu Xiong shake his head, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Jiao Jiao, what is wrong? Imo Ran gently grasped Jiao Jiao's hand, drawing her thoughts back to the present. Ran, he is not dead, he is truly alive. Jiao Jiao, filled with excitement, grasped Imo Ran's arm and exclaimed in a flurry, Who is still alive? Imo Ran, equally distressed, could only respond with patience, Xingxi. He is not dead, I just heard him speaking to me. He is right here. Jiao Jiao glanced around. Yet she could not find the face she had just seen. Nonetheless, she was almost certain that the individual she had encountered was indeed Xingxi in disguise. Not only had he survived, but he had also infiltrated the Beast City once more. However, how could this be possible? She had personally plunged a dagger into Xingxi's heart. Why was he still alive? Upon hearing Jiao Jiao mention Xingxi's name, Imo Ran and the others immediately became alert. Yet, as they contemplated the situation further, they realized that the circumstances had unfolded in a manner that surpassed their expectations. Logically, it was inconceivable that one man could withstand an assault from several of them and yet fall so easily to Jiao Jiao. But how had Xingxi managed to do this? They had all witnessed the dagger piercing his heart with their own eyes, so how had he survived? To prevent panic from spreading, the city lord instructed the banquet to continue while he and Chuan Luo followed Jiao Jiao back to the stone house. Jiao Jiao, did you say you saw Xingxi? But wasn't he killed by you? The city lord's expression was unusually grave. How could someone who was supposedly dead come back to life? More importantly, how had he managed to sneak into the Beast City? Had the guards of the city become so lax? Indeed, I can affirm it was Xingxi. I could never mistake those eyes. Jiao Jiao spoke, unable to suppress a shiver. Although she did not comprehend the reason, the sensation was unmistakable. That person was indeed Xingxi. Just moments ago, Xingxi's gaze, filled with an unwavering determination, stirred a sense of unease within Jiao Jiao. He traversed the Beast City as if it were an unguarded realm, leading her to ponder the unsettling possibility that one day he might choose to abduct her. Jiao Jiao, calm down. Please compose yourself. Imo Ran held Jiao Jiao tightly, offering her constant reassurance. After a quarter of an hour, she gradually regained her composure and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her account, Imo Ran furrowed his brow. If what Jiao Jiao described was accurate, then Xingxi could have easily taken her away if he had desired. After all, with so many people at the soiree, a mere distraction would have sufficed for him to whisk her away. Yet, why did he refrain from doing so? Could it be that his intention was not to abduct Jiao Jiao? I have heard of a certain type of predator that delights in toying with its prey, waiting until the prey reaches a state of utter despair before effortlessly seizing it. The city lord spoke in a contemplative tone. Imo Ran and the others immediately changed their expressions, recalling similar tactics they had encountered before. They remembered a creature known as the bobcat, which relished in tormenting its prey, capturing it only to release it, allowing it to flee, before capturing it once more until the prey became so despondent that it ceased to escape. Jiao Jiao. To ensure your safety, I urge you to relocate to the stone house previously occupied by Zhu Xiong. It is situated in the central district, where the patrolling guards are more numerous. Jiao Jiao did not object to this arrangement. The mere thought of Xing Xiai, with his twisted affections, sent shivers down her spine. She truly wished to avoid encountering him again. After the city lord departed, Jiao Jiao fixated on the flickering flames within the room, biting her lip fervently. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how she might eliminate Xing Xiai. Jiao Jiao, from this day forth, you must have at least 2 companions by your side at all times, and Imo Ran's gaze fell upon Zhu Xiong. The matter of forming a partnership with Zhu Xiong must also be expedited. Jiao Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment. How did the conversation suddenly shift to the topic of coupling? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Zhu Xiong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Jiao Jiao. Noticing her blushing countenance, he immediately approached her, lifting Jiao Jiao into his arms and ascending the stairs. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. She initially thought there was no need to rush. However, upon turning around, she noticed Imo Ran and the others had quietly begun to pack their belongings, preparing to relocate to the central district early the next morning. Accepting her fate, Jiao Jiao let out a helpless smile and nestled closer to Zhu Xiong. Jiao Jiao. Zhu Xiong gently set her down and leaned over, gazing at the petite Jiao Jiao, who was barely half his size, with a sense of tenderness. I will certainly be very careful. True to his words, Zhu Xiong was indeed cautious and considerate towards Jiao Jiao, and once they successfully became a couple, he refrained from further overwhelming her. Jiao Jiao, you should lie down for a while. I will go fetch some water. In the past, Jiao Jiao would often fall asleep immediately, leaving the task of cleansing her body to her partner. However, now that she was still awake, she naturally wished to take a bath herself, finding it more comfortable that way. All right. Jiao Jiao nestled her head into the fur blanket, responding with a muffled sound. Despite having spent considerable time with the bamboo bear, she still felt a tinge of embarrassment, perhaps due to the circumstances not being a natural progression, but rather a calculation made under the threat of life. Hearing the sound of the bamboo bear descending the stairs, she finally emerged from the blanket. However, in the next moment, a familiar metallic scent invaded her nostrils. Before she could call out, she felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, and her consciousness faded away. As the bamboo bear reached the ground floor, Imo Ran and the others had nearly finished tidying up. Noticing his presence, they remained silent. Jiao Jiao wishes to take a bath. Ze, could you assist in heating the water? The bamboo bear filled a wooden tub with water and turned to ask before heading upstairs. Yet, in the next instant, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they rushed towards Jiao Jiao's room at the fastest pace possible. Inside the room, apart from the lingering scent of their earlier intimacy, it was eerily empty. Jiao Jiao, who should have been resting on the stone bed, was nowhere to be found. This is bad. It's Xing Xiai. Imo Ran remarked, suppressing his fury as he detected the lingering scent in the air. Bamboo bear, go seek help from the city lord. We will pursue Jiao Jiao. Before Imo Ran could descend the stairs, he was intercepted by the bamboo bear. I shall go. At that moment, everyone noticed the beastly markings on the bamboo bear's waist. Previously obscured by the fur skirt, they had assumed he was a 6-star beastman like Imo Ran. But to their astonishment, the bamboo bear bore 7 markings, with a faint indication of an 8th emerging. Ze, you go inform the city lord of the situation. We will trace Jiao Jiao. Ze sighed helplessly. He too wished to rescue Jiao Jiao, but regrettably, he was the least capable among the companions, making him the most suitable for such errands. The companions dashed out of the stone house together, and Zhu Tian immediately transformed into an eagle beast, allowing everyone to leap onto him. Guided by the beastly markings, they swiftly located Jiao Jiao's position. With a mighty eagle cry, Zhu Tian soared into the sky, exiting the beast city and heading southward. When Jiao Jiao woke, she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, with only the sound of the howling wind piercing through the silence. Although visibility eluded her, she could distinctly sense that she was in motion. Tentatively, she reached out, her fingers brushing against an icy surface. As memories of the events leading up to her unconsciousness flooded back, Jiao Jiao was certain that Xing Xiai, that wayward beast, had bound her and spirited her away from the city of 10,000 beasts. Awake? Xing Xiai inquired, sensing the movement of the figure on his back. Turning his head to ask, where do you intend to take me? Jiao Jiao's tone was unprecedentedly calm. She understood that Xing Xi likely did not intend to kill her. Otherwise, she would have already become a cold corpse. Soon, they arrived at the banks of a great river. Before Jiao Jiao could utter a word, Xing Xi plunged into the water with remarkable speed. The sudden rush of water caught her off guard, causing her to choke momentarily. Instinctively, she held her breath. Yet Xing Xi showed no inclination to surface until she fainted from lack of air. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a dark, damp cave. Beside a flickering fire, rubbing her temples, she slowly rose and spotted a large black serpent coiled nearby, seemingly asleep and utterly still. In this unfamiliar setting, Jiao Jiao's first instinct was to seek an opportunity to escape, for she had no desire to be forcibly bound as a companion to the perverse Xing Xi. She cautiously stood up and made her way towards the cave's entrance, moving with utmost stealth to avoid waking him. However, Xing Xi appeared to be in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awareness, allowing her to quicken her pace. The moment she burst out of the cave, she ran down the corridor without looking back, her mind racing with the thought that if she could escape before Xing Xi realized her absence, she might be discovered by Mo Ran and the others. Little did she know, the instant she stepped outside, Xing Xi opened his eyes. She dashed down the corridor. But it wasn't long before she encountered a fork in the path. After much hesitation, she chose the right path, only to find herself facing another junction shortly thereafter. Each time she came upon a fork, she opted for the right, and just as she felt her strength waning, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Overjoyed, she rushed towards it, only to find herself plunging into a chilling embrace. "I knew you would miss me," a familiar voice echoed. And Jiao Jiao looked up to meet Xing Xi's smiling gaze, startling her into pushing him away. "What do you want from me?" Jiao Jiao looked at Xing Xi with a wary gaze, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable sense of hurt. "Jiao Jiao, do you not yet understand?" Xing Xi stepped forward, firmly grasping Jiao Jiao's hand and pulling her into his embrace. "Those useless individuals cannot protect you. Otherwise, I would not have been able to take you away right under their noses. You are a sacred female, deserving of a partner with greater strength, not those inept beings." A sharp sound resonated through the air, a resounding slap. Xing Xi was taken aback. It was the second time Jiao Jiao had harmed herself for the sake of those worthless creatures. Recalling the last time she had unhesitatingly plunged a knife into her own heart, his own heart ached painfully. His complexion turned ashen, and he staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. "They are my partners, the fathers of my offspring. What right do you have to speak of them?" Jiao Jiao's words were laced with unwavering support for those inept individuals, causing Xing Xi to feel a twinge of regret. If he had eliminated those worthless beings, would Jiao Jiao have shifted her gaze towards him? Contemplating this, Xing Xi turned and made his way towards the cave entrance. "Where are you going?" Jiao Jiao's heart raced. She had distinctly sensed the murderous intent just moments ago. At this juncture, she could not allow him to depart. "I will eliminate those worthless beings, leaving only me by your side," Xing Xi declared as he strode toward the exit. Startled, Jiao Jiao hurriedly pursued him. "Stop right there." Yet, it seemed Xing Xi was resolute in his intent to slay Jiao Jiao's companions, disregarding her desperate pleas as he continued his relentless march forward. "If you dare to leave, you shall return to find nothing but a lifeless corpse." Jiao Jiao halted her steps, a dagger materializing in her hand from the depths of space. She pressed the blade against the location of her heart, ready to plunge it in should Xing Xi dare to advance even a single step further. Indeed, Xing Xi came to a standstill, slowly turning away. Yet his eyes bore a sorrow that Jiao Jiao found utterly incomprehensible. Observing Xing Xi's pause, Jiao Jiao exhaled in relief, poised to speak, when suddenly, Xing Xi lunged forward, snatching the dagger from her grasp. "Jiao Jiao, do you truly care so much for those worthless beings? They are utterly incapable of safeguarding you." Jiao Jiao struggled in a state of panic, yet the disparity in strength between the two rendered her efforts futile. "Do not move." Xing Xi's voice grew hoarse, as if he were desperately suppressing something within. Did this female not comprehend that her struggles in his embrace were merely igniting the flames? Jiao Jiao, having been in the beast world for some time, quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing Xing Xi's reaction and promptly ceased her actions. "Very well. I shall refrain from taking their lives, but you must comply." Xing Xi released his grip on Jiao Jiao, letting out a sigh as if yielding to her demands. Realizing there was little chance of escaping this labyrinth, she concluded it would be wiser to await Mo Ran and the others as they followed the beast marks. Perhaps, through a coordinated effort, there might still be a glimmer of hope for escape. Jiao Jiao obediently returned to the spot where she had previously lain down and sat there. An eerie silence enveloped the air, and after what felt like an eternity, Jiao Jiao, clutching her stomach, finally looked up at Xing Xi. I'm hungry. Jiao Jiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed that she had indeed eaten her fill in the evening. However, after attending the bonfire party, she had expended quite a bit of energy, and later, after her encounter with the bamboo bear, she had nearly depleted her reserves, though she was unsure how much time had passed. Jiao Jiao felt an acute hunger gnawing at her, as if her stomach were pressing against her back. Xing Xi then recalled that, unlike him, who could go several days without food after a hearty meal, the female was more delicate. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Xing Xi rose and strode towards the cave entrance, but suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Jiao Jiao. You cannot escape from here. So be a good girl and wait for my return. Jiao Jiao nodded, her obedient demeanor alleviating Xing Xi's concerns considerably. However, what Xing Xi did not anticipate was that as soon as he transformed into a great serpent and departed, Jiao Jiao stealthily crept out of the cave once more. This time, she encountered a fork in the path and chose the left route, only to find herself ultimately returning to the cave once again. After several attempts, each time selecting a different path, she still ended up back in the same spot. Half an hour later, Jiao Jiao surrendered, resigning herself to lie in the hay, staring blankly at the stone wall above her. Shortly after she reclined, Xing Xi returned, clutching a bleeding sheep in his hands. During his previous observations of Jiao Jiao, he had noted her fondness for the meat of such creatures. Xing Xi worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly skinning the sheep and using the spring water that emerged from behind the cave to cleanse the meat. He then skewered it with a branch and set it over the fire to roast. Jiao Jiao sat quietly beside, observing Xing Xi as he busily attended to various tasks. Setting aside other matters, it was evident that Xing Xi was an exceptionally remarkable male. Although she was uncertain of his rank among the beastmen, it was clear from their previous encounter that he surpassed her companions in prowess. Moreover, his devotion was palpable. Jiao Jiao questioned her own capacity to be so benevolent towards one who had once used a dagger against her. However, he was a rogue beast, and everyone in the beast realm understood that rogues were typically ruthless and dangerous, which rendered them undesirable companions. Dinner is ready, come and eat. Xing Xi offered the roasted meat to Jiao Jiao, yet she refrained from accepting it. She gazed at the charred substance before her, which bore little resemblance to actual meat, and was at a loss as to how to consume it. Noticing her hesitation, Xing Xi glanced at the meat in his hand. Indeed, it was rather unappealing. Yet, having always consumed raw meat directly, this was his inaugural attempt at roasting, and struggling with the cooking process was quite understandable. Was it not? As one might observe, you are utterly incapable of caring for a female. Jiao Jiao picked up a new skewer of meat and sat down beside Xing Xi to begin grilling. Xing Xi's expression changed dramatically as he snatched the skewer from Jiao Jiao's hand, declaring, I can learn this. I am quite clever and will master it swiftly. Jiao Jiao chuckled. Were you planning to let me remain hungry all this time before you learned? Now it was Xing Xi's turn to be at a loss for words. Jiao Jiao once again picked up a skewer of meat, grilling it while imparting the nuances of the craft to Xing Xi. She elucidated the essential points, such as when to turn the skewer and the appropriate moment to sprinkle salt. As Xing Xi aptly noted, he indeed possessed remarkable intelligence. After just one demonstration from her, he had already grasped the technique. Do taste it. Observing the blend of anxiety and anticipation on Xing Xi's face, one could hardly reconcile his demeanor with that of a bloodthirsty feral beast. Jiao Jiao gazed intently at Xing Xi for the first time. He was, in fact, quite handsome, yet for some unknown reason, he seemed to have deliberately allowed his hair to grow long, obscuring much of his face. Might you share how you became a wandering beast? Jiao Jiao took the skewer from Xing Xi's hand and bit into it. After a moment of silence, Xing Xi began to speak slowly. When he was very young, he lived in a large tribe, blessed with loving parents, and they shared a life filled with happiness. However, one day, upon returning from play, he discovered their dwelling in utter disarray, stained with blood. In a state of panic, he searched fervently and eventually found his father. Yet his mother appeared to be caught in the jaws of a beast, with only her lower half visible. Were it not for the mark of his father on her ankle, Xing Xi would have struggled to believe that the figure was indeed his mother. He rushed towards the beast in an attempt to rescue her, only to be flung aside by its powerful tail, losing consciousness. When he regained his senses, the tribe members informed him that it was his father who had devoured his mother, and that he had fled. Although he was unwilling to accept this truth, he could not deceive himself. He had witnessed his mother in the beast's jaws with his own eyes. The tribespeople, seeing his suffering, allowed him to remain among them. Yet the other children secretly mocked him, calling him a wretched offspring and denouncing his father for consuming his mate. This led to a confrontation, resulting in Xing Xiai being expelled from the tribe. After his banishment, he faced numerous brushes with death, yet he persevered, growing ever stronger, until he reached a point where he could easily overpower others. So, did you ever return to your original tribe thereafter? He Jiao Jiao whispered in inquiry. Of course, Xing Xiai scoffed, his smile sending chills down one's spine. I will return and eliminate them all. Those words plunged He Jiao Jiao into an abyss of despair, leaving her feeling utterly frigid. She could not comprehend how Xing Xiai could utter such cruel sentiments with such nonchalance. Yet, they had done nothing wrong, had they? Even if you seek vengeance for your mother, you ought to confront your father beast, rather than target the innocent members of the tribe. Do you believe they are innocent? Xing Xiai suddenly leaned in closer, his formidable aura suffocating He Jiao Jiao, making it difficult for her to breathe. Perhaps sensing her slight tremor beneath him, he abruptly withdrew his oppressive presence, returning to his original position to tend to the fire. Later, I conducted an investigation and discovered that the tribe's leader had coveted my mother's beauty, desiring to possess her by force. After being discovered by my father beast, I do not know what he did to him, but it led to my father's loss of sanity, resulting in my mother's demise. Many within the tribe were aware of this affair, yet they still chose to expel me. As Xing Xiai recounted this, he remained eerily calm, as if narrating the tale of another. He Jiao Jiao was taken aback, unable to fathom such an outcome. According to Xing Xiai, he had slaughtered an entire tribe solely for revenge. He Jiao Jiao did not consider herself a saint, thus she did not view those people as innocent. On the contrary, she felt a profound sympathy for Xing Xiai. However, feeling empathy for his plight was one matter, and harboring animosity towards him was another. After all, he had forcibly abducted her without her consent, and she was left wondering about the well-being of Mo Ran and the others, contemplating her companions. Her thoughts turned to the bamboo bear, who had just recently become her partner. That foolish creature must be feeling immense guilt for leaving her side, believing he had put her in peril. However, He Jiao Jiao began to search her body, realizing she had yet to see the beast mark the bamboo bear had left on her. When she discovered a delicate miniature panda at the collarbone, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it had succeeded. Otherwise, he would